This page depicts Ryo Hazuki standing confidently. He is wearing his iconic brown jacket, blue jeans, and sneakers. The background is plain white and decorated with floral ornaments and peacock motifs. The page title is Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. The subtitle is World Guidance. This page depicts 3 characters against a blue backdrop with a dragon design, similar to what is seen on the Shenmue game cover. In the foreground, we see Ryo Hazuki, the main protagonist, wearing his signature brown leather jacket and a white shirt underneath. He is looking directly at the viewer with a determined expression. Behind him to the left, we see Shenmue, characterized by her yellow hat and orange scarf. She appears contemplative and is looking downwards and slightly to the left. To the right and further in the background there is a man with a dragon design on the back of his jacket. This appears to be Landy, ominously, in the back with his dark aura. The background behind them is a stylized blue with clouds and a large, faint dragon illustration, which adds a mystical and dramatic element to the scene. This page captures the essence of the game, with Ryo at the forefront of his quest, Shenmue as a mysterious guiding light, and the looming threat represented by the antagonist figure in the background, all set within a world imbued with Japanese and Chinese cultural elements as suggested by the dragon motif. Players will fondly remember both Ryo's unwavering pursuit of justice and his gentle interactions with Nozomi and other important characters throughout the game as the mystery unravels as we discover more about Ryo Hazuki and the events surrounding his father. The text on the left side lists character names: Hazuki Ryo, Harasaki Nozomi, Landy, and Ling Shenmue. Also, it lists Tom, Mark, and Chai. Finally, at the bottom in large red text, the title reads Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. Just below that, it says World Guidance. This page depicts Ryo holding his father in his arms on the floor in what appears to be in the Hazuki dojo. Awao in the foreground with short black hair, dressed in a white karate-gi, seems to have fallen and is injured as seen by the actions of Ryo and the concern he displays. The setting is a room with wooden floor and walls, inside a traditional Japanese dojo. As scrolls adorn the walls faintly in the background, this scene seems to be from the opening of Shenmue, where Landy confronts Awao in the Hazuki dojo. The page text reads Prologue to Shenmue players. A message from Yu Suzuki, producer. In arcade games, the average playtime for one coin is generally set at around 3 minutes. I have created many arcade games up to now, but I wanted to make a game that was not constrained by the 3-minute limit, a game that was relaxed, plentiful, and immersive. Then, after basic research and various trials and errors, on December 29, 1999, we successfully released Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. Even now, several months after its release, we are very happy that so many people have given us favorable reviews. Among you all, there are probably already those who have cleared the game. Shenmue is structured in a way that allows for many detours. Even if you have cleared it once, please play it again. You are sure to find new discoveries, meet new people, and discover things you may have missed before. Also, if you connect to the internet using Shenmue Passport, we have prepared a lot of content to make the game even more enjoyable. If you haven't experienced it yet, please give it a try. For me, rather than just game development, I believe that pursuing originality is the most important thing in creating a work. In Shenmue as well, we are challenging ourselves to do completely new things that are not found in games up until now. Through the production of Shenmue, I had the opportunity to work with people outside of the game industry, such as scenario writers, cameramen, architects, and film directors. I want to continue to challenge myself to create new entertainment that is not constrained by the conventional framework of the game industry. Please look forward to it. This page depicts Ryo Hazuki, the protagonist, holding a can and looking directly at the viewer. The background appears to be a street scene, suggesting a location within Yokosuka from the game. Beneath the image, the signature of Yu Suzuki is visible. This page depicts a table of contents for a guidebook, likely for a game. The page is visually divided by images related to the content. At the top, we see Nozomi Harasaki, a key character in the game, depicted in a thoughtful pose. Below, a scenic shot with an eagle flying over mountains evokes the game's setting and atmosphere. The final image shows Nozomi again, this time with Guizhong Chen, another important character known for his stern demeanor and martial arts skills. These characters and settings are central to the game's narrative and exploration aspects. The table of contents is divided into sections covering different aspects of the game. The first section, World View, delves into the story, characters, and locations, introducing key figures like Ryo Hazuki, Nozomi Harasaki, Hazuki Iwao, and the antagonist Lan Di. It also covers important settings such as the Hazuki residence, Yamano's, Sakuragaoka, Dobuita, and New Yokosuka Port. The System section explains the game mechanics, including basic operations, game modes like Free Quest and Free Battle, QTE, Quick Time Events, and a View mode. It also provides information for beginners, details on the Free Battle system, the Growth system, combat basics, and explanations of various techniques. The Strategy section offers guidance on gameplay, including a super flowchart, lists of all events, explanations of individual events, and strategies for minigames like Space Harrier, Hang On, Excite QTE, Darts 7 Neo Darts, Forklift Race, and the 70-man battle. The Data section compiles in-game information, such as shop data for 46 stores, locations of 56 free quest items, details on 28 cassette tapes, 167 collection items, data on 337 characters, all memo pad messages, an appraisal of Ryo Hazuki's handwriting, and an explanation of the passport feature. Finally, there's a section featuring a questionnaire from 57 staff members and a Shenmue hyperspace section, which includes unique perspectives like examining the Hazuki residence through feng shui, a cute animal encyclopedia, and an encyclopedia of high school girl uniforms. Contents, Worldview section, Story, Character Gravure, Ryo Hazuki, Nozomi Harasaki, Ryo and Nozomi, Hazuki Iwao, Lan Di Iwao vs Lan Di Masayuki Fukuhara, in Hayata, Townspeople Shenhua, Character Relationship Diagram, Organization Confrontation Diagram, 1986 Yokosuka Weather Patterns, Stage Introduction, Hazuki Residence, Yamano's Sakuragaoka, Dobuita, New Yokosuka Port, System Section, Basic Operations, Game Mode, Free Quest, QTE, Free Battle, View Mode, Measures for Beginners, Basic Knowledge of Free Battle, Growth System, Basic Combat, List of Learnable Techniques, Hand Technique Explanation, Foot Technique Explanation, Throwing Technique Explanation, Special Techniques, Strategy Section, Super Flowchart, All Event List, Individual Event Explanation, Minigame Strategies, Space Harrier, Hang On, Excite QTE, QTE Titles, Darts 7 Neo Darts, Forklift Race, 70-man Battle, Data Section, Shop Data 46 shops, Free Quest items 56 items, Cassette tapes 28 types, Collection items 167 items, All character data 337 people, Memo pad all messages, Ryo Hazuki's handwriting appraisal, Passport explanation, 57 staff 57-person questionnaire, Shenmue hyperspace, 1 Hazuki residence seen through feng shui, 2 Cute animal encyclopedia, 3 High school girl uniform encyclopedia. The image shows several scenes from the game Shenmue on the right-hand side of the page, covering key moments in the game world. In the top image, we see Ryo Hazuki facing someone with his back turned towards us, wearing what seems to be a white karate gi, indication it could be Fukusan. They seem to be in a dimly lit area, possibly the Hazuki residence at night, or in the dojo. The second image shows Ryo Hazuki receiving a letter or daily allowance from an elderly lady that appears to be innocent. The next image depicts a lone Shenhua in the dark night wilderness. Then the next scene shows the protagonist Ryo Hazuki and the gentle and kind Harazaki Nozomi. The two face each other, making eye contact. The bottom image depicts Shenhua from behind in a dark landscape as she gazes towards a giant moon in the distance, evoking a sense of mystery and the fantastical elements of Shenmue's world. Book concept. How to read and enjoy this book. The most wonderful and innovative aspect of Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka is its immersive world. It is a world where time flows slowly, seasons change, townsfolk live their daily lives without being bothered by the protagonist's goals. The player, forgetting their purpose as Ryo, begins to seek out the enjoyment of this world. This could be collecting capsule toys, chasing after stray kittens, trying their luck at lotteries, or playing minigames. Truly a game where there are as many ways to enjoy it as there are people. Its possibilities are limitless. In this book, we focus on how to showcase the unique charm of Shenmue, and it is meticulously crafted. Rather than just being a walkthrough that says, go this way, it is packed with data to help you enjoy the side paths. Furthermore, to bring you closer to the 1986 Yokosuka setting, we have adopted a slightly old-fashioned design that might even feel a bit excessive. Occasionally there are corners that might seem a little different from the Shenmue world, but that is also part of the Shenmue world for someone. This strategy guidebook is to help each individual player discover their own way of playing and enjoying the game. This book, Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka World Guidance, is yours. Please read it as you like and enjoy the fascinating world of Shenmue. This page depicts a detailed CG pickup of a Butsudan, a Buddhist altar, specifically from the Hazuki residence in the game Shenmue. Shenmue CG pickup, Butsudan. In the early stages of the game, what will first surprise users is the detail in the creation of the props that make up the world of Shenmue. This Butsudan in the Hazuki residence, for example, many people must have gazed at it quite intently. Down to the fine metalwork details, it has been wonderfully reproduced. This page depicts the title, Shenmue World Guidance, and Chapter 1, Worldview Edition. Yokosuka in 1986, although you might say it is set in a very limited area, the worldview of Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka still shows a deeply profound and weighty expanse. In this chapter we will introduce the foundational elements of the game that form the basis of that worldview. This page depicts the story section of the guide, set in 1986, Winter, Yokosuka. The story begins with Ryo Hazuki witnessing the murder of his father, Iwao Hazuki, before his very eyes at the hand of a man called Lan Di. Fueled by rage, Ryo starts to track down Lan Di to avenge his father, with the help of familiar faces living in Dobuita, the town where he was born and raised. Ryo learns that Lan Di seems to have connections with the Chinese mafia. Investigating the Chinese mafia, Ryo, who is becoming a nuisance name in the Chinese underworld, makes contact with a man named Charlie and arranges to meet with people from the dark and dangerous organization. At that moment, Ryo is handed a letter from In Hayata, the housekeeper who looks after the Hazuki household. It was a letter entrusted to her by a person named Yuanda Zu, addressed to Iwao Hazuki before his death, but did not arrive in time. Although the contents of the letter, written in what appeared to be Chinese characters, were not clear, Ryo instinctively felt that it contained a significant secret and important message. The time for the appointment with Charlie arrives. Before heading to the meeting place, Charlie appears with his cronies, looking menacing. Charlie had no intention of introducing Ryo to the organization's people. Although Ryo managed to fend off Charlie and his gang with his judo skills, the route to reaching Lan Di through the Chinese underworld was cut off. Ryo decides to continue his search based on the remaining clue, the strange Chinese letter. Story, 1986 year, Winter, Yokosuka. This page depicts Ryo Hazuki meeting with Master Chen in the old warehouse district of Yokosuka. We can see Ryo listening intently to Chen as he explains important details regarding the mirrors and the threat of Lan Di. Players encounter Chen in the game to progress the story, and he is a key figure in understanding the mysteries surrounding the mirrors and Lan Di's motives. Navigating the warehouse district and finding Chen's specific warehouse can be a slightly tricky part of the game for some players, but meeting Chen is a rewarding moment as he provides crucial information and guidance to Ryo. About Iwao's letter. In Iwao's letter, there was a message conveying the crisis to the dojo, and an instruction to rely on Chen Yaoan in case of emergency. Ryo decided to meet a person named Chen Yaoan immediately. Chen Yaoan was in the old warehouse district in New Yokosuka Port, Yamagishi Town, Yokosuka. Chen Yaoan was in warehouse number 8. According to Chen Yaoan, Lan Di is a man from the Chiyoman organization, and the mirror he stole was the dragon mirror that Iwao Hazuki brought back from China long ago. And there is another mirror with a phoenix engraved on it. Chen Yaoan told Ryo that another mirror was hidden in the Hazuki residence, and that he should find it first. Ryo returned to the Hazuki residence and searched all over the house. Ryo searched the house and found the phoenix mirror in the secret basement of the dojo. Ryo returned to Chen Yaoan, showed him the phoenix mirror, and was told that the phoenix and dragon mirrors held terrifying power. At the same time, he was warned not to let anyone know about the existence of the phoenix mirror. Then, Ryo learned that Lan Di had returned to Hong Kong, and Ryo decided to go to Hong Kong himself. This page depicts scenes and text related to Ryo's journey to Hong Kong in Shenmue. The top left image shows Ryo Hazuki at a travel agency, seemingly discussing his travel plans with a woman behind the counter. The top right image features Lan Di and what appears to be Zhao Sunming. The middle left image shows Ryo speaking with a man wearing a hard hat, likely related to work at the harbor. The bottom image shows Ryo facing off against members of the Mad Angels gang in a confrontation. The story described on the page details Ryo's efforts to reach Hong Kong. He initially tries travel agencies but finds it difficult with his limited funds. Eventually, he discovers a cheap ferry tour at Asia Travel. Ryo pays the advance and receives his ticket. However, this travel agency turns out to be fraudulent. Ryo is swindled out of his money and then attacked by Chai, a suspicious skinhead who seems to be working for Donyu. After overcoming Chai's attack, Ryo interrogates Jimmy, the president of Asia Travel, and a skinhead. He learns that the skinhead is connected to a new organization controlling the Yokosuka Newport laborers called Mad Angels. Ryo realizes that by making contact with the Mad Angels, he might be able to reach Donyu and then Landy. He decides to get a part-time job at Yokosuka Newport. Ryo finds a job transporting cargo with a forklift and begins his part-time work at the port. Soon, Mad Angel's thugs start greeting Ryo, and troubles arise between them. As the problems escalate, Ryo gathers important information. He eventually learns that Mad Angels and Donyu are involved in a large-scale smuggling operation referred to as Dragonport. Story of Shenmue to go to Hong Kong. Ryo tried contacting travel agencies, but with his limited funds, traveling to Hong Kong was difficult. However, Ryo found a cheap ferry tour at Asia Travel and paid the advance to get his ticket. However, that travel agency was a fraudulent travel agency. Ryo was tricked out of his money, and to make matters worse he was attacked by Chai, a suspicious skinhead who seemed to be Donyu's henchman. Ryo defeated Chai's attack, interrogated Jimmy, the president of Asia Travel, and the skinhead, and learned that the skinhead was connected to a new organization called Mad Angels that controlled the laborers at Yokosuka Newport. Ryo thought that if he contacted the Mad Angels he could reach Donyu and then Landy, so he decided to get a part-time job at Yokosuka Newport. Ryo found a job transporting cargo with a forklift and started his part-time life at the port. Soon Mad Angel's thugs began to greet Ryo, who was a newcomer worker, and troubles frequently occurred between Ryo and them. As the troubles grew, Ryo was able to obtain important information, and it became clear that the Mad Angels and Donyu were conducting a very large-scale smuggling operation called Dragonport. This page details a pivotal moment in Ryo Hazuki's journey in Shenmue. The story is titled But at Such a Time, and it begins by explaining how the Mad Angels, in a shocking move, kidnapped Ryo's classmate, Nozomi Harasaki. Terry, the leader of the Mad Angels, holds Nozomi hostage and demands Ryo to attack Guizhong Chen Darren's son, as a condition for her release. Ryo accepts these terms and challenges Guizhong to a one-on-one fight. He initially suggests to Guizhong that they should make it look like Ryo lost, but their pride gets in the way and it turns into a real fight. The fight ends in a stalemate, and as if on cue, Terry attacks Guizhong. However, Ryo quickly intervenes, saving Guizhong just in time. Together, Ryo and Guizhong decide to face the Mad Angels in a final intense battle. After Ryo defeats Terry, he tries to get information about Landy's whereabouts, only to discover that Landy has already boarded a ship to Hong Kong. Ryo is left feeling lost and frustrated by Landy's escape. Guizhong, seeing Ryo's despair, offers to help him get to Hong Kong by asking his father, Chen Darren, to arrange it. And so, Ryo finds himself on the path to Hong Kong. On the day of his departure, as Ryo is about to board the ship, Chai suddenly reappears, trying to forcefully stop Ryo from going to Hong Kong. However, Ryo defeats Chai's challenge, and with a strong resolve in his heart, he sets off for Hong Kong. The images on the page show key characters and moments from this part of the story. We see Ryo and Nozomi, highlighting Nozomi's role as the kidnapped classmate. There's an image of Ryo fighting Terry, representing the conflict with the Mad Angels. Chai's face is also shown, emphasizing his persistent attempts to obstruct Ryo. Finally, an image of Ryo and Guizhong together illustrates their alliance and Guizhong's help in Ryo's journey to Hong Kong. There's also a small box of text at the bottom that reads, Ryo in childhood, I will eat it, gulp, flashback scene in the kitchen, which is a nostalgic memory from Ryo's past, and at the bottom right it says Shenmue Nomenclature Dictionary and page number 11. This page depicts Ryo Hazuki, a young martial artist who is on a quest to avenge his father. The text on the page describes him as a young martial artist pursuing his father's enemy. We can see some of Ryo's personal information listed. such as his age being 18, his height 176 and his weight 65. His blood type is O, and his birthday is November 29th, making his zodiac sign Sagittarius. This page depicts Ryo Hazuki, a high school student born in Yokosuka. When he was 3 years old, his mother passed away from illness, so he was raised by his father alone. Since he was a child, he has been learning the Hazuki-style jujutsu from his father, who is a martial artist, and has trained both his mind and body. He has been strictly taught manners and etiquette, but he uses his proficient jujutsu against rude people and those who resort to violence. So among the delinquents around Yokosuka, he is known as Hazuki of Tsukaga High, a presence to be reckoned with. He has a stubborn and competitive personality, and tends to act before thinking things through. He experienced his first love when he was in elementary school, but after his friends teased him about it and he got into a fight, he became passive about romance and is somewhat uncomfortable interacting with women. It is for this reason that, while being aware of the feelings of Nozomi Harasaki, a classmate, he pretends to be indifferent. This page depicts Nozomi Harasaki, a kind and cheerful girl who works at the Ida florist in Dobuita. She is 18 years old, stands at 164 centimeters tall, and weighs 47 kilograms. Her blood type is AB, and her birthday is August 23rd, making her a Virgo. Nozomi is a close friend to Ryo Hazuki and is always there to offer support and a listening ear as he navigates his quest for revenge. Many players find Nozomi to be a comforting and relatable character in the game, especially during the more challenging moments of investigation and puzzle solving in Yokosuka. The title text on the right reads, "A single flower blooming on Dobuita Street." This page depicts a character gravure of Harasaki Nozomi. Nozomi is depicted holding a bouquet of tulips, standing in what appears to be Dobuita, Yokosuka. She is wearing a white turtleneck sweater, a red and green plaid mini skirt, brown knee-high socks, and brown lace-up shoes. The text describes Nozomi as Ryo's classmate who secretly harbors feelings for him. She usually helps out at her grandmother's flower shop called Ida, and is something of a well-known beauty in Dobuita. Although born in Japan, she moved to Vancouver, Canada with her parents when she was in elementary school due to their work. After spending several years there, she returned to Japan and enrolled in a middle school in Yokosuka, where her grandmother lives. She and Ryo have been friends since middle school. After graduating high school, her parents are persuading her to return to Canada, but she is reluctant to leave Ryo and is worried about going to Canada. She has a strong sense of self and is considerate of others' feelings. In the future, she hopes to use her excellent English skills to work as a translator or interpreter. The page also includes smaller images of Nozomi in different poses and settings, likely around the flower shop and Dobuita area. Many players find Nozomi to be a kind and supportive character in Shenmue, and her scenes offer a more gentle and romantic element to the game's narrative. This page depicts Ryo and Nozomi riding a motorcycle through a city at night. Ryo Hazuki is at the front driving, looking determined, while Nozomi Harasaki is sitting behind him, holding on. They are illuminated by the bright headlight of the bike, highlighting their serious expressions as they navigate the urban streets. The background shows tall city buildings and a purple night sky, suggesting they are on an adventure or a journey through the city under the cloak of darkness. The title text reads, Ryo and Nozomi. The descriptive text says, speeding towards the city streets of tomorrow night. This page depicts a character gravure featuring Ryo and Nozomi. Nozomi Harasaki, when she returned to Japan from Canada, could not adapt to the different junior high school environment from Canada, and was being bullied by those around her. At that time there was a boy who subtly protected Nozomi. That boy was Ryo Hazuki. Taking that as an opportunity, Nozomi came to admire Ryo. And while thinking about confessing her feelings someday, several years passed without her clearly confessing. It's not that Nozomi didn't approach Ryo in the past, but Ryo, who is not good at interacting with women, vaguely noticed Nozomi's feelings but continued to take an unsociable attitude. Because of that, Ryo and Nozomi's relationship did not develop beyond that of classmates. Nozomi's best friend, Eri Tajima, is frustrated by such a relationship between the two, and especially feels anger at Ryo's indecisive attitude, due to an incident that greatly changed Ryo's fate. What will become of their relationship in the future? This page depicts a character profile for Lan Di, a prominent figure in the Shenmue universe. We see a full-body image of Lan Di in an ornate, dark robe embroidered with golden dragons. His face is stern, with a distinctive scar visible near his eye, and his hair is styled in a traditional Qing dynasty queue. The background is a fiery, textured gradient, adding to the dramatic presentation. To the right of Lan Di, there is a smaller box displaying his character statistics, and a smaller inset image of him in a fighting stance. The page's title is Incident's Origin, Mysterious Chinese Man. The text describes Lan Di as a key figure in the story's events. He is identified as a high-ranking member of the Black Society, a massive Chinese organization, and is the one who killed Ryo Hazuki's father, Iwao Hazuki. The text emphasizes his cold and ruthless personality, stating that he achieves his goals through overwhelming force and is feared by those around him. It also mentions his calm demeanor and sharp gaze, highlighting his intimidating presence. The description further explains that Lan Di seeks to obtain the Dragon Mirror, a treasured artifact passed down in the Hazuki family, and is also interested in other legendary items and powerful martial arts secrets from China. The text concludes by emphasizing his role as a mysterious and formidable antagonist. The character statistics provided are age 31, height 185 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms, blood type A, birthday unknown, and zodiac sign unknown. This page depicts Iwao Hazuki, Ryo's father, and the master of the Hazuki style of jujutsu. We see him in a traditional karate gi, set against a backdrop of beautiful cherry blossoms, evoking a sense of Japanese springtime. Iwao is known for his strict yet deeply caring nature, a father whose influence is profoundly felt throughout Ryo's journey. He is a man of great discipline and integrity, embodying the principles of simplicity and fortitude. Players will remember Iwao as the catalyst for Ryo's quest, his tragic death igniting the events of Shenmue. While his training could be demanding, it was rooted in a desire to nurture Ryo's potential, both in martial arts and as a person. The page includes a profile detailing some of Iwao's personal information. The title reads Strict, Gentle, Deep Father's Love. His age is 46, his height is 175 centimeters, and his weight is 80 kilograms. His blood type is A, and his birthday is May 3rd, making his star sign Taurus. The text further describes Iwao as the head of the Hazuki style, noting his honest and bold personality, which gives him a sense of calm. He values humility, etiquette, and trust. His only real hobby is calligraphy, often writing letters and postcards with a brush. Despite his natural talent for martial arts, he is a hard worker who doesn't rely solely on his gifts. In his younger days, he rigorously trained in martial arts and even traveled overseas. Although his strictness sometimes caused Ryo to rebel, Iwao is and always will be Ryo's ultimate goal as both a father and a martial arts master. This page depicts a character gravure showcasing a dramatic confrontation. The images feature scenes from what appears to be a pivotal encounter within the game Shenmue. We can see Ryo Hazuki, the protagonist, identifiable by his white shirt and dark pants, facing off against Lan Di, his adversary, who is dressed in a dark, ornate outfit. The setting appears to be within a traditional Japanese building, possibly reminiscent of the Hazuki residence. These scenes likely capture a very tense and significant moment in the game's narrative, highlighting the conflict between Ryo and Lan Di, who is central to Ryo's quest for revenge after the death of his father. The text at the top reads Character Gravure, and the large red text in the center translates to Lan Di vs Enemy Showdown. This page depicts scenes showing a confrontation between two martial artists, Hazuki Iwao and Lan Di. As martial artists, risking their lives in combat, Iwao and Lan Di engage in a fierce battle, but Lan Di proves to be superior. After receiving a powerful roundhouse kick and struggling to stand, Iwao is confronted by Lan Di, who says, "You remember Zhao Sunming, don't you? In Hazuki Village, it's the name of the man you killed." Iwao responds in shock, "No way. You are?" It seems there is a deep connection between Hazuki Iwao and Lan Di concerning a man named Zhao Sunming. Lan Di accuses Iwao of killing Zhao, but whether Iwao is truly a murderer remains unknown. Now that Iwao is deceased, no one around Ryo knows the truth. It is suggested that when Ryo and Lan Di face each other again, all of these mysteries will likely be revealed. This page depicts a character gravure of Masayuki Fukuhara, presented as a kind-hearted comedian. Masayuki Fukuhara is a character in Shenmue, known for his friendly and approachable nature. He is portrayed here in his martial arts uniform, showcasing his dedication to training. He is a member of the Hazuki-style dojo, indicated by the symbol on his uniform. The page details his personal information including his age of 26, height of 173 centimeters, weight of 68 kilograms, blood type O, birthday on August 6, and his zodiac sign as Leo. The text describes him as someone who has lived near the Hazuki martial arts dojo for nearly 10 years and is considered like family. His personality is warm and he is well liked by people. He is a diligent type who is trusted by a WoW Hazuki for his serious nature in martial arts training. Despite being reliable, he is also seen as a bit clumsy, which is considered endearing. He is described as a comedian type, always making people laugh and lightening the mood. He is quick to act and often fails, but his forgiving nature and easygoing personality make him a good listener and someone people can confide in. He is also very caring, worrying about others like family, and being overly concerned about minor injuries. He is described as someone who cannot leave people in trouble, and will go to great lengths to help, even involving his own savings. The title at the top reads, Character Gravure. The larger text in the middle says, Kind-hearted Comedian. And at the bottom, in large red letters, is his name, Masayuki Fukuhara. This page depicts Hayata In, an elderly woman with a gentle smile. Elderly woman with a gentle smile. She is the housekeeper who has lived in the Hazuki residence for 15 years, and is entrusted with all household affairs and finances. Hayata In is a quiet, hard-working, old-fashioned woman, and her gentle, warm gaze makes her an indispensable presence in the Hazuki household. Although she has a calm personality, she possesses a strong core and never loses her resolute attitude. She is skilled in sewing, cleaning, laundry, and all household tasks, but her greatest love is cooking, especially Japanese cuisine, where her skills are comparable to a professional chef. While strict regarding etiquette and discipline, she is otherwise quite broad-minded. Hayata In is known to worry and stay awake late into the night if Ryo is out. She has even been seen tearfully appealing to Ryo when he comes home late. Her age is 64, her height is 155 centimeters, and she weighs 48 kilograms. Her blood type is A, and her birthday is August 9th, making her star sign Leo. Her name is Hayata In. This page depicts a group of stern-looking men in what appears to be a street setting, possibly within Yokosuka. In the foreground is a young man with a serious expression, and behind him to the left is another young man with equally intense eyes. To the right, a character with curly hair and yellow-tinted glasses gazes forward. At the top and towering over the others is a larger, more imposing man with a leaf in his mouth, adding to his tough demeanor. These characters give off a sense of being rough around the edges, and perhaps are figures you might encounter causing trouble or as rivals in the game's world. Title: People of the Town. Paragraph: Living each day resiliently. This page depicts character gravure. The top right image shows a mature man with short brown hair and a goatee, wearing a red shirt and dark trousers, seated on a wooden crate against a dark, possibly indoor background. The top left image features a man with a distinctive pink mohawk and sunglasses. He has a nose ring and is wearing a dark jacket. The image to the right of the pink-haired man is an elderly man with a kind face and a patterned brown and white jacket. Below these images on the left is a young girl with black hair styled in buns, wearing a red dress with a white collar, gently holding a kitten. The background appears to be outdoors, possibly in a garden setting. Finally, the bottom right image shows a man in a white shirt, seated at a table. He is gesturing with his right hand and looking towards the viewer with a slightly worried expression. On the table in front of him is a newspaper with Japanese text, and a picture of a man in a suit, a pack of cigarettes, and an ashtray with cigarette butts. Behind him are posters on the wall, one depicting a cartoon dragon and another of a cartoon duck-like character. The text at the top of the page translates to Character Gravure. Ryo grew up in the Dobuita shopping arcade in Yokosuka. People living nearby include his classmates, children who call Ryo Big Brother, gossiping old women, and shop and restaurant staff he frequents. Various people live around him, each living their own lives. Regarding the unfortunate incident this time, everyone is hearing about it through news and gossip. However, they treat Ryo with a bright attitude, trying not to cause him any unnecessary worry. In particular, some people who have known Ryo since he was a child are worried that Ryo might be doing something reckless. While relying on their help, Ryo continues to pursue the whereabouts of the man with the wounded swallow tattoo. This page depicts Rei Shenfa, a beautiful young woman yet to be seen, standing under a vast sky. Her name, Rei Shenfa, is prominently displayed on the page. This page showcases the character Shenhua. Shenhua is described as a mysterious girl who appears in Ryo's dreams. The serene gaze in her eyes, which surfaces in the depths of Ryo's mind, gently watches over Ryo, as if her very look is guiding him on the path he should take. She is depicted as pure and unadorned, possessing a deep kindness, yet behind her gentle expression, she is described as having inner strength and courage to live, nurtured by the land along with a strong core. Currently veiled in mystery, her encounter with Ryo is said to be deeply intertwined with Ryo's destiny. The text contemplates how Ryo and Shenhua will meet, and what kind of path they will walk together in the future. This page depicts a character relationship chart, seemingly focused on Ryo Hazuki and characters from the game Shenmue. At the top left, we see an older woman labeled as the family matron, connected to a younger man, who is likely Ryo's father, Hazuki Iwao. Iwao is also connected to another man labeled disciple and murder, indicating a negative relationship, presumably Lan Di who murdered Iwao. Iwao is also described as parent to Ryo. Below Iwao and to the left is a girl, Nozomi Harasaki, connected to Ryo with the question mutual feelings. She is also described as a parent figure to Ryo. To the left of Nozomi, we see a man with dreadlocks, Tom, described as opponent and nemesis to Ryo, but also as familiar face, and someone Ryo has concern, assistance for, suggesting a complex relationship. Below Ryo, we see another man, Guro, who is described as child, possibly indicating a subordinate or someone Ryo is in a superior position to. Below Tom is a list titled Dobuita People, listing many names, suggesting these are the residents or people frequently encountered in the Dobuita area of Yokosuka. Below Nozomi is a list titled Ryo's Opponents, listing names of characters who are likely antagonists or rivals to Ryo in the game. At the bottom of the page it says Shenmue Famous Lines Collection, and features a quote by Ryo, "Oh, is it this late already?" which is described as being said in the morning upon waking up. Dobuita People. Ryo's Opponents. Shenmue Famous Lines Collection. Ryo, oh, is it this late already? Morning waking up. This page depicts a character relationship diagram from the game, focusing on several key figures and their connections. At the top, we see Lan Di and Chen Patriarch. Their relationship is described as hostile, indicating they are rivals or enemies within the game's storyline. Below Lan Di and Chen Patriarch, connected by a support relationship from Chen Patriarch to Lan Di, is Chai. Chai is shown as being utilized or used by Lan Di, suggesting a manipulative dynamic. Chai is also marked as hostile towards Terry, who is positioned below him. Terry and Charlie are both described as subordinates or henchmen of Chai, implying a hierarchical structure within this group. Separately, to the left is Mark, whose connection to the group is described as harassment or bullying, hinting at a more antagonistic role, perhaps as someone who causes trouble for the main characters or others depicted in the diagram. The diagram also highlights important plot elements. The connection between Chen Patriarch and Lan Di is labeled Father's Enemy, a crucial point in the Shenmue narrative, driving Ryo Hazuki's quest for revenge. The link from Lan Di downwards is labeled Aiming for the Phoenix Mirror, pointing towards the central artifact Lan Di is seeking and the object of conflict in the game. To the left of Mark, there's a part-time job colleague label, likely indicating Mark's association with Ryo through his work. Below the diagram there's a section titled Battle Personnel. This is a list of names, presumably characters involved in battles within the game. It seems to be an extensive list of various characters players might encounter. At the very bottom, we find a quote attributed to Ryo, saying, "Gotta use it carefully," while taking pocket money from In. This is a memorable line that reflects Ryo's personality and the financial constraints within the game, where managing money is a key aspect. This quote is part of the Shenmue Famous Lines collection, suggesting this page is highlighting iconic elements and quotes from the game. Character relationship diagram. Battle personnel. Ryo, gotta use it carefully, taking pocket money from In. Shenmue Famous Lines collection. This page depicts an organization chart of villainous groups in Shenmue, detailing the relationships between three key factions: the Keiyumon, the Chen faction, and the Mad Angels. The Keiyumon, led by Soryu, Blue Dragon, is described as a vast shadowy organization rooted in Beijing and extending throughout China. Their influence in the Chinese underworld is immeasurable, promising prosperity to allies and death to enemies. Many organizations seek to align with them, yet their immense size means they disregard smaller, weaker groups. Becoming part of Keiyumon's fold guarantees prosperity. The text mentions Chai as man in black suit under Keiyumon. In contrast, the Chen faction, headed by Master Chen and featuring Guizhong Chen, is depicted as legitimate traders with significant financial and commercial power in New Yokosuka Harbor. While they engage in some illicit import activities, they strictly avoid arms and drug trafficking, especially anything harmful to people, particularly children, as it goes against Master Chen's principles. They maintain a clear distinction from the Mad Angels' unscrupulous activities. The Mad Angels, led by Terry, are in a rivalrous position with both the Keiyumon and the Chen faction. Originally a minor force, Terry's charisma and leadership allowed them to rapidly expand by incorporating biker gangs and foreign sailors. They are currently in conflict with the Chen faction. Terry, viewing the Chen faction as an obstacle, aims to expand his power by aligning with Keiyumon and eliminate the Chen faction entirely. He dreams of establishing a solid control over Yokosuka and eventually becoming a leader within Keiyumon. However, Keiyumon views the Mad Angels as merely a stepping stone for their full-scale entry into Japan and likely intends to discard them later. Master Chen's faction, despite being rivals with the Mad Angels, had maintained a balance of power. However, with the Mad Angels potentially joining forces with Keiyumon, Chen fears the balance will collapse, and New Yokosuka Harbor will fall under the Mad Angels' control, destroying his faction's roots. To prevent this, the Chen faction is monitoring the Mad Angels' movements to stop the important Dragon Ceremony meeting with Keiyumon. The Mad Angels have three main leaders under Terry: Pedro, Satoshi Nagata, and Charlie, with heads like Shingo Murasaki and Tsunemi Okuyasu beneath them, mainly foreign sailors. Satoshi Nagata leads the most hot-blooded members, while Charlie controls the bikers. Foreign sailor groups, led by Tony and Smith, are under Terry's influence but maintain their territorial awareness and pride, sometimes making them less than fully cooperative with the Mad Angels. This page effectively sets the stage for the conflict in Shenmue, highlighting the complex power dynamics between these organizations and hinting at the challenges Ryo Hazuki will face in Yokosuka. Dealing with these groups and understanding their motivations is a significant part of the game's early chapters. This page showcases the stage settings of Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka, taking place in 1986 in Yokosuka. It explains that while the entire Yokosuka area is the game's setting, the maps are limited to 4 key locations: Yamano's, Sakuragaoka, Dobuita, and New Yokosuka Harbor. The page includes map illustrations for each of these areas: Dobuita, the Hazuki residence, New Yokosuka Harbor, and Yamano's and Sakuragaoka. These maps are presented to explain the stage settings and are designed to create a Shenmue-like atmosphere. It's mentioned that the scale and proportions of these in-game maps are intentionally altered for gameplay convenience, and this should be understood beforehand. The page also features a section titled Map Correlation Diagram. This section explains that the 4 map diagrams represent the movable areas in the game and their interrelations. However, it's clarified that in reality, due to event progression, you might directly travel between areas like the Hazuki residence and New Yokosuka Harbor. Furthermore, with the area jump setting enabled, players can directly access each area from the Hazuki residence. The caption under the image describes the map transition process. As you reach a map transition point, data is loaded from the disk, the screen dims, and you then move to the new location. At the bottom there is a section labeled 32 Shenmue Name Dictionary Collection. It includes a quote by Ryo Hazuki saying, "Want to hang out for a bit? No, I'll pass for today," which is said in front of the Abe Store Gashapon machine. Map explanation. Shenmue Chapter 1, Yokosuka, is set in Yokosuka in 1986. However, the areas you can actually walk around are limited to 4 locations: Yamano's, Sakuragaoka, Dobuita, and New Yokosuka Harbor. Here, when showing the maps of each area, we will explain them from the perspective of stage setting. Please note that from the next page onwards, to bring out the Shenmue-like atmosphere, the scale and proportions of the maps in the game are deliberately changed in certain parts. We ask for your understanding in advance. Dobuita, P36, Bus Transit, Walking Hazuki Residence, P33, New Yokosuka Harbor, P38, Yamanos and Sakuragoka, P34. Map Correlation Diagram. The 4 diagrams above show the interrelationships between the movable areas in the game. However, in reality, depending on event progression, there are cases where you can go directly from the Hazuki residence to New Yokosuka Harbor. Also, if you have the area jump setting turned on, you will be able to directly access each area from the Hazuki residence. Up pointing arrow when you approach a point where the map switches, data is read from the disk, the screen dims, and then you move to a new area, a new location. 32 Shenmue Name Dictionary Collection. Filled Diamond Rio says, want to hang out for a bit. No, I'll pass for today, in front of the Abe Store Gashapon. This page depicts a blueprint of the Hazuki residence, the home of Ryo Hazuki's family. We can see the layout of this spacious traditional Japanese house, which is said to have originally been a temple. The blueprint labels various rooms, giving us insight into the residence. There's a Wow Hazuki's private room, although the text notes he is no longer present, adding a layer of melancholy to the image. Ryo Hazuki's private room is described as simple, reflecting his youthful nature. We also see the private room of In Hayata, the live-in housekeeper, and the room of Fukuhara filled with magazines and weekly publications, hinting at his character. The house also includes a formal guest room, a living room, a kitchen, and even a Buddhist altar room, highlighting the traditional aspects of the home. Interestingly, the description mentions the house lacks a bath, which is unusual in Japan, and wonders how the Hazuki family manages in the mountainous area where even public baths are scarce. It also points out the abundance of mandarin orange and apple boxes in closets, suggesting the Hazuki family's fondness for these fruits, a detail players might remember noticing in the game. Finally, it reveals a secret basement, originally a temple treasure hall, adding an element of mystery. Explanation. The Hazuki residence, which is said to have been a temple originally, is spacious. Ryo's room, simple despite his youth, Fukuhara's room full of magazines and weekly magazines, In's room for the live-in helper, Owao's room now without its master, a splendid Buddhist altar room, kitchen, reception room, and so on. From our perspective, living in the year 2000, it's an enviable mansion. However, the only drawback is that it doesn't have a bath. It's understandable since it's an old-fashioned house. But in these mountain ridges where even public baths are nowhere to be seen, what do the Hazuki family members do? It's a point of endless interest. Speaking of endless interest, there are numerous cardboard boxes of mandarin oranges from Wakayama and apples from Aomori in the closets and such. The Hazuki family members seem to like mandarin oranges and apples. By the way, while there's no bath, there's a secret basement that was originally the treasure hall of the temple. Okay, excuse me. Right now, I'm a little busy, misunderstanding Ryo, who is talking to her as hitting on her. This page depicts a map of Sakuragoka, which translates to Cherry Tree Hill. It's a residential area in Shenmue with Sakuragoka Park highlighted in yellow. You can see directions pointing towards Dobuita Street from Sakuragoka. Notable locations and residents marked include Nishida's place, Shiba Residence, Abe's Store, Hirano's house, Kondo's house, Yamagishi's place, Ito's house, Tajima Residence, Mishima's place, Akasaka's house, Mitsui's residence, Yamamoto's house, Takahashi's house, Nomura's house, Iwata's place, Ken's house, Takashima's residence, Sumitani's house, Heights Sakura Apartments, Takamoto's house, Sugisawa's place, and the bridge. Many players might remember navigating Sakuragoka to find characters or reach specific locations, with the park being a central landmark. Sakuragoka. To Dobuita. In the game, the Takamoto house is still under construction, and it is a construction site. 34 Shenmue Town Music Collection. Heart Mario Hope and Date, nice right? A voice asking for directions to Susumu Park. This page depicts a map of the Yamanos area, a significant location in the Shenmue game, highlighting key places like Yoshioka, Sakurada, Yamano's Inari Shrine, Izumaya, Nakamura, Aoyama, and the Hazuki residence. Yamano's is shown prominently with its name written in large characters twice on the page. Explanation. Originally, this area was mostly temples and shrines. After the war, residential land development progressed, and now apartments and other buildings stand side by side, Yamano's Inari Shrine is located in this area and is a place associated with foxes and raccoon dogs from long ago. Recently, their figures are not seen as much anymore. By the way, Sakurada Saburo is in Yamano's junior high school in this mountain area. In this area, Yamano's is a place of the same class as Sakurada and Aoyama. In the past, Sakurada Saburo lived in Yamano's and was known for raising falcons. And in Yamano's, the sound of falcons was a familiar sound in the morning and evening, which was a notable characteristic for local residents. Yamano's, Sakuragaoka. In this area, which is being swept by the wave of residential land development, there is still a lot of nature left. Sakuragaoka is a place name that comes from the cherry blossoms that remain as a representative of that nature. During cherry blossom viewing season in spring, Sakuragaoka Park and its surroundings are quite lively. On a clear day, you might see people enjoying cherry blossom viewing, buying snacks at the nearby Abe Shoten, and forgetting the hustle and bustle of everyday life. This page depicts a map of Dobuita Street, a famous shopping street in Yokosuka. The map showcases various shops and establishments such as Bob's Pizza, Bar Heartbeats, Tomato Mart, Asia Travel Agency, and Hamburger Honeybee, among others, illustrating a lively commercial district with diverse businesses. Dobuita Street, this town vibrant with an almost intoxicating energy, is Yokosuka's renowned shopping arcade. Its name originates from the time when drain covers were placed over the open sewer that once ran nearby. While open sewers are no longer present today due to advancements in water and sewage systems, the intricate human tapestry woven by local residents, merchants, tourists, soldiers, and even yakuza resembles the iridescent sheen of oil floating on the surface of a nostalgic open sewer. Now, regarding Dobuita itself, it can be broadly categorized into three areas: the shopping street in the north, the entertainment district to the west, and the apartment street to the south. The shopping street is densely packed with various stores, especially known for its numerous dining establishments. From authentic Chinese restaurants run by Chinese residents to time-honored soba noodle shops, the variety is extensive. Furthermore, unique stores characteristic of Yokosuka, a city hosting a U.S. military base, such as Sukahen specialty shops and military surplus stores, are also present. The presence of this military base significantly influences the entertainment district, evident in the abundance of bars with names in horizontal script like Heartbeats, Bar Yokosuka, and MJQ. In the entertainment district during the night, off-duty soldiers congregate, spending money freely and boosting the local economy. Although occasional troubles with local residents, such as fights, may arise, they appear to have become integrated into the fabric of this town. Explanation. This page depicts a map of an area in Yokosuka, showcasing various locations that are part of Ryo Hazuki's investigation in Shenmue. You can see familiar places like the Flower Shop Smiley, Game Center U, where players can enjoy arcade games, Barber Maeda, Meat Shop Tamura, and the soba restaurant Yamaji. There are also coffee shops named Wakaba and Tsukushi, Maison Ishikawa, Nagai Business, Jeans Dragon Volume 2, and even Mochizuki. Locations such as World Travel, Miyata Shop, Mary Trading Company, Wappen Bakery, Komine, Sukahen, Jupiter's, Hirata Store, Tsukikuma Parking Lot, and Suzume Park are also marked on the map. The new Yokosuka Harbor bus stop is indicated, along with directions to Sakuragaoka. These locations are central to the game as Ryo explores Dobuita Street, interacting with its residents and shopkeepers in his quest to uncover the truth about his father's death and find Lan Di. Players will remember spending considerable time navigating this map, talking to people, and engaging in mini-games at places like Game Center U, making these locations very memorable. New Yokosuka Port-bound bus stop, Flower Shop Smiley, Tobacco, Hirata Store, Monthly Parking Lot, Barber Maeda, Komine Bakery, Wappen, Mary Trading Company, Miyata Shop, World Travel Agency, Jupiter's, Sukahen, Meat Shop Tamura, Suzume Park, Game Center U, Soba Restaurant Yamaji, Nagai Business, Maison Ishikawa Barbershop Coffee Shop Tsukushi, to Sakuragaoka, Coffee Shop Wakaba, to Sakuragaoka, Mochizuki, Jeans Dragon Volume 2, Water Dragon Volume 2. This page depicts a map of an area in Yokosuka, likely representing Dobuita Street and its surroundings from the game. The map highlights the old warehouse district labeled IS and the area of Amihama, labeled as. Various locations are marked with numbers, and there are illustrations of sea creatures such as a starfish, sea urchin, and sea cucumber, suggesting a coastal environment. The map also includes a bus stop marked as and a public telephone symbol. Directions from Dobuita and to Dobuita are also indicated on the map. The text on the page includes the title Shenmue Famous Lines Collection. There is also a quote attributed to Ai, stating, "I really want to sing karaoke loudly," and it is noted that this was said when spoken to at the storefront. This page depicts Shenmue Yokosuka Port. Shenmue Yokosuka Port is a place that can be described as a symbol of the seaside town of Yokosuka, with vast grounds lined with warehouses, trading company offices, and heavy machinery such as gantry cranes. At the entrance, which is Natari Wharf, cargo is loaded and unloaded every day. The entire new warehouse district has 18 warehouses, and many forklifts come and go busily. The reason for specifically saying new warehouse district is that there is another old warehouse district to the northwest of the port. Most of the facilities there are now dilapidated and no longer in use. Some say ghosts appear there, and there are warehouses where U.S. military supplies and discarded weapons were secretly brought in and stored. However, even now, the old warehouse district's warehouse number 1 and warehouse number 8 are used to store valuable cargo such as antiques, high-class food items, and art objects. Unremarkable security guards patrol the unpopular old warehouse district groups. By the way, in this Shenmue Yokosuka port, a recent problem has surfaced. It seems that biker gangs are gathering there. It is said that because the site is vast and desolate at night, the port, which is usually bustling with activity, becomes a perfect playground for them. However, for nearby residents and port-related personnel, they are nothing but a nuisance. However, based on their stories, it seems that the nearby police are finally starting to crack down on them. Filled Diamond New Warehouse District Facility List 1, Warehouse Number 1, 2, Warehouse Number 2, 3, Warehouse Number 3, 4, Warehouse Number 4, 5, Warehouse Number 5, 6, Warehouse Number 6, 7, Warehouse Number 7, 8, Warehouse Number 8, 9, Warehouse Number 9, 10, Warehouse Number 10, 11, Warehouse Number 11, 12, Warehouse Number 12, 13, Warehouse Number 13, 14, Warehouse Number 14, 15, Warehouse Number 15, 16, Warehouse Number 16, 17, Warehouse Number 17, 18, Warehouse Number 18, 19, Observation Tower Construction Site, 20, Alpha Trading, 21, Port Canteen, 22, Port Rest Area, Filled Diamond Old Warehouse District Facility List 1, Old Warehouse Number 1, 2, Old Warehouse Number 2, 3, Old Warehouse Number 3, 4, Old Warehouse Number 4, 5, Old Warehouse Number 5, 6, Old Warehouse Number 6, 7, Old Warehouse Number 7, 8, Old Warehouse Number 8, 9, Old Warehouse Number 9. The sound effect near the helicopter image says fluttering sound. King says, "I don't have small change," in front of the vending machine. Chateau Nagoya editing. This page depicts a page from a magazine or book discussing feng shui and misfortune in a house, specifically focusing on the Hazuki family from the Shenmue game. It features two characters, Ryo Hazuki, referred to as eldest son Rakun, and Isan, referred to as housewife Ison, who is seeking consultation. The page is divided into sections, starting with titles like Series, Feng Shui File, and House Feng Shui Invited Father's Misfortune, indicating the theme of the article. It recounts an incident from November 1986 where the consultant Isan witnessed a disturbing scene involving men in black Chinese clothing and sunglasses after hearing a car brake loudly. This incident is described as the murder of Isan's employer's husband by a mysterious man, leaving the family in disarray. The House Feng Shui and Good Fortune section delves into analyzing the feng shui of the house, highlighting negative aspects like the bad feng shui galore, with issues related to the Demon Gate toilet, and the eldest son's room being in the back Demon Gate. The analysis mentions missing sectors in the west and northwest of the house layout, which are considered bad feng shui. It also discusses positive aspects like protruding sections in the southeast and east, associated with good fortune and the character of the eldest son Ryo. The character descriptions provide context. Ryo Hazuki is an 18-year-old high school student whose father was murdered, and he is now consumed by revenge. Isan is a housewife who has worked for the Hazuki family for many years and is seeking consultation due to the ongoing misfortune. Shenmue Hyperspace, examining the Hazuki house with feng shui. Series, Feng Shui File, House Feng Shui Invited Father's Misfortune, Yokosuka City, Isan's Consultation. Incident, family torn apart by murder by a mysterious man. It was the end of November 1986. Our consultant, Mrs. I, was startled by the unpleasant sound of car brakes from the direction of the front entrance. When Mrs. I rushed outside, she saw two men in black sunglasses standing in the broad daylight in a manner that was anything but pleasant, and behind them stood a beautiful man in Chinese clothing, Mr. Lan Di. Mrs. I felt an indescribable murderous intent from the man in Chinese clothing, and was speechless. The Phoenix Mirror, where is it? It took Mrs. I several seconds to understand that the man's words were directed at her. The man grabbed the arm of the elderly Mrs. I, who tried to resist, and brutally threw her aside, and then commanded the two men in black to ransack the house. At this time, the master of the H house was in the dojo in the detached building. Somehow, the master was informed of this emergency and instructed Mrs. I. However, his heart was not at ease. What happened after that is something Mrs. I doesn't want to talk about. While the mother was searching for someone to rely on and walking around the dojo, the man in Chinese clothing and his group broke in, and just slightly delayed. Mr. R., the eldest son of the H family, returned home. Mr. R. heard the situation from Mrs. I, who was still unable to stand up, and immediately rushed into the dojo. It was too late. When Mr. R. arrived at the dojo, the master was already dead. It is said that the master died at the hands of the gangsters. Eldest son, Rakun. Rakun is an 18-year-old 3rd-year high school student. He was caught up in the incident where his father was murdered. Currently, he spends his days at home while pursuing the Chinese men who are his enemies. Housewife, Ison. Our consultant this time. Mrs. I has been working for the H house for many years as a housekeeper. She hoped to meet with the master of the H house to discuss the situation. Even as a servant, she could never forgive such disrespect to her master's residence. However, Mrs. I's sense of justice was not understood by the men. Going forward, later Rakun went to the dojo. Soon, only the men in Chinese clothing and their group left, leaving behind the eldest son's cry echoing in the H house. And at that time, the master had already lost his life at the hands of the violent men. Mrs. I continues to work for the H house, enduring the grief and serving as a housekeeper. She is consulted by Mrs. H, the wife, about various matters and is always willing to listen. Mr. Rakun is also pursuing revenge, and Mrs. I watches over him with concern, unable to say anything, and often worries and cannot sleep at night. It is said that Mr. Rakun is currently taking action to avenge his father's death. We can only pray that he will restrain his reckless actions and act calmly while keeping his composure. House feng shui and good fortune, bad feng shui galore. Toilet in the demon gate, eldest son's room in the back demon gate. Oh dear, this is a tragedy in broad daylight that should not have happened in modern times. The seeds of this tragedy were, in fact, within the H house itself. Let's examine the numerous evil omens hidden in this house one by one. Diamond suit, absence of the head of the household, missing west and northwest. First, please look at the diagram on the top of the next page. This is a diagram of the H house's floor plan divided into 12 directions based on feng shui. First of all, what is concerning is the lack of buildings in the west and northwest directions. To put it bluntly, this lack in the northwest is a very bad omen. Originally, missing sections in buildings are bad omens no matter where they are in the east, west, south, or north. In this case, the lack in the west represents disharmony, financial difficulties, and lack of food and drink, while the lack in the northwest represents the absence or disadvantage of the head of the household and elders. In particular, the lack in the northwest is said to have an omen of being caught up in trouble at the pace of the other party, and a common point to be noted in this incident can be found. Furthermore, this lack in the northwest also represents fatal physical abnormalities such as the head, heart, lungs, bones, and blood vessels. Next, let's focus on the protruding sections that are auspicious in reverse. Although there are not many protruding sections in this house, the only major protrusion is in the southeast and east directions. The protruding section itself is just a shed, but this shed is connected to the second-floor rooms. It seems that there is a key to good fortune in this second-floor room. This second-floor room is located in the daytime direction and is Mrs. I's room. The consultant this time. The southeast protrusion indicates good fortune in accumulating trust and achievements, obtaining information, and so on. In other words, it suggests the possibility that Mrs. I herself can turn the misfortune of this H house into good fortune by gaining the trust of people who can help with information gathering. Also, another protrusion is the kitchen protrusion towards the east. This protrusion towards the east is, in feng shui terms, in the direction of the eldest son, successor, indicating that the successor, eldest son, is forward-looking and positive, and possesses youthful emotions. However, this also includes aspects of being easily angered and having poor blood circulation, which are minus aspects. Therefore, regarding the information provided by Mrs. I earlier, the The human support aspect of the eldest son may be weak. Furthermore, although there is no protrusion to the south, the east protrusion indicates the personality of the eldest son, such as being action-oriented, liking music, valuing rhythm, and being sensitive to sound. Here, let's consider the protrusions further, focusing on the contrast between west and east. First, the protrusion towards the east indicates progress, while the protrusion towards the west indicates delay. In other words, in this H house where the east is protruding and the west is lacking, progress, protrusion, is large. And delay, lack, is small lack, which means that impulsive, reckless, and violent actions are likely to occur. According to Mrs. I's letter, Mr. Rikun, the eldest son, is currently, unless a specific room or object becomes a demon gate, there is no need to be so concerned. Now, what is the case with this H house? First, let's look at the demon gate. Here, it is the toilet. This is very bad. It is a thoroughly bad house feng shui. Also, there is a back door that is easily misunderstood in the northeast, but placing a toilet and a back door in the demon gate is something that should not be done. Possible misfortunes caused by this are the dissipation of wealth and property, disadvantages for people ranging from the head of the household to successors, disharmony and quarrels, etc. According to Mrs. I's letter, even the mourners were fighting over inheritance, and it seems that they were even fighting over household goods, which is truly a small misfortune. This can be said to be a disaster caused by the evil omens of the demon gate. Next, let's turn our attention to the back demon gate. Here, this page depicts the floor plan of the H house. The text analyzes the feng shui of the house, focusing on the placement of rooms and their implications for the residents. The room of Rikun, who is the eldest son, is described. The bed's position facing west is mentioned to represent the son's easygoing nature. It notes that if the house is facing the road in a T intersection, it is not a bad omen and can be considered reassuring. There's a discussion about improving the luck of the house, stating that while the feng shui is considerably flawed, it's not a reason to give up. The aim is to improve bad luck and attract good fortune, which is the fundamental purpose of feng shui. The text highlights the strengths and weaknesses of the H house's layout and proposes ways to improve it. One point of concern is the back demon gate, which is associated with feminine traits. It mentions that the entrance aligns with this back demon gate, which is considered unlucky as it can hinder new relationships and social connections. It suggested that this might be why new disciples are not easily gathering at the H house's dojo recently, according to Ison. The text then discusses two strong points of the house. Strong point 1. The younger disciples' room, located in the south, is considered auspicious for fame, social standing, and position. It mentions that this is good for a younger disciple who is expected to be a reliable caretaker while the head of the family is away. However, it also warns of the disciple potentially becoming overly confident and suggests that Ison should keep a close eye on them in a supervisory role. Strong point 2. The head of the family's room where the deceased former head resided is described as being a peaceful and pure place. Finally, the text offers improvement points. It suggests that the current layout, which has accumulated bad feng shui over time, has led to a situation where the center of the house is weakened, resulting in a lack of central figures. To address this, it recommends moving the toilet to increase the size of the west side of the house, making the center of the house the dining room or Ison's room. This would create a new central place for the H house, with Ison, who is already managing the household finances, at its heart. It encourages those concerned to work hard to revitalize the H house. The text at the top reads, H house floor plan. The text snippets around the floor plan read, position and orientation are also important for the main gate. If the main gate is directly in line with the entrance, it's considered bad feng shui. It's recommended to plant tall trees in between or devise ways to prevent bad energy from flowing directly into the entrance. If these measures are taken, it should be generally okay. In the left diagram, the toilet appears to be protruding, but actually, the outer wall is flat. There's no need to worry about protrusions or deficiencies in the demon gate direction. Rikun's room. Rikun's bed is in the west. The west pillow represents enjoyment and relaxation. It is said to be facing the house in a T intersection, which is not a bad omen, so you can feel reassured. The dojo mentioned in the consultation is located on the east side of the mother's room. This itself is a very auspicious placement in terms of location. There is no problem in terms of its position. The flow of fortune should not be interrupted. To achieve the great ambition of avenging his father's enemy, he must become like a demon. Therefore, for opening up his fortune, place guardian dogs in the northeast direction of the entrance and other areas. The text under the Improvement Points section reads, Improvement Points. First, renovate the toilet to improve the bad feng shui of the house. Currently, the accumulated bad feng shui has created a situation where the center of the house is weak, meaning there is no central figure. To resolve this at once, the aim is to move the toilet. Expanding the west side of the house is the most effective. By expanding the house to the west, the center of the house becomes the dining room. Or alternatively, moving it to Isen's room can create a new central location for the H house. Since Isen is already managing the H house's finances as the housekeeper, having her at the center of the H house is not inappropriate. By all means, please do your best and strive to revitalize the H house. The text at the bottom with the clover symbol reads, Reference mark tattoos are not a hobby. Beautiful eyes glaring and looking into the distance in Takajo. The text at the bottom right reads, Shenmue Place Name Dictionary, 41. This page depicts CG models of pigeons from Shenmue, showcasing 2 gray pigeons and 1 white pigeon. The page emphasizes the detail and realism of these pigeons in the game. Shenmue CG Pickup Pigeon. Buildings, people, interior decorations, and other large props. When your eyes are accustomed to these, what awakens the user's eyes is this pigeon. Thanks to excellent motion program technology, it shows movements as if it were truly alive. A small and cute creature. When you enlarge it like this, it's a little scary though. This page depicts a dragon illustration at the bottom. This page is titled Shenmue World Guidance. It is Chapter 1 System Edition. If the construction of the worldview is the flesh of the game, then the basic system is the body of the game. In other words, without this, it cannot begin. In this chapter, we will carefully explain the basics of such an important game system. This page depicts a guide to the basic controls in the game Shenmue. The page is divided into sections detailing the controls during normal gameplay and free battle, as well as specific actions like zooming in, using items, changing viewpoint, and using registered techniques. You can see a Dreamcast controller layout is prominently featured with labels and explanations for each button. In the zoom-in section, there's an image showing what looks like a traditional Japanese jacket or kimono with the kanji character, Hazuki, on it, which is likely related to the Hazuki family, the family of the main character Ryo Hazuki. The item usage section displays an image of a Timex watch, an item Ryo might use in the game. In the viewpoint change section, you can see a scene from the game depicting Ryo in what seems to be a natural environment, possibly in the Hazuki residence area. Finally, the registered techniques section shows a combat scene, highlighting the fighting aspect of Shenmue. The text explains that mastering the controls is key to enjoying Shenmue, emphasizing the use of the direction buttons and L trigger for movement, and the analog stick and R trigger for exploration. It suggests that players should initially separate these control methods. Here are the translations of the text sections, basic operations. Within the game, there are various actions you can perform, and mastering the controls to play Shenmue is essential. Remember the roles assigned to each button and try to move Ryo swiftly and dynamically. Normal time. Movement is primarily controlled by the direction buttons or the L trigger, while exploration is handled by the analog stick or the R trigger. It's best to differentiate and use them separately at first to avoid confusion. L trigger. When pressed, Ryo will run in the direction he is facing. The running speed increases with continued input. While running, you can change direction by pressing left or right on the direction buttons. R trigger. When pressed, the viewpoint switches to Ryo's perspective, allowing you to explore the surroundings. After switching to Ryo's viewpoint by pressing the R trigger, use the analog stick to look around and investigate. Analog direction key allows you to look around in various directions, primarily used during zoom mode when the R trigger is pressed. Direction buttons. Pressing up moves the screen towards the back. Pressing left or right moves left or right respectively, causing Ryo to walk. Pressing down makes Ryo turn around. Lightly pressing up, down, left or right allows Ryo to take a step in each direction. Item usage. Use items by pressing the Y button to open the system window. Start button. Pauses the game and brings up the help screen. X button. Opens the memo screen where you can review things you've heard so far. Y button. Opens the system window to use items or check your current status. B button, used to cancel selections, etc. Press it while moving to stop. If you only use the direction buttons while pressing the B button, you can change only the direction without moving. A button, used to talk to people, pick up items, and perform various other actions. Zoom in. Pressing the R trigger switches to Ryo's viewpoint and zooms in. Free battle time. During free battles, simply mashing attack buttons won't work. Properly timing the use of the Y button to parry or evade enemy attacks is crucial. L trigger. Pressing it makes Ryo run. If you continue to hold it down, Ryo will keep running unless he bumps into an opponent. You can also change running direction by using the direction buttons in combination. R trigger. Uses registered techniques. Any complex command inputs can be registered and executed with a single R trigger press. Analog direction key. You can change the battle viewpoint. It's not very practical though. Direction buttons. Pressing up moves towards the back of the screen, pressing down moves towards the front, and pressing left or right moves left or right respectively. You can perform various techniques and actions by using them in combination with other buttons. Start button. Pauses the game, brings up the operation method screen and help screen. X button. Performs hand techniques. Y button. Performs defensive actions. Press it with good timing in response to enemy attacks. Quick forward, back, or escape movements are also possible in combination with the direction buttons. B button. Performs throw techniques. Sometimes it is possible to restrain or subdue an opponent. A button. Performs foot techniques. Viewpoint change. Use the analog direction key or the Y button to turn the viewpoint towards your opponent. Registered techniques. If you register techniques on the full body scroll screen, complex command input techniques can be performed with a single press of the R trigger. Y button. Defensive actions are performed. Time your press to match the opponent's attack. This page explains the 4 game modes in Shenmue and the options settings available to players. Starting with the game modes, there are 4 types in Shenmue, and you will switch between them as the story progresses. It's a good idea to understand each mode before you start playing. The first mode is Free Quest. This is the main game mode where you freely move around Yokosuka, the game's setting, to explore people and places. You gather information and solve mysteries through conversations with people as you advance the story. This is the core of the gameplay. You can see in the picture that the situation changes as time passes. Next is QTE. When you encounter certain events, you'll be required to make split-second decisions and perform actions. These events are represented with on-screen button prompts. The input time window varies depending on the event, so aim for accurate inputs, though complex controls aren't necessary. Then there's Free Battle. When you are in Free Quest mode gathering information, you may encounter situations where you have to fight, which transitions you to Free Battle mode. Battles are not always one-on-one. You may face multiple enemies. In the image, you can see that the operation is not difficult, but input timing according to the situation is crucial. Finally, there is View mode. In specific scenes, dynamic camera work is employed to enhance the story and events. This is View mode. During View mode, no input is required, so you can relax and enjoy the scene. It is described as View mode equals famous scene. Moving on to the options settings, these settings can be adjusted from the Start menu, Save Point menu in Ryo's room and system windows to make your gameplay more comfortable. Here are 4 options introduced. First is Kid mode. In memo and help screens, the text displayed is switched to hiragana and katakana when this mode is turned on. It's a thoughtful feature in this game where many difficult kanji characters are used, as seen in the example of 10 years old for help memos, etc. Hiragana is convenient. Conversations are still voiced and the kanji in memos are handled by this mode. Next is Magic Weather. You can choose whether to use weather data specifically created for the game or weather data from the Yokohama Local Meteorological Observatory from 1986, the year the game is set in. This setting is reflected in the game and changes the atmosphere. It is suggested to try changing it once to see the difference. This setting is not reflected during gameplay and will not be displayed unless you clear the game and view the options again. Then we have Voice and Subtitles. You can set voice and subtitles for the appearing characters to on or off. Naturally, you can turn both voice and subtitles on or off, and even have a mode where subtitles are displayed only when conversations are skipped. It is mentioned that it's obvious that both can be turned off, but not both on. It is advised to check the subtitles as information. In the example image, it says, Voice and subtitles allow you to proceed with the game. Subtitles are displayed even when skipping dialogue, making it easier to understand the information. Lastly, there's 70-man battle. This 70-man battle is prepared as a game-ending event and can be played immediately from the Start menu's options. Clear time can be registered in network rankings. Like Magic Weather, clear time is added when clearing the game. The example shows a ranking screen with first place rank in, 70 people defeated, and a time of 8 hours 56 minutes and 0 seconds. it is mentioned that Shenmue Passport is used for clear time registration. This page depicts information about the free quest game mode. The main character, Ryo Hazuki, is searching for clues about his father's death as he walks around Yokosuka. This action is mainly carried out within the free quest mode. Basic actions are predetermined, such as conversations, searches, and obtaining or using items, but how to use them is up to the player. This game has a high degree of freedom, so it's good to keep the basics in mind. Movement. In towns and buildings, walking is the main mode of transportation. If you press up on the directional button, Ryo, who is shown from behind on the screen, will move forward. If you input left or right, he will walk in those directions, but if you keep pressing, he will continue to walk in a circle. It's better to think of left and right as for changing direction. To turn around, press down on the directional button to turn Ryo around and change his direction, then press up. If you want to move faster, use running by inputting the L trigger. While running, you can change direction with the directional buttons left and right, and press the B button to stop suddenly. By the way, there are some restrictions on movement within areas, but area jumping in the option settings is recommended. Walk. This is the standard method of movement. It is important to use it when you want to perform detailed movements for conversations and searches. Run. As you get used to the game, you will use this more often. Running through corners is easy, and it is the usual method of movement on familiar roads. Bus. Move from Dobuita to New Yokosuka Port by bus. Be careful about departure times and fares. Other vehicles. These are event-limited, such as bikes and forklifts. Bikes are also available at night in Sakuragaoka. They are also methods of transportation. Conversation. Conversation is the best way to get information. When you are near someone, press the A button to talk to them. If there are people within conversational range, an A button icon will be displayed in the bottom right of the screen. So check the display and then press the A button. During a conversation, pressing the B button will skip the conversation except in C mode. Talk. You can only talk to people who are facing you. It is also possible to talk to people while moving. Screen switching during conversations is noticeable. The name below the character is Nozomi Harasaki, as action selector. When you are asked for a response, select the action button within the time limit. If you don't input within the time limit, it will be invalid. Look. To investigate inside stores and rooms, switch to Ryo's viewpoint. Inputting the R trigger will switch to zoom viewpoint, and if you look at a specific object, it will be locked on. To unlock the lock-on, press the B button. To change the viewing angle, use the analog stick or directional buttons. Make detailed adjustments to find the truth. Look around. Move the viewpoint with the analog stick or directional buttons to look around. Viewpoint operation is the basis of exploration. Zoom in. R trigger zooms in, trigger out zooms out, and trigger and directional buttons can also adjust the viewpoint position. This page depicts information about items, weather and time, and killing time in the game. Items. As the story progresses, you will acquire various items by purchasing them at stores or receiving them from others. To check the items you have obtained, press the Y button to display the system window. The items listed in the upper frame of the system window are those that may be required for events or can be used as items. Items that do not fall into these categories are listed below system icons for collections and cassettes in the second row from the top. Please check them from time to time. For items you have multiple of, the number is displayed in the bottom right corner of the system window. How to obtain items, * lock-on. Press the R trigger to switch the viewpoint, then move the viewpoint closer to the target item to lock on. * reach out. While locked on, press the A button, and Ryo's hand will reach out. * get. While holding the item, press the A button again to obtain the item. Examine closely. For items in the system window, if you move the cursor to an item icon and press the A or Y button, that item will be displayed enlarged. Use the directional buttons and triggers to check every detail. Use when an item is enlarged and displayed as shown on the left. If the item can be used in the place where it is displayed, you can use it by pressing the A or Y button again. If it cannot be used, nothing will happen in the enlarged display only. In any case, press the button and check to see what action is appropriate. Weather and time. In the world of Shenmue, just like in the real world, there is the flow of time, time control, and changes in the weather, magic weather. Time flows from the morning's visit to noon, then to dusk, and finally to night, and the scenery changes accordingly. The people who appear in the game also live their lives and act according to the passage of time. Ryo's daily life starts at 8:30 a.m. and continues until 11:30 p.m. when he goes to bed. Bedtime is possible after 8 p.m. Events may occur outside of these times, but try to make effective use of your time within this time frame. The weather changes from sunny to cloudy to snow, and the time progresses from morning to evening to night. Killing time during gameplay. When the time for the next event is specified, many players seem to have spare time to wait. This waiting time is the time to explore the world of Shenmue. Try visiting places you don't usually go to. Otherwise, playing at the game center or slot house will help you forget the passage of time. If you don't want to spend money, practicing your skills is also a good idea. Game Center U is the best place to kill time. The better you get at the minigames, the faster time will fly by. This page depicts a guide on quick time events, or QTEs, within a game, likely Shenmue, explaining their mechanics and structure. We can see images of game scenes in dark alleys and streets, featuring in-game characters. In one image we see a character on the ground with an arrow prompt, and in others we see two characters facing each other with button prompts B and A. The page describes QTEs as events triggered during free quests where players must react quickly to on-screen prompts. It details QTE battles as a specific type of QTE, distinct from regular ones, without health gauges, where success leads to victory and failure allows retries with lenient penalties. The text also explains the input timing aspect of QTEs, noting that input acceptance time is tied to the icon display duration, and that retry attempts offer longer input windows, making them easier. The structure of a QTE is visualized as a flow, starting with the event's occurrence, leading to either success or failure based on player input, with failure resulting in a retry option and time loss as a penalty. QTE. In free quests, as the story unfolds, you may encounter situations where you're suddenly required to take action. This is a QTE, quick timer event. In this mode, an icon will be displayed on the screen. When the icon is displayed in the center of the screen, quickly press the button corresponding to that icon. Regardless of success or failure, the resulting dire reaction is a must-see, especially in case of failure. QTE battle. Battles that occur in QTEs are distinguished from other QTEs and are called QTE battles. Basically, QTE battles do not have health gauges. If you respond accurately to the required input and succeed, you will be victorious, clear. Even if you fail, you can retry, and the penalties are not harsh. If you are overly cautious, the difference in the icon display time equals input acceptance time is subtle. In any case, compared to battles in free battles, the ease of understanding also helps to make it feel more casual. About input time. For required inputs, an input acceptance time is set. Therefore, even if you input accurately, if you exceed the acceptance time, it will result in failure. The input acceptance time is the same as the icon display time. By the way, the acceptance time is longer during retries, making success easier. Up pointing arrow, the input acceptance time is subtly different. However, you don't need to worry about it if you always react quickly. QTE structure. QTEs and QTE battles have a tree structure where the required input is the point, and the result of the input is the line. For example, the structure of a certain QTE battle is as shown on the left. Starting from one point of origin, the next requirement changes depending on whether you succeeded or failed. Finally, check the overall result of that QTE battle, and if successful, it is cleared. But if failed, penalties such as retry will be imposed. The penalty content varies depending on the event, but time loss is noticeable. This page depicts various gameplay modes and features in Shenmue. Under the title Free Battle, it explains that depending on how the story unfolds, you might enter a free battle if you don't win a regular fight. In this mode, a health gauge appears at the bottom left of the screen, and battle commences when Ryo and his opponent take their fighting stances. Victory is achieved by defeating the enemy while your health gauge remains. For detailed instructions on attack and defense controls, you should check page 51 and onwards. The next section, Multiplayer Battle, describes a common free battle scenario where Ryo faces numerous opponents. It warns that being surrounded makes you vulnerable to damage, so it's important to move around frequently or use powerful moves to defeat groups of enemies at once. The image caption notes, "It's hard to fight when surrounded." Duel mode focuses on one-on-one combat. It advises that understanding your opponent's fighting style is crucial for success in these situations. The basic strategy is to parry the opponent's attacks to create openings before launching your own counterattacks. The image caption highlights, type-specific countermeasures are important. Friends and Cooperation mode discusses 70-person battles where you fight alongside Ji Zhang against a large number of foes. It's up to the player whether to rely on allies for an easier fight or to bravely lead the charge. The image caption suggests, it might be good to rely on them sometimes. Finally, View mode is presented as a way to enhance the story's progression with dramatic camera angles and cinematic presentation. During View mode, controller inputs are disabled, encouraging you to relax and fully appreciate the scene. It also mentions that certain View mode scenes can be replayed anytime using the Shenmue Passport, and a list of these replayable scenes can be found on page 150. The page also includes a footer quote from a character named Summer at the Pottery Shop Russia, who says, "I want to be strong and manly like Mr. Hazuki," expressing admiration for Hazuki Iwao. This page depicts tips for beginners playing Shenmue. The page shows various gameplay features designed to assist new players. It mentions that Shenmue offers considerations so that even people unfamiliar with games can continue playing. It states that detailed explanations are provided for each item below, and the underlying principle is to provide simple and easy-to-understand answers to "I don't know what to do," or to address reasons why players might give up, such as, "It's too difficult to proceed." It also highlights the availability of internet support, ensuring players can reach the ending without worry. One section explains that pressing the start button during gameplay will pause the game and display simple explanations relevant to the current scene, including button assignments. It notes that with the exception of View mode and similar situations, pausing is possible in most scenes, allowing players to always check controls. It suggests using the start button frequently for reassurance. Another section describes the memo pad feature. It explains that the memo pad automatically records conversations and experiences. If players forget what they heard or become unsure of what to do next, they can open the memo pad with the X button to check its contents and decide on their next actions. The memo pad is automatically updated when important conversations are heard, ensuring no information is missed. When the memo pad is updated, a memo icon appears at the bottom right of the screen for a certain period. The page also discusses event retries and difficulty adjustment. In QTE quick time event scenarios, if players fail to input the required action and the event is deemed a failure, they can retry the same event. During retries, the timing for inputting actions is often more lenient compared to the initial attempt. In free battles, even if Ryo's health gauge is depleted and players fail, they can retry except for some free battles. Comparing retries to the initial battle, damage taken gradually decreases. The health gauge becomes harder to deplete. It seems the more retries, the greater this effect becomes. For beginners, help appears with the start button. In-game, pressing the start button will pause the game. Then simple explanations appropriate for the scene, button assignments, etc. will be displayed. With the exception of View mode and similar situations, pausing is possible in almost every scene, so players can always check the controls. Even for sudden confirmations, make liberal use of the start button to ensure perfection. Even in normal screens, free quest, X, memo pad, Y, item, L, walk plus run, B, stop, R, zoom, view, A, action, B, cancel. During free quest mode, pausing is possible in almost every scene. Time does not progress during pause, even in minigames. Hang on. Operate the bike and pass through checkpoints within the time limit. Handle, R, accelerate, L, brake. On the title screen, pressing B will quit. Remaining credits will be refunded. For minigames as well, if you lock on and press the start button, explanations will be displayed. Check the memo pad to know what to do next. Memo pad is automatically filled. Important things you heard and experienced in the memo pad are written down one after another. If you forget what you heard or get lost on what to do next, open the memo pad with the X button and check it. By looking at the memo pad contents, you can decide your future actions. It's recommended. When important conversations are heard, the memo pad is automatically updated. There are no omissions. Memo icon at the bottom of the screen. When the memo pad is updated, a memo icon will be displayed at the bottom right of the screen for a certain period. Difficulty decreases with event retry. In the case of QTE, in QTEs, if you fail to respond to the requested input and the event itself is judged as a failure in the end, you will retry the same event. During TS retry, compared to the first time you challenged it, The timing to accept input is often more lenient. In the case of free battles, even in free battles, if Ryo's health gauge becomes 0 and you fail, you will be able to retry, excluding some free battles. When comparing this retry to the first battle, you will gradually become less susceptible to damage. The health gauge becomes harder to deplete. It seems that the more you retry, the greater the effect appears. Shenmue Story Digest 50, less than 3 love and affection is important. This page depicts the basic knowledge of free battles and Ryo Hazuki's growth system in Shenmue. It explains 2 key elements for promoting Ryo's growth: training and technique transfer. It mentions that understanding these elements will deepen your appreciation for the game, especially if you aim for a robust and steadily growing Ryo Hazuki, rather than just clearing the game quickly. The page then discusses skill level increase. It explains that in Shenmue, techniques have a concept of skill level. The more you use a technique, the stronger it becomes. Repetitive practice is emphasized as crucial in martial arts. Next, it talks about acquiring new techniques. You can learn new techniques by being taught by people or by reading technique books. Ryo can learn new moves this way. Be aware that some techniques might be sealed and require specific conditions to unlock. The section techniques can only be used after learning them clarifies that techniques become usable in free battles only after they are learned, and their skill level surpasses the training line. It details 3 skill levels. * training level. At this initial level, you've learned the technique but it's not yet fully mastered for use in free battles. * intermediate level. At this level, technique motions start to change, and new command inputs might be added. The number of attacks can also change. * advanced level. This is the highest level, visually indicated by reaching the advanced line. Even after reaching this level, nothing particularly special happens, but the skill level limit should be considered when aiming for mastery. It's noted that damage also increases gradually from training to advanced levels, up to a maximum of 1.5 times, and hit timing also changes. The page then moves on to training. It explains that while not explicitly shown in the game, Ryo is assumed to be training in the kitchen and dojo daily. Therefore, as the story progresses, Ryo's skill level naturally increases. There are different training options to select. * overall. This is the default setting when starting the game. It distributes skill level increases across all techniques. This is considered a balanced approach without any particular disadvantages. * hand techniques. This focuses training specifically on hand-based striking techniques. Techniques other than hand techniques will receive the same skill level increase as in the overall setting. * foot techniques. This focuses training on foot-based striking techniques. Similarly, techniques other than foot techniques get the overall level of skill increase. * throw techniques. This focuses training on throw techniques. It is recommended as an effective setting. Other techniques receive the overall skill level increase in this mode. The next section is titled Practice and Sparring. It explains that while the previously mentioned training is somewhat automatic, practice and sparring involve actively using techniques in free battles to increase their skill level. Practice is available in 5 specific locations, and sparring, kumite, is a subset of practice, only possible at the Hazuki Residence Dojo and Fukuhara Dojo during practice sessions. Practice is suggested as a good way to pass short waiting times for events. The page then lists practice locations. * Sakuragoka Park. Practice is possible only when it's not crowded. If someone else is in the park, practice is unavailable. It might be awkward to practice when people are around. * Suzume Park. Similar to Sakuragoka Park, practice is unavailable when people are present. It tends to be crowded during the day, so it's better to go there late at night when it's quiet. * parking lot. This parking lot is near Dobuita's main street. You can practice here without worrying about being seen. It's always available for practice. * Hazuki Dojo. If Fukuhara is practicing there, you can initiate sparring with him. If no one is there, you can practice alone. Evil spirits won't enter here. * warehouse number 4. You can practice using the warehouse. Once you go to the harbor, this warehouse number 4 becomes the only available practice location. Train hard and become strong. Finally, the page discusses sparring with Fukuhara. It explains that in sparring with Fukuhara at the Fukuhara Dojo, you can use throwing techniques. To effectively raise the skill level of a technique through sparring, you need to use the same technique 10 times to reach intermediate level, and 20 times to reach advanced level. It's important to focus on the give and take of the exchange. It is also mentioned that Fukuhara is skilled at avoiding throws, especially certain throws like the chest throw and arm throw. It humorously questions if he is a woman who has no openings to grab. The page concludes with a small text box at the bottom. Akemi Ryachin is still too early for this. Understand? This is likely a playful comment directed at the reader within the context of the game's world. This page depicts details about skill transmission in two ways. Skill transmission comes in two types. One way to learn new skills is through event-based skill transmission, where you meet someone who teaches you a skill and you learn it by practicing on the spot. Another method is skill transmission through items, using skill books. The former relies on successfully inputting commands, while the latter uses items to increase your skill level and master the skill. Failure or neglect will leave the skill unmastered, so be sure to learn them properly. The page then presents a list titled List of Skills Learned Through Events. It details several skills, their command inputs, instructors, and event conditions. The skills are Water Moon Slice, command, Right plus X, instructor Fukuhara, event condition. Talk to Fukuhara at the wharf event, P72 number 4, then go to the dojo. Next is Double Impact, command, Right plus X plus A, instructor Yamagishi, event condition. Talk to Tom at Yamagishi's location, P72 number 6, then go to Sagum Park. Third is Shadow Step, command, Right plus Y plus B, instructor Mizuki, event condition. After the chicken race, P79, talk to Mizuki, the floating person. Following this is Cartwheel Drop, command, Left plus A, instructor Takayoshi, event condition. Pass in front of the shipyard on the way back from your port part-time job. Next is Shadow Blade, command, Shadow Step plus X, instructor Mizuki, event condition. Meet and talk to Mizuki the day after learning Shadow Step. Then comes Crescent Kick, command, Right plus Y plus B, instructor Mizuki, event condition. Meet and talk to Mizuki the day after learning Shadow Blade. After that is Dragon Spin Kick, command, Right plus A, instructor Tom, event condition. Automatically triggers a transmission event on the day you get fired from your part-time job. Lastly, Swallow Flip, command, Left plus XAX, instructor Chen Darren, event condition. Automatically triggers a transmission event just before the last battle. There's a section titled To Learn or to Refuse, that is the question. It explains that with event-based skill transmission, you might face a dilemma. When learning a new skill, there's a phenomenon where previously learned skills become unusable. This happens because two skills with the same command cannot coexist and will override each other. Skills like Water Moon Slice, Double Impact, Cartwheel Drop, and Dragon Spin Kick might cause you to lose previously learned skills, so check which skills will be lost before learning them. The problem isn't just that skills with the same command are overwritten, your skill proficiency level also resets. So think carefully before proceeding. Below this is another list titled List of Skills Learned Through Skill Books. This table details skills learned by using skill books, their commands and how to obtain them. Skills listed are Swallow Dive Assault, command, Left Right plus X plus A, acquisition method, sold at Antique Cultural Hall for 300 yen. Earthquake Kick, command, Left Right plus A, acquisition method, sold at Antique Cultural Hall for 500 yen. Fisher Slash, command, Left Right plus X, acquisition method, sold at Antique Cultural Hall for 1,000 yen. Whirlwind, command, Left Right plus A, acquisition method, sold at Antique Cultural Hall for 1,500 yen. Tiger Knuckle, command, Left Right plus BB, acquisition method, sold at Antique Cultural Hall for 2,000 yen. Peerless Strike, command, Left Right plus BXX plus A, acquisition method, sold at Antique Cultural Hall for 3,000 yen. Double Blade, command, Left Right plus X, acquisition method, Hazuki Residence, Storehouse Room. Shadow Reaping, command, running Y plus A, acquisition method, Hazuki Residence, Storehouse Room. And lastly, Chain Quake, command, Left Right plus X plus A, acquisition method, Hazuki Residence, basement. The text below the skill book list says ski. LL books are obtained as items. It points out that the command is written on them, so you should notice it. Designs vary individually. There are various numbers of skills available. Finally, a section states skill books can be obtained in two places. Skill books are mostly found placed in rooms. However, Chain Quake skill book can only be obtained in the basement of the Hazuki Residence. Concerning the Antique Cultural Hall, it is advised to buy skill books as soon as you have enough money. Buy them early and learn them. This page depicts basic combat knowledge for the game. The page is divided into several sections, each giving advice on how to fight effectively in Shenmue. We see screenshots of Ryo Hazuki fighting against thugs in the streets of Yokosuka. The first section focuses on basic tactics for beginners, suggesting simple strategies to win fights. The next section explains how to perform techniques as intended, emphasizing that forward direction is relative to Ryo's body orientation, not the screen. It uses images to illustrate this concept. Another section focuses on command input tips, advising players to press the directional button and attack button simultaneously for better execution of techniques. Finally, it provides specific command inputs for several techniques including the elbow assault, flying swallow slice, and staggering double strike. Free battle basic knowledge, basic tactics 1 when enemies are numerous. Up pointing arrow if ganged up on. Against Ryo's attacks, it's often the case that the enemy will gang up and attack. Enemies are alone. Enemies aren't just alone. Up pointing arrow rarely, there are enemies who attack alone. Because they are coming alone, they are very persistent, and they are quite strong. For people who want to clear the game anyway, if you do just this, you'll win. One button mashing to overwhelm. If you are not good at command inputs in fighting games, just keep mashing the attack button. You cannot defeat your opponent with the guard, Y button, so mash the technique button, X, or the foot technique button, A. 2. Run around to recover stamina. If you feel your stamina gauge is decreasing and it's dangerous, running away is also an option. If time passes, your stamina will recover during that time. If the movable range is narrow, it's a dangerous action, but 3. 5th retry is invincible, last resort. Or rather, it can't be called a tactic. But every time Ryo loses, relief measures are put in place, making stamina harder to decrease and recovery faster. By the 5th retry, you will become invincible. To perform techniques as you want, the direction Ryo's body is facing is forward. In many fighting games, technique commands often use directional arrows, but in Shenmue, arrows are not used. It is possible to limit it to when the character is facing left, etc. For example, the command for the elbow assault is forward punch. But this means that no matter which direction Ryo is facing on the screen, the direction Ryo is facing becomes forward. However, there are cases where the direction Ryo's head is facing and the direction Ryo's body is facing are different. But please look at the direction of the body as a guide. When the enemy is on the upper right of the screen, how to perform the elbow assault. In the case of the figure on the left, the forward direction of the technique command is diagonally upward to the right, so to perform the elbow assault, input up right arrow plus X. However, directional button input is valid for 3 directions out of 8 directions. See right figure, and even upward or rightward directions will be recognized as forward. So you can perform the elbow assault with up pointing arrow plus X or right pointing arrow plus X as well. Tips for command input. For the directional button and attack button, aim to press them simultaneously, excluding techniques that can be performed with only the attack button. The commands in free battles are directional button plus attack button. If you quickly press the button written as a technique command, the technique will be performed, but there may be people who find it difficult to perform techniques with a large number of steps. In such cases, be conscious of pressing the directional button and the attack button simultaneously at the end. This seems to be a part where people who are used to other fighting games unexpectedly struggle. Directional button and attack button, aim to press them simultaneously. Asterisk in the case of elbow assault, right pointing arrow plus X equals right pointing arrow, input after, plus X. Asterisk in the case of fly. In swallow slice, left pointing arrow right pointing arrow X plus A equals left pointing arrow, input after right pointing arrow, input after plus X plus A. Asterisk in the case of staggering double strike, left pointing arrow BXX plus A equals left pointing arrow B, input after X, input after X plus A, reference mark above formula, left pointing arrow B portion equals left pointing arrow, input after plus B, reference mark simultaneous press. Press all at once in the situation where you are pressing the button. This page explains the Y button usage in Shenmue, highlighting that the key to fighting elegantly lies in mastering this button. The page shows gameplay scenes from Dobuita Street, Yokosuka, featuring Ryo Hazuki in combat against enemies, specifically mentioning Chai as a challenging opponent. It emphasizes that simply attacking repeatedly is ineffective against Chai, as he can skillfully evade attacks and even counter throws. The guide advises players to utilize the Y button to defend against Chai's attacks, creating openings for counterattacks and gaining an advantageous position. It also touches upon the consequences of losing against Chai, mentioning the involvement of Fukuhara and the impact on the in-game day's progression, emphasizing the importance of winning this particular fight. Y button usage. Roles of the Y button, these and those. Defense, ducking, dodge enemy attacks by crouching. sabaki, parry, deflecting enemy attacks. Movement, sideways evasion, sidestep to evade, capturing unseen enemies, changing body direction. IDS Intelligent Defense System. Even when pressing the same Y button, its role automatically changes depending on the mutual situation. This is the IDS system. 1. When the enemy launches a high attack. When you press the Y button against an enemy's attack aimed at the face, high attack, Ryo will duck, crouch to evade. Afterwards you can counterattack the unguarded enemy. 2. When the enemy launches a middle or low attack. When you press the Y button against attacks other than high attacks, middle and low attacks, Ryo will parry, deflect the attack. The opponent loses their balance, making it easy to counterattack. 3. When the opponent comes running. When you press the Y button when an enemy is running and attacking, Ryo will sidestep and evade the enemy's attack. The same effect as direction button plus Y button can be obtained with just the Y button. Basic tactics for winning. Just mashing buttons to attack is ineffective. Unlike ordinary thugs, Chai will parry Ryo's attacks. Even if you attempt a throw technique, it will be surely countered. Although you want to attack, you must be patient and utilize the Y button to parry Chai's attacks, creating a favorable situation for a counterattack. What to do after a successful duck? After ducking, you should immediately counterattack with the solar plexus strike, X+A. This technique is characterized by being unblockable. If they get behind you. If Chai grabs your waist and gets behind you, don't panic. Press the X button or a button on the spot and deal with it with a backward turning attack. Throwing techniques are basically sealed. Even if you attempt a throw technique from the front, it will be countered. However, after a parry with the Y button, you can aim for the backfist willow B from Chai's side. The trick is to approach young Chai after parrying and then press the B button. Rather than the X button, mash the A button. It is certain that mashing the button is not effective, but if your fingers are moving anyway, mash the A button. Keep mashing the A button. If you hit Chai just as he is about to jump, it will be a 3-hit combo. If you lose this battle, Fukuhara will step in to help, resulting in a loss of 1 day in the game. If you want to finish quickly, you must win this fight. This battle cannot be lost. This battle is tough. This page depicts free battle basic knowledge and basic combat too. This section explains that the B button, like the Y button, has multiple uses, and it will introduce them. It notes that it's not just about initiating throws, but also methods like arm grab, which transitions to a throw by receiving an opponent's upper-level attack, and chest grab as a byproduct of a failed throw. The B button's role is explained as follows. Attack, to initiate a throw on the enemy. Defense, to escape from an enemy's throw. Counterattack, to grab the enemy's arm and subdue them. The text then describes throw escape. When an enemy attempts a throw, pressing the B button allows you to evade the attack without taking damage. This is a throw escape. You must press the B button as soon as the opponent's throw begins. The image shows Ryo Hazuki successfully performing a throw escape. It mentions that if the B button is input within approximately 0.3 seconds, it will be a success. Next is arm grab. When an enemy's upper-level attack comes, press the B button in time with the attack. This will grab the enemy's arm and subdue them at the wrist joint. It's useful. The image shows the sequence of grabbing the arm and then different attack buttons being used. It describes the arm grab state. From the arm grab state, many techniques can branch out. Simply pressing a button will result in a hold, and direction button plus a button can unleash attacks to strike surrounding enemies as well. The direction button plus a button section explains that inputting a direction will cause Ryo to kick in that direction, which is useful for deterring surrounding enemies. Simply pressing an attack button will result in a hold. Throw failure to chest grab is then explained. When you attempt a throw and press the B button, if the opponent is not close enough, Ryo will perform a throw failure animation. Chest grab is a technique that occurs when you make contact with the enemy during this failure animation. Various techniques branch out from this stance. The image illustrates the transition from a failed throw to a chest grab, and then branching into various attack techniques. The page moves on to bound combos. It explains that a bound combo is when you hit the enemy with some technique to knock them down, and then add follow-up attacks while they are falling. To execute a bound combo, you need to incorporate techniques that can trigger various bound combos, and then land easily follow-up attacks afterward. The right side shows an example of this. It says that slightly delaying the timing from the moment the enemy collapses and following up with attacks is the key. It's especially effective against boss-class enemies who are tough and don't easily fall. After such techniques lists techniques that can lead to bound combos including falling leaf drop first stage from ducking, iron mountain leaning first stage from chest grab, hold knee climb chest grab, connecting to such techniques. Lists techniques that can be used as follow-ups after a bound combo, including water moonstroke, dragon kick, whirlwind. Finally, wall utilizing bound combo is described. Running towards a wall. If you run towards a wall, the enemy will also run and chase after you. Aim for the wall and let the enemy follow. The image shows Ryo running towards a wall and the enemy chasing. Sidestep at the wall. In front of the wall, perform a sidestep, direction button plus Y. If you can switch places with the enemy, it's a success. The image shows Ryo sidestepping at the wall and switching position with the enemy. The text explains that from a state where the enemy is cornered against the wall, it's easy to land multi-hit techniques. Use the method on the left or a body throw to switch positions with the opponent and position them against the wall. If you place the enemy against the wall and unleash combo techniques, you can achieve continuous hits of X times 3 th. Image shows Ryo attacking an enemy cornered against the wall with combo hits. This page depicts a comprehensive guide to Ryo Hazuki's fighting techniques in free battle, breaking them down by type and command. It's a detailed list of moves available to Ryo, showcasing the depth of combat in Shenmue. Ryo's possible techniques list: hand techniques, tiger knuckle Kogeiken, X small cartwheel Kogurumiyutsu, right plus X water moon drop Suigetsutashi, secret teachings, right plus X twisting vine Nijirebiri, left plus X zen gate top thrust Zen Montochutotsu, right plus X rising thrust Noborizuki, left plus X sleeve thrust Sodazuki, back plus right plus X village rain thrust Murasamazuki, back plus left plus X big wheel Oguruma star, X plus A double palm wave Moriteinami, right plus X plus A double strike Hasanedit star, secret teachings, right plus X plus A back willow Urayanagi, left plus X plus A collapse mountain thrust Hausensu star, right plus X plus A great sword thrust Tachigasumi, left plus X plus A gale Nagaze running middle, crack flash fist Rekusen star book, right plus left plus back plus X double edge Sujin star book, right plus X round thrust penetration Enroidushi star book, right plus X plus A swallow spin willow Ensign Haryu, secret teachings, left plus X foot techniques, third day moon kick Mikazuka Gari, A stomp kick Fumikiri, right plus A sweeping leg Haranagi, left plus A whirlwind heel drop Ensign Kokiku star, secret teachings, left plus A waterfall climb kick Takinobori star, right plus A dragon roll kick tornado kick, secret teachings, right plus A crushing leg sweep Kesajeri, back plus A thunder leg kick Ikazuchijeri star, left plus A outbreak stop Dishidome, back plus A tiger fangs Korin star, right plus X plus A new moon Shingetsu star, left plus X plus A swift wind Hayate star, running middle A wind wheel Fusia, running middle X plus A knee foot collapse Guzuk Kuzushi, Y plus A spinning wind Sumajikazi star book, left plus A dirt spider Tsuchigumo star book, right plus A flying swallow linked kick Hienrenkyaku star book, right plus X plus A shadow hunting kick Hagegari star book, running middle Y plus A throw techniques, shoulder carry throw Seoinage, B sweeping hip throw Haragoshi, right plus B tomo throw Tomoinage, left plus B, then A mist cut Kasumagiri, right plus B spiral falling drop Resetsutashi, left plus B wrap lock Mikigatame, left plus back plus B heaven dog victory Tengasho, right plus left plus B hidden moon Urazuki, enemy sideways then B backdrop Arautoshi, enemy backwards then B shadow body tilde shadow cut Cage Mi tilde Kagegatana, secret teachings, right plus Y plus B plus X remaining moon Zanjetsu, secret teachings, right plus Y plus B tiger body collapse Toremakuzushi star book, left plus back plus B dragonless double Oboromuso book, left plus back plus B plus X plus A turning direction attack, willow return Yanagajishi, enemy backwards then right plus X leg sweep foot stop Ashinagi, enemy backwards then A techniques derived from chest grab elbow strike Yoroyuchi XX elbow return Saegashi XA, pull up waterfall climb Tsukami Takinobori, A 1 point shoulder throw Ipponzwa, B techniques derived from arm grab, wing fold Haori, no input, inch iron Sunte Su, X reverse waterfall Urartaki, A sickle leg Kamatari, directional button plus A techniques derived from dashing duck, heaven palm Tensho, X water surface kick Minamogiri, A dropping down Sumi Autoshi, BB enemy attack as hand, log fall Kichitaushi, BB enemy attack as foot, sun halo Nishirin, X plus A cut palm strike Kirishou date, enemy backwards middle X reverse willow Uranaragi, enemy backwards middle A tang bamboo split karatake wari, enemy backwards middle X plus A crab iron kanibasami, enemy backwards middle B continuous techniques, Benryu continuous fist Hanryu Rankin, XXXXXXXXX, Benryu spiral circle Hanryu Senin XXXAB, Benryu turning body strike, Hanryu tension geki, XX right plus right, Benryu opening formation Hanryu Kaijin, XX right plus XA, Benryu scattering formation Hanryu Sangeki, XXA, Benryu sealing gate formation Hanryu Fumanjin, XX left plus AAA, Benryu wind style formation Hanryu Senpujin, XAAA, Benryu continuous leg Hanryu Renkyaku, AAA, Benryu disease leg Hanryu Shisokyaku, AXA, Benryu roaring attack Hanryu Shoshikigeki, AX, how to read the commands in the table. In the table, right and left indicate the direction key input direction when Ryo is facing right in the game. The commands displayed are based on direction where right is forward and left is back. Secret teachings equals secret teachings technique. Book equals technique learned from a skill book. Star symbol equals techniques that change at intermediate level or higher. This page depicts special hand techniques from the game. Finishing move, hand technique. Tiger assault. Tiger assault is a technique that targets the pressure point between the nose and mouth, known as jinshu. Originally this technique, called hibakusho, which uses the second joint of the index finger, was a death blow aimed at a single point. However, amidst the various martial arts of the Hazuki style, its nature changed, and by incorporating the creative ingenuity of later generations, it absorbed the essence of other martial arts, and evolved into a killing technique stronger than the assassin techniques of the Warring States period. Even now, if you are careless and take a verbal opening, it transforms into its original assassin technique, damage, effectiveness. C. Simply using it in isolation is meaningless, but the speed of the technique's execution can be leveraged. The damage is minimal, but if used in combos it can be quite effective. It's not a technique to rely on for offense. Small wheel strike. Small wheel strike is a technique that strikes down with a vertical rotational motion of the arm, targeting the opponent's collarbone. The collarbone is fragile, and striking it can cause breathing difficulties, making it a primary target in unarmed combat. In Hazuki style, it is used to strike from above, as if cutting down, inflicting significant damage to the area. This technique is said to evolve into the more powerful large wheel by adding proper verbal instructions and receiving instruction. Damage. D. Effectiveness. D. It may appear to be a small swing, but the distance covered when executing the technique is long, giving it a long reach. Its attack power is weak for a finishing move, making it unsuitable for finishing off enemies. However, depending on the situation, this technique can be incorporated into various combos. It is a versatile technique to consider using. It's not something to aim for specifically, but it's a technique you'll often find yourself using. Twisting diamond. Twisting diamond, also known as diamond strike, uses a fist shape where the index and middle fingers are extended and the thumb presses down. It's a wide hooking punch swung horizontally, but unlike boxing hooks and straight punches, in Hazuki style, the fist is utilized to its fullest to maximize impact. If the diamond strike misses, the rotation is used to transition into a reverse diamond strike or body blow. The effectiveness of diamond strike in Hazuki style is such that it is widely known in legend that the 9th generation Hazuki Soryo used it to pierce through the inner wall of a boar with a single blow. Damage. Effectiveness. C. The damage of this technique is about the same as Tiger Assault, and not that significant, but it is faster. It is useful as a quick attack to keep the opponent in check. It's not a technique you would aim for, but it is a technique that comes out when you fail to execute a sweeping throw. Zen Gate Top Elbow. Zen Gate Top Elbow, when facing an opponent, targets the inside of the opponent's arm, and the Zen Gate Top Elbow is a technique to thrust an elbow strike while stepping in deeply. Generally, it is considered a shoulder strike in boxing, but in Hazuki style, it is used with a closer sensation to the body, emphasizing the body's axis. A posture that drops the waist and uses the back muscles is required. In Hazuki style's body manipulation methods, it is a technique that emits a unique aura and is said to have been incorporated from other martial arts by Ryo's father. However, the details are unknown. Damage. C-B. Effectiveness. A. It is a special technique that can inflict significant damage when landed at close range. The ease of inputting the technique command is also top class. It is easy to incorporate into various situations. Also, if you hit a weak enemy with it, you can always defeat them with one blow. Water Moon Drop and Tiger Assault alone are not enough to defeat many weak enemies. If you master Water Moon Drop and eliminate the openings, you will be able to master Water Moon Thrust. It is a dependable technique. It is not a flashy technique. Rising Diamond. Rising Diamond is a technique that aims for the opponent's chin and swings up the fist from below. At first glance, it resembles a boxing uppercut, but Rising Diamond differs in that it sinks the body downward as it rises, creating a difference in the vertical movement. It is said that the technique was conceived by hinting at the reverse kesagiri of the Gengan-style swordsmanship, and it is a technique that was born in haste and was used even in armor-wearing combat during the Warring States period. Because its power is amplified by momentum, it may have already been incorporated into Hazuki style during the Warring States period. Damage. D. Effectiveness. E. Considering the difficulty of hitting the direction button twice, the damage is somewhat underwhelming. However, it has reach as a hand technique. It is a somewhat ambiguous area. It is low in necessity to aim for and use as a single technique, but it is often incorporated into combos with X-button strikes. Sleeve Thrust. Sleeve thrust is a middle-level straight punch technique performed by stepping forward one step with the rear foot. In the past, it was used as a middle-level straight thrust, grabbing the sleeve of the clothing worn by those wearing armor, pulling them up and then striking. Nowadays, since armor is no longer worn, it has transformed into a more practical straight thrust technique. It is characterized by stepping in with the front foot and thrusting with the opposite hand at the same time, naturally thrusting out as if walking. Damage. See Effectiveness. D. It has enough power to defeat most weak enemies with one blow, but the problem is the slowness of the technique's execution. It is easy to expose openings in the arm when thrusting, making it unavoidable to take hits from the opponent in the middle of the thrust. Conversely, if you can land a hit while the enemy is in their attack motion, a guaranteed finishing pose will occur. It is sometimes seen in battles with many opponents, so try to aim for it sometimes. Village Rain Thrust. Village Rain Thrust is one of the human body's vital points located on the right side of the base of the neck. The technique itself is a straight punch delivered with the opposite hand to the hand-in stance, in a half-body posture. It is also used from a rear foot stance, and when stepping in, it is used to advance. At that time, it is said that the fist should reach the position of the Village Rain naturally. Basic training is required to master this technique, and it is a fundamental technique in Hazuki style. It is said that repeatedly thrusting 1,000 times is called one round, and disciples compete with each other in numbers and cut whetstones. Damage. D. Effectiveness. D. The point of it being a single straight punch is similar to sleeve thrust. However, if you compare the speed of technique execution, this Village Rain Thrust is superior. However, the damage point is also low, similar to sleeve thrust. In the end, it is a long-term, short-term technique, isn't it? This technique alone will not defeat weak enemies with one blow. It is the Village Rain Thrust of the Village Rain Castle. Sword Haze. Sword Haze is a technique that slashes the opponent's flank with the hand's blade, as if reaping wheat with a sickle. From the name, it seems to be something that has changed from sword techniques to unarmed combat. In Hazuki style, it is considered a technique that was established relatively late in the Heian period. In ancient martial arts, it seems that there were teachings that incorporated concealed weapons called hidden swords. This sword haze may also be a technique that enhanced its power by using such concealed weapons. Damage. C. Effectiveness. C. The damage it inflicts is moderate, but the technique execution speed is slow for a finishing move, so it is necessary to consider the timing and distance from the enemy when using it. The technique also has a characteristic of drawing the body back during the pre-motion of executing the technique, and at this time it has the property of avoiding the enemy's upper-level punches and such. That's why the collapsing mountain blast and this sword haze are techniques with similar characteristics. Guro. Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Port warehouse at the port. This page depicts martial arts techniques. Oguruma. Generally in the ancient martial arts, even if they are of the same system, there are many techniques that have been passed down by word of mouth, and they tend to change into more sophisticated and dangerous techniques. Originally, the techniques like Iwao Hazukis were not taught to young people like Ryo Hazuki, but were especially taught to the next head of the family, In Hazuki. Its appearance is as if one is cutting down with a sword, and the practitioners of other schools call it Gekaryu's Oguruma, and they are terrified of it. By sending out their feet and stomping while striking, it becomes an even more powerful technique. Damage. D. Effectiveness. D. The main characteristic is its power. It is easy to expose your back to the enemy because you turn your back to them when you swing, but if you are aiming for a counterattack from behind, it is easy to aim. However, it is not suitable for continuous attacks. First, raise your skill level, and then decide whether to change the technique. It is the first decision. Car Series. Marote Nami. The technique to attack the opponent's chest or face by stepping in one step while dropping your opponent's attack with one hand, and using the palm or whole hand of the other. Originally, it was a technique devised to defeat warriors wearing armor during the Warring States period. Even if you hit the hard armored part of the enemy's helmet, it is not only ineffective, but you will also hurt yourself. So you attack with the palm or whole hand, which has some thickness of flesh. The origin of the technique's name comes from the way the technique is delivered with a wave-like momentum. Damage. D-B. Effectiveness. D-B. The technique comes out quite quickly and blows the enemy away in an instant. However, the damage dealt is slight, but depending on the situation, the aftermath of the technique can be significant. Ura Yanagi. A peculiar technique that suddenly turns around in front of the opponent and unleashes a back fist. At first glance, it is a dangerous technique because it turns your back to the opponent, but the power of the technique is high because it uses the force of rotation. While kickboxing backhand blows are pinpoint attacks using the back of the fist, Gekaryu's Ura Yanagi uses the entire outside of the arm and is swung softly like a whip, and the way it is swung softly is also the origin of the technique's name. The target area is mainly the soft neck. Damage. C. Effectiveness. B. By taking a big step forward and turning sideways while attacking, the effective range of the technique is considerably wide. Furthermore, if you increase the skill level, the damage amount increases, and you will want to use it proactively. The technique comes out slowly, but the after effects are small. It is a technique that you always want to add to your repertoire. Weak points are hard to find. Boss opponents may use it. Fireball Avoidance. Hosen Sui. It is named because the appearance of thrusting up at the opponent's solar plexus is similar to the movement of thrusting upwards with a pestle. It is said that the opponent uses a sword and cuts down from above, and the key point of this technique is to step in and hit without flinching. Hosen Sui is also described in the Niriki Ketsujutsu Teiko as the essence is to be aware of the opponent first and attack. This technique well represents this quality. At higher skill levels, you rotate your body at the same time as you unleash the technique and use the momentum of the rotation to drive the technique in. Damage. B. Effectiveness. B. The amount of damage is considerable, but the technique is slow to execute, and there is a high risk of being countered if you aim for it from close range. However, there are times when you can take the upper hand in a close brawl, so it cannot be said in general. Damage. B. Effectiveness. B. Only the motion changes, and the damage amount remains the same. As before intermediate skill level. When unleashing the technique, move forward greatly and sink your body greatly. Compared to intermediate skill level and below, it is even easier for the enemy to evade the attack. Even so, the technique comes out slowly. Be cautious when using it against enemies. It is sealed in combat. Suigetsu Tsuki. Lower your waist, move forward, and thrust with a straight punch to the mid-level at the same time. Then take another step forward and thrust with the opposite hand. Gekaryu's most important basic technique, and its essence is expressed as Suigetsu in 3 years, root of Gekaryu. Apprentices spend 3 years mastering this technique day and night. The strict Gekaryu still adheres to the teachings of the time, and it is said to be one of the reasons for the small number of disciples in the current Gekaryu dojo. Incidentally, skilled practitioners add a finishing blow. Damage. B. Effectiveness. D. It is a 2-shot technique, but the damage of the first shot is almost negligible. If you don't land the second shot, this technique is meaningless. If you eat the first shot, the enemy will evade the second shot. There are times when you can use it as a chase attack in a bound combo, but it is best to raise your skill level to intermediate or higher. Damage. A. Effectiveness. B. After unleashing the Suigetsu Tsuki so far, if you add input by pressing the X button in succession, a finishing blow will be unleashed. The added meaning of this technique is to ride on top of the fallen opponent and drop them onto another enemy in a different location, aiming for a bound combo and hitting all 3 shots. Also, I just discovered this by chance, Nagakaze. In normal karate techniques, running attacks are hardly present, but in Gekaryu, running attacks are considered to be an important element. In order to cope with all kinds of combat situations, such as being surrounded by many enemies, this nagakaze technique, which involves running and unleashing techniques while maintaining posture, exists. This nagakaze is a speed-oriented technique. By utilizing running momentum from the front enemy's shoulder to the neck, swing down the elbow strike as if scraping. Running attacks are rare, and they are also effective as feinting actions to confuse the opponent, so unpredictable movements are required in both one-on-one and multi-enemy situations. Damage, D. Effectiveness, A. Damage is low, and against Zako it has the property of not being able to defeat them with a single blow, so it is not very useful. Note that if you hit the striking technique, the enemy will be blown away considerably. Pay attention to the point that when you run towards the enemy and automatically pursue them, the running attack will stop at that point, and the attack will be unleashed. Be careful not to miss. Going techniques, coming techniques, hand techniques addition. Small cart strike, right pointing arrow suigetsu thrust equals concentric circles, double hand wave, right pointing arrow double hit equals hollow up pointing triangle suigetsu thrust can be used in combos, so definitely get it. Double hit is up to your preference. This page depicts a guide to several fighting techniques from the game. It showcases 5 distinct moves, each detailed with descriptions, damage and effectiveness ratings, and how they evolve as the player character's proficiency increases. The first technique is called kasanerit. It's described as a move where you close in on the opponent, plant your front foot, and powerfully step in with your rear foot while striking with your rear palm, aiming for the opponent's chest. This is depicted as a peculiar-looking motion. At higher proficiency levels, the technique becomes even more effective, allowing for deeper damage. The damage rating is B and effectiveness is C. Upon reaching intermediate proficiency, the technique changes, adding a very slight attack judgment at the beginning, effectively making it a 2-stage attack. This change makes it easier to land the first hit, but the interval between hits becomes slightly longer, making it easier for the opponent to guard. The second technique is rekusen. This is an uppercut-like move aimed at the opponent's chin, similar to the rising dragon fist, but it utilizes the spring of the waist after lowering the body. When mastered, it becomes possible to anticipate the opponent's intentions, and the large motion makes it easier to predict, increasing its effectiveness. The damage rating is C and effectiveness is C. As proficiency increases to intermediate and beyond, the technique evolves into a powered-up version of the rising dragon fist. Naturally surpassing the original in damage, it can launch opponents into the air, making it suitable for wall bounce combos and further attacks. While command input might be slightly challenging, registering it to the R button is recommended. The third technique is sujin. This is a technique where you strike at the opponent's neck area with a hand blade. The target areas are the opponent's carotid artery and windpipe, aiming to cut and crush them with the edge of the hand. It's described as a brutal technique that can instantly deprive the opponent of oxygen and cause breathing difficulties. At higher proficiency, the technique changes into a more deadly move. The damage rating is B, and effectiveness is D. Because it is a technique that is launched after a large swing, the startup is slow. Besides that, there are no other particular features, and it is not recommended to raise proficiency to intermediate or higher. It is a melancholic technique that requires cumbersome commands and offers little in return, like a poor trade. The fourth technique is Yoroidushi. This technique, brought back from China by Goki Gekurin, appears to be a simple palm strike at first glance, but it is a penetrating strike that focuses power on the palm. By concentrating and releasing the accumulated power at once, it delivers a fatal blow to the opponent. Even skilled fighters cannot anticipate it. At higher proficiency, it is said that even striking armor is effective. The damage rating is C and effectiveness is C. It is described as a straightforward, fast strike, a stronger version of the village rain shower, which is not wrong. It can defeat weak enemies in one hit, but there are exceptions. Its attack power is considered average. It is different from the village rain shower only in its slightly higher attack power. It lacks special features if you don't exceed intermediate proficiency. Upon reaching intermediate proficiency and beyond, the technique changes, although the damage amount remains unchanged. What changes is the motion, which becomes quite elaborate, making it look more impressive. Since there is not much of an opening after executing the technique, it can be used as a follow-up move in bound combos. It's effective for counter hits. The fifth technique is Ensen Ryu. This technique is described as a secret move of the swallow-style fist passed down in mainland China, a highly advanced technique that deflects and redirects the opponent's attacks. It emphasizes the ability to discern the opponent's moves, receive their attacks fluidly, and find the right moment to topple them with footwork. The name Ensign Ryu, swallow spin willow, is said to embody the essence of this technique, which is to sway like a willow in the wind, drawing out the opponent's power and using it to defeat them. This is likened to the Chinese martial art concept of wajin, dissolving force, and the Japanese judo principle of ju yoku go-o sei-su, gentleness controls strength. The damage rating is A and effectiveness is A. It is a three-stage technique. The first stage only involves switching positions with the opponent and does not inflict damage. However, after successfully executing swallow spin willow, you can deliver a powerful blow in real combat, resulting in significant damage. It is advised to master the opponent's attack patterns and use this technique effectively to become an expert. The page also includes gameplay screenshots demonstrating each technique in action, showing the character performing the moves against opponents in the game's environments. There is also a small text at the bottom that says, "Fukuhara Akemikan, about me, didn't you say anything?" from the Getsume household. This page depicts various kicking techniques. Crescent moon kick, makazukajeri. This is a general term for high kicks, especially spinning kicks, and in old-style martial arts, high spinning kicks are hardly used, or rather, it's said they are not used at all. However, the second generation of the Ryo martial art style, So Geshin Ryu, focused on the importance of kicking techniques as hidden weapons from the last stages of experience, and created a kicking technique system called Geshin Ryu Ashinagi no Daiji, Geshin Ryu Footwork Essentials. Therefore, in Geshin Ryu kicking techniques, kicks are delivered along the same trajectory as a sword, and this crescent moon kick is also delivered by swinging up a katana from below. Damage, E. Effectiveness, B. Using it alone is not very effective, but it can be used as a technique to create openings, so it is good to keep an eye on it. It can be said to be a powerful technique, but it is not very effective in a one-on-one situation. Aim for effective continuous techniques that can target the opponent's weak points. Stomping kick, fumikomajeri. This is a so-called front kick and is not much different from what is used in karate and other martial arts in terms of appearance. However, in Geshin Ryu, it is said that the way force is applied is different, and kicks are delivered along the same trajectory as thrusting. While karate kicks use the instep, Geshin Ryu's stomping kicks use the entire sole of the foot and are released as if stomping rather than kicking. The target areas are Mizutsuki solar plexus and Myosei navel area, which are vital points on the front of the human body. It is important to stand upright and use the supporting leg firmly. Damage, D. Effectiveness, B. The technique is quick to execute, and the recoil is also quick, so there are few openings. It is useful as a means of opening up a chaotic situation. It is effective against opponents who are less physically strong. In a melee, it is useful to consider the short reach and use it to keep opponents at bay. Command input is also easy, making it a useful technique for opening up chaotic situations. It is especially effective against weak opponents. Sweeping cut, kick, haranagi. This is a type of low kick, delivered like sweeping away, with ingenuity in the motion so that power is generated with a small motion. It is said to be a unique kicking technique of the Ryo martial arts style. In the Edo period, there was a school of thought called Yanagi-ryu, which specialized in foot sweeps and showed high practical combat capability during the turbulent times of the late Edo period. The Geshin Ryu absorbed and developed the strengths of other schools, and this sweeping cut kick is also said to have been established by absorbing the foot sweep techniques of the Yanagi-ryu. Damage, D. Effectiveness, B. Although the target area is different, the technique's performance and usage are similar to stomping kicks. It is a technique that seems impossible to use when you think of sweeping legs, but it is incorporated as the third technique in the Ryo sealed thrust. It would be good to use it if you are using the sealed thrust. Waterfall ascent kick, takinobori. This is a flying knee kick, performed by lowering your body once, holding down the opponent's body with both hands, and then springing up. It is a type of flying knee kick. By holding down the opponent's body, especially the neck, and pulling it down while springing up, it becomes an extremely powerful attack. Conversely, if it misses, your posture will be greatly disrupted, which is a weak point. It is said that skilled practitioners utilize the power of their hips to deliver flying kicks, aiming for increased destructive power. Damage, C. Effectiveness. C. It has a long reach and is suitable for launching attacks from a distance, and the damage is also high, making it a technique that can often defeat weaker opponents in one hit. The problem is the size of the opening, and if the opponent does not fall with one hit, you will be vulnerable to counterattacks, which is also a concern. It is a technique that evokes the image of a dragon winding around, and it is useful in limited situations because of its short reach. Diagonal slash kick. Kesagiri. This is a type of back-spinning kick, but it is characterized by the trajectory of the kick being diagonally upward, swinging down as if slashing. The rotational force is added, and the striking point is metsuke eye contact, which is also used in swordsmanship. In actual combat, it is difficult to see the opponent, and it is said that seeing the opponent's movements is the secret, and this is called ken no mi no den, transmission of the eye of the sword in Geshinryu. The target area is from the opponent's neck to the shoulder. Damage. C. Effectiveness. D. It takes time to deliver the foot and swing it down, and conversely, the opening after landing the kick is small. It is useful against bosses, and also effective as a follow-up technique after continuous attacks. The damage is moderate, and although it is powerful enough to defeat weaker enemies in one hit, it falls into the category of slightly lower damage when compared to other foot techniques. Thunder kick. Ikazuchijeri. This is a technique that transforms from an outside spinning kick aimed at the upper level into a so-called heel drop. The technique named Thunder Kick is said to come from the concept of upper-level thunder sword, of the new Willow style, which is a branch of the Willow style. Although the concept of technique differs from the thunder sword, the concept is similar, and it is thought to be a terrible fact that it was created by incorporating upper-level thunder sword as a reference. Furthermore, it is also possible to evolve other kicking techniques into thunder kicks. Damage. B. Effectiveness. C. By evolving the technique, a longer reach is obtained, and the damage dealt is also increased. Most weaker enemies can be defeated with one hit, so it is safe to use against weaker enemies. For boss-level enemies, be mindful of counterattacks. By the way, if used as the fourth technique in the Ryoi sealed thrust, the damage after this transformation is the same. Forward foot stop kick. Dishidome. This technique involves moving the body forward significantly and kicking the opponent's lower to middle level with the leading foot. The original target area is mainly the shin and knee, but in actual combat it is mostly aimed at the mud level and above. Also, it is a simple kick, so the power is not very high, and it is mainly used to hinder the opponent's rush rather than to inflict damage. Stability of the supporting leg is an important element, and in Geshinryu there is a training method called Tachikajeri, where you kick your foot into a tree. Damage. D. Effectiveness. A. The characteristic of this technique is its long reach, and by using the reach to its maximum, it can be used with the entire body leaning forward. It is also effective against opponents at a considerable distance. The execution of the technique is not slow, and it can be used in various situations. The ease of use is very good, but you should try to overlook the small damage. Proficiency level, intermediate or higher change. Although the rank is different, there are many similarities in the technique's performance and usage to the diagonal slash kick. It takes time for the technique to be executed, but the opening after it is delivered is small, which is also a common point. The difference is that this technique changes when the proficiency level is intermediate or higher, but the diagonal slash kick does not. Proficiency level, intermediate or higher change. When raising the leg and swinging it down, the preparatory motion leading to the heel drop is also considered as an attack in 2 stages. However, the damage dealt in the preparatory motion up to that point is very slight because it is a preparatory motion to the very end for the heel drop. Even so, if it hits, it will push the opponent backwards, so there are cases where the second attack does not reach. This page describes several martial arts techniques from the Shenmue game. Korin. Korin is a high-speed backflip kick. It's described as difficult to control when untrained, often leading to loss of balance and exposing the back to the opponent. It's noted that very few people in the Hazuki-style history have mastered this technique. Its damage is rated D and effectiveness C. At intermediate level proficiency and above, the technique becomes faster, making it easier to hit and allowing for combos against multiple opponents. The command is indicated as right-pointing arrow X plus A, Shingetsu. Shingetsu is a throw using a mid-air spin, described as a bathing throw. It's mentioned as a forbidden technique from ancient times because the receiver is thrown headfirst and can be fatal. However, skilled practitioners can take a receiving stance to mitigate the danger. Its damage is B and effectiveness B. At intermediate level proficiency and above, it becomes possible to aim for opponents at close range, and the reach extends further, making it useful for pursuing opponents in combos. The command is right-pointing arrow X+A. Hayate. Hayate is a unique kick that uses the opponent's blind spot by turning the back. It's described as a kick delivered to the opponent's blind spot by momentarily turning the back. While rotation and jumping power increase its power and range, timing is crucial. Originally a kicking technique, it evolved into a combat technique used in situations where enemies surround you to check their positions. Its damage is B and effectiveness A. At intermediate level proficiency and above, the technique becomes faster, making it easier to use and widening the attack range through horizontal rotation. It is noted that this technique is particularly effective against multiple opponents. The command is A running A. Fusha. Fusha is a jumping back kick, a large technique aimed at the opponent's neck. It is described as a special technique created in wartime within the Hazuki style. It is considered a powerful technique that can defeat an unguarded enemy with one blow. Its damage is B and effectiveness A. At intermediate level proficiency and above, the technique becomes even faster and more usable. It is still effective against weaker enemies who can be defeated in one hit. The damage remains B, but the effectiveness becomes special A. It's noted that while running attacks are automated, aiming is still necessary. The command is X+A, running X+A. Ensenkaukyaku. Ensenkaukyaku is one of the foot techniques passed down in the swallow palm fist, similar to a Taekwondo heel drop. It's described as a feint-like technique that reverses the body backward in an instant, dropping the heel with full body weight. It requires quick and precise heel dropping. When mastered, it gains more power and becomes a foot strike that cuts down diagonally. Its damage is C and effectiveness C. At intermediate level proficiency and above, the motion changes to one where you swing up and then drop your leg, increasing damage. However, the wind-up motion takes time, making it unsuitable for close-quarters combat against enemies. It's best used against distant or approaching enemies, described as a Wildfield-style move. The command is left-pointing arrow A. Gasakukuzushi. Gasakukuzushi, armor break, refers to armor, specifically shin guards. This technique is a foot technique aimed at disrupting the opponent's movement by kicking at the shins, not necessarily to defeat them but to create an opening for the next attack. It's compared to razor leg in Chinese martial arts, suggesting they are similar. Its damage is E and effectiveness E. At intermediate level proficiency and above, the technique changes to one where you kick up a drum can lying on the roadside. It is described as more of a trick than a practical combat technique, mainly used against lower-level opponents or to kick drum cans for fun. It is noted that in terms of trick K techniques, there are no techniques that surpass this one. The command is left-pointing arrow A. This page depicts various martial arts techniques, detailing their execution effectiveness and upgrades as proficiency increases. Koran. This is a high-speed backwards turning kick. If you are not skilled, you will lose your balance if you just swing your legs in the air, and you may end up turning your back to your opponent. As expected, it is difficult to control, and the act of turning around itself creates a gap, so it lacks reliability. It is said that there are only a few people in the history of the Hazuki style who have mastered Koran as their special skill. Damage, D effectiveness. C. The technique is quick to execute and swings the legs wide, making it effective against multiple opponents other than the front. However, the damage is not as high as expected. It is a technique that is more about surprise, changes at intermediate level or higher of proficiency. The speed of the technique increases. By swinging your legs in the air, you can hit and launch the opponent. The damage amount is almost the same as before, but in terms of being able to hit, it is easier to hit, and you can expect to use it in combos. Good things are not written, so let's make sure to hit them. Shingetsu. This is a throwing technique that releases a kick while spinning in the air in front of you, a so-called bathing throw. Later mentioned as Hazuki-style technique, it is a forbidden technique from ancient times because it throws the opponent half a turn and makes them fall headfirst, which is said to be life-threatening. Of course, in ancient times, the receiver would fall headfirst and be killed, so it is a life-threatening technique. After releasing the technique, you must take a receiving stance to avoid falling yourself. The movement is incorporated into the kicking technique Hazuki style. It is said that skilled practitioners quickly take a receiving stance and solve this problem. Damage. B. Effectiveness. B. The technique is very slow to execute, and even if you aim at close range, it is meaningless if the opponent guards. Because you jump out greatly, the forward reach is unexpectedly long, and the damage amount is not bad either. This intermediate level and above change makes it easier to hit, and you can expect to hit the opponent even if they are guarding. It's not a good thing, so let's try to hit them. Changes at intermediate level or higher of proficiency. You will be able to kick as if you are lying on your back, but the change is not that big. The bigger change is that when you swing your legs in the air, you will not turn your back to the opponent. Other than that, the performance is the same. Damage is also the same. The speed of the technique depends on the skill level. The command is simple, so you should use it proactively. Hayate. This is a kind of surprise attack technique, which is a kicking technique that kicks into the enemy's blind spot by turning your back for a moment. The power of rotation and jumping power are added, so the power is considerable, but the timing to use it is important. Originally it was a kicking technique, but in ancient Hazuki style it was used as a battle technique to check the position of enemies in all directions in an instant, and it was called omnidirectional view. Even in the Hazuki style of today, there are few people who are good at this technique. If you become proficient, you can kick at a high altitude. Damage. B. Effectiveness. A. The weak point is that it takes a certain amount of time to execute the technique, but by utilizing horizontal rotation, you can kick a wide range. The technique is a special attribute that can knock down Zako enemies with a single blow, and the damage itself is outstanding. It is easier to aim at opponents who are a little far away. Changes at intermediate level or higher of proficiency. The execution speed of the technique becomes faster. Makin. G. A usable technique. There is no change in the text of Zako enemies can be defeated with a single blow. It is practical, and running attacks are automatic, so you can use it with aiming in mind. Fusha. This is a jumping backward turning kick, a large technique to kick the opponent's neck. In the long history of the Hazuki style, in the Warring States period it was thought that techniques of ninjutsu martial arts were researched, and this Fusha is also thought to be a technique created in the Warring States period with its characteristics. Once it hits, it is a one-hit kill, and it was passed down in the Hazuki style as a hidden technique. It is said that this kind of technique was effective because it was surrounded by many enemies in wartime. Damage. B. Effectiveness. A. Hayate and Fusha have similar properties, and the damage performance is the same. Fusha is slightly faster to execute than Hayate, and the gap after kicking is larger. Looking at the trajectory of the kick, it seems that Hayate is more advantageous than Fusha, but in reality there is not much difference. It is up to your preference. Changes at intermediate level or higher of proficiency. The execution speed of the technique becomes faster, and the quality of the technique itself is completely different from before the change. The difference is that after kicking you will be able to get up more quickly. There is no significant change in damage, so it is not a technique that you will use often, but in 70-person battles in time attack there is a time-saving effect. Ensun Kaukyaku. This is one of the foot techniques passed down in Swallow Palm Fist, and it is similar to Tae Kwon Do's heel drop. Originally, Swallow Palm Fist is characterized by agile movements and rich in high and low changes, and foot techniques are also diverse and colorful. Ensun Kaukyaku is like a feint, and it is a technique to drop the heel with all your might by reversing your body backwards in an instant. Because it is a heel drop with all your might, it is necessary to drop the heel as quickly as possible. If you become skilled, you will gain even more power, and it will become a foot strike that cuts down diagonally. Damage. C. Effectiveness. C. The weak point is that it takes time to kick. Originally, it was something like a surprise attack in a chaotic battle. Originally, if you fight well, such situations will rarely occur, and it is difficult to use. There are few situations where it is a decisive blow, and if you have the skill to pay for it, you may wonder whether to incorporate it into your strategy. It is difficult to say whether or not to incorporate it. Changes at intermediate level or higher of proficiency. The motion changes to a motion that swings up greatly and then drops the leg, increasing the damage dealt. However, the wind-up motion takes time, so it is not suitable for fighting enemies at close range. It is not suitable for close quarters combat, but it can be used when enemies are far away or approaching. Wild Field Style. Gasakuku Zushi. Gusoku refers to armor, especially shin guards to protect the shins. This Gusokukuzushi is a foot technique that aims to disrupt the opponent's movement by kicking at the shins or to stop the opponent's movement. It is often used as a trigger to connect to the next attack when you want to knock down the opponent with this technique. It is not that powerful in terms of damage. In Chinese martial arts, there is a similar technique called razor leg, and it is thought that they are probably the same thing. Damage. Effectiveness. It is most suitable for kicking and rolling drum cans on the roadside. Or rather, there is no other way to use it. Among various techniques, it is a technique that can kick drum cans even with lower-level techniques. In terms of the ability to kick cans, there is no technique that surpasses this one. It is also good for practice, changes at intermediate level or higher, of proficiency. The damage is increased to damage, see effectiveness. See, the light in the legs is largely muffled, and it becomes something like a big kick in a chaotic battle. Originally, if you fight well, such situations will rarely occur, and it is difficult to use. The point of use is narrow. There are few situations where it is a decisive blow, and if you have the skill to pay for it, you may wonder whether to incorporate it into your strategy. It is difficult to say whether or not to incorporate it. This page depicts fighting moves from the game. Let's take a look at each one in detail. First, we have tornado kick. This is a tricky technique that unleashes a powerful spinning kick using centrifugal and rotational force after a single rotation. If you're not used to it, it's easy to lose sight of your target. To master it, excellent balance is required. Skilled users can rotate twice, making the centrifugal force even more menacing. It is said that Tom taught Ryo this technique, but it's unclear who Tom learned it from. Some say it was from a capoeira user from South America, but that's not confirmed. The damage is rated A, and its effectiveness is B. Landing the second kick deals damage equivalent to 2 kicks, making it a high-damage single technique. Ryo is taught this technique by Tom in Dobuita. The effective range is wide, making it easy to use in combos. Next is whirlwind. This technique involves lowering your body, using one foot as an axis to spin rapidly, and sweeping the opponent's feet with the other foot. Similar techniques are found in Chinese Kung Fu. The secret of this whirlwind technique is described as rolling around like a spinning top. In essence, it means rotating your legs swiftly and smoothly, like a spinning top when you spin. Mastering this technique allows you to sweep away surrounding enemies and is effective when surrounded by multiple opponents. The damage is rated C, and its effectiveness is D. Because of its sweeping nature, it's effective against groups of enemies. However, the technique's execution is slow, making it easy to anticipate. The damage is small, and it is more about sweeping away enemies in front of you. It's not suitable for head-on attacks. Then we have ground spider. This is a technique where you push off the ground with your hands from a lying position and kick upwards, aiming for the opponent's lower abdomen. Similar techniques include the shrimp kick, senkyukyaku, but ground spider is unique in that you face away from the opponent when rising. This tricky movement is considered unorthodox, and it's believed that the origin of this technique from Iga in Mie Prefecture lies in the fighting style of ninjas. The damage is rated C, and its effectiveness is C. The movement is large and leaves you vulnerable, making it easy for the enemy to counterattack in the meantime. It's difficult to launch attacks from a distance. It's a linear attack, so if the enemy sidesteps, it misses. If you can incorporate this technique effectively, it can become a surprise tactic. It's more of a quirky technique, a matter of preference. Moving on to flying swallow continuous slash. Initially it's a simple jumping kick, but with practice after the first kick, you can connect into a heel drop while still in the air. This is what makes it the flying swallow continuous slash. To master this, you need high jumping ability, utilizing the spring of your legs, and quick timing to unleash the continuous kicks. However, it's easy for opponents to see through, and in practice it's often used as a surprise attack. The damage is rated D, and its effectiveness is D as the name suggests. It is originally a 2-kick technique, but before reaching an intermediate level it's just a single kick. The reach of the jump is not very long and the damage is small. Considering its performance, there's not much to recommend it. Prioritize raising your skill level to intermediate. Next is shadow hunt. This technique involves sliding on the ground while running and sweeping the opponent's feet. One hand guards the face, and both hands are used for defense. Because it disappears from the opponent's field of vision momentarily, it's difficult to react to and effectively disrupts their footing. It's an unorthodox technique not commonly seen in regular martial arts, and it's likely been passed down as a hidden technique. Skilled practitioners can perform a sliding tackle while running and twisting their body to sweep the opponent's feet. The difficulty is high, but the power increases dramatically. The damage is rated D, and its effectiveness is D. Although it's a two-kick technique, it's more powerful than a single kick. However, because the movement is large, it's easy for the opponent to anticipate, making it mostly used as a surprise tactic in actual combat. Finally, in the Techniques Coming and Going Foot Techniques Addition section, we have move combinations. Sweeping right pointing arrow whirlwind kick uses the whirlwind kick with the hollow up pointing triangle button. Rising uppercut right pointing arrow tornado kick uses the tornado kick with the ling button. Sweeping is a low attack, and it also has follow-up attacks, making it a technique you don't want to underestimate even against basic enemies. However, the whirlwind kick's attack power is only moderate. With enough power, it can knock down a standing opponent. If used to overlap with the opponent getting up from a knockdown, it can cover for the slow execution of the technique. It's a difficult decision whether to prioritize this or the rising uppercut and tornado kick, but the tornado kick is more reliable. In any case, this attack power is top-notch. Be sure to aim for bound combos. This page depicts various throwing techniques. Shoulder throw. This technique involves grabbing the opponent's arm and pulling their center of gravity while lowering your body to throw them over your shoulder. Similar techniques can be found in other styles like Judo and Gekka style. In Gekka style, it's taught to aim for the opponent's crown when executing the throw to maximize its effectiveness. In Gekka style, striking a vital point during the throw is referred to as kakeate. Damage. B. Effectiveness. B. The command input is simple. Attack decisions are quick, and it can involve surrounding enemies in the attack. Sweeping hip throw. To perform this, you must grab the opponent's lapel, pull them in strongly, and quickly turn to sweep their inner thigh with your leg, throwing them. In Judo, distinctions are made depending on which part of the leg is used for the sweep. But in Gekka style, all variations are categorized as sweeping hip throw. The main goal is to throw the opponent far and make them fall headfirst. Damage. B. Effectiveness. C. The command is to input a direction button, and then the throw command. It's easy to perform unintentionally and lacks assertiveness. While a basic technique, a common weakness in throws is that opponents are often not in a battle stance. Throwing enemies positioned 180 degrees away is effective. Circle throw. This is a sacrifice throw where you fall backward while forcefully throwing the opponent backward. In Gekka style, even when performing a throw, you must fully commit your body. This circle throw is powerful enough to throw even opponents with strong stances, targeting vital points such as the solar plexus and suigetsu. It's also possible to follow up with a finishing blow after the throw. Damage. C. Effectiveness. B. As a standalone throw, the damage is somewhat low in the settings, but subsequent attacks and ground strikes become highly effective. If follow-up attacks are considered, it becomes a sufficiently powerful technique. You can aim to execute this technique directly from a running state, leading into a roll-in attack. Mist reaping. This involves wrapping the inside of a bent arm around the opponent's neck while simultaneously hooking their back leg. It's a technique to throw by applying both upward and downward force. Timing is crucial for both gripping the neck and hooking the leg. The objective is to strike the opponent's occipital region on the ground. This technique, known as betsuri and yushi, is found in Chinese martial arts and is believed to have been acquired during martial arts training in China. Damage. B. Effectiveness. C. The command input is relatively simple, but among various throw techniques the damage is average. It lacks the power of throws like the shoulder throw in terms of damage output. It's a short-duration throw, allowing for quick execution and time reduction. Rakshasa drop. Until the point of the throw, it's similar to the one-armed shoulder throw, but during the throw, the user also falls forward into the opponent's inner side, slamming them to the ground. This is considered a rational technique as the opponent's body acts as a cushion, ensuring a degree of safety. In Gekka style, it's an assembly grappling technique practiced by two people after mastering individual forms. Due to the danger of the Rakshasa drop, practice is done using dummies for the ground-ducking throw. Damage. A. Effectiveness. A. Enemies thrown with this technique are virtually unable to escape. It is a highly appealing and unique move. Approach the enemy closely, but not too close, otherwise the throw will fail. Among throws, inputting the direction button twice backward might cause you to move away from the enemy, so quick input is necessary. Entangling hold. This technique involves grabbing the opponent's arm as they rush in, applying a reverse joint lock and pressing down to restrain them. It's a common technique in ancient martial arts with each style having its own refinements. Gekka style emphasizes its fierce and rapid nature, aiming to seal the opponent's movements and damage their shoulder joints. While in the hold, the user themselves can also move. Caution is advised when facing multiple opponents as the hold takes time to execute. Damage. B. Effectiveness. C. The unique benefit of this throw is not its damage, but its easy transition to command throws and circle throws afterward. It is not a technique to be overused. Furthermore, once the move is initiated, the opponent is defenseless, and it takes a noticeable time, about 1 second, to complete. Therefore it should be used sparingly. Tengu victory. This involves lowering your body, grabbing the opponent's leg, lifting them onto your shoulder, and dropping them headfirst in a sideways fall. It's a very dynamic and exhilarating technique. Legend has it that the creator of this technique was inspired by Tengu, a mythical creature which is a symbol of martial arts. The true essence of Tengu victory is its light yet powerful movements. Judging by its form, Tengu victory requires arm and waist strength and must be executed instantly and decisively. Damage. B. Effectiveness. B. Among throws, the damage dealt to the enemy is slightly higher. It is satisfying to throw and send the enemy flying in one go. However, its effectiveness in practical combat is not particularly outstanding. The command input is, input a forward direction and press the B button. It's relatively easy to input and falls into the category of standard techniques. Be mindful not to overuse it. Special information. Throw Techniques Edition. Secret technique, 2-choice throw escape. Input the sequence Y button then B button and you become almost invincible against enemy attacks. For a powerful guaranteed whirlwind throw, input the sequence X plus AX then B. Be sure to try it out. This page depicts several martial arts techniques with descriptions and associated gameplay information. Ura Hazuki. This technique is a representative throwing technique of the Hazuki style, where you approach from the opponent's side and throw them while turning them halfway around. It is said to have been created in the early days of the style. During the Warring States period, Hazuki warriors wore armor, so it was also used to drop opponents from their shoulders, using the weight of the armor to break their necks. Hazuki Awao favors relatively striking techniques and uses this technique as a downward throw on top of the Ura Hazuki moon. Damage. B. Effectiveness. B. In a side-on stance, press the Y button. Also, it is absolutely impossible to throw if the opponent is not in a throwable state. It is a very special technique. Among the techniques used by enemies in middle stage attacks, in close quarters, there are also B button presses. Wraparound attacks are also possible. Ura Otoshi. This technique is similar to a backdrop in pro wrestling, but it is devised to be easier for the receiver to take, and in later versions, it is thrown as if adding a twist. Back muscle strength and arm strength are unnecessary, but timing is important for Ura Otoshi, more so than Ura Hazuki. In the Hazuki style, the image when throwing an opponent is pulling them out from the roots of a large tree and throwing them. Damage. C. Effectiveness. B. Directional buttons plus Y button and B button in combination to sidestep, avoid enemy attacks, take their back and aim for the throw. Throwing may be avoided, but damage is unavoidable. Damage is slightly higher than Hazuki Otoshi and easier to use, but damage is lower. If you are in a pinch, it is a reliable technique. Cage Cage Jin. This is a technique to get behind the opponent's back and attack their blind spot. As explained above, it's a technique to get behind the opponent, and from that posture, to strike the defenseless opponent's neck with a hand blade. In old martial arts techniques it is called shadow hand. Floatwood and Sariki teach this special technique, and old martial artists also use techniques to strike pressure points, so-called subo, at the neck. Floatwood seems to have mastered its mysteries, and is a man of many riddles. Damage. C. Effectiveness. B. As explained above, get behind the opponent, and from there, unleash a hand blade thrust in 1 second. However, this technique is usually not used in this combo. This is because if you go as far as Shadow Blade, you will not be able to pursue further attacks from there, and you will be in a defenseless posture for a short time. If you think about it calmly, if you stop at Shadow Body and pursue attacks with other techniques from the enemy's back, you might be able to aim for a big damage. The timing is quite severe and difficult, but if you can master it, it will be a reliable weapon. Zanjetsu. This technique is used to evade the opponent's attack and simultaneously approach rapidly, showing a feint to the opponent. Evading and attacking are performed almost simultaneously at the minimum distance. Evading an opponent's attack and then knocking them down is effective in group battles. In group battles and in battles against multiple opponents, the accumulation of fatigue is more of a problem than physical damage, and this technique, which minimizes it, can be said to be a somewhat idealistic attack method. Damage. A. Effectiveness. B. Like Shadow Body and Shadow Blade, directional buttons are used for normal throwing techniques, so unintended throws may occur. It is not a flashy technique that deals great damage, but it is an excellent technique in that it can inflict small but steady damage. The usage of Shadow Body has changed, and it is now a slightly lonely technique. Mr. Floatwood, thank you. Tarami Kuzushi. In the middle of a dash, lower your body and B. You wild up power. Then hit the opponent with a strong head and shoulder as the center of your body. The appearance of hitting the opponent by lowering your body and crouching like a tiger is the origin of this name. The most important thing to be mindful of when releasing Tarami Kuzushi is to drop your ki sufficiently into your tanden before releasing it and to stabilize your center of gravity. When you become a skilled practitioner, after releasing this Tarami Kuzushi, you will dive down in an unstable state and then use the momentum of your own rise to blow the opponent away greatly. Damage. A. Effectiveness. A. Overwhelming damage output is its greatest charm. The command entry is quite simple, but the trick is to get into a dash. The directional button input becomes directional forward, so in the end, to move forward, twice to dash, and then direction forward plus B button. It is a technique that is easy to succeed in throwing if you close in on the opponent and throw them. It also has wraparound properties. Oboro Muso. While grabbing the opponent's arm, turn sideways and apply a thrust punch, then decide on the shoulder joint at once and pull it down, and then jump onto the opponent's body and fly into the air yourself, resulting in a posture almost identical to a wrist lock reverse figure 4 arm lock. If you are a skilled practitioner, you can put it into a continuous technique without the opponent knowing what happened, to the point where they say, EH? And once it is decided, it is a devastating breaking technique. After defeating the opponent with Oboro Muso, release the technique, stand up, and face the next enemy. Damage. Special A. Effectiveness. A. Floatwood Special, or the Floatwood third step, is said to be the strongest throwing technique. Hand techniques, foot techniques, throwing techniques. All technique categories are thoroughly incorporated, and it is an unquestionable technique that deals the greatest damage among the techniques in one set. If you stop at the second step, you can aim for follow-up attacks, such as collapsing blows. However, damage is reduced if you go to the third step with damage emphasis. 2 steps is the ideal for damage emphasis. In time attack for 70 people battle. To bring out the Kyuten until the technique is completed may take time to be cautious, but if you do not mind that, you should aim for time reduction if you cannot help it, and give up on damage efficiency. It is a very strong technique. The first command input is easy to master if you take a posture where you can grab the opponent's arm, such as after suppressing the opponent's attack. There is no problem if you input calmly. The timing of the command input after the second step is also subtly severe, but it is not impossible if you grasp the knack. If you master it, it will be a very interesting continuous technique. After inputting the first long plus B command, press X with the thumb of your leading hand, and then simultaneously with your index finger is the feeling of inputting. This page depicts a guide to combat techniques in Shenmue. It is divided into 2 main sections, turning attack and combo techniques. The page showcases various martial arts moves, each detailed with its name, damage rating, effectiveness rating, a brief description, and the button inputs required to execute them. We can see gameplay screenshots demonstrating each technique, featuring Ryo Hazuki, the main character of Shenmue, practicing these moves in what appears to be a dojo setting. Turning attack. Yanagajishi. Damage. E. Effectiveness. See, this is a turning technique and it is the fastest. Damage is not something to be expected from this technique, but this technique is good for connecting to various combo techniques that start with the X button. For example, if you press the X, X and A buttons while facing away from the enemy, the first move will be this Yanagajishi, and the second and third moves will be continuous strikes. Ashinagi. Damage. E. Effectiveness. D. Although it is a kicking technique, the damage is extremely small, comparable to a light tap. Instead, the technique comes out quickly, and the gap after kicking is small. Like Yanagajishi, it is not a technique that can be relied upon in combos. So assume that you will not defeat the enemy with this attack alone, and prepare to immediately execute various other techniques, combo techniques. Hanryu Rengeki. Damage, B. Effectiveness, D. It is a flurry of 8 attacks, cutting through the enemy's defenses. If you look closely, you can see that the techniques being used are mastered single strikes. The damage per strike is usually low. Furthermore, the intervals between techniques are wide, making it easy for the enemy to counterattack. It is wise to refrain from recklessly using it in combos. Hanryu Kaiten. Damage, B. Effectiveness, B. The flow of 3 hand strikes is the same technique as Hanryu Rengeki. The 4th strike has a whirlwind-like motion similar to the middle stage, and the damage is set to the same usual level. By the way, even if you add the first 3 hand strikes, the damage is less than the 4th strike kick, but against enemies who are facing away from you, all 4 strikes may connect continuously, making it a useful technique in certain situations. Hanryu Tenshin. Damage, C. Effectiveness, D. Up to the 2nd strike, it is the same as Hanryu Rengeki. On the 3rd strike, the peak-like motion is added, and the initial version of Hanryu Tenshin is included. But ultimately, all the damage is reduced to 1/4. The 3rd strike causes the body to lean back, and depending on the timing, all hits will connect, but it is not something that you should aim to use. Hanryu Kaijin. Damage, C. Effectiveness, D. The 4th strike of Hanryu Tenshin has become a sweeping leg motion. Although the direction of the technique has changed, the problem with its usability remains the same. Even if you aim at close range, if the attack is blocked, it will be blocked, and if the 4th strike hits, you will not be able to inflict significant damage. It is only useful in chaotic battles when you are struggling, but it can be effective sometimes. Hanryu Sangeki. Damage, C. Effectiveness, A. From the 2nd punch onwards, it is a continuous technique that leads to foot sweeps. The damage value for the foot sweep is the same as usual, and the interval between techniques is short, so you can use it with confidence. Combined with the speed of the tiger swallow kick and the reach of the foot sweep, it works well in offensive situations. It is a continuous technique that can be used in all sorts of situations. Hanryu Fumajin. Damage, C. Effectiveness, A. After the 3rd strike sweep, it is a continuous technique that connects to the 4th and 5th strikes of Hanryu Renshukaku. The point is that the 3rd strike sweep inflicts the same damage as usual, and if all hits connect, you can expect damage that is not inferior to 4th and 5th strikes. It is basic to stop at the 3rd strike. In Dreams, you can mash the A button to continuously hit, and it also hits enemies in front well. Hanryu Senpujun. Damage, C. Effectiveness, C. Between the 2nd and 3rd strikes and between the 3rd and 4th strikes, large gaps are created, making it easy for techniques to be interrupted. It is easy to use in practice mode, but in actual combat it is difficult to use. It is a practical technique, but if you stop at the 2nd strike and use it, you cannot expect much damage. Hanryu Renshukaku. Damage, C. Effectiveness, D. After delivering the 2nd strike kick, there is a large gap until the 3rd strike kick is delivered, making it easy to receive enemy attacks. If the 2nd strike kick hits, it will be a continuous hit, but if you look at the damage inflicted, it is meaningless unless the 3rd strike hits. Because you kick while swinging your leg widely, you can aim at a wide range of enemies, but it is impractical. Hanryu Shisukyaku. Damage, B. Effectiveness, A. The 1st and 2nd strikes are delivered consecutively, so if the 1st strike hits, the 2nd strike will almost certainly hit. The 3rd strike uses the gale kick, and this is also highly likely to connect, making it easy to use. It is similar to Hanryu Sangeki, but the damage seems to be higher, and when you look at the overall balance, it can be said to be the best technique among combo techniques. Hanryu Shugekikyaku. Damage, B. Effectiveness, E. The first 2 strikes at the beginning of the attack are the same as Hanryu Shisukyaku, and they are continuous hits, but after that the techniques are the same as Hanryu Rengeki, and the same techniques continue. So a large gap is created every time you execute a technique, and it is easy for enemies to interrupt and block attacks. If this technique is aimed at anywhere, it is absolutely right to use Hanryu Shisukyaku instead. Therefore there is no need to aim for this technique. Column, shameful speech. This is too much. I will be disqualified as your bodyguard, Sakuragaoka residence, in the garden. Shenmue column, famous lines collection. This page depicts moves derived from collar grabs and arm grabs in a fighting game. In the top section, titled Derivation from Collar Grab, we see 4 moves demonstrated. The first move, Yuchi, has a damage rating of D and an effectiveness rating of B. It's described as a 2-hit technique activated by pressing the X button twice. but it's mentioned that simply inputting it twice results in low damage. It is suggested to stop at one hit and use it as a starting point for a bound combo. Otherwise, there's little point in using this move. The second move is Seigaeshi. With damage D and effectiveness D, this move involves countering with a kick after a Yuchi. The opponent is sent flying back quite a distance. However, it is noted that the damage is low. The positional relationship is reversed. The third move, Tsukami Hanarenobori, has damage C and effectiveness B. It's described as having slightly less damage than a standard throw escape, which is regrettable. However, it's mentioned that while holding the opponent's abdomen, you can aim for a bound combo, making it a special feature. When the opponent is near a wall, it expands the options for follow-up attacks. The fourth move, Ippanswa, has damage C and effectiveness C. Among the moves derived from collar grabs, this is said to have the highest damage. Furthermore, it possesses the property of drawing in surrounding enemies into the opponent who is thrown and sent flying. It's described as a useful throw with a short execution time. Below, in the section titled Derivation from Arm Grab, we see another 4 moves. The first move, Haori, has damage D and effectiveness E. It is an automatic technique that occurs if you don't input a command while in an arm grab. It's advised that there's little point in intentionally using this move, and it's better to use other derived moves and quickly escape the arm grab. The second move, Suntetsu, has damage C and effectiveness D. It's described as a move where you strike the opponent's chest while in an arm grab. Among the moves derived from arm grabs, it boasts the highest damage, but it's mentioned that other moves are better in terms of overall effectiveness, so it tends to be a weak move that you only use once in a while. The third move, Urataki, has damage D and effectiveness C. In this move, you jump and strike the opponent's body with your elbow. The text mentions that the opponent's body floats in the air, making it difficult to follow up with further attacks and incorporate it into combos. Finally, the fourth move is Kamakari. With damage C and effectiveness A, this move allows you to unleash a kick in the direction of the directional button pressed, branching into 4 directions. If it hits, it is said to down the opponent, even if they are a boss. However, it is noted that if you attempt to perform 2 Kamakari kicks during a single arm grab, it will always result in a Urataki move instead, so caution is advised. The page also includes descriptions of the initial collar grab and arm grab techniques themselves, detailing their properties and how to initiate them. The collar grab is described as having no damage but high effectiveness. A. Occurring when you grab a thrown enemy from the front. It's a state you enter when you want to intentionally grab the opponent, and you can perform a throw escape motion by using the B+Y command. However, it's naturally mentioned that you cannot grab an opponent who is moving. The arm grab is also described as having no damage and high effectiveness. A. It happens when you input the throw button when an opponent's high punch connects at close range. There are 4 types of derived techniques from here, and Kamakari is mentioned as a particularly useful and unique technique. It's advised to remember the opponent's attack patterns and aim to use it preemptively. This page depicts a guide to ducking techniques in the game. It is divided into 2 sections, ducking from the front and ducking from the back. In the ducking from the front section, it describes the basic ducking move itself, explaining it's performed by pressing the Y button when an upper-level attack is coming, and it's used to evade attacks by crouching. It mentions there are variations depending on whether you evade with your hands or feet. The page then branches into different techniques derived from ducking front. These are Heaven's Rise, Tenshou. This move, triggered by X, is described as causing the enemy to fly into the air while drawing an arc if it connects and renders them unable to fight, potentially hitting nearby enemies. It notes that stronger enemies might not fly, but it still deals significant damage. Water Surface Kick, Minimogiri. This move, triggered by A, is described as a sweeping kick similar to a whirlwind kick, good for hitting multiple nearby enemies. It mentions it can knock down weaker enemies in one hit but does not guarantee a knockdown. Sun Halo, Nichiren. This move, triggered by X+A, is described as a technique that prevents enemies from approaching. It mentions that the damage is reduced, but it creates space. It's advised to be cautious against bosses as they might attack quickly after being hit. Corner Drop, Sumiotoshi. This move, triggered by BB, Attack on Hand, is described as a technique used after evading an enemy's hand attack. It's a one-stage move, and it can lead to various bound combos. It can also incorporate throws and has knockback properties. *Kusukita drop, Kusukita ushi. This move, triggered by BB, attack on foot, is described as a technique used when evading an enemy's foot attack. It is also effective against weaker enemies. For stronger enemies, it's suggested to follow up with a second hit for better efficiency. In the ducking from the back section, it describes ducking back, explaining that ducking is also effective when facing away from the enemy and being attacked from behind. It mentions that like the front ducking, it's effective against upper-level attacks. The page then branches into different techniques derived from ducking back. These are *cutting palm strike, Kirishota. This move, triggered by X, is described as dealing the most damage among back attack techniques. But it's slow to execute, making it easy for enemies to interrupt. It is described as a valuable chop-type technique, but there aren't many situations where it's needed. *back snake, Uranagi. This move, triggered by A, is described as different from the water surface kick from front ducking. Being a linear kick in a narrow path, it mentions that the attack decision is made early, making it easy to predict, and the damage output is somewhat restrained. It's considered a technique to be avoided. *bamboo split, Karatake Wari. This move, triggered by X+A, is described as similar to the cutting palm strike, but faster to execute, making it more practical. It is considered slightly weaker than the cutting palm strike, so it's suggested to prioritize hitting the enemy's reaction and using it repeatedly. *crab scissors, Kanibasami. This move, triggered by B, is described as the strongest derived technique from back ducking when the enemy is behind you. It can deal significant damage, but the time it takes to execute is a drawback. While visually impressive, it's considered less practical. The page concludes with a small heart icon and text saying, "Cool, still more to come. Gotcha gotcha. Get 6 types of capsule toys," and at the bottom right it says 67. This page depicts the Baku Baku Animal Land, a section of the Shenmue Superspace Cute Animal Encyclopedia, featuring animals found in Yokosuka. The page highlights 2 categories of animals, cats and birds. Under the cats section, it mentions that the cats in Yokosuka are energetic even in the cold weather, and they can be seen strolling around Dobuita Shopping Street. It is said that the people in Dobuita Shopping Street are warm-hearted, and the cats are no exception to this kindness. Furthermore, near New Yokosuka Harbor's Amihama Wharf, there are cats working at the harbor who are also cherished. The birds section talks about pigeons. In New Yokosuka Harbor, many pigeons can be encountered. It humorously mentions that the pigeons scatter when they see Ryo Hazuki in his leather jacket running around. The text playfully questions if they are all right after running away. It asks readers not to tease the pigeons in such a manner. The page titles are Shenmue Superspace Cute Animal Encyclopedia, Baku Baku Animal Land, Cats, Birds. The text at the bottom indicates this is page 68 from the Shenmue Famous Quotes collection, and features the quote, "Inoue hey, clearing with 1 coin is amazing, isn't it?" said while clearing out Run. This page depicts a page from a magazine section titled, Pride of My Pet from Home. It introduces pets submitted by readers, this time featuring a pet from a 5-year-old girl living in Sakuragoka, Yokosuka City. At the top of the page, under the title Dog, it describes how the author encountered a gentle-looking dog in the Dobuita Shopping Street when the sea breeze became chilly. The dog was with its owner and older sister, and happily let the author pet its head and even lick them. The author expresses a desire to play with the dog again. Next to it, under Others, it humorously talks about a cockroach encountered at a ramen shop. The author was hungry after walking all day and went to a ramen shop. When their chashu pork ramen arrived and they were about to eat, they spotted a lively cockroach. Despite being a bit taken aback, the author found it to be a very energetic creature, and couldn't help but stroke its back. The main section focuses on a cat named Mimichin, a 10-month-old female. The text, written by her owner, 5-year-old Ebana Misato, says, "My name is Misato Ebana. I'm 5 years old. I can write hiragana. I named the cat Mimi. I picked her up with my uncle. She was shivering but looked cute, so I took her home. She doesn't eat fried food. What does she eat? She's very cute. I always want to play with her." The end. Followed by her name and age, Misato Ebana, 5 years old. The page includes speech bubbles around Mimichin's pictures. Gonna get mad when she is sleeping. Cleanliness is important when she is grooming herself. Pet me when she wants attention, and wonder if I can get on when she is looking at a high place like a shrine roof. The text next to Mimichan's photos elaborates that she is a spoiled cat who demands attention and meows loudly when she wants to play. It also notes that she grooms herself meticulously and even attempts to climb onto the shrine roof, although she might be a bit too high up. Finally, there's a section titled Recommended Food. Under Likes, it lists sliced fish, tuna flakes, milk, and dried sardines. Under So-So, it lists squid, fried foods, salami, and imaichi, a general term for not good. At the bottom it mentions Love to Yukigashiki, 2 stars, 1 sword, Moonlit Knight's Place by Kaizan Family, and credits Shenmue Famous Quotes Collection, 69. This page depicts a Shenmue CG pickup, bento, and showcases a detailed image of a bento box. What makes this game special is that even the smallest details are carefully crafted, and this bento box is also one of the refinements of such craftsmanship. Today's bento is probably a Makinuchi bento. You can see grilled fish, fried food, spaghetti underneath, pickled vegetables as a side dish, salad, and so on. If I were to be greedy, I would also want a pickled plum. This page depicts a title page for a section of a guidebook, adorned with a stylized dragon illustration at the bottom. In Shenmue, where any way of playing is allowed, how empty the echo of the word strategy sounds. However, it is also true that by saving the effort of strategy, new ways of playing can be discovered. In this chapter, let's focus on game strategy. This page depicts a super flowchart, a guide to the shortest route to clear the game. It explains that following this chart will efficiently lead to the ending, but it only covers the bare minimum actions, suggesting players should explore more to fully enjoy the game. The page also provides a guide on how to read the flowchart, explaining numbered elements. 1. Event number and page reference. 2. Event name with symbols indicating mandatory events circle, and events with quick time events QTEs star. 3. Event location, conditions and time. 4. Event description. 5. QTE command if applicable. The Disc 1 Start, Game Start section describes the game's opening where the player initially watches a non-interactive view mode. It sets the scene with Ryo Hazuki returning home to find his father, Iwao Hazuki, attacked by Lan Di. After witnessing this prologue and dreaming of dragons on December 3rd, the game transitions to free quest mode, allowing player control. The flowchart then details specific events. Number 1 event 4 days after the incident. Location Hazuki residence entrance. Condition head to the entrance. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description Ryo receives a sealed envelope containing pocket money, 500 yen, from In Hayata. Afterward, envelopes are placed daily on top of the Geta box at the entrance. Going outside automatically adds them to your inventory. Number 2 First, let's talk to Fukuhara. Location Hazuki residence dojo. Condition enter the dojo. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description by speaking to Fukuhara in the dojo, Ryo is tasked with searching for the men in black and witnesses. This leads him to Yamano's shrine. Number 3 Hear about Yamagishi from Ebisu. Location Yamano's shrine. Condition pass in front of the shrine. Time 8:30 to 1900. Description by talking to Ebisu and giving him dried sardines, he tells Ryo about Yamagishi, who seemed troubled after being chased by a black car. #4 Black car is headed to Dobuita. Location Sakuragoka, Yamagishi residence's garden. Condition talk to Yamagishi. Time 8:30 to 1600. Description Yamagishi explains that the black car went towards Dobuita at high speed. By hearing this, Ryo will be able to go to Dobuita. Number 5 What is Tom muttering about? Location Dobuita, flower shop Ida. Condition talk to Harasaki. Time 8:30 to 22:30. Description by talking to Harasaki, Ryo learns that Tom from the hot dog stand is muttering about a black car and seems agitated. #6 What Chinese person to the Chinese person? Location Dobuita hot dog stand front. Condition talk to Tom. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description from Tom's story, Ryo learns that the person in the black car was Lan Di. He also discovers from Tom that Lan Di was not Chinese. Therefore, Ryo needs to ask the Chinese people in Dobuita for information. Number 11 QTE in the back alley. Location Dobuita, near bar Heartbeats. Condition go down the stairs to Heartbeats at night. Time 1900 to 23:30. Description as Ryo descends the stairs to Heartbeats, he is accosted by 2 thugs, triggering a QTE sequence. QTE command BA. This page depicts a guide for a game, likely Shenmue, showing a flowchart of events and actions within the game's world. It seems to be structured as a walkthrough, directing the player through various tasks and interactions to progress the story. The setting appears to be Dobuita in Yokosuka, a location from the game, with various shops and areas mentioned like Heartbeats, Ichishou, Mary's Place, and Sakuragaoka. Characters that are mentioned include Charlie, Sha Shu Yu, Dao, owner of Ichishou, gang boss Chen, and others. These characters are integral to the Shenmue storyline. Some of these tasks seem to be essential for progressing the game, like finding Charlie or getting information about Chinese people, which are central themes in Shenmue. The guide seems to offer hints and tips on how to navigate these tasks efficiently, such as suggesting the best time to visit certain places or the optimal order of actions. It also highlights some potentially tricky parts like the Charlie Wait battle and QTE, hinting at quick-time events and challenges. The enjoyable moments are implicit in the progression of the story and character interactions, as the guide leads the player through these narrative points. #7. Ask Santo about Chinese people. Location Dobuita Chinese restaurant Ichishou. Condition Talk to Dao. Time 10 o'clock to 2100. When you talk to Dao, the owner of Ichishou, he will tell you to ask Santo about Chinese people. Santo refers to professions that use blades, and in Dobuita, these are Manpu-Kukan, Mary's Place, and Barber Maeda. Whichever store you visit, the final destination will be the same, so if you want to get there as quickly as possible, Mary's Place is recommended because of its long business hours. #8. Introduce Chen and the barber shop. Location Dobuita Wapen Shop Mary's Place. Condition Talk to Chen. Time 10 o'clock to 2000. When you talk to Chen, the owner of Mary's Place, he will introduce you to Chen from the barber shop. This will allow you to enter the Chen barber shop. #9. Ask Chen's wife about Chen's whereabouts. Location Dobuita Chen barber shop. Chen barber shop. Condition Talk to Chen's wife. Time 10 o'clock to 1900. When you ask Chen's wife, the old Mr. Chen is said to be related to the Blue Spiders, a Chinese mafia organization. It is speculated that he is gathering information about sailors. Sailors who go out to sea from Hong Kong and other places are said to be knowledgeable about Chinese mafia. #10. Chen publicly asks a sailor to help. Location Dobuita Suganee Park. Condition Talk to Public Chen. Time 8:30 to 20:30. When you ask Public Chen, the old Mr. Chen is said to be related to the Blue Spiders, a Chinese mafia organization. It is speculated that he is gathering information about sailors. Sailors who go out to sea from Hong Kong and other places are said to be knowledgeable about Chinese mafia. #11. QTE on the back street. Location Dobuita Bar Heartbeats Alley. Condition Night. Go down the stairs to Heartbeats. Time 1900 to 2330. When you go down the stairs to Heartbeats, you will be bumped into by two sailors. If you successfully perform the QTE, a QTE battle will occur. #12. QTE inside Heartbeats. Location Dobuita Bar Heartbeats. Condition Enter Heartbeats. Time 1900 to 2330. Enter Heartbeats, talk to Bob on the bar counter, and a QTE battle will occur. Beforehand, prepare yourself mentally. If you succeed, Bob will tell you information about a person named Charlie, based on his characteristics. Relying on that information, you will search for Charlie. #13. Sailor Revenge Battle. Location Dobuita Game Center, U vicinity. Condition the day after the QTE in Heartbeats. Head towards U. Time 1900 to 2300. Even at Heartbeats, you will have a QTE battle with the sailors from the previous day. If you head towards U in the parking lot the day after the Heartbeats QTE battle, a revenge battle with 5 sailors will occur. If you win, you will get information about the tattoo shop. #14. Charlie Capture QTE. Location Dobuita Okayama Heights Room 202. Condition Enter the tattoo shop. Time 1400 to 2330. The day after the Sailor Revenge battle, go to the tattoo shop and you will meet Charlie. He is hiding behind the curtain in the back of the store. Open the curtain and a sudden QTE battle will occur, so mental preparation is necessary. #15. Hollow Circle Prickly Pear of Anxiety. Location Dobuita Okayama Heights. Condition After meeting Charlie, exit Okayama Heights. Time 1400 to 2330. When you exit Okayama Heights, Prickly Pear will appear from under the stairs and call out to you. She seems very worried about Nozomi. #16. The cipher letter written in Chinese. Location Hazuki Residence Dojo. Condition the day you promise to meet Charlie, go to the dojo. Time 1600 to 2330. On this event, Charlie and you are supposed to meet on that day at 1600, but it will be triggered automatically the next day if you go to bed on the promised day. If you want to proceed in the shortest possible way, you must trigger it on the day itself. After that, In will hand over a mysterious letter written in Chinese from the shed. Number 17, Hollow Circle. Who can read Chinese? Location, Hazuki Residence Garden. Condition, after receiving the letter from In, head towards Fukusan's gate. Time 8:30 to 1400. Fukusan will look at the letter handed over by In. However, both of them cannot read Chinese and do not know what is written, so they decide to look for someone who can read it. Number 18, Hollow Circle. Charlie's Weight Battle and QTE. Location, Mountain Star Construction Site. Condition, the day you promise to meet Charlie, go through the construction site. Time 8:30 to 1600. If you proceed to the construction site, Charlie, who is waiting to ambush you, and 3 other men will appear. A free battle with Charlie and QTE will occur one after another. After winning, the children you helped will appear, and it will be revealed that Charlie is a Chinese person named Sha Shu Yu. Number 19, ask Sha Shu Yu to read Summer Tree Jade. Location, Dobuita Bread Shop, Komine Bakery. In front of condition, talk to Sha Shu Yu. Time 8:30 to 1900. In front of Komine Bakery, you will be stopped by Sha Shu Yu. If you ask him about someone who can read Chinese, he will introduce you to his grandmother, Sha Shu Yu, the owner of the pottery shop, Rosy Arms. Number 20, have Sha Shu Yu read the letter. Location, Dobuita Pottery Shop, Rosy Arms. Condition, enter the pottery shop. Time 10 o'clock to 2100. When you talk to Sha Shu Yu, the shop owner, and tell her about the letter, she will readily accept. In the deciphered letter, the names of adults, mysterious words, and telephone numbers are written. Number 21, make a phone call to warehouse number 8. Location, Hazuki Residence Entrance Gate near Dobuita Hirata Apartments. Condition, make a phone call to the number written on the letter. Time 8:30 to 23:30. If you make a phone call to the number written on the letter, 0468615647, as will answer. A password will be requested. The password is, Father in Heaven, right pointing arrow 9 dragons, right pointing arrow Mother on Earth, right pointing arrow I am a friend. If you answer correctly, you will be told that the destination is warehouse number 8. Number 22, warehouse number 8 is in Amihama Town. Location, Hazuki Residence Entrance Gate near Dobuita Hirata Apartments. Condition, investigate with the telephone directory. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Once you know the phone number, the next step is to find the location. There are 2 ways to investigate the location. You can either use the phone directory or dial 104 for directory assistance. Using the phone directory is recommended for the shortest route. Number 23, Amihama Town is by bus, you learn. Location, Dobuita Hirata Apartments in front of the Yokosuka bar. Condition, ask Hirata in front of Yokosuka. Time 8:30 to 23:30. To find out how to get to Amihama Town, ask Hirata-shin, the old lady at Hirata Apartments, or the bartender at Yokosuka in the west. Depending on the time, the person you ask may change, so be min. DFUL of time loss. This will allow you to go to the port from the bus stop. Number 24, by bus to the port. Location, Dobuita Bus Stop. Condition, take a bus for 160 yen or more. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Before getting on the bus, you need to check your belongings. The bus fare is 160 yen one way. You cannot ride if you do not have enough. Even if you don't have enough for the return fare, you can go to the port, but you will have to wait for the bus on the way back, which will force you to sleep. If it becomes sleep time, you will automatically fly to the Hazuki residence. If you want to go in the shortest way, be sure to bring 320 yen or more. Disc 1 end. This page depicts a walkthrough guide for events in the game. The page begins with information about Disc 2 of the game. It explains that after taking the bus at the end of Disc 1, a message will appear on the screen prompting a disc change to save data. It warns players not to proceed to Disc 2 without saving. After inserting Disc 2 and reloading the data, the game will restart from the bus arriving at New Yokosuka Harbor, marking the beginning of Disc 2 content. The guide then lists various events numbered from number 25 to number 40, each with a title, location, conditions, time, and a brief description. Event number 25, New Yokosuka Harbor, simply indicates the location as New Yokosuka Harbor and notes that the entire New Yokosuka Harbor area becomes available after Event 24. Event number 26, Katsuage Rescue QTE, takes place at the port entrance area. The condition is to proceed towards the warehouse district. It occurs between 8:30 and 21:30 and involves a quick time event, QTE, labeled AB. The description explains that if you try to proceed to the back of the port, you will witness 2 delinquents harassing someone. If you successfully complete the QTE, you will rescue the person, who is named Guro, and he will tell you the location of warehouse number 8. Event number 27, driven back by warehouse number 8 security guard, occurs in front of warehouse number 8. The condition is attempting to enter warehouse number 8 between 8:30 and 1900. The description states that if you try to enter warehouse number 8, you will be stopped by a security guard. It mentions that even if you try to talk to other security guards, it won't work as the flag for entering warehouse number 8 hasn't been set yet. It advises players to approach warehouse number 8 from the front and get scolded by the guard to set the flag. Event number 28, infiltrate warehouse number 8, takes place at the back of warehouse number 8. The condition is to use the wooden boxes at the back of the warehouse to enter, and it can be done between 8:30 and 23:30. The description explains that if you go around to the back of warehouse number 8, you'll notice a small window is open. By moving the small wooden boxes nearby and stacking 6 of them, you can create a platform to reach the window and enter the warehouse. Event number 29, warehouse number 8, another one, is inside warehouse number 8. The condition is to listen to the workers on the second floor of warehouse number 8, and the event is available from 8:30 to 23:30. The description mentions that if you proceed to the second floor of warehouse number 8, you'll overhear the workers talking. From their conversation, you'll learn that there is another warehouse number 8 in Old Warehouse District. Event number 30, driven back by Old Warehouse District Security Guard 2, occurs in front of the Old Warehouse District. The condition is attempting to enter the Old Warehouse District between 8:30 and 1900. The description states that just like warehouse number 8, you will be stopped by security guards when trying to enter the Old Warehouse District before nightfall. It suggests getting scolded by the security guard in the Old Warehouse District first to set the flag, similar to what was done at warehouse number 8. Event number 31, infiltrate Old Warehouse District, is located in the Old Warehouse District. The condition is to enter the Old Warehouse District after 1900, and it's available from 1900 to 23:30. The description mentions that after 1900, the security guards at the gate will disappear, allowing infiltration. It notes that a QTE involving a spotlight occurs at the entrance. Successfully completing the QTE allows entry, while failure results in restarting from the next day's same time. Event number 32, Old Warehouse District number 8 is to the right, is located in the Old Warehouse District. The condition is to succeed in the QTE at the Old Warehouse District entrance, and it's available from 1900 to 4 o'clock. The description explains that in the Old Warehouse District, security guards are patrolling. To avoid being seen by them, you need to move to the right toward Old Warehouse District number 8. It suggests sticking to the right side of Old Warehouse District number 8 and hiding in the shadows. When a security guard turns their back, you should dash. It recommends a route passing between Old Warehouse number 5 and Old Warehouse number 9, then going to the left in front of Old Warehouse number 4. Event number 33, Chentoran appears, takes place inside Old Warehouse District number 8. The condition is to investigate the altar decorated with shelves between 1900 and 4 o'clock. The description says that once inside you should go to the altar slightly to the left. On the upper 2 shelves are white tablets. Use view mode to examine them. From Chentoran, you can hear about the existence of the Phoenix Mirror and another mirror, the Dragon Mirror. You are then instructed to return to the Hazuki residence and search for the Phoenix Mirror. Event number 34, Talk to In, takes place at the Hazuki residence. The condition is simply to talk to In Hazuki, and it is available from 8:30 to 23:30. The description mentions that on the morning after meeting Chentoran, you should talk to In Hazuki to hear about what Fukusan is searching for. Event number 35, Listen In on Fukusan's apology, is in the Hazuki residence garden. The condition is to approach the cherry blossom tree near the dojo, and it's available between 8:30 and 23:30. The description explains that from Fukusan you can hear him confessing and apologizing to In Hazuki about something he did. Continuing, it says that by eavesdropping on their conversation, you can hear about the Phoenix Mirror, and ask Fukusan about what he is entrusting to the antique shop. Event number 36, Get the Blade Handguard, is located at the Dobuita Pawn Shop Antique Shop. The condition is to enter the antique shop Bonehead, and it's available from 10 o'clock to 2200. The description states that the shop owner, Daikichi Yamada, will tell you that the master of the Hazuki family entrusted him with something called the Blade Handguard, and you will receive it. Event number 37, Confrontation with Guizhang, takes place near the mountain path leading to Nagai Hill. The condition is to proceed along the mountain path towards Nagai Hill, and it's available from 8:30 to 2300. The description says that on the way back to the Hazuki residence, Guizhang Chen will suddenly appear from behind, initiating a battle. However, it is stated that you cannot win. After a certain amount of time, the battle will end, and Guizhang will tell you that he is Ryo Hazuki's bodyguard, accepting the role from his father, Chen Torin. Event number 38, Show the Blade Handguard to Fukusan, occurs at the Hazuki residence garden. The condition is to talk to Fukusan, and it's available from 8:30 to 23:30. The description explains that when you show the blade handguard to Fukusan, he recognizes the Hazuki family crest on it. He then suggests showing it to In Hazuki and hearing more details. Event number 39, Show it to In 2, is at the Hazuki residence, in In's room. The condition is to enter In's room, and it's available from 8:30 to 23:30. The description states that from In Hazuki in her room, you can hear about the Hazuki family crest. Event number 40, Keep the Items, is located at the Hazuki residence, in In's room, the entrance, and the dojo. There are no listed conditions, and the time is from 8:30 to 23:30. The description says that before searching for the Phoenix Mirror, you must obtain 3 items. 1. The mysterious key is in the drawer of the desk in In's room. 2. The flashlight is under the phone in the entrance. 3. The sword is in the wooden box in the dojo, but it is locked. It notes that the wooden box containing the sword can be opened by using the mysterious key from item 1. Finally, at the bottom, there is a phrase related to Guizhang Chen. Guizhang, once you find it, your life is not your own, it is mentioned, as being at the end of Guizhang's explanation of the Phoenix Mirror. This page is a detailed guide for progressing through a specific section of the game, focusing on events around Warehouse Number 8, the Old Warehouse District, and the Hazuki residence, involving characters like Guro, security guards, Chen Torin, In Hazuki, Fukusan, Daikichi Yamada, and Guizhang Chen. It outlines specific locations, times, and conditions to trigger events and obtain key items necessary to advance the story. This page details the start of Disc 2. Disc 2 Start. When you board the bus at the end of Disc 1, a message prompting a disc change will appear on the screen instructing you to save your data. Please be aware that you cannot proceed to Disc 2 without saving. After changing discs and reloading your data, Disc 2 will begin with the scene of the bus arriving at New Yokosuka Harbor, and the game will resume from there. Number 25, New Yokosuka Harbor. Location, New Yokosuka Harbor. Condition, flow from Event 24. Time, description. The entire New Yokosuka Harbor area becomes explorable. Number 26, Katsuage Rescue QTE. Location, port entrance area. Condition, proceed towards the warehouse district. Time 8:30 to 21:30. Left pointing arrow AB. Description. If you try to proceed to the back of the port, you will witness 2 delinquents harassing someone. If you successfully complete the QTE, a grateful person Guro will tell you the location of warehouse number 8, number 27 driven back by warehouse number 8 security guard. Location, port, in front of warehouse number 8. Condition, attempt to enter warehouse number 8. Time 8:30 to 1900. Description. If you try to enter warehouse number 8, you will be stopped by a security guard. Unfortunately, even if you talk to other security guards, the flag for entering warehouse number 8 will not be set. Be sure to approach warehouse number 8 from the front and get scolded by the security guard. Number 28, infiltrate warehouse number 8. Location, port back of warehouse number 8. Condition, enter using the wooden boxes at the back of the warehouse. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description. If you go around to the back of warehouse number 8, you'll notice that the small window on the upper part is open. Move the small wooden boxes that are nearby, stack about 6 of them and use them as a foothold. Then jump into the window and enter. Number 29, warehouse number 8. Another one. Location, port, inside warehouse number 8. Condition. Listen to the workers' conversation on the second floor of warehouse number 8. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description. When you proceed to the second floor inside warehouse number 8, you will overhear the workers talking. From their conversation, you will learn that another warehouse number 8 is located in the Old Warehouse District. Number 30 driven back by Old Warehouse District Security Guard 2. Location, port, in front of Old Warehouse District. Condition, attempt to enter Old Warehouse District. Time 8:30 to 1900. Description: when you try to enter the old warehouse district, you will be stopped by security guards, just like at warehouse number 8. Unfortunately, even if you try to talk to them, the flag for entering old warehouse district will not be set. First, be sure to get scolded by the security guard and be driven back. Number 31. Infiltrate old warehouse district. Location: Port Old Warehouse District. Condition: enter old warehouse district after 1900. Time 1900 to 2330. Left pointing arrow. Description: after 1900, when the security guards are gone from the gate area, infiltration begins. At the entrance, a surprise spotlight QTE occurs. If you succeed, you can enter as is. If you fail, you will have to retry from the same time the next day. Number 32. Old Warehouse District. Number 8 is to the right. Location: Port Old Warehouse District. Condition: succeed in the QTE at the Old Warehouse District entrance. Time 1900 to 4 o'clock. Description: in the Old Warehouse District, security guards are patrolling. To avoid being seen by them, move to the right towards Old Warehouse District number 8. It is recommended to PR. Proceed along the path between Old Warehouse number 5 and Old Warehouse number 9, and then go left in front of Old Warehouse number 4, while sticking to the right side of Old Warehouse District number 8 and hiding in the shadows. When a security guard turns their back, dash. Number 33. Chen Torin appears. Location: Port, inside Old Warehouse District number 8. Condition: investigate the altar decorated with shelves. Time 1900 to 4 o'clock. Description: once inside, go to the altar slightly to the left. There are white tablets displayed on the upper 2 shelves. Examine them in view mode. From Chen Torin you can hear about the existence of the Phoenix Mirror and another mirror, the Dragon Mirror. Return to the Hazuki residence and search for the Phoenix Mirror. Number 34. Talk to Inn. Location: Hazuki residence. Condition: talk to Inn. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description: on the morning after meeting Chen Torin, talk to Inn Hazuki. Inn will tell you about what Fukusan has been searching for. Number 35. Listen in on Fukusan's apology. Location: Hazuki residence, garden. Condition: approach the cherry blossom tree near the dojo. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description: from Fukusan, you can hear him confessing to Inn Hazuki about something he has done and apologizing. Continue listening to their conversation to hear about the Phoenix Mirror. Ask Fukusan about what he is entrusting to the antique shop. Number 36. Get the blade handguard. Location: Dobuita Pawnshop, Antique Shop, Bonehead. Condition: enter the Antique Shop, Bonehead. Time 10 o'clock to 2200. Description: the shop owner, Daikichi Yamada, will tell you that the previous master of the Hazuki family entrusted him with something called the blade handguard, and you will receive the blade handguard. Number 37. Confrontation with Guizhang. Location: Sakuragoka Mountain Path towards Nagai Hill. Condition: proceed along the mountain path towards Nagai Hill. Time 8:30 to 2300. Description: on the way back to the Hazuki residence, Guizhang Chen will suddenly appear from behind and a battle will commence. However, you cannot win. After a certain amount of time passes, the battle will end. Afterwards, Guizhang will explain that he is Ryo Hazuki's bodyguard, entrusted to him by his father Chen Torin. Number 38. Show the blade handguard to Fukusan. Location: Hazuki residence, garden. Condition: talk to Fukusan. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description: show the blade handguard to Fukusan. Fukusan will point out that the pattern on the blade handguard is the Hazuki family crest. He will then suggest showing it to Inn and hearing more detailed information. Number 39. Show it to Inn 2. Location: Hazuki residence, Inn's room. Condition: enter Inn's room. Time 8:30 to 23:30. Description: from Inn Hazuki in her room you can learn about the Hazuki family crest. Number 40. Keep the items. Location: Hazuki residence, Inn's room, entrance, dojo. Condition: time 8:30 to 23:30. Description: before searching for the Phoenix Mirror, be sure to obtain these 3 items. 1. Mysterious key, in the drawer of the desk in Inn's room. 2. Flashlight under the phone in the entrance. 3. Sword, in the wooden box in the dojo. Note: the wooden box containing the sword can be opened by using the mysterious key from item 1. Next page. This page depicts a series of events in Dobuita, Yokosuka, likely from the game Shenmue. It seems to be a guide detailing specific actions and encounters. We see locations such as the Hazuki residence, Fukuhara's room, the dojo, and areas within Dobuita like the travel agencies, jeans shop, and game center. Characters involved include Ryo Hazuki, Fukuhara, Master Chen, Jimmy, and Chai. These events seem to guide the player through specific tasks and interactions to progress in the game. Some of these events, like finding the underground passage or battling Chai, are memorable and can be tricky or exciting moments for players. Number 41 Underground Passage discovered. Location, Hazuki Residence, Dojo. Conditions, sword and key are in the wall. Time, 8:30 to 23:30. When you remove the 2 hanging scrolls in the dojo, you will find strangely shaped holes. If you put the sword guard key in the hole on the right and the blade key in the hole on the left, the wall will move, and a passage to the underground basement will be found. Number 42 Suspicious Shelf. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement. Conditions, move the left shelf. Time, 8:30 forced sleep if not done. When you go down to the basement, turn on the light in the basement and investigate the shelves in the back left of the basement. You will find a suspicious shelf. If you continue to move the shelf, a wall with a different color will appear in the place where the shelf was. Number 43 Get the Phoenix Mirror. Location, Hazuki Residence Basement. Conditions, break the wall with a mallet. Time, 8:30 forced sleep if not done. Break the wall that is standing sideways at the entrance with a mallet and you will obtain the Phoenix Mirror. Number 44 Make an appointment with Master Chen. Location, Hazuki Residence Entrance. Conditions, call Old Warehouse number 8. Tell the password correctly. Time, 8:30 to 23:30. Call Old Warehouse number 8, 0468615647. If you tell the password correctly, Master Chen will tell you to bring the Phoenix Mirror. Number 45 Chai Attack QTE. Location, Port, Old Warehouse number 8. Conditions, automatically occurs when talking to Master Chen. Time, during the meeting with Master Chen, a suspicious man with a skinhead Chai appears. Here, a QTE occurs. If you succeed, you can take back the Phoenix Mirror. By the way, at this point, Ryo decides to go to Hong Kong on his own. Number 46 Report to Fukuhara. Location, Hazuki Residence, Fukuhara's room. Conditions, automatic occurrence after Chai Attack QTE. Time, report to Fukuhara part of what you learned from Master Chen's story, such as the fact that Lan Di is heading to Hong Kong. Number 47 Phoenix Mirror Dream. Location, Hazuki Residence, Tears Room. Conditions, go to bed after retrieving the Phoenix Mirror. Time, 2000 to 23:30. After retrieving the Phoenix Mirror, you will have a mysterious dream where the Phoenix Mirror is taken away again and something is being pulled out. Number 48 Balance Inquiry of Passbook. Location, Hazuki Residence, Tears Room. Conditions, automatic occurrence the morning after retrieving the Phoenix Mirror. Time, 8:30. Decide to go to Hong Kong and check your passbook. Here you will know that your current balance is insufficient. The required funds will be added later. From now on you will not be able to use money for unnecessary things or buses. #49. I think I'll go to Hong Kong. Location, Hazuki Residence, Fukuhara's room. Conditions, enter Fukuhara's room. Time, 8:30 to 23:30. Talk to Fukuhara and say, I'm thinking of going to Hong Kong. Fukuhara is surprised by Ryo's words and scolds him. After that, for a while, Fukuhara will be holed up in his room, and you will not be able to meet him. Number 50 Get a pamphlet. Location, Dobuita Board Travel Agency World Travel. Conditions, enter World Travel. Time, 9 o'clock to 2000. Go to the travel agency and get a Hong Kong pamphlet. After getting the pamphlet, return to Hazuki Residence for the time being, on the Dobuita board there. There are two travel agencies, Asia Travel and World Travel, but either one is fine. World Travel, which opens earlier, is recommended for the shortest route. Number 51 Fukuhara's Savings Box. Location, Hazuki Residence, Fukuhara's room. Conditions, enter Fukuhara's room. Time, 8:30 to 23:30. Fukuhara, having seen the pamphlet, breaks his own savings box and gives you the contents. However, even with that, the travel expenses are still far from sufficient. You will have no choice but to look for ways to go to Hong Kong cheaply. Number 52 Ask Tatsumi about ship passage. Location, Dobuita Board, Jeans Shop Water Dragon Volume 2. Conditions, talk to Tatsumi. Time, 10 o'clock to 2000. Talk to Tatsumi, the owner of the jeans shop. You will learn that you can travel cheaply by ship. In addition, you can get the same information from the fortune teller Ida, the Chinese restaurant Tian Tian Te, the king of taste Yokosuka in the flower shop, but Tatsumi is recommended for the shortest route. Number 53 Secure a ticket. Location, Dobuita Board Travel Agency Asia Travel. Conditions, enter Asia Travel. Time, 10 o'clock to 2000. Go to Asia Travel and secure a ship ticket to Hong Kong. A deposit is required for the reservation, so you will pay 69,000 yen. You can receive the ticket 4 hours later. From then on, you will be able to use money again. Number 54. Go after 4 hours. Location: Dobuita Board, Travel Agency, Asia Travel. Conditions: enter Asia Travel. Time: 10 o'clock to 2000. Return to Asia Travel to pick up your ticket, but you are told that your ticket has not been issued yet, and your deposit has been taken away. Ask Jimmy, the store manager of the travel agency. You will be told to definitely come back the next day to pick up the ticket. Number 55. Phone call from Jimmy. Location: Hazuki Residence, Tears Room. Conditions: automatic occurrence the morning after the promised day with Jimmy. Time: 8:30. When you wake up, you receive a phone call from Jimmy, telling you to come to the Game Center U at 12 o'clock. Number 56. Battle with Chai. Location: Dobuita Board, Game Center U. Conditions: enter the Game Center U by 12 o'clock. Time: 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock. This event is a forced event that occurs if you wait until 12 o'clock after the Game Center opens at 12 o'clock. Also, if you proceed without waiting until 12 o'clock, it will forcibly trigger. If you proceed in the shortest route, you will be in the Game Center by 10 o'clock. When you enter, Chai appears from the back. Chai will become your opponent in the middle. The enemy is quite strong, so let's fight carefully. Number 57. If you lose to Chai. Location: Dobuita Board, each store. Conditions: talk to the shop owner of each store. Time: 8:30 to 23:30. Chai is quite strong. If you lose the battle with Chai, Fukuhara will help you. You will restart from the morning of the promised day with Jimmy. If you listen carefully in town, you will understand that Chai has headed towards Asia Travel. Number 58. Chase Jimmy. Location: Dobuita Board, Travel Agency, Asia Travel. Conditions: open the door of Asia Travel. Time: 8:30 to 1800. When you open the door of the store, Jimmy appears and runs away into Dobuita Shopping Street. Here, a QTE to chase Jimmy occurs. If you lose sight of Jimmy during the chase, you will retry from opening the door of Asia Travel. By the way, Chase Jimmy also occurs before Asia Travel opens. Disc 2 end. This page depicts a guide for events that occur in Disc 3 of the game, focusing on locations around the harbor and warehouses, and featuring characters like Guro, Mark, Jimmy, Tony, and Sumisu. It seems to be outlining side events and battles that become available as the story progresses. Disc 3 start. At the end of Disc 2, if you succeed in Jimmy and Chase's QTE, you will be able to capture Jimmy, and then Disc exchange will occur, and then Jimmy interrogation event will start. In this Disc 3, once Arubaido starts, the range of actions, especially during the daytime, will be considerably restricted. If there are any sub-events left undone or items you have missed, you should finish them as soon as possible. Number 59. Approaching the Mad Angels. Location: Dobuita, Travel Agency, Asia Travel Agency, inside. Condition: automatically occurs after clearing event 58. Time: to interrogate Jimmy. Talk to the skinhead man Charlie in the Mad Angels group. From this you will learn that they are called Mad Angels. Therefore, in order to approach the Mad Angels, you will need to work at the port. #60. Do you know any place where I can do a Rubaito? Location: port, Warehouse 18 inside. Condition: talk to the supervisor inside Warehouse 18. Time: 8:30 to 1900. Talk to the supervisor at the site in Warehouse 18, and he will ask you to look for students in Warehouse 12. Number 61. Goro's Cooperation. Location: port, in front of Warehouse 12. Condition: pass by Warehouse 12. Time: 8:30 to 1500. When you approach Warehouse 12, Goro appears. Talk to Goro and ask him to look for students. At 12 o'clock noon, he will ask you to meet at the blue awning in front of Warehouse 1 warehouse. #62. Arubaito. I found it. Location: port, in front of Warehouse 1. Condition: go to Warehouse 1 before 12 o'clock. Time: 12 o'clock to 1300. If you go to Warehouse 1 before the appointed time, you will find Arubaito. At 2 p.m. you will be asked to visit Yatab of Alpha Trading Office. Number 63. Carrying cargo with a forklift. Location: port, inside Alpha Trading Office. Condition: enter Alpha Trading Office. Time: 8:30 to 14:59. If you visit Yatab, the Arubaito of forklift will start. First, Mark, a senior, will teach you how to operate the forklift. After practice, you will carry cargo. The Arubaito ends at 5 p.m. After receiving an explanation of the Arubaito fee from Yatab, Mark will tell you that he will come at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Number 64. Forklift race. Location: port, Warehouse Street. Condition: after starting Arubaito, get up. Time: 9 o'clock. Arubaito is done every day. Before work starts, there will be a forklift race. Depending on the order, the item you get, mini forklift number will change. Number 65. Mark gets angry. Location: port. Condition: when it's lunchtime, it will automatically occur. Time: 12 o'clock to 1400 at lunchtime. Mark is angry at Mad Angels. If you help him, a free battle will occur. If you win, you will get information that the Mad Angels are dealing with Chen Yaoren. Number 66 Goro's visit. Location Port Alpha Trading Office Front. Condition automatically occurs after 1700 when it becomes 1700. Time 1700 after Arubido is over. Goro comes to greet you. He asks about the Mad Angels, but he is scared and doesn't talk much. Number 67 Warehouse inside Crew Battle. Location Port between Warehouse 4 and Warehouse 9. Condition approach the location where you are resting with cargo loaded on the forklift. Time 1530 to 1600. While carrying cargo, you will be called out by a crew member and taken to Warehouse 3. There, a free battle with multiple crew members will occur. If you win, you will learn that the Mad Angels are hiding in the back of Warehouse 17. Number 68 Mark Rescue Battle. Location Port near Warehouse 14. Condition proceed from Warehouse 14 towards Warehouse 17. Time 1700 to 2300. If you walk towards Warehouse 17, you will find Mark receiving harassment. If you help him, a free battle will occur. If you succeed, you will get information about Mark's secrets and that Mad Angels be having big dealings nearby. Number 69 Horrigon and two-shot photo. Location Port Shipyard Front. Condition the day after the Mark rescue battle automatically occurs during daytime break. Time Horrigon and Odagiri appear, and you take a two-shot photo of Horrigon and Odagiri. After taking 2 shots, you can choose which one you like. Either way is fine, and it does not affect the story in any way. Number 70 Chase Bike and Free Battle. Location Port near the Harbor Rest Area. Condition the day after the Mark rescue battle. Time 1900 to 2300 after Arubido is over. If you go near the Harbor Rest Area, Mad Angels riding bikes will appear. A QTE will occur during the chase. After succeeding, Chinpira 5 and Charlie will engage in a free battle. If you win, you will get information that Landy is still in Hong Kong. Number 71 Died Consecutive QTE Battle. Location Port near Warehouse 12. Condition cargo is loaded and you pass by Warehouse 12 the day after the chase bike and free battle. Time 1430 to 1530. Bob left pointing arrow down pointing arrow A. While carrying cargo from in front of Warehouse 15 to Warehouse 18, you will collapse and find Guro who is carrying cargo. Then a series of 9 consecutive QTE battles with Mad Angels will occur. If you succeed, if you go against the Mad Angels, you will be warned that your body is in danger. Number 72 What is Dragon Treasure? Location Port Alpha Trading Office Front. Condition the day after the 9 consecutive QTE battle automatically occurs after Arubido ends. Time 1700 to 2300. From Mark, you will hear about the Dragon Treasure information of Mad Angels. If you talk to him again, you will be able to hear the story of the 2 foreigners who were noticeable. Number 73 Guro gets married. Location Port Alpha Trading Office Front. Condition the day after hearing the Dragon Treasure information from Mark automatically occurs during daytime break. Time during the daytime break, Guro and Mayu appear, and you will receive a report that they will get married. Number 74 Chase Tony and Sumisu. Location Port near the Harbor Rest Area. Condition the day after hearing the Dragon Treasure information from Mark. Go to the Harbor Rest Area holding cargo before Arubido. Time 1530 to 1630. Left pointing arrow BB, right pointing arrow A, left pointing arrow A, right pointing arrow, left pointing arrow. Or left pointing arrow A, right pointing arrow A, right pointing arrow, left pointing arrow A, right pointing arrow. In front of the Harbor Rest Area, Tony and Sumisu are talking about the Dragon Treasure. If you ask them, they will run away, triggering a chase QTE. During the chase, Tony and Sumisu will split up, but no matter which one you chase, the information you get is the same. Next page. This page depicts a walkthrough of events in Shenmue. From the previous page, number 75 Wait for the time. Location Port Alpha Trading Office. Conditions after chase Tony and Smith automatically occurs after the job ends. Time 1700. After finishing your work, you receive a letter from Ichishou via Yada. Following this, you will automatically travel by auto to Old Warehouse number 8 and meet with Master Chen. You press Master Chen about the Dragon Mirror, but he evades the question and tells you to wait for the time. Number 76 Hope Temptation. Location Dobuita Nozomi's room. Conditions after meeting with Master Chen automatically occurs when you go home to sleep. Time 2330. While sleeping, you receive a phone call from Nozomi informing you that Harasaki told her about you being tempted. She tells you to come to Yokosuka Harbor. Number 77. Borrow a bike from Ito. Location, Sakuragaoka Ito residence. Conditions, watch the Ito family's nameplate. Time, 23:30 to 3 o'clock. Go to the Ito residence and borrow a bike. Number 78. Free bike, go, go. Location, Dobuita Plank Road to the port. Conditions, automatically occurs after borrowing a bike from Ito. Time, 3 o'clock to 3:30. Time attack to reach the port by bike within the time limit. Number 79. Battle with Terry's subordinate. Location, Port Warehouse District. Number 17. Rear. Conditions, automatically occurs after successfully completing the free bike event. Time, after arriving at the port, a battle with Terry's subordinate ensues. Continuing from Terry, Harasaki appears and presents exchange conditions to you. Number 80. Ride with Harasaki. Location, port from Dobuita Plank Road. Conditions, automatically occurs after the battle with Terry's subordinate. Time, Harasaki rides on the back of your bike and starts running. After that, automatically moves to Dobuita Plank Road. Number 81. Spiritual unification at the dojo. Location, Hazuki Residence Dojo. Conditions, morning after rescuing Harasaki, automatically occurs. Time, 7:45. After the battle with Ichishou, you return home. At the dojo for spiritual unification, the figure of a WoW Hazuki appears. It is an enjoyable moment to train with a WoW Hazuki in the dojo. Number 82. Tom's Treat. Location, port in front of hot dog stand. Conditions, automatically occurs after spiritual unification at the dojo. Time, 10 o'clock. Head to Tom's hot dog stand in an auto event. Tom treats you to a hot dog and tells you to come again later. Number 83. Getting fired from the job. Location, Port Alpha Trading Office. Conditions, automatically occurs after the promise of lunch with Tom. Time, 10:30. Go to the Alpha Trading Office at the port. Yada tells you that you are fired from your job. It is a tricky part as you are suddenly fired. Number 84. Farewell to Tom. Location, port in front of hot dog. Conditions, job ends at 11 o'clock on the day you are fired. Go to hot dog from 11 o'clock to 12:30. Time, 11 o'clock to 12:30. As promised, go to hot dog for lunch with Tom. Tom conveys the dragon kick technique and tells you that he is returning to America. It's a sad farewell scene with Tom. Number 85. Dialogue battle and QTE with Guizhang. Location, Port Alpha Trading Office front. Conditions, automatically occurs after the farewell to Tom. Time, 2200 . It's a free battle, but dialogue with Guizhang will occur in between. Losing is inevitable, as Guizhang is strong. Immediately after that, a QTE with Guizhang occurs. Number 86. Fierce, 70-man battle. Location, port. Conditions, automatically occurs after the dialogue battle and QTE with Guizhang. Time, chase after Terry, who is running away towards the Mad Angel's waiting area. Here, a fierce 70-man battle will occur. There is no time limit. It is an enjoyable moment to defeat many enemies. Number 87. Obtain Terry's weapon QTE. Location, port. Conditions, automatically occurs after winning the 70-man battle. Time, if you win the 70-man battle, a battle between Guizhang and Terry will begin. Here, a QTE to obtain Terry's weapon will occur. After that, you learn from Terry de Tilandi has fled overseas. Number 88. Lamentation in the Morning Sun and Guizhang. Location, port. Conditions, automatically occurs after obtaining Terry's weapon QTE. Time, with Guizhang's cooperation, the decision to go to Hong Kong is made. Number 89. Departure of Nozomi. Location, Hazuki Residence Gate front. Conditions, after the Lamentation in the Morning Sun and Guizhang. Time, 8:30. Before departing for Hong Kong, receive farewell money from Fukuhara and in and Fukuhara for 2 people's worth. It's a touching farewell scene with Nozomi. Number 90. Learn techniques from Master Chen. Location, port. Conditions, automatically occurs after Nozomi's departure. Time, learn techniques from Master Chen. It is an enjoyable moment to learn techniques from Master Chen. Number 91. Chai Last Battle. Location, port. Conditions, automatically occurs after learning techniques from Master Chen. Time, during a conversation between Master Chen and Guizhang, Chai drops iron sand. It directly hits Guizhang's feet. After that, it transitions to a free battle with Chai. Number 92. Chai Last QTE. Location, port. Conditions, Chai Last Battle after. Time, AAB Chai, defeated in battle, suddenly gets up and a QTE occurs. If successful, you will proceed to the ending, and then to the ending, Fukuhara. The man who killed Master is there, he's over there. Nozomi's departure is explained in detail. Shenmue Name Scene Dictionary. This page depicts individual event explanations from the game. The first section is titled Individual Event Explanation Part 1, Billiards. This section describes a billiards event at Bar MJQ. To get information from a foreign sailor, you must clear this billiards event. If you fail, you'll be charged 1,000 yen, so you should aim to succeed in one shot. To sink the 9-ball in one shot, from the initial position push the directional key 15 times to the right to change the aiming direction, and then press the A button to shoot. This should be okay. It also mentions that there are other methods, but this one is the easiest and most reliable. It encourages players to make fine adjustments using the directional keys. After this event, similar one-shot billiards games can be enjoyed at MJQ, but the ball placements will be different. The second section is titled Individual Event Explanation Part 2, Infiltrate while hiding from security guards. This section explains how to infiltrate warehouse number 8 in the old warehouse district, Chen's warehouse, without being spotted by security guards. You should refer to page 39 for the map of the old warehouse district. A recommended route is to go through the spaces between warehouse number 9 and warehouse number 5, then turn left and head towards warehouse number 8. Even if you are spotted by a security guard, you can sometimes escape by dashing. This is the map of the old warehouse district. If you get caught, try running around warehouse number 9 and warehouse number 2 to shake off the security guard. This is something you can learn through trial and error. The third section is titled Individual Event Explanation Part 3, Phoenix Mirror Search. It explains that finding the Phoenix Mirror requires various steps and proceeds to explain the steps with accompanying photos. Step 1. Go to the Bone Setter's house to receive the sword handguard and return to the Hazuki residence. Step 2. Get the medium light bulb from the cabinet in the hallway. Step 3. Go to the back room of the main building and retrieve the puzzle key from the small box under the desk. Step 4. Open the sword box in the hallway using the sword handguard. Step 5. Insert the puzzle key into the hole in the wall of the alcove. Step 6. Remove the hanging scroll from the wall. Step 7. Investigate the pull marks under the shelf in the back. Step 8. Investigate the wall of a different color that appears behind the moved shelf. Step 9. Go to the passage towards the exit, stand in front of the left wall and investigate the gap. Step 10. Stand in front of the wall of a different color in the passage and press the A button to push the wall. Step 11. You will obtain the Phoenix Mirror. With this, Ryo will call Chen to arrange a meeting. This page depicts individual event explanations related to forklift part-time jobs and free bike events in Shenmue. The page starts by giving tips for the forklift part-time job, emphasizing speed as the most important factor. It mentions that you should prioritize speed to maximize earnings within the time limit, even if the cargo stacking in the warehouse is a bit messy. As long as most of it is within the white lines, it's acceptable. You don't need to stack them perfectly neatly. The image shows Ryo Hazuki operating a forklift in a warehouse with cargo visible. The text also mentions that you can just roughly drop off the cargo, as the reward is the same whether you place it neatly or not. So focusing on speed is key. The next section lists the transport routes for the forklift job. There are a total of 5 different patterns for transporting cargo, and these routes change as the story progresses. Each pattern is illustrated with a map showing the route, the number of Luma items to be transported, and the destination warehouse, Warehouse 18. Pattern 1 starts from in front of the old warehouse district and delivers 10 Luma items to Warehouse 18. Pattern 2 starts in front of Warehouse 18 and delivers 8 Luma items. Pattern 3 starts in front of Warehouse 18 and delivers 8 Luma items. Pattern 4 starts in front of Warehouse 18 and delivers 8 Luma items. Pattern 5 starts in front of the old warehouse and delivers 10 Luma items to Warehouse 18. The page then explains how to earn more money. It states that normally, the content of the part-time job changes as the story progresses. However, if you don't trigger event number 68 called Mark Poco Poco Free Bite, which occurs during Pattern 2, the story will advance. For players who want to earn a lot of money, especially to complete the capsule toy collection, it is recommended to avoid going in front of Warehouse 14 to prevent event number 68 from triggering, and instead repeat the Pattern 2 forklift job. An image shows Ryo in a jail cell, implying that triggering event number 68 might lead to being arrested and stopping the repetitive job. This event allows players to continuously do the forklift job for money. Finally, the page moves on to explaining the free bike event. This event can be shocking for first-time players as it suddenly turns into a racing game. The key to clearing this event is to avoid hitting guardrails and other obstacles. Since there are no opponent cars or rival drivers, you should drive in the middle of the road without forcing inside lines on corners. Hitting anything will cause a significant speed decrease, although you won't fall over. For sharp curves, it's better to release the accelerator or apply the brakes to slow down, as this will result in less speed loss than crashing. Since the goal is not to compete for speed, it's important to drive carefully while managing speed. An image shows Ryo riding a motorbike at night with a speedometer visible. The text advises releasing the accelerator for corners and prioritizing cornering smoothly over speed. This page is a minigame guide for Space Harrier. This page is from a collection of minigames prepared for you to fully enjoy the world of Shenmue, and it encourages collectors to master them all. Space Harrier is set in Game Center U. You can obtain Space Harrier certificate if you clear the game with 1 coin, and Mini Harrier if you score 10 million points or more. Space Harrier is a 3D shooting game that first appeared in arcades in 1985. It gained popularity for its fast-paced gameplay with high-speed scrolling and immersive elements like the seat moving in sync with Harrier's movements. Notably, the Space Harrier cabinet in Shenmue is a non-motion type. How to control. You can move using either the analog directional key or the directional buttons, and shoot using any of the A, B, X, or Y buttons. In reverse mode, activated by holding any of the A, X, or Y buttons on the title screen while pressing the start button, the up and down controls are reversed. Up input moves you down and down input moves you up. Gameplay points. *.1. Figure 8 movement is key. If you don't move Harrier when enemies fire, you will definitely get hit. It's common sense to constantly move in circles or figure eights. *.2. Listen to the hit sounds. You can determine if an appearing object is destructible by the sound of your shot hitting it. A dull sound means it can be destroyed, while a ringing sound means it cannot. Remember this. *.3. Memorize enemy patterns. If you're aiming to clear the game, you need to memorize enemy locations. Defeating enemies before they shoot will significantly increase your survival rate. Stage guide. Stage 1 Moot. Destroy obstacles like rocks in the sky while advancing. Sets of 3 black spheres appear, and you must destroy their cores to defeat them. Aim for the stopped cores. Stage 2 Jiza, the grumpy-faced Ida, appears. Keep shooting at the center of the screen until the mid-stage point. Aim for the roots of the trees that appear at the end. Stage 3 Amar, orange objects move at the top of the screen, swoop down and attack. Continuously shoot to avoid being defeated by them. The boss is the same as in Stage 1. Confirm the bullet firing, then aim for the head. Stage 4 CEICIEL, indestructible polyhedra and bins fly at high speed. They fly across the top and bottom of the screen, so dodge by moving alternately up and down. Overdoing it is prohibited. Stage 6 Ulysses, fast-moving red robots appear at the end. Aim for the landing points of the robots, or use large circular movements to deal with them. Small circular movements are effective against the boss. Stage 7 LUCASIA, various colored robots appear. It's difficult if you don't defeat them, where they stop moving at each appearance point and get pushed back by enemy fire. Counter the boss with counterclockwise circular movements. Stage 8 Ida, moving in a sequence of circles. Attacks with reverse circular movements. For the pillar-like robot groups, swing your shots in a large triangle while shooting continuously. Stage 9 Revi, obstacle bins appear correctly. Prioritize dodging pillars and enemy bullets that appear only in pillar zones. Be careful of the narrow gaps between pillars. Stage 10 Minia, there are many ground obstacles, so you'll need to use frequent up and down movements to avoid enemy bullets. Ignore the boss's wing opening and keep shooting while moving in circles. Stage 11 Parms, a robot onslaught. When folding back or landing, try to aim at the stopped locations. For the boss, concentrate your attacks on its head immediately after it shoots or returns to its starting position. Stage 13 DRAIL, destroy obstacles before the mid-stage point to clear the path. After the mid-stage point, you should memorize the gaps between pillars. It seems that moving too much will lead to misses. Stage 14 ASUTE, bins appear regularly up and down at short intervals. Memorize the appearance locations and try to minimize enemy bullets. Aim to attack the boss during the pauses in its attacks. Stage 15 VICEL, there are many enemies, but the point is the pillars. Make small up and down movements, avoiding contact with the pillars, and try to secure positions with fewer pillars. Stage 16 Natura, a jumble of pillars and robots of various colors rush in. Avoid reckless large movements and deal with them with small circular and up-down movements. The boss in the sky only endures for a certain period. Of course, be careful of the pillars. Stage 17 Narc for the mid-stage attacks. Memorize the appearance locations and deal with them. For the boss, respond with figure-8 movements and aim for the main body in the center. Keep shooting down falling rocks to increase your score. Stage 18 ABYSMBEL Gadarni right-pointing arrow Barbarian right-pointing arrow Scarara right-pointing arrow Ida right-pointing arrow Salpidin right-pointing arrow Shira right-pointing arrow Balda. Bosses appear in this order. Only bosses you've defeated so far appear. The countermeasure method is the same. Stage 5 and 12 bonus stage. Ride on the dragon Uriai. Destroy obstacles and points are added for each obstacle destroyed. Since Uriai moves in a serpentine motion, timing your inputs is crucial. Memorize the placement of obstacles and try to input early. Asterisk stage 12 point. In stage 12 obstacles that are normally indestructible can be easily destroyed. Asterisk stage 5 point. In stage 5 you proceed by knocking down trees standing in the field. General advice. Always move and keep shooting. Enemy bullets accurately target Harrier's position. Always move to evade enemy bullets and keep shooting to secure your path forward. 82. Shenmue Famous Lines Collection. Ryo says, "Not bad, Fukusan," while practicing at the dojo against the strong Fukuhara. This page depicts information about the arcade game Hang On. A nostalgic masterpiece, Hang On, but the difficulty is quite high. To reach the goal, even a single major mistake is not allowed. Getting used to the handlebar operation is the first priority. But if you can also memorize the course, the goal will naturally be within reach. If you crash, is the goal impossible? If you crash into trees or signs, the machine will be badly damaged, resulting in a significant time loss. If you crash once, you should give up on clearing it. How to play: operate the motorcycle and run through all 5 stages. For handlebar operation, use either the analog key or the D-pad. The accelerator is the R trigger, and the brake is the L trigger. Be careful of trees and signs at the edge of the course. Stage 1. Gentle long right corner becomes slightly tighter from the middle. Right pointing arrow gentle long left corner becomes slightly tighter from the middle. Right pointing arrow long straight right pointing arrow tight right corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow tight left corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow gate. Stage 2. Gentle very long right corner right pointing arrow gentle very long left corner becomes tighter in the middle. Requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow long straight right pointing arrow tight right corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow tight right corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow tight right corner right pointing arrow tight left corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow very tight right corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow gentle left corner becomes tighter in the middle. Requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow long straight right pointing arrow gate. Stage 3. Immediately left corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow tight long left corner right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow right corner right pointing arrow left. Right gentle scurve corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow gentle right corner becomes tighter in the middle. Right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow tight right corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow left left continuous scurve corner right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow gentle very long right corner right pointing arrow long straight right pointing arrow gate. The point is the continuous corners from the scurve corner at the end. Switch left and right rhythmically. Stage 4. Gentle scurve left corner becomes tighter from the middle. Requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow gentle long right corner right pointing arrow gentle long left corner becomes tighter in the middle and requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow tight left corner right pointing arrow left corner right pointing arrow tight right corner right pointing arrow tight left corner requires deceleration, then gentle. Right pointing arrow long straight right pointing arrow tight left corner becomes gentle afterwards. Right pointing arrow long tight right corner right pointing arrow gate. Stage 5. Tight long left corner continues gently from the middle. Right pointing arrow tight left corner changes to gentle left corner requires deceleration. Right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow tight long right corner right pointing arrow tight left corner right pointing arrow tight right corner right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow gentle right corner right pointing arrow short straight right pointing arrow goal. The second half is full of scurve corners. Master the points of the 5 stages. Here's a point: contact with enemy cars. Point: recover with counter steering. If you collide head-on with an enemy car, the machine will be badly damaged, but if you make contact from the side, you will only be bounced off. Also, at the moment you are bounced off, if you immediately apply countersteering, the damage will be minimized. For example, if you are bounced and drifted to the right, if you turn the handlebar to the right even for a moment, you can regain control. Billboard collection. This hang-on placed in Game Center U has the same gameplay as the original version, but the billboards are different. Find an EasyTouse controller, Toku Heart information. Is it difficult to operate the handlebars with a standard controller? If so, use a racing controller. It's easier to maintain slight tilts. Setting location, Game Center U, acquirable items, mini hang-on less than condition, 10 million points or more greater than, hang-on certificate less than condition, clear with 1 credit greater than. Jimmy, you're the one making strange excuses, habit of saying give me a ticket. Show me Nagoya dialect. This page depicts a guide on how to play the dart minigames Darts 7 and Neo Darts in Shenmue. The page offers tips on improving your dart game in both versions. Darts 7, scoring system. The center red circle is 50 points, and the area around it is 25 points. Otherwise, you get the points marked on the dartboard, and if you hit the outer red or green line, you get double the points. Hitting the inner red or green line triples the points. There is also a time bonus, and the faster you throw the dart, the higher the bonus score will be. Of course, if the countdown timer reaches 0, the time bonus will be 0. Here's a point. Handshake greatly affects point. The trajectory of the thrown dart will change depending on the movement of your hand. It's not just about the timing of the throw, but also check your hand movements. Sometimes settle for a stable route. Areas worth 20 points times 3 or 60 points around them have low scores, and if you keep aiming for them, your average score tends to decrease. If you are not aiming for a high score, aiming for the center is fine. Stage system. First stage. If you score 120 points or more, you advance. Second stage. If you score 240 points or more, you advance. Third stage, final stage. In each stage you throw 5 darts. If the total score exceeds the stage's target score, you can proceed to the next stage. There are a maximum of 3 stages to play. The target scores for each stage are as listed above, considering scoring efficiency. Aiming precisely at one point with irregular hand movements reduces accuracy. It's better to aim not only at high-scoring areas, but also to include the surroundings to increase your score. So aiming near the center is advisable. Handshake effect. Small handshake, almost the same height. Large handshake, easily affected. Neo darts. A. Press the A button here. Here's a point. The direction of the dart is important. Point. The dart released from your hand will basically hit a point lower than the height at which it was released. The larger the angle at which the tip of the dart is pointing downwards, the greater the drop will be. Hand movement up and down is irrelevant. Aim for the center, no matter what. Unlike Darts 7, the further away from the center of the target, the lower the score becomes in this simple rule. Aim for the center and try to get a good score quickly. How to play Darts 7. Observe the irregularly moving hand and press the A button with good timing to throw the dart. You can throw 5 darts per stage, 1 play, maximum 15 darts. How to play Neo Darts. Throw 5 darts and compete for the total score. Observe the hand moving back and forth within a certain period. Press the A button with good timing to throw the dart. The center is 100 points and the points decrease as you move away from the center. 50 points, 40 points, 30 points, 20 points, 10 points, and so on. Up pointing arrow. The area where you can get 20 points times 3 or 60 points within the yellow frame is difficult to hit. The risk of missing is also high, and if you are too focused on it, you will miss the time bonus. Up pointing arrow. If your hand shake is about average up and down, it seems that you can manage with 60-point zone. Up pointing arrow. There are many elements to check in Neo Darts, so aiming near the center is safer. Conclusion. In a series of 20 points times 3 hits, consecutive luck is too important. Argument. If you want to increase your average score per dart, aim for the center steadily up pointing arrow. Although not visible with the hand, the length from the fingertip to the tip of the dart is quite long. This length does not seem to affect anything. Up pointing arrow. Do not be careless about the first dart. If your first dart is off, your later darts will also be off. Up pointing arrow. It is said that you should input right after you see the hand moving upwards and then folding back downwards. Since there is no time bonus, take your time and aim carefully. Right pointing arrow. The hand of the person throwing the dart keeps moving in a regular motion. Therefore, the timing to release the dart is also regular. Because of this, it is easier to get the same score repeatedly. This page depicts the forklift race. Forklift race. Holding location. New warehouse district. Acquirable items. Fork number 1 less than condition. First place line greater than, fork number 2 less than condition. Second place line greater than, fork number 3 less than condition. Third place line greater than, fork number 4 less than condition. Fourth place line greater than, fork number 5 less than condition. Fifth place line greater than. From the day you are officially hired for a part-time job at Alpha Trading, you will be forced to participate every morning at 9 a.m. 5 forklifts are used to unfold a race in the new warehouse district before business hours. It is a race to compete for position by going around a decided course 3 times. Since the starting positions are fixed in order of forklift number, Rio is always in last place. However, the maximum speed of the given forklifts is faster than average, so you can catch up as much as you want. By the way, weather conditions do not change. Basically, it's okay to keep the R trigger pressed. You can drive around the course from start to finish while keeping the R trigger pressed. A national level time is just around the corner. Aim for a lap time of 53 seconds. Course guide how to control. Analog direction key or direction buttons, either left or right only for steering. R trigger for forward, L trigger for reverse. A button for raising and lowering the fork is possible. Point 1. No need for L trigger. If you are not bothered by other forklifts, you can go around by keeping the R trigger pressed. Even if you decelerate due to an unexpected accident, it is enough just to release the R trigger. Point 2. Memorize the course perfectly. Since there is only one course, memorize it, find the best line to carve out laps. You also want to grasp where to overtake other forklifts. Point 3. Cornering is in Veta. To shorten your time, it is essential to pass through corners at the very limit. Have the awareness to cut the handle slightly earlier, and you can attack at the limit. Practice many times. Point 4. Overtake other forklifts from the inside. When other forklifts are cornering, they tend to bulge out, so you can easily pass them by cutting inside the corner. If it is the side or rear of the forklift, there is no problem even if you make contact when overtaking. Point 5. Contact with obstacles is strictly prohibited. Unlike with other forklifts, contact with obstacles is likely to lead to sudden stops. Don't get carried away and attack too much. It is safe to raise the fork with the A button at the start. When the road curves, there's a drum can. If you aim too much for the inside, you will collide with the drum cans lurking in the corner. Leave some margin and make a right turn like this. Passing through steel pillars is on a separate route. Other forklifts pass to the right of the 2 steel pillars, but if you pass to the left of the second pillar, a shortcut is possible. The first steel pillar is passed on the right. The second pillar is passed on the left. This is the closest route. Race Participant List 1. Takeuchi Hiroaki, aiming for a Paletto finish victory. Yaon Papa 2. Nukakubo Tomotsu, Literary Youth's Splendid Miss is the cause of night duty. Activity is the cause. 3. Murakami Takeshi, Rival consciousness is stronger than strong handles. Too much steering. 4. Kondo Yohei, sense of presence and luck of money is weak, immediately out of sight after the start. 5. Hazuki Ryo, show off overwhelming machine performance and achieve a 53-second mark. Let's begin, Masu. The setting is the new warehouse district in Yokosuka, where Ryo Hazuki participates in a forklift race as part of his part-time job at Alpha Trading. The page details the rules, course guide, and tips for the forklift race minigame in Shenmue. It also introduces the quirky racers Ryo competes against, each with their own personality and catchphrases. The tips highlight the importance of mastering controls, memorizing the course, and using aggressive cornering and overtaking techniques to achieve a fast lap time. The drum cans and steel pillars are mentioned as tricky obstacles, and the page encourages players to aim for a lap time of 53 seconds, showcasing the game's focus on skill-based minigames. This page is a guide to the 70-person battle in Shenmue, explaining how to prepare and strategies for combat. Before you jump into the battle, you need to have cleared the main game first. It's a mode you might easily miss, as it quietly gets added to the options menu after you've completed the story. This mode is a time attack challenge where you take on 70 enemies, using all the techniques you've learned in the main game. To access it, go to the option menu. You can see the option screen here showing 70-person free battle time attack, which is Disc 3, and mentions it's ranked on the Shenmue passport. It also notes that if you have cleared game data, the item will be added to the bottom of the options. You can also load game data. It mentions that even data that isn't clear data is acceptable, and you can challenge with the techniques you've acquired. Here are some key points for the battle. First, you need to clearly distinguish between bosses and henchmen. When they appear, The 3 boss characters have an entrance animation and more health. The other 67 are just regular henchmen. When you're surrounded by multiple enemies at mid-range, especially in a triangle formation with you in the center, it's very dangerous. If they are closing in, it's even more dangerous. So keep moving to avoid getting surrounded. If you lose sight of the enemy, and they seem to be off-screen, use the Y button to search for them. Pressing the R trigger in that state will likely lead you directly to the enemy. Regarding striking techniques, be aware that using the same technique repeatedly makes it easier for enemies to evade. Bosses and even regular enemies will try to evade your attacks if you use the same moves too often. It's better to vary your striking techniques. The game considers the last 5 techniques you've used. Ideally, you should use a rotation of at least 5 different techniques to keep your evasion rate low. An example rotation is shown, suggesting to cycle through moves like Zenmin Taito, Kusoku Rentai, Furin Kazan, Hayate, and Shippu. For throwing techniques, save them for boss battles. Throwing techniques are harder for enemies to evade compared to striking techniques. During battles, the number of times you've used throwing techniques is counted, and if you use the same throw 3 times, it becomes very easy for enemies to evade. It's not a good idea to overuse throwing techniques on henchmen. For henchmen, it's better to counter them with a single throwing technique. Don't rely solely on throws to defeat henchmen, as they can evade them. This page depicts a guide on enemy encounters and boss battles. The section titled Enemy Hand-to-Hand Combat. Enemy hands are classifiable into 5 types. Describes 5 different enemy types based on their fighting styles and appearances. Type 1 is described as balanced in hand and foot techniques. Type 2 focuses on foot techniques and 2 consecutive kicks. Type 3 uses hand techniques and 4 consecutive punches. Type 4 specializes in throws, and Type 5 is a defense-oriented type that dodges attacks. The guide also provides visual cues to identify these types, such as clothing and hairstyles. Type 5 enemies wear hats or bandanas. Type 4 enemies are skinheads or mohawks. Type 3 enemies wear plain clothes, and Type 2 enemies wear flashy shirts. Type 1 is for all other appearances. The next section, Boss Battle Defeat Them with This, offers strategies for boss encounters. Murasaki Shingo appears after defeating 20 people, is described as attacking with whirlwind kicks and various continuous techniques. It is advised to use elbow and tiger attacks and to be wary of throw attacks after taking damage. Nagata Satoshi appears after defeating 40 people, is similar to Murasaki Shingo, using whirlwind kicks and continuous attacks. If cornered against a wall, he can be defeated by continuous attacks. If distance opens up, readjust and attack again. Pedro appears after defeating 66 people as attacks are not sidesteppable. It's recommended to use whirlwind kicks, sweeping kicks, and other techniques appropriately. Avoid water surface kicks as they can be countered. After a knockdown, follow up with a powerful single-hit technique when he gets up. The final section, Flow from Start to Defeating Pedro, outlines the game's progression in stages. In the early stage, 1st to 21st person, it advises to defeat each enemy individually, and not to run around recklessly. In narrow paths, prioritize defeating enemies one by one. After leaving the alley, it says to leave the alley, and prepare for Murasaki Shingo. Continue towards enemies with the Y button and use whirlwind kicks, sweeping kicks, and foot stomps to defeat them. Throw Type 5 enemies. In the mid-stage, 22nd to 41st person, titled Tear Apart and Throw the Enemy Hands, it mentions that enemies become stronger. Techniques like stomping and surprise attacks become less effective. Near the container where Nagata Satoshi is sitting, around the 40th defeated enemy, it is suggested to avoid fighting with your back to the container where Nagata Satoshi is sitting. If things get chaotic, run around and re-establish your target. In the late stage, 42nd to 70th person, titled Fight Multiple Enemies with Your Back to the Wall, it indicates that multiple enemies will attack simultaneously. Techniques like whirlwind kicks, tiger attacks, and water surface kicks will be effective in these situations. Horizontal rotation techniques become useful at this point. This page from the Shenmue World Guidebook showcases a feature on stylish high school girl uniforms found in Yokosuka. The title reads, Shenmue Hyperspace High School Girl Uniform Illustrated Book. The main text starts with a casual tone, mentioning how cold this winter is and asking if everyone is doing well. The author expresses their own energetic response. They note that even in the cold, girls can't neglect fashion, which is a struggle. They mention American casual and Shibuya casual styles can be overwhelming to think about. However, they point out that everyday school uniforms can also be quite fashionable. Therefore, this feature focuses on girls in Yokosuka's Dobuita shopping street who look great in their uniforms. We are introduced to 3 girls. First is entry number 1, Kusano Eiko. Eikozen's white muffler perfectly matches her chic uniform. Her dream is to travel overseas and she hopes a wonderful boyfriend will take her someday. Next is entry number 2, Minamino Yuko. Yuko-san, who has a bit of a rebellious streak, is a 17-year-old second-year high school student. Long skirts and shoes with flattened heels suit her perfectly. She is known even in the local police's juvenile department. Finally, entry number 3, Izayama Reina. Reina-san is Yuka-san's best friend. She is actually a spoiled daddy's girl type. Her trademark razor is like a silver accessory and looks good on her. In a heart bubble, text exclaims, "Imai Guzuma is good?" Small image captions read, "I'm sorry, see you later, and hurry up and go home." This page depicts Yokosuka high school girls. Starting with Usui Akiko, entry number 4, Akiko Usui from Hama High School is challenging herself to coordinate her own style. The ribbon on her chest is also blue, maintaining a sense of unity. With this, she appeals to boys with her cleanliness. Or so it seems. Next is Morino Hiromi, entry number 6. Hiromi Morino, who goes to the same high school as Akiko, actually loves Sukahan jackets. She is a chalky Sukahan girl. This time, she is going to cover Sukahan jackets in a special feature. Then, OK Sachiko, entry number 5. Sachiko OK, who looks good in her school-designated coat, is actually a Ronin student. She still cherishes the coat from her high school days. Her ambition is to go to Waseda University. Aiming for the northwest of the metropolis is her feeling. Finally, Okuno Haru, entry number 7. Haru Okuno, at first glance, you might think she is wearing a uniform, but if you call out to her, you will find out that Haru is actually arranging private clothes to look like a uniform. She dropped out of high school and is now studying hard to pass the university entrance exam. Yokosuka High School Girls. I thought Yokosuka girls were more Yankee-like, but surprisingly, there are many gentle girls. It's not a bad thing, you know. Being the pure type is a natural monument these days, so everyone should be confident. Well then, next time will be the first overseas coverage, and somehow it's a delivery from Hong Kong. See you later, bye-bye. This page depicts a collection of character models from the game Shenmue. It showcases a variety of non-player characters that populate the world of Yokosuka. We can see a diverse range of individuals, including a nurse, a businessman in a suit, and various townspeople in casual attire, school uniforms, and traditional Japanese clothing. There's a clear emphasis on the detail and realism of these character models, highlighting the effort put into creating a believable and immersive game world. The large character at the top left is likely intended to be the representative model mentioned in the text. Shenmue CG Pickup. Characters. Characters. In the game, many people appear. Their movements and expressions are never tiring to watch. The character CGs listed here are just a small part of them. However, the certainty of their creation will surely be conveyed to you users. By the way, the representative model is Kyoko Hayashi from Snack Linda. This page depicts a page from a guidebook announcing Shenmue World Guidance. The chapter is titled Chapter 4, Data Compilation. The text below the title explains, well then, this is the beginning of the enormous data compilation that occupies slightly less than half of this book's pages. Here we have simply and earnestly collected data about Shenmue. How you use this information is up to you, the users. Please enjoy it to the fullest. At the bottom right of the page, there is an illustration of a dragon. Dragons are a recurring and important symbol within the Shenmue universe, most notably seen in the Dragon Mirror, which is central to the game's narrative. This page depicts a guide to various shops in Dobuita, Yokosuka, from the game Shenmue. First, we see an introduction section titled Exciting Shop Visits. The text says it's a sudden shopping information program, Shenmue Shopping Street Report. It encourages readers to take a stroll through the shops introduced and discover something interesting. Next is Fish Shop Yoshi. It's located in Dobuita and is open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. The shop owner, Itaki, is featured in a caption saying, "Welcome, today I caught a lot of good mackerel." This shop sells fresh fish and seafood. Then we have Ida Florist. Located in Dobuita, it's open from 7 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. It's described as an old flower shop in the center of Dobuita, run by Ida Toki, born in the Meiji era. It's loved by locals and bar patrons. It's convenient for when you need flowers late at night. The owner, Ida Toki, is described as being usually in the back of the shop. Nozomi Harasaki is mentioned helping at the storefront. It notes that it's a bit cold. There's a caption saying, Nozomi Harasaki greets customers at the storefront. It's a little cold. Following that is, Asia Travel Company. Also in Dobuita, it's open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's described as a slightly older travel agency that opened 5 years ago. They say they don't really interact with the locals, and didn't even greet the surrounding shops when they opened. The owner is effectively someone else other than the store manager, so you rarely see the manager at the store. The staff's customer service is described as poor, with bad attitude and responses, resulting in poor customer reviews and few customers. However, they handle cheap package tours and boat tickets, making them valuable for customers with limited travel budgets. A caption mentions Hong Kong package tour price 158,000 yen. It also notes that pamphlets for Hong Kong harbor cruises can be taken freely. Next we see Ichishou Chinese restaurant. Located in Dobuita, it's open from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's a Chinese restaurant run by the cheerful and hardworking Dao Daoki and his wife, Hayashi Miki. The homemade flavors are popular, not just in Dobuita but even from afar, with fans visiting just for the food. Dao Daoki is described as a demanding ceramic artist. His son Wang Yu is said to have first learned the Japanese word meido, welcome, hello. The atmosphere inside the restaurant is cozy and homely. It's mentioned that there are several takeout orders daily, which are Wang Yu's job. They recommend trying Ajicci's ramen, saying you'll definitely become a fan. Lastly, we have Abe Store. Located in Sakura Heights, it's open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It's described as a confectionery shop that has been in Sakura Heights for a long time. The shop and nostalgic toy displays are comforting. They sell reasonably priced dagashi, cheap sweets. The prizes for their triangle lottery are highly sought-after gacha goods figures. It's mentioned that the odds of winning the top prize are low, but worth trying for. The owner, Mr. Abe, is getting old, and children have been staying away recently. But as the only shop in Sakura Heights, they hope he will continue to do his best. A shopping list is provided including squid legs, potato chips, chocolate and caramel, all priced at 90 yen except potato chips, chocolate and caramel at 120 yen each. All items refer to page P103 for more details. At the bottom of the page, there's a small note, Shenmue Place Name Dictionary, cool, Hong Kong Diners Gotcha Gotcha, first time getting a bus by hand. This seems to be a reference to an enjoyable moment in the game related to gotcha machines at the Hong Kong diner. This page depicts several locations in Dobuita, Yokosuka from the game Shenmue. First we see Alpha Trading Office, located in New Yokosuka Port, open from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. It is described as a prominent company in the port, employing many foreign workers. There's mention of management and on-site staff having disagreements. Mr. Yada, the part-time manager, is from Niigata, and is described as strict but fair. The office has a jukebox to ease employee fatigue, offering a relaxed work environment. Next is Water Dragon, situated in Dobuita, open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's the Yokosuka branch of a Yokohama-based clothing store. The selection is based on the buyer, Mr. Ebahara Soji's preferences. Leaning towards maniacal items, Mr. Ebahara is knowledgeable about vintage clothing and sources rare items. It's mentioned that some items are hard to find elsewhere and are quite appealing to enthusiasts. The store owner is described as having pink mohawk hair, a distinctive feature of Mr. Ebahara Soji. Then there is Yuokichi, also in Dobuita, open from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. It's a well-regarded fishmonger in Dobuita, known for providing fresh and delicious fish. The owner, Mr. Noda Shinyoshi, is famous for his irashe, welcome, welcome, calls in Dobuita. He is a gambler and particularly enjoys horse racing. Despite his gambling habits, he is serious about his work and customer satisfaction. The fish is always fresh, and lock-on targeting is not available inside. Following that is MJQ in Dobuita, open from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. It's a jazz bar opened by Mr. Hirai Takeshi, who previously worked as a bartender at a first-class hotel in Yokohama. It's a stylish bar for the U.S. military personnel, always playing jazz music. The atmosphere is quiet and sophisticated, perfect for enjoying drinks. There's a billiard table in the back where patrons can engage in serious games. Recently, it's become popular and crowded, but it's hoped the atmosphere remains enjoyable. After that, we have Kurita, a military shop in Dobuita, open from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. The owner, Kurita Shuru, started it as an extension of his military hobby. They handle U.S. military surplus items, focusing on model guns and knives. Mr. Kurita is a knowledgeable maniac when it comes to military items and travels overseas to source goods. He's so passionate that he sometimes disappears for extended periods. While the interior is cramped, it's said that even non-maniacs might be drawn in by the atmosphere and items. In the game, unfortunately, you cannot enter the shop. Finally, there's Port Rest Area, located in New Yokosuka Port, open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. It's a communal facility managed by the Port Labor Union. It originally only had benches and table tennis, but recently a convenience store opened inside due to worker demand, making it more lively. The convenience store is run by Tomato Store in Dobuita and is popular with port workers. Inside the rest area, there are TVs, jukeboxes, and game consoles, creating a lively atmosphere. Darts is mentioned as a game, but it's described as not very engaging, with hopes for more interesting games in the future. There is also a shopping list mentioning items and prices. Asterisk battery, single 150 yen, asterisk battery triple 150 yen, asterisk cassette tape 300 yen, asterisk fish fillet 500 yen, asterisk milk 100 yen, asterisk niboshi dried sardines 300 yen, asterisk tuna sashimi 180 yen, asterisk chocolate 120 yen, asterisk caramel 120 yen, asterisk potato chips 120 yen. This page showcases several shops located in Dobuita, Yokosuka. Starting with the Port Canteen, situated in New Yokosuka Port, it operates from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. This eatery is run single-handedly by the cook Maruyama Tomi, who was commissioned by the Port Labor Union. The menu, handwritten and displayed within, boasts affordable and generous portions. The dishes are seasoned lightly, focusing on health. Mr. Maruyama, affectionately known as Uncle Maruyama, is a beloved figure among the port workers. Patrons can purchase meals until late, and the canteen bustles with workers during lunchtime. Next is Komine Bakery, located in Dobuita, open from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. 8 years prior, Komine Amy, the proprietress, transitioned from an office job to open this bakery. Driven by her unique ideas, she offers specialty bread, crafted right in Dobuita. Ms. Komine delights in seeing people, especially children, enjoy her creations, which fuels her continuous development of original bread recipes. Her daughter, Yuika, is particularly fond of her daddy's bread, Love It. While a rival bakery emerged 5 years ago, the taste of Bob's Pizza served as inspiration for Ms. Komine to further refine her bread making. It's a fun fact that the bread seen in the game cannot actually be purchased in real life. Jean's Water Dragon Volume 2, also in Dobuita, welcomes customers from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Established 4 years ago as the sister store to Water Dragon, it specializes in jeans. The shop offers a wide selection, spanning from vintage finds to contemporary designs, and it consistently achieves top sales within the chain. The manager, Akasaka Kazuo, is known for his chattiness and extensive knowledge of the merchandise. He is well-versed in vintage jeans and various manufacturers. The store is a popular destination for denim enthusiasts and enjoys popularity among women as well. Washed jeans are displayed out front, and while the entrance appears inviting, it is unfortunately inaccessible within the game itself. Jupiterus in Dobuita is open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. and specializes in sukahan, those elaborately embroidered souvenir jackets, sometimes called skajins. The owner, Tsuruoka Noriyuki, strives to create an outlet-like atmosphere, artfully arranging sukahan on the walls to showcase their designs. Having left his previous job due to interpersonal issues, Mr. Tsuruoka sought a profession where he could work independently, leading him to establish Jupiterus, a venture that brings him great satisfaction. Engage in a friendly chat with the owner and perhaps acquire a stylish sukahan yourself. It's worth noting that the owner is a true aficionado of sukahan. Smiley, a flower shop in Dobuita, is open from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. The beautiful part-time employee Kikuchi Yuriko manages the store situated at the entrance of Dobuita. The owner, Nemoto Junichiro, also manages a restaurant in Yokohama and is often occupied there, leaving Ms. Yuriko in charge of Smiley, which she maintains beautifully. While another flower shop named Ida exists in Dobuita, Ms. Yuriko's cheerful demeanor and diligent work ethic make her particularly popular. Smiley and Ida coexist harmoniously, seemingly enhancing the demand for flowers in Dobuita. Their floral arrangements are quite similar to those at Ida. Lastly, Slot House in Dobuita operates from 10 a.m. until midnight. It stands as one of Dobuita's few entertainment venues besides the game center. Opened 7 years ago, the manager is Misawa Kyuchi, who is frequently found behind the counter, trusted implicitly by the owner. The establishment features a total of 16 slot machines, with a maximum bet of 20 bet. Players can accumulate coins to exchange for various prizes, including rare items. Hitting 3 sevens grants miniature scenery prizes, which can be exchanged at the Shenmue Passport Free Market. Manager Misawa has many devoted fans in Dobuita. This page depicts a guide to various shops in Dobuita, Yokosuka. First is World Travel Agency. It's located in Dobuita and open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. This is a long-established travel agency in Yokosuka. The manager, Mr. Yanada, whose motto is Customer First, has a good reputation. The Dobuita branch has a stylish exterior and a clean and well-maintained interior, giving customers a sense of security and trust. There are many pamphlets in the storefront and inside the shop offering a variety of travel destinations. Manager Yanada says, "We strive to provide enjoyable trips and always greet customers with a smile. When planning a trip, consultation is recommended. Spring travel season is coming soon, so why not visit World Travel Agency? Travel pamphlets are readily available. The only thing missing is travel funds. It seems like a sophisticated office. The pamphlets give it a high-class feel." Next is Mahjong Daisangen, located in Dobuita and open from 12 p.m. to 5 a.m. This is Dobuita's only mahjong parlor, run by the skilled mahjong player, Mr. Asada. Actually, he's said to be a nationally known player in the mahjong world. The shop name Daisangen is taken from his specialty Yakuman hand. The walls are covered with score sheets, which may be helpful for beginners. Recently, all tables are automatic. Services such as offering hot towels are also provided. The mahjong parlor fee is generally 400 yen, but students get a half-price discount of 200 yen. Mr. Asada says, "I want students to come more often. Why not try a game of mahjong at the legendary manager's parlor?" Score sheets are posted for beginners, which is helpful. Mahjong tables are all automatic, popular among old fans. Then there is Treasure Sushi. It's located in Dobuita and open from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. This is an Edo-style sushi restaurant with its main store in Tsukiji. The owner, Mr. Kumeda, is a true Edoite and says, "I want foreigners to taste real sushi." The Dobuita Treasure Sushi is their 8th branch. Mr. Kumeda speaks his mind clearly to customers, and some customers are intimidated by him. However, his sincere dedication to his work has gained him many regular customers. It is said to be a popular restaurant among locals and foreigners alike, and it will soon celebrate its 1st anniversary in Dobuita. Fresh fish is displayed in the case. It's always fresh ingredients. The owner's figure is visible at the counter. Sometimes you see different people standing there. After that, we have Tattoo Shop. Located in Dobuita and open from 2 p.m. to 0 a.m., this tattoo shop in Okayama Heights is a borrowed space. Once upon a time, Yokosuka was bustling with tattoo shops catering to foreign fashion trends. But now, due to various circumstances, only the Okayama Heights shop remains in Dobuita. They have apprentices to famous tattoo artists and are highly praised for their skill in traditional Japanese tattoos. Although it's the last remaining shop in Dobuita, they have many loyal customers, so those in the know still come. Why not get a small fashionable tattoo to enjoy? They are open late into the night, so you can stop by after work. A needle is used to prick the skin. Hygiene might be a problem. Tattoo designs that look like samples. Chinese-style designs are popular. Next is Tamura Butcher Shop, located in Dobuita and open from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. This shop used to be a yakitori restaurant, but when the owner changed generations, the current owner, Mr. Tamura Hiroshi, turned it into a butcher shop. Mr. Tamura, after graduating high school, immediately took over his father's business. In his high school days, he was the tough gang leader of the neighborhood. But he seems to have put his past behind him and now is gentle. He is affectionately called Tamushan by the locals. Although they mainly sell meat by weight, Mr. Tamura generously packs meat for you. When buying meat, be sure to visit Tamura Butcher Shop. Meat is the feeling, a plump and kind owner. Talmushan. Ask the wife for details. Finally, there is Tomato Store. Located in Dobuita and open 24 hours a day year-round, this is a convenience store. 3 years ago, Fujiadera Liquor Store became a convenience store to cater to late-night customers. That's how this tomato store was born. Ms. Hirano Monako, a college student, works part-time during the day. Praised for her beauty, she is popular among Dobuita residents, and many male customers come to the store just to see her, making it busy during the daytime. Half a year ago, they opened a second branch in Shenmue Yokosuka Port. They say, please come to our main store as well. By the way, a Shenmue corner is set up here. Please come and get practical Shenmue goods. Shopping list. Item price. A desk lamp 500, sliced fish 500, battery 150, milk 100, AAA battery 150, dried sardines 300, candles 150, dried squid 180, matches 50, chocolate 120, light bulb 90, caramel 120, cassette tape 300, potato chips 120, hope, medicine I don't need it anymore. Well then please help at the shop at Yamano's Shrine. This page depicts several locations within Dobuita, starting with Nagai Kogyo. Located in Dobuita and open from 10 p.m. to midnight, this is a Yakuza office handling gambling debts in the Yokosuka area. It was most prosperous in the past, employing over 50 people. Nagai, the person in charge, is known for his generosity and honorable nature, with only 3 or 4 people remaining loyal to him. Locals, especially those who play pachinko, are wary of entering, but it's said that Nagai's men do not harm ordinary citizens, so you can feel safe. Inside, there is a shrine in the back. It is said to be the taste of a former boss with a refined sensibility. It is a place where connected people gather. The purple suits are stylish. If you muster the courage to talk to the approachable Mr. Nagai, you might get some unexpected information. Moving on to Nana, a karaoke pub also in Dobuita, open from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Opened a year ago, it's a karaoke pub with striking neon lights. Previously a grilled bird restaurant, the interior is now quite cozy. In Dobuita, it's considered a wholesome entertainment establishment. Baracas and other instruments are available, giving you a lively image. The music playing is supposedly from Shenmue Legend. People want to know the lyrics. The mama, Narahara Nanako, is naturally cheerful and friendly, making the place lively. The secret to its popularity may be Mama's homemade meat and potatoes dish. It's said to be so delicious, you should definitely visit Mama's place. You'll become a regular from today. It is rumored that Amigo from Samba uses the maracas there. Next is Knocking, a bike shop in Dobuita, open from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Run by Onoguro, this bike shop opened 5 years ago and is famous for its custom tuning. It's renowned among bikers nationwide, with orders flooding in and numerous bikes being repaired in front of the shop, showing its popularity. The owner, Ono, is affectionately called Oyaji-san by young people and is well-liked and approachable. Surprisingly, he has many hidden female fans, including nurses, vocational students and university students who have formed a fan club. The bike shop Knocking is a famous name in Dobuita and nationwide among certain circles. The white-haired owner is always tinkering with bikes. It feels very ikasu. Then we have Heartbeats, a bar in Dobuita, open from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. Located in a secluded spot in the entertainment district, locals seem to dislike the bar's atmosphere and customer service, avoiding it. The customers are mostly sailors. The master, Hatoba Norifumi, has his own bad beauty aesthetic, and everything is measured by that standard. Though he dislikes superficial people, he seems to have a certain affection for so-called hoodlums. Perhaps because they understand him, or perhaps sailors treat Hatoba with respect and awe. In any case, the master's charm is likely the secret to this bar's popularity. First-timers will definitely get lost trying to find it. Be careful not to get lost. Inside the store, there is a jukebox. You can play a song for 100 yen. Following that is Hattori Sports, also in Dobuita, open from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Born and raised in Yokosuka, the owner is a guardian of school children's sportswear. They handle sportswear and athletic shoes, as well as various designated school supplies. Sports-loving store manager Hattori displays gloves and bats of the same type used by popular professional baseball players. Fans of these players come from afar to purchase these items. During baseball season, the store becomes lively, with the energetic owner often going to night games for observation. Baseball mania. You might enjoy talking to the owner. The store owner is a baseball enthusiast. His expression is very serious about soccer's popularity lately. The poster in the storefront reflects the recent soccer craze. Finally, there is Hirata Shoten, located in Dobuita and open from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. This tobacco shop is one of the oldest in Dobuita. The shop itself was rebuilt after a fire, so it doesn't look very old. The current owner, Mr. Hirata, inherited the shop here. Initially it was such a landmark that Dobuita was even called Hirata Shoten Town. It was so beautiful that customers flocked to the shop, and the store prospered. Back then, the telephone was a valuable item for local residents, and even now a telephone is displayed at the storefront in its memory. Having a telephone in a shopping street is rare even today. If you want to buy tobacco, go to Hirata Shoten. If you have time to kill near the bus stop, make a phone call. You can pick up the telephone, but it is not available as an item. This page depicts several locations in Dobuita Street and surrounding areas from the game Shenmue. Starting with Funny Bear Hamburgers, it's a hamburger shop located in Dobuita, open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. The owner, Aoki Keisuke, is described as being passionately devoted to research, aiming to create new burgers daily, and he even participated in amateur hamburger championships before opening the shop. The shop is popular with students as a meeting place due to its convenient location, and they also offer takeout. One drawback is the menu changes frequently, making it difficult to become a regular customer. Next is Bunkado Antiques, an antique shop in Dobuita, open from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Established 30 years ago, it's run by an elderly owner, Oishi, who travels the country to find unique items to display in the shop. Oishi is often busy with purchasing stock and is often assisted by his daughter-in-law. He is also interested in historical documents and has a collection of martial arts books. Visiting the shop might lead to unexpected discoveries. The shop's signboard is mentioned as being written by the former master of the Kyogetsu Martial Arts Hall, Jino Madoka. They have a shopping list section featuring items such as Wrath of Heaven Technique, Earthshake Technique, Gale Technique, Flying Swallow Kick, Tiger Storm Kick, and Peerless Shadow Technique, with prices ranging from 500 to 3,000 yen, all referencing page P102 in the book for more details. Hokahoku Bento is a bento shop in Dobuita, near New Yokosuka Harbor, open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Owned by Sawano Aio, it's known for its home-style flavors and will be celebrating its 11th year. It's popular among local men, and a second branch was opened in New Yokosuka Harbor 23 years prior. The New Yokosuka Harbor branch operates from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Iaio's daughter, who is described as beautiful, also works at the shop as the main staff. Her younger sister, Maho, is a high school student and helps with deliveries, making her popular with male customers. The shop's motto is the warmth and deliciousness of Hokahoku Bento, encouraging customers to try their bento boxes. Hot Dog is a mobile hot dog stand located in New Yokosuka Harbor, open from 8:30 a.m. to midnight. The owner, Tom, built his custom car with all his savings to run this mobile hot dog shop. He uses special pickles to create American-style hot dogs which are popular. The words, "Delicious Yo," and a Piro mark are displayed on the car, all handwritten by Tom. He utilizes his mobility to operate in various ports and harbors. Tom has a history of hitchhiking around the world and has friends in Central and South America from whom he supposedly learned unusual martial arts techniques. Talking to him might reveal interesting stories. He is mentioned to appear in the harbor around 8 a.m. and moves to Dobuita by 7 p.m. Bob's Pizza is located in Dobuita, open from 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. It is part of a large pizza chain group and is the Yokosuka 7th branch, having opened 5 years prior. They are expanding their chain in Yokohama and Yokosuka. The manager, Mario, used to be a skilled pizza chef at a famous pizzeria in Milan before coming to this store, and his skills are exceptional, unlike what one might expect from a chain store. They offer original menu items not found in other branches. They boast a wide variety of wines. The stylish interior is reminiscent of an Italian restaurant, making it ideal for dates and special occasions. The wine bottles displayed are implied to be Italian wines. Finally, Honda Pharmacy is in Dobuita, open from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. It's a chain drugstore that opened 4 years ago. Before this store opened, there were no hospitals or pharmacies nearby, making it valuable to local residents. The owner, Honda Tsuchi, was previously a pharmacist at a large hospital, making him a reliable person. Although it's a small store, it stocks a wide range of products and accepts prescriptions, making it highly useful. It's advised to consult with Mr. Honda if feeling unwell, as he is likely to give good advice. It's recommended to visit Honda Pharmacy before any condition worsens. It is noted that due to the large number of Chinese residents in the area, they also stock Campo medicines. It's mentioned that Mr. Honda doesn't seem to mind the noisy environment of Dobuita, implying he is used to the lively atmosphere. Funny Bear Hamburger. Location, Dobuita. Hours, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Shop owner Aoki Keisuke quit his office job and opened this hamburger shop. Aoki is passionate about research, and every day he is devoted to developing new burgers. Before opening his shop, he was so skilled he was on the verge of winning amateur hamburger championships. He uses that experience to diligently work on developing new burgers daily. The menu changes frequently, so it's difficult for regular customers to get attached. The location is good, so it's often used as a meeting place, and students often gather here. Takeout is also available. It would be nice if the menu was a little more stable so you could always eat your favorite hamburger. Due to the vending machine, drinks are not selling well, which is a concern. Cultural Hall Antiques. Location, Dobuita. Hours, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Established 30 years ago, a veteran antique shop. Owner Oishi travels all over the country to find unearthed items which are displayed in the store. Oishi is often busy with purchasing, so his daughter-in-law often manages the shop. Oishi's hobby is collecting old historical documents, and he also collects martial arts books of various schools. Occasionally, you might find unexpected discoveries when browsing the store. The signboard at the front of the store is by Jino Madoka, the former master of the now-closed Kyogetsu Martial Arts Hall, who was a calligrapher. Filled Diamond Shopping List. Filled Diamond. Item name, reference page, price. A Wrath of Heaven Technique, right pointing arrow P102, 500 yen. Earthshake Technique, right pointing arrow P102, 1000 yen. Gale Technique, right pointing arrow P102, 1000 yen. Flying Swallow Kick, right pointing arrow P102, 1000 yen. Tiger Storm Kick, right pointing arrow P102, 2000 yen. Peerless Shadow Technique, right pointing arrow P102, 3000 yen. Hokahoku Bento and Side Dishes. Location, Dobuita, New Yokosuka Harbor. Hours, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Shop owner Sawano Aiyo's homemade taste is the selling point of this bento shop. This year marks its 11th year in business. It's been enthusiastically popular among local men, and a branch was opened in New Yokosuka Harbor 23 years ago. The New Yokosuka Harbor branch is open from 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. New Yokosuka Harbor branch is a harbor stall. Business hours are 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Iayo's eldest daughter mainly works at the shop. She is a beautiful daughter and is popular with locals. Her younger sister, Maho, seems to be a delivery staff member still in high school. Delivery staff member Maho is still a high school student, very popular with male customers. Always hot and delicious is the motto of Hokahoku Bento. Please try Hokahoku Bento at least once. Hot dog mobile stall. Location, Dobuita, New Yokosuka Harbor. Hours, 8:30 a.m. to 12 a.m. Shop owner Tom spent all his fortune to create this custom car and runs a mobile hot dog shop. American-style hot dogs using special pickles are sold. The words Oishi Yo, Delicious Yo, and a Piro mark are all handwritten by Tom. He makes good use of his mobility and also operates in ports and harbors. Tom has a past of hitchhiking around the world. He is rumored to have learned peculiar martial arts techniques from friends in Central and South America, and if you talk to him, you might hear interesting stories. Appears in the harbor around 8 a.m. and moves to Dobuita around 7 p.m. The radio cassette player on the counter always plays cheerful music. Bob's Pizza. Location, Dobuita. Hours, 5 p.m. to 4 a.m. A major pizza chain group's Yokosuka 7th branch opened 5 years ago in Dobuita. They are expanding their chain in Yokohama and Yokosuka. Shop manager Mario used to be a pizza chef at a famous pizzeria in Milan before coming to this store, and his skills are superb. It's hard to believe it's a chain store. The taste is of high quality. They also have original menu items not found in other branches. They also have a rich selection of wines. The stylish interior is like an Italian restaurant, a perfect date spot. Wine is always kept in the wine cellar, and the interior is also stylish, so it might be good to spend a happy time with your loved one on a date course. The wine placed in the cellar, is it Italian wine after all? Honda Pharmacy. Location, Dobuita. Hours, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. a chain drugstore that opened 4 years ago. Until this store opened, there were no hospitals or pharmacies nearby, so it seems to be valued by local residents. Shop owner Honda Tsuchi used to be a pharmacist at a large hospital, so he is a reliable person. Although it is a small store, it has a wide variety of products and also accepts prescriptions, so its utility value is high. If you are not feeling well, don't leave it unattended, but please consult with the shop owner here. He will likely give you good advice. Visit Honda Pharmacy before your condition worsens. Mr. Honda doesn't seem to mind the noisy Dobuita environment. Perhaps because there are many Chinese residents, they also have Campo medicines. This page depicts various establishments in Dobuita, Yokosuka. First, we have Mary's Patches, a patch and embroidery shop that has been in business since 1923. Run by the second-generation owner, Mr. Maria Takeharu, they pride themselves on their craftsmanship, creating patches that are symbols of men's style in Yokosuka. You can order standard designs or even get original patches made. You'll notice patches are prominently displayed at the storefront, and even Mr. Maria himself sports an embroidered sukahan, showcasing their work. Next is Manpukukun Ramen, a ramen shop managed solely by Mrs. Yamamoto Junko. Open from evening until the early hours of the morning, it's a popular spot for those finishing a night out. The ramen is highly regarded thanks to the soup recipe perfected by Mrs. Yamamoto's late husband. She's also actively developing new menu items to keep things fresh. Despite being a bit cramped inside, it's a well-loved ramen spot in Dobuita, rivaling even the famous Ichishou. They also serve alcoholic beverages, catering to their evening clientele. Then we have Yaoyakatsu, a greengrocer run by an elderly couple. The shop's name, meaning 800 victories, comes from the original owner's gambling success, who hoped for similar luck in business. The current owner, Mr. Aoki Nagakatsu, is said to have become quite rounder compared to his more gambling-inclined father in his younger days. Yaoyakatsu is known for its fresh and affordable vegetables, making it a regular stop for locals doing their daily shopping and even monthly household grocery runs. It's noted as being reasonably priced, even back in 1986. Moving on, we find Yamaroji, a long-established soba noodle shop specializing in buckwheat noodles. Owner Mr. Akita is dedicated to his soba making. Dating back to the Tenpo era, Yamaroji boasts a 150-year history and is a respected name with branches across the Kanto region. The Dobuita Yamaroji is a standing eating-style soba shop, bustling with office workers during lunchtime. The taste is a legacy passed down through generations, supported by the owner's wife, who seems to be a steadying influence for the gambling-loving Mr. Akita. Yamaroji prides itself on providing fresh, reasonably priced food quickly, making it a local favorite. The shop's interior has an old-fashioned, dignified atmosphere. You're encouraged to try their soba and experience the flavor for yourself. Then there's You, a game center that opened 3 years prior to this guide. The owner, Mr. Saito Yuji, named it You, using a character from his own name. Inside you'll see posters of classic arcade games like Space Harrier and Hang On, attracting gamers of all ages aiming for high scores. The owner is keen on staying updated with the latest game information and takes requests for new titles, promising to stock them soon. Outside the store you can find gacha machines, adding to the arcade fun. Sadly, some of the arcade machines inside are out of order. Finally, we have Yokosuka, a bar known for its welcoming, home-like atmosphere. The friendly staff and lively ambiance make it a popular spot, especially for evening socializing. The bartender's Western-style cocktails are a highlight, and they're even working on creating original cocktails. Hostess Akemi is another big draw, with many customers visiting specifically to see her, ensuring the bar is always lively. Locals frequent Yokosuka, making it a great place to catch up on town gossip and information. If you have something on your mind, a visit to Yokosuka might lead to unexpected insights. Hostess Akemi is very popular, even with regular customers. And if you turn up the monitor in the bar, you might catch the song Shenmue Legend playing. This page depicts a guide to various shops and locations in Dobuita, Yokosuka. First, we have Lapis, a fortune-telling house. It is described as a popular spot among young women, especially high school girls, due to its affordable prices and accurate readings. It is known as Isis Sakura's fortune-telling house, featured in women's magazines. The shop is designed to resemble a house within Dobuita, and it's said that the power of the stars is amplified here. The mystical interior is mentioned to heighten your spirits. Isis Sakura is particular about her items, and although protective charms are not sold, it's implied that the fortune-telling itself is powerful enough. It's suggested that even skeptics should experience Isis Sakura's amazing mystical experience. Next is Ken Barbershop, a barbershop offering cuts and perms, run by a Chinese couple. Despite being run by a Chinese owner, it's mentioned that the husband and wife are Yokosuka natives and speak fluent Japanese, so customers should feel at ease. The shop is described as being cheaper and faster than the other barbershop in Dobuita, and is well regarded. The owner is described as friendly, and it is said that you can enjoy baseball talk with him. It is recommended to try their haircut. Then we have Rio Maeda, another barbershop offering cuts and perms, established 50 years ago. It's an old-fashioned barbershop with the motto, "Men are neat and short." The owner's daughter, Miki, a qualified beautician, helps at the shop. Although they are another barbershop in Dobuita, business is described as struggling. Miki has suggested turning it into a beauty salon, but Mr. Maeda seems reluctant. Despite being 50 years old, it's encouraged that they overcome the current situation. It's noted that they have a rarely seen vintage perm machine. They also have a UV sterilizer for hygiene, although it is mentioned that this might increase the price. Following is Linda, a snack bar. It was opened 3 years ago by Orihara Yoji, who rented the space cheaply. The name Linda reportedly comes from the hostess, Kyoko. It's a 2-story building with the bar on the first floor and the residence on the second. Inside, 3 paintings are displayed, and there's also a jukebox. The interior is described as dimly lit and somewhat rundown. Currently, their clientele consists mainly of Mr. Orihara's acquaintances and local residents. It is hoped that more people will visit this bar, which is run by Orihara and Kyoko. After that is Rosha, a pottery shop specializing in ceramics. The owner, Natsu Tama, opened it about half a year ago and stocks imported pottery. The shop is described as having a slightly unsettling atmosphere due to the lined-up pottery. In summer, she personally goes to Greece to select items. She apparently entrusts the stocking to friends in America and Greece. By doing the stocking work herself, she can keep costs down and offer good products. Ms. Tama, who has study abroad experience in the UK and Greece, is described as an intelligent woman. She hopes to provide good Japanese pottery to Japanese people, and talks about her shop's direction. Many items can be locked, but purchasing them is impossible, and it is noted that the prices are high. Finally, there is an automatic vending machine guide. This section highlights juice vending machines easily found around town. You can purchase cola, Fanta orange, Sprite, ginger ale, and coffee, all for 100 yen. It is mentioned that a hit juice comes out at a 1 in 4 probability. It encourages you to try your luck and quench your thirst with town juice. A list of vending machine locations is provided, including Sakuragaoka and Dobuita areas, specifying places such as in front of Abe Shoten bookstore, near Nagai Industry, and in front of Okadaya. Other locations are mentioned in Shin Yokosuka Port, including Hokuhoku Bento shop side and in front of the 12th warehouse, and near the port rest area. 3 units. This page depicts a free quest item list. This list details items that can be acquired in various ways during the game, ranging from easily obtainable to those requiring a bit more effort. While not essential for clearing the game, it encourages players to collect them all. Here's a breakdown of the items. Mini radio cassette. Entry: Hazuki Residence. It's quite scary. This is the first item you can get in the game. You can put in a cassette tape and listen to music. Father's Letter. Entry: Hazuki Residence, in the middle garden. It's written in reverse script. It is said that Hazuki Iwao was reading this letter intently. Clock. Entry: You have it from the beginning. It's a Time-X-made clock. It's just a clock, but this model was actually sold. Sword Guard. Entry: Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store. It was originally Hazuki Iwao's treasured item. It's a family crest, and is said to be the same as the Phoenix Mirror and Dragon Mirror. Phoenix Mirror. Entry: Hazuki Residence Basement or China. You've had it since the beginning. Something very important, a key to a great secret it seems. Refer to page 80 for acquisition methods. It is not included in the item list because it is essential for reaching the ending. Chen Adult's Introduction. Entry: New Yokosuka Harbor, Hong Kong's Old Man Chen. Introduction to Master Chen. After acquiring it, you can get an introduction letter from Master Chen's disciple. It is not included in the item list because it is essential for progressing the ending. Amulet. Entry: Yamano Shrine. It's an enshrined prayer achievement amulet that the shrine gives you when you visit. Like the introduction letter, it's not included in the item list. Father's photo. Entry. Hazuki Residence Basement Young Hazuki Iwao. A photo of Hazuki Iwao when he was young. The Chinese person in the photo resembles someone. Friend's photo. Entry. Ryo's room taken together with classmates. A photo taken with friends. The members are Ryo, Nozomi, Ehara, and Ito. 4 people in total. Harasaki's photo 1. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor part-time job break time. It's a 2-shot of Tien and Harasaki while taking a break from the forklift job. The clear sky is in the background. Harasaki's photo 2. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor photo 1 event version. It's a different version taken during the event with photo 1. The cloudy sky is in the background. Harasaki's photo 3. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor photo 1 and 2 and the same. It's a 2-shot of Harasaki and Tien against a snowy sky. Harasaki's photo 4. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor photo 1, 2 and the same. It's a 2-shot of Harasaki and Tien with a clear sky in the background and taken from a slightly distant angle. Harasaki's photo 5. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor photo 1, 2 and the same. It's a 2-shot of Harasaki and Tien against a snowy sky in the background, taken from a slightly distant angle. Harasaki's photo 6. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor photo 1, 2 and the same. It's a photo of 2 people snuggling up and smiling against a cloudy sky in the background. Double Blades Technique Book. Entry. Hazuki Residence Dojo placed under the veranda. You can get it by opening the box placed there. With this technique book you can learn the Double Blades technique. Shadow/technique book. Entry. Hazuki Residence Fukuhara Household's room drawer in the room. You can get it from the drawer in Fukuhara Household's room. With this technique book you can learn the Shadow/technique. Flying Swallow Kick Technique Book. Entry. Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store Yuan Antique Store. You can purchase this technique book. Price is 300 yen. With this technique book you can learn the Flying Swallow Kick Technique. Earth Divination Technique Book. Entry. Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store Yuan Antique Store. You can purchase this technique book. Price is 500 yen. With this technique book you can learn the Earth Divination Technique. Crush. King Mountain Technique Book. Entry. Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store Yuan Antique Store. You can purchase this technique book. Price is 1,000 yen. With this technique book you can learn the Crushing Mountain Technique. Whirlwind Technique Book. Entry. Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store Yuan Antique Store. You can purchase this technique book. Price is 1,500 yen. With this technique book you can learn the Whirlwind Technique. Tiger Body Drop Technique Book. Entry. Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store Yuan Antique Store. You can purchase this technique book. Price is 2,000 yen. With this technique book you can learn the Tiger Body Drop Technique. Peerless Fierce Wave Technique Book. Entry. Antique Shop Yuan Antique Store Yuan Antique Store. You can purchase this technique book. Price is 3,000 yen. With this technique book you can learn the Peerless Fierce Wave Technique. Mystery Scroll. Entry. Hazuki Residence Dojo. 8 Intrigue Formation Hanging Scroll in the dojo. You can get it by examining the hanging scroll. It is useless as it is. Song Scroll. Entry. Pawnshop Motoyen. You can get it at the pawnshop. It's a mystery scroll obtained in the dojo, and by showing it at the pawnshop you can determine its name. No techniques can be learned. Hang on. Entry. Tomato Mart. Homu's Hang On. At the Sega Saturn corner in Tomato Mart you can play it and enjoy the minigame. Space Harrier. Entry. Tomato Mart. Homu's Space Harrier. At the Sega Saturn corner in Tomato Mart you can play it and enjoy the minigame. Mystery Key. Entry. Warehouse Room Box in the dojo. The necessary key to open the box when opening the box. The contents of the box are necessary to enter the basement. White Leaf. Entry. Hazuki Residence Basement Mystery Leaf stuck to the root of the basement. It is said to be a mystery leaf stuck in the roots of the basement at Hazuki Residence. It is said to be unusable in Chapter 1. Sequel-related item. Hong Kong Travel Pamphlet. Entry. World Travel Company World Travel Company. You can get it at World Travel Company. A travel plan to Hong Kong for 198,000 yen is listed. Cheap accommodation pamphlet. Entry. Asia Travel Company Asia Travel Company. You can get it at Asia Travel Company. A travel plan to Asia for 158,000 yen is listed. Asia Travel Pamphlet. Entry. Asia Travel Company Asia Travel Company. You can get it at Asia Travel Company. A travel plan to Asia for 200,000 yen is listed. Part-time job map 1. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor forklift part-time job, handed over at the forklift part-time job. Map for cargo transportation. The transport quota is 10 items. Part-time job map 2. Entry. New Yokosuka Harbor forklift part-time job, handed over at the forklift part-time job. Map for cargo transportation. The transport quota is 8 items. Part-time job map 3. Entry, New Yokosuka Harbor forklift part-time job. Handed over at the forklift part-time job. Map for cargo transportation. The transport quota is 8 items. Part-time job map 4. Entry, New Yokosuka Harbor forklift part-time job. Handed over at the forklift part-time job. Map for cargo transportation. The transport quota is 8 items. Part-time job map 5. Entry, New Yokosuka Harbor forklift part-time job. Handed over at the forklift part-time job. Map for cargo transportation. The transport quota is 10 items. Race map. Entry, New Yokosuka Harbor forklift race. Handed over at the forklift race. Map for race use. With this map, you won't get lost in the race much. Old Warehouse Street map. Entry, New Yokosuka Harbor 8th Warehouse invasion. If you are discovered by the security guard when invading Warehouse 8, floating wood will give you the Old Warehouse Street map. Old Warehouse Street map arrow marked. Entry, New Yokosuka Harbor Old Warehouse Street map acquisition. After obtaining it, if you are discovered by the security guard again, floating wood will also give you a map with escape routes written in. Flashlight. Entry, Hazuki Residence Genkun Dobuita Branch Tomato Art Old Warehouse Security Room. Hazuki Residence Basement. Use it when searching dark rooms. Candles and matches can be used as substitutes. Single battery. Entry, Hazuki Residence, Tomato Mart in the warehouse. Batteries needed to light the flashlight. If you don't have this, even with the flashlight, it will be useless in dark places. List explanation. In the list, entry, hollow circle indicates the acquisition location. Tomato Mart in the entry location indicates both Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch and Tomato Mart Port Branch. If it only says Dobuita Branch, it refers to Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch. This page depicts a catalog of items and cassette tapes that can be found within the game. At the top, you can see a variety of everyday items that Ryo Hazuki can collect. These include things like batteries for his mini radio cassette player, a candle and matches for exploring dark places like the Hazuki basement, and a light bulb. There are also food items like dried squid, fish cuts, milk, dried sardines, tuna, and salami, which are cat food and can improve the cat's friendship level. Lastly, there are snacks like chocolate and caramel. For each item, it indicates where you can obtain them, mostly at the Tomato Mart and Ibo shop. Below, the page focuses on cassette tapes, explaining that in the game you can use cassette tapes in the mini radio cassette player or radio cassette player to listen to various background music. It lists a selection of cassette tapes with their official song titles. Each entry shows the tape's name, and the shops where they are available for purchase, primarily Tomato Mart and Tomato Mart Port Branch, along with the sales period, spanning from December to March or April depending on the tape. It mentions that the sales periods listed are indicative, and the stock in stores might change weekly. If a desired tape is out of stock, it's suggested to check back later, and stock will generally return to the initial state after about 5 weeks at most. Here are the translations of the text sections. Cassette tapes. Cassette tapes obtained in the game. By using these in a mini radio cassette player or radio cassette player, you can listen to various background music from within the game. Below is a list of cassette tapes and their acquisition methods. About cassette sales period in the list, the sales period of cassette tapes is noted, but in reality, the store's stock changes weekly during this period. If the tape you want is out of stock, please come back another week as it may be in stock. Also, if you wait for up to 5 weeks at the longest, the stock will return to its initial state. Items, AAA batteries. Entry, Hazuki Residence, Tomato Mart Mini Radio Cassette Player. Essential batteries to operate the mini radio cassette player. Without these, you cannot listen to music on the mini radio cassette player. Candle. Entry, Hazuki Residence Basement, Hazuki Residence Land. Used as a light when exploring the basement. However, you cannot light it without matches. Entry, Hazuki Residence Basement Candle. Necessary to light a candle. Even if you have matches alone, they are not particularly useful. Light bulb 60W. Entry, Dobuita, Tomato Mart Hazuki Residence Basement. By connecting it to the socket when exploring the basement, you can brighten the surroundings. Dried squid. Entry, Ibo shop cat food. Can be used as cat food. When used, the cat's friendship level will increase by +1. Fish cuts. Entry, Tomato Mart cat food. Can be used as cat food. When used, the cat's friendship level increase value is +40. Milk. Entry, Hazuki Residence Kitchen. Tomato Mart cat food. Can be used as cat food. Dried sardines. Entry, Tomato Mart cat food. Can be used as cat food. When used, the cat's friendship level increase value is +1. Tuna can. Entry, Tomato Mart cat food. can be used as cat food. When used, the cat's friendship level increase value is +15. Salami, entry, Ibo shop cat food, can be used as cat food, used in the game's location. Chocolate, entry, Ibo shop tomato mart snack, product name is Shenmue Chocolate, buy and try to draw a prize once. Caramel, entry, Ibo shop tomato mart snack, product name is Shenmue Caramel, buy and try to draw a prize once. Cassette tapes, POTECHI potato chips, official song title Potato Chips, non-sale item, prize at Abe Store, product name is Shenmue Potato Chips, buy and try to draw a prize once. You can also obtain it at the passport stand, ATARIKEN Lucky Fist, official song title Atarikan, non-sale item, prize at Abe Store. If you buy juice from a vending machine or automatic vending machine, it will come out with a 1 in 10 chance. Lottery can be drawn. You can also use it at the passport stand. Shenmue, official song title Shenmue, non-sale item, Hazuki Residence, obtained from the room's shelf. You can get it from above. Shenhua, official song title Shenhua, non-sale item, Hazuki Residence, obtained from Shenhua's desk drawer. You can get it from inside. Go-Go, official song title Go-Go Tomato, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 3rd to March 20th, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to April 14th. Available for purchase during the period. FT Song, official song title Feeling Tired Song, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 6th to March 20th, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to April 10th. Available for purchase during the period. Hip to Hop, official song title Hip to Hop, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 6th to March 20th, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to March 20th. Available for purchase during the period. El Feeling, official song title Like a Feeling, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 6th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to March 20th. Available for purchase during the period. Heart B, official song title Heart Beats, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 6th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th. Port Branch is not selling to March 20th. Available for purchase during the period. Flower Girl, official song title Flower Girl, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to March 20th, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 13th to April 3rd. Available for purchase during the period. A Tree, official song title Antiquity Tree, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 13th to April 3rd. Available for purchase during the period. D Old Man, official song title Dandy Old Man, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 20th to April 10th. Available for purchase during the period. Liquor, official song title Liquor, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to March 27th. Available for purchase during the period. Linda, official song title Linda, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 3rd to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to April 14th. Available for purchase during the period. MS Shower, official song title Magical Sound Shower, non-sale item, Shenmue Lottery 3rd prize item. You can get it as a prize by doing the Shenmue Lottery. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, Port Branch Common. Hang On, official song title Hang On, non-sale item, Shenmue Lottery 3rd prize item. You can get it as a prize by doing the Shenmue Lottery. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, Port Branch Common. S Harrier, official song title Space Harrier, non-sale item, Shenmue Lottery 3rd prize item. You can get it as a prize by doing the Shenmue Lottery. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, Port Branch Common. FT Off, official song title Final Take Off, non-sale item, Shenmue Lottery 3rd prize item. You can get it as a prize by doing the Shenmue Lottery. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, Port Branch Common. Destiny, official song title Destiny, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to March 27th. Available for purchase during the period. Boz November, official song title Boz November, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to March 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to March 27th. Available for purchase during the period. Bewitch, official song title Bewitch, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to April 3rd, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 20th to April 10th. Available for purchase during the period. MJQ, official song title MJQ, Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 20th to April 4th, Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 20th. Port Branch is not selling to April 10th. Available for purchase during the period. Harbor Bar. Official song title, Harbor Bar. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 20th to April 4th. Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 20th to April 10th. Available for purchase during the period. Nana. Official song title, Nana. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 20th to April 4th. Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 3rd to March 20th. Available for purchase during the period. Spider. Official song title, Spider. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 27th to April 14th. Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 3rd to March 20th. Available for purchase during the period. Glyfada. Official song title, Glyfada. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 27th to April 4th. Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 20th to April 10th. Available for purchase during the period. Yada. Official song title, Yada. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 27th to April 4th. Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to April 14th. Available for purchase during the period. Y Blues. Official song title, Yokosuka Blues. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 27th to April 4th. Tomato Mart Port Branch, December 27th to April 14th. Available for purchase during the period. Strong. Official song title, Strong. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 6th to March 27th. Tomato Mart Port Branch. Port Branch is not selling during the period. Harbor BTS. Official song title, Harbor Beats. Tomato Mart Dobuita Branch, December 13th to April 3rd. Tomato Mart Port Branch. Port Branch is not selling during the period. Reference mark in the case of Port Branch. Even if the data says sales start from December 3rd, in reality, it is impossible to reach DISC3 at Port Branch on December 3rd. Bottom left text box. Guro, are you going to get on a ship? Cool, isn't it? But for me, ships are a no-go, no good. Looking for bait and sweating. This page depicts a collection of items, specifically Gashapon figures. It seems to be a guide showcasing various collectible figures from the game. We can see different characters and variations of them listed in a grid format, with images and descriptions for each. Characters like Akira, Jackie, Sarah, Lau, Jeffrey, Pi, Cage, and Wolf are featured, along with special items like a wooden figure, a rental hero, a TRYZ, and special event Happy and Suit versions. There are also kids' versions of some characters. It looks like a guide for collectors to know what figures are available and where to potentially find them. Collection items. Gashapon machines are located in places like Abe department stores and in front of Tomato Mart. The Gashapon goods you can get here are mostly non-sale items that are hard to find elsewhere. Here we will introduce those collection items. How to read the list. In the list, entry, hollow circle indicates the place where you can obtain the item. At that time, only Dobuita Shopping Arcade and Harbor Lounge are written as branch names for Tomato Mart. Also, regarding Gashapon Hollow Circle, please refer to the column on the bottom right. Akira 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Akira 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Akira 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Akira 1P Color Model. Aura Winning Pose Version. Jackie 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Jackie 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Jackie 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Jackie 1P Color Model. Yeah, Winning Pose Version. Sarah 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Sarah 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Sarah 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Sarah 1P Color Model. Aura Winning Pose Version. Lau 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Lau 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Lau 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Lau 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Pi 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Pi 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Pi 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Pi 1P Color Model. Winning Pose Version. Wolf 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Wolf 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Wolf 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Wolf 1P Color Model. Owu Winning Pose Version. Jeffrey 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Jeffrey 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Jeffrey 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Jeffrey 1P Color Model. I Win Winning Pose Version. Cage 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Cage 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Cage 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Virtua Fighter Cage 1P Color Model. Nanonto Winning Pose Version. Dural Silver. Entry, Abe Department Store, Lottery First Prize, Virtua Fighter Dural 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Dural Gold. Entry, Abe Department Store, Lottery Special Prize, Virtua Fighter Dural 2P Color Model. Fixed Special Move Motion Version. Wooden Man. Entry, Gashapon Machine 1 Mystery Human-Shaped Wooden Model. Virtua Fighter. Development Phase, Polygon Model as the Original Model, Rental Hero. Entry, Abe Department Store, Lottery 4th Prize, AM2 Research and Development, Developed Commemorative Mega Drive Software, Rental Hero Main Character Figure. TRYZ. Entry, Gashapon Machine 4 360th Degree Full Direction Rotation was a Hot Topic arcade large cabinet game Galaxy Force Player's Own Machine. Sorrowing. Entry, Gashapon Machine 4 Sega Saturn's famous shooting game Panzer Dragoon Player's Own Machine, Self-Dragon. U-River Special Happy. Entry, Abe Department Store, Lottery Second Prize Dreamcast Advertising Campaign Development. Sega's Local Specialty, This is Happy Coat for a Release Campaign. U-River Special Suit. Entry, Abe Department Store, Lottery Third Prize Same as above U-River Special Gashapon. T. His is a model of the figure running around in Shenmue Experience version. Kids Akira 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2, Virtua Fighter Kids Akira 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Kids Akira 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Akira 1P Color Model. Winning Pose Version. Kids Jackie 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Jackie 1P Color Model. Winning Pose Version. Kids Jackie 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Jackie 1P Color Model. Somersault Kick Version. Kids Sarah 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Sarah 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Kids Sarah 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Sarah 1P Color Model. Defeated Cowering Pose Version. Kids Lao 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Lao 1P Color Model. Kneeling Pose Version. Kids Lao 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Lao 1P Color Model. Collapse Punch Pose Version. Kids Pi 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Pi 1P Color Model. Standing Pose Version. Kids Pi 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Pi 1P Color Model. Kyahahaha. Winning Pose Version. Kids Wolf 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Wolf 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Kids Wolf 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Wolf 1P Color Model. Beta. Winning Pose Version. Kids Jeffrey 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Jeffrey 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Kids Jeffrey 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Jeffrey 1P Color Model. Running Pose Version. Kids Cage 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Cage 1P Color Model. Standing Pose Version. Kids Cage 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Cage 1P Color Model. Sword Thrusting Pose Version. Kids Shun 1. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Shun 1P Color Model. Normal Stance Pose Version. Kids Shun 2. Entry, Gashapon Machine 2 Virtua Fighter Kids Shun 1P Color Model. Drunkenness Reeling Pose Version. This page depicts a catalog showcasing a variety of collectible figures available from Gashapon machines, featuring characters and items from different Sega games, particularly within the context of Shenmue. Starting from the top left, we see figures from Virtua Fighter Kids. There's Kids Leon 1, a 1P color model in a standard standing pose, and Kids Leon 2, also a 1P color model but in a victory pose. Next to them are Kids Dural S, a 1P color model in a standard pose, and Kids Dural G, a 2P color model in a crouching pose. Then we have figures from Knights into Dreams, with Knights 1 in a standing pose and Knights 2 in a flying pose. Moving down, we see characters from the Sonic the Hedgehog series. Sonic 1 is in a Guts pose, and Sonic 2 is in a jump pose. Super Sonic is in a standard pose. Tails is Sonic's sidekick character in a bye-bye pose. Knuckles is Sonic's rival character in a fighting pose. Bark from Sonic the Fighters is in a jump pose. Bean from Sonic the Fighters is in a standing pose. Fang is Sonic's rival character, Fang the Sniper, in an I Got You pose. Amy is the heroine character from Sonic the Hedgehog in a standing pose. Espio is Sonic's rival character, Espio the Chameleon, in an I Got You pose. Metal Sonic is a mechanical Sonic with a metallic body in a fighting pose. Finally, Eggman is the nemesis from the Sonic series, Dr. Eggman, in a triumphant pose. In the middle section, we see figures of motorbikes from the game Hang-On. There's Hang-On 1, a deformed and cute Hang-On bike in self-propelled mode. Hang-On 2 is a deformed and cute Hang-On rival bike, colored gray. Hang-On 3 is a deformed and cute Hang-On rival bike, colored yellow. Hang-On 4 is a deformed and cute Hang-On rival bike, colored blue. Hang-On 5 is a deformed and cute Hang-On rival bike, colored green. Next to the motorbikes are figures from Space Harrier. We have Luber, an enemy that attacks in the air in Stage 3 of Space Harrier. Then there are Pins Bean 1, Pins Bean 2, and Pins Bean 3, which are 20-sided die-shaped obstacles appearing in Space Harrier in gray, green, and red colors, respectively. Lastly, BB Ultra is a special metallic gold version of the 20-sided die-shaped obstacle. The bottom section features animal figures obtainable in Shenmue Passport, online only. John is a dog figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini billiards. Carrie is also a dog figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini billiards. Kuro is a black cat figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini slots. Tora is a tabby cat figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini slots. Pochi is a dog figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini billiards. Big Willie is an orca parent and child figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini billiards. Little Willie is a baby orca figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for cherries. Willie's is an orca parent and child figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini billiards. Big Faripu is an adult dolphin figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for cherries. Little Faripu is a baby dolphin figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for cherries. Faripu is a dolphin parent and child figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for mini billiards. Chip is a duck figure obtainable at Slot House and exchangeable for cherries. Finally, at the bottom there's a section titled about the Gashapon machines. It explains that there are 6 types of Gashapon machines in the game, each with a set theme. The first machine is located in front of Abe Department Store, and its theme is Virtua Fighter. The second machine is also in front of Abe Department Store, and its theme is Waku Waku Sega World. The third machine is in front of the Game Center, and its theme is Virtua Fighter Kids. The fourth machine is in front of the Game Center and Yokosuka Harbor Lounge, featuring the Waku Waku Sega World theme. The 5th machine is at Yokosuka Harbor Lounge with a Car Series theme. The 6th machine is also at Yokosuka Harbor Lounge with a Port Series theme. This page depicts a catalog of various items and characters that can be found in Shenmue. Starting with the animal characters at the top, we have Rapu, Papu, and Pipu, all of which are ducks obtainable through the Shenmue Passport online content, and also as plush toys. These can be exchanged for cherries at the Slot House. Next is Mary, a goat also from the Shenmue Passport online content, obtainable as a plush toy and exchangeable for mini jukeboxes at the Slot House. Then there's Pianta, a rabbit, also a Shenmue Passport online plush toy exchangeable for mini billiards at the Slot House. Lastly, in the animal section is Mayuru, a cat which is a model of the mascot character Fanta Star from the Sega MKIII software title Fantasy Zone. Moving on to the character section, first is Chicken Leg, a character that gained popularity as software for the Gacha Gacha 4 machine and Mega Drive. Next, we have Chow and Pian, characters appearing in Knights and Sonic Adventure, described as artificially created life forms, available as a set of 2 from the Gacha Gacha 3 machine. Following is Lister, a character from the Sega Saturn software Fantasy Zone, also available from the Gacha Gacha 3 machine. Then we have Alex Kidd, the main character from Sega's famous action game Alex Kidd, from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Next is Opa Opa, the self-propelled character from Sega's shooting game Fantasy Zone, also from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Jet Opa Opa is a variation equipped with jet engines, also from Fantasy Zone, and available from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. In the next row we see Popos, a 3D polygon character from the shooting game Fantasy Zone, available from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Koba Peach is a 2D polygon character from Fantasy Zone, also from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Ida 2 is a 4D polygon character from Fantasy Zone, again from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Shop is the shop raft that appears in Fantasy Zone, available from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine and appearing at certain times. The final row of characters starts with Heavy Bomb 1, a weapon from Fantasy Zone, specifically the blue version obtainable from all Gacha Gacha machines. Heavy Bomb 2 is the black version of the same weapon, also from all Gacha Gacha machines. Heavy Bomb 3 is the pink version of the Heavy Bomb weapon from Fantasy Zone, available from all Gacha Gacha machines. Mobo is the 1P side character from the action game Bonanza Brothers, from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Robo is the 2P side character from Bonanza Brothers, also from the Gacha Gacha 4 machine. Lastly in this section is Bonanza Brothers, a set including Mobo and Robo, described as having a somewhat nostalgic feel, and it is uncertain if they come as a set or individually. The next section features items, starting with the scooter, a Gacha Gacha 5 machine item. It is described as resembling the scooters often ridden by elderly women in town. The business bike is also from the Gacha Gacha 5 machine, described as a super cub type for delivery, with a basket on the back for placing containers, often seen running around in games. The vehicle section begins with Coupe 1 through Coupe 5, all from the Gacha Gacha 5 machine. These are deformed models of light automobiles, with Coupe 1 being blue, Coupe 2 yellow, Coupe 3 pink, Coupe 4 yellow-green, and Coupe 5 white. They are described as not being deformed in a childish way but rather quite realistically made. Next are Wagon 1 through Wagon 4, again from the Gacha Gacha 5 machine, and described as light vans. Wagon 1 is red, Wagon 2 green, Wagon 3 blue, and Wagon 4 yellow. Similar to the coupes, they are realistically made despite being deformed. The section continues with Truck 1 through Truck 4. Truck 1 from the Gacha Gacha 6 machine is a white container truck with a proper container. Truck 2, also Gacha Gacha 6, is a green open-top truck realistically formed but with a slightly raised cargo bed. Truck 3, Gacha Gacha 6, is a yellow-colored car carrier truck with blue accents, written as Z'd on the body. Truck 4, Gacha Gacha 5, is a two-tone color truck similar to Truck 1, with the upper part being white and the lower part being navy blue. Following the trucks, we have the food car from the Dobuita Shotengai Lottery 4th Prize, which is a pink truck used for hot dog vending in the game, and it does not come with a Tomy logo mark. Lastly, in the vehicle section is the bus, a Gacha Gacha 5 machine item described as a municipal bus appearing in the game, used when Ryo goes to New Yokosuka Harbor, and it's the same bus model. The final section is dedicated to forklifts. There's the forklift itself from the Gacha Gacha 6 machine, a container-carrying forklift used at the harbor for work, same model as the one in the game. Then we have forklift number 1 through forklift number 5, all from the race forklift training, and obtainable when you reach 1st to 5th place respectively. These forklifts have numbers 1 to 5 on their sides. Finally, there are forklift red and forklift blue, both from the New Yokosuka Harbor Lottery 4th Prize, available only through lottery, and they are gray and red or gray and blue two-tone colors respectively. 106 Shenmue Yokosuka World Guidebook, Shenmue Editorial Department Watertree. If you become homeless, listen to Washi seeking part-time jobs, a word to the homeless. This page depicts a showcase of Gacha Gacha capsule toys from Shenmue. These are the various items you can collect from the Gacha Gacha machines in the game. There are models of locations and objects from the port area like the crane, Shenmue container, wooden box, anchor and ferry. You can also find ship-related items like the ship's wheel and life buoy. For fans of the Dreamcast, there are even Dreamcast controller button keychains, the X button, Y button, A button, and B button. Moving on to slot machine and game center prizes, you can get miniatures of game machines like the Cherry slot pattern, mini jukebox, mini slot machine, mini Harrier, mini hang-on, and the R360 arcade cabinet. You can also collect miniatures of game center scenery, such as the mini darts, mini QTE, mini billiard table, and mini title arcade cabinet. If you are very lucky at the slot house, you can even obtain certificates like the Matsuyama certificate and Sanzo certificate for winning large amounts of coins. For fans of Dreamcast magazine, there are character figurines based on the magazine covers, including Mega Drive Brother, Gear Man, Seda Boy, and Dreamcast Girl. And proving your skills in the Game Center will earn you Harrier certificates for clearing Space Harrier and Space Harrier 2 in 1 coin, signed by Nito. For more playful collectibles, there are Super Ball 1, Super Ball 2, and Super Ball 3, all nostalgic bouncy balls. And finally, for the dice collectors, there are Dice 1, Dice 2, and Dice 3, though they are described as not particularly useful in-game. Please note that these specific items are very rare and can only be obtained from the red Gacha Gacha machine or the Gacha Gacha machines in the port break area, with a very low probability of 0.2% other items. Furthermore, besides the items we have introduced up to this point, there is one more obtainable item. That is the first prize of the Shenmue lottery at Tomato Mart, the radio cassette player. When obtained, this item is placed in Ryo's room and will not appear in your item list. Leisurely collection is good, but the Gacha Gacha collection is so fun and enjoyable that once you start, it's hard to stop. In the game, many players become engrossed in collecting, and might even forget about Ryo's main goal of avenging his father, Hazuki Iwao. However, be warned. If you get too caught up in collecting and don't progress the story, reaching April 15th without advancing will lead to a bad ending and game over. It is said that the dragon closes the path leading to this outcome, and the bad ending is quite severe, signifying farewell Ryo. There are actually 3 colors of radio cassette players in total, but obtaining one is extremely difficult. The odds of winning are incredibly low, only 1 in 100. However, there is a secret technique to improve your chances. For more details, please refer to page 156 and onwards. Guro is quoted as saying, "Uncle, please, I beg you," or something to that effect, likely when trying to get more gacha, and Ma Lai is quoted saying "idiot" when Ryo finds his part-time job. This page depicts character data from the game, showcasing various individuals and locations in Yokosuka. The page introduces 5 characters: Nozomi Harasaki, Naomichi Aizawa, Midori Aizawa, Toki Ieda, and Masaru Aoi. Each character profile includes their name, role in the game, location, physical attributes like height and weight, birthday, constellation, blood type, a portrait, and a full-body pixel art image. It also details their daily action schedule in a timetable format. Nozomi Harasaki is described as Ryo's classmate from junior high school, working at the Ida flower shop. Her profile details her personality and past, including being bullied and Ryo helping her. Naomichi Aizawa is presented as a battle-only extra character found at New Yokosuka Port, with a background as a member of the Mad Angels gang, and known for his fighting prowess despite his rough exterior. Midori Aizawa is a clerk at the Water Dragon used clothing store, with a description highlighting her dislike of her job but ambition to improve sales, and a rivalry with the manager of another Water Dragon branch. Toki Ieda is the owner of the Ida flower shop, Nozomi's grandmother, and her profile recounts her life story, including marrying a sailor, experiencing misfortune, and raising her daughter while working at a snack bar before opening the flower shop. Masaru Aoi, the owner of the Yaokatsu greengrocer, is described as a former mischievous child who became a local boss figure in Yokosuka, and his profile mentions his mother's illness prompting him to take over the family business. These characters are all part of the everyday life of Yokosuka in Shenmue. Interacting with Nozomi at the flower shop is a key part of the early game, offering a friendly face and important information. Naomichi is a tough opponent encountered during street fights, representing the tougher side of Yokosuka's underbelly. Midori and Masaru represent the working-class citizens of Yokosuka, each with their own daily routines and stories, adding to the rich tapestry of the game's world. Toki Ieda, as Nozomi's grandmother, provides a link to Nozomi's personal story, and the flower shop's place in the community. Here is the translated text from the page. Character Data Guide 1 Name. Hiragana is also noted in parentheses. 2 The character's role. Briefly describes what kind of role they play in the game. 3. Location of appearance. Describes the place where the character is located. In some cases they may appear outside of this location. 4. Face of the character. 5. Full body of the character. Top is still image, bottom is anime pattern frame. 6. You can obtain it in Atsumete Shenmue, refer to P153. 7. Character's height. 8. Character's weight. 9. Character's gender. 10. Character's date of birth and age in 1986. 11. Character's constellation. 12. Character's blood type. 13. Setting describes the character's background, current environment, etc. If there are examples, supplementary notes are added below the timetable. In addition, for characters who do not usually appear, battle-only characters, etc., descriptions related to the events in which they appear are included. Nozomi Harasaki Nozomi, 2, classmate from Ryo's junior high school days. 3. Flower shop Ida. 9. Female. 8. August 23rd, born 18 years old. 11. Virgo. 12. O-type. 13. Ryo's childhood friend. Both parents are working bankers and her grandmother Toki runs a flower shop. She used to be bullied when she transferred to junior high school, which is why she is familiar with Ryo's gentle nature. Since then, her feelings for Ryo have continued to grow, and she is always thinking about the day she will confess her love. Naomichi Aizawa Naomichi battle-only extra. New Yokosuka Port. 9. Male. 2. February 14th, born 21 years old. 11. Aquarius. 12. A type. 13. A member of the Mad Angels. From Uraga, university dropout. His bad behavior due to excessive drinking led to disciplinary dismissal. He is stronger than he looks and his arm strength is considerable. However, he has no martial arts experience, so his strength is wasted. Event: in 70-man battles, he becomes the second enemy to appear. Battle style is Type 1, P.89 reference, so it's tough to fight against, especially if you're not good at it. Countermeasures: running and tackling to knock him down. Rushing punch 1, 2 straight and 3 shots are effective. Throwing techniques are also possible. The Y button is effectively used for other techniques. Midori Aizawa Midori, clerk at a used clothing store. Used clothing store water dragon. 9. Female. 6. June 17th born, 29 years old. 11. Gemini. 12. A type. 13. Clerk at water dragon used clothing store. Her service attitude is poor and she has a bad personality. Her job is boring and her sales are stagnant, but she aims to return to the main branch and is burning with rivalry against Akahane, the manager of Jean's Water Dragon Volume 2, a sister store in Sakuragaoka. Toki Iida Toki, owner of Flower Shop Ida. Flower Shop Ida. 9. Female. 9. September 20th born, 70 years old. 11. Virgo. 12. AB type. 13. Owner of Flower Shop Ida. At the age of 18, she met and married a sailor, Ayeta Sokichi, on a ship. Half a year after their marriage, her husband died in a marine accident. Unable to make ends meet, she worked at a snack bar in Dobuita while raising her daughter. She opened a flower shop when her daughter got married and is now living a peaceful life. Nozomi Harasaki's grandmother. Masaru Aoi Masaru, owner of Greengrocer Yaokatsu. Greengrocer Yaokatsu. 9. Male. 1. January 22nd born, 49 years old. 11. Aquarius. 12. AB type. 13. He was a mischievous child from a young age and was a child boss in the neighborhood. Following Yoshikazu Noda and Hiroshi Tamura, he was a well-known delinquent in the Yokosuka area. His mother fell ill, and he decided to take over the family business. He seems to be using the sales to play around with Ryoko and others until late at night. 108. Shenmue Famous Scene Collection. Precious chapter. If I were you, I would do the same thing. The reason for teaching techniques is heard in the depths of despair. This page depicts character profiles from the game Shenmue. It showcases a variety of individuals you encounter in Yokosuka, detailing their names, occupations, physical attributes like height and weight, and birth dates. For each character, there's a brief description of their personality, background, and role in the game's world. Alongside these character descriptions, there are daily schedules visualized in a timeline format showing their typical activities throughout the day, which helps to illustrate the rhythm of life in Yokosuka and the routines of its inhabitants. Here are some of the characters detailed on this page. Yoshi Aoi, known as Granny Yao. She runs the Yaoya 100 Victories vegetable shop. She is described as a strong-willed woman who started her business after marrying into the Aoi family and taking over the shop. Her daily schedule involves opening the shop in the morning and preparing for customers. Motoyuki Aoki, the owner of the hamburger shop Funny Bear. He used to be a bank employee but changed careers to open a hamburger shop. He's portrayed as someone who was initially an amateur but through research and effort became skilled enough to win hamburger cooking contests. His schedule includes opening the shop, preparing food, and cleaning up after closing. Kenji Aoyama, an elementary school student. He is described as a child who appears cheerful but carries a deep emotional wound. He is a second-grade student who was adopted by his current parents from an orphanage after a car accident took his biological parents when he was 5. His schedule includes going to school, visiting shrines, and playing with friends. Kazuo Akasaka, the owner of the jeans shop Jean's Water Dragon Volume 2. He is knowledgeable about jeans and can quickly identify the age, type, and maker of jeans just by looking at the stitching. His schedule shows him opening his shop and serving customers. Akium Chant, a worker. His workplace is described as warehouse numbers 12 through 18. He is from Iran and came to Japan to earn money. He is portrayed as hardworking but also someone who is somewhat dissatisfied with his life, though he doesn't express it. His schedule consists mainly of warehouse work, with breaks and meal times noted. Tadashi Akita, a police officer patrolling Old Warehouse Street. He is described as overly serious and righteous. He is from the same prefecture as a colleague, and they often patrol together. He is a judo practitioner with a 4th degree black belt. His schedule involves patrolling Old Warehouse Street and taking breaks. Susumu Akitagawa, the owner of the soba noodle shop Yamamichi. He is dedicated to making soba noodles in the Yamamichi style for 30 years and has confidence in his skills. He is considering expanding his business and opening a mountain hut-style soba shop. His schedule is centered around opening and closing his soba shop. Minoru Asada, the owner of the dumpling shop Koshidango Daimoto. He used to be called a legendary gambler. In his younger days, he traveled the country to test his luck in mahjong. He used the fortune he accumulated from gambling to open his dumpling shop. His schedule includes preparing for the shop opening and serving customers. Haruo Asano, the foreman of warehouse workers working in warehouses number 2 through 4. He works at a company called Net Beach Warehouse. He is described as meticulous, honest, and not very flexible, making him somewhat disliked by the workers despite being a veteran. His schedule includes working at the office and warehouses, taking breaks and going to meetings. Translations of the Japanese text top title character book. Yoshi Aoi, Yaoya's Granny Yaoya 100 victories 162 centimeters 50 kilogram, female, August 20th birthday, 40 years old. Leo, type O, born in Yokosuka Nagai outside. After graduating high school she worked in accounting at a credit union. While doing that, her husband's parents were searching for a bride for their son Yoshi, and after hearing good reviews of Yoshi, they pushed the marriage forward. At 23 years old, she married into the Aoi family. Since then, she has been running the business with her husband at Yaoya 100 victories. Motoyuki Aoki, hamburger shop owner, hamburger shop Funny Bear 168 centimeters, 62 kilogram male. February 15th birthday, 34 years old, Aquarius. Type A, originally a bank employee who quit his job to open a hamburger shop. At first he was an amateur, but through repeated research, he became skilled enough to win the All Japan Hamburger Championship Amateur Division. He seems to be covering up his business with a beta version mindset, and is in a vicious cycle of trying to develop new products because of failures. Kenji Aoyama, extra residential area, 115 centimeters, 32 kilogram male. June 1st birthday, 8 years old, Gemini. Type A, he looks cheerful and lively, but carries a big wound in his heart. His parents are foster parents. His previous foster parents died in a car accident when he was 5 years old. He was taken from the orphanage by his current kind foster parents, but he still feels lonely sometimes. At the age of 8, he is vaguely understanding the weight of reality. Kazuo Akasaka, jeans shop owner, jeans shop Water Dragon Volume 2, 173 centimeters, 65 kilogram, male, January 16th birthday, 42 years old, Capricorn. Type A, owner of jeans shop Water Dragon Volume 2. He is casual and doesn't care about small details. He is very knowledgeable about jeans, and at a glance he can accurately guess the age, type, and maker of jeans just by looking at the stitching. Akium Chant, worker warehouse No 12 to 18 175 centimeters 71 kilogram male. November 16th birthday, 27 years old. Scorpio. Type O, his birthplace is Iran. He came to Japan to earn money because of poverty in his home country. In his home country he has a wife and 2 children, and he sends money home. He is often asked by his colleagues in Fukui to use tools, and he is dissatisfied with that. But he doesn't complain. He is quite lonely and always carries 2 handkerchiefs. Tadashi Akita, police officer, Old Warehouse Street, 170 centimeters, 66 kilogram male. September 28th birthday. 36 years old, Libra. Type A, one of the police officers patrolling Old Warehouse Street. His personality is disciplined and overly serious. He is from Yamagata Prefecture, like his colleague Yoshiro, and because they are both from the same hometown they often patrol together. Contrary to his appearance, he is a judo expert with a 4th degree black belt. Among other police officers, he is considered someone with considerable martial arts experience. Susumu Akitagawa, soba noodle shop owner, soba shop Yamamichi 157 centimeters 60 kilogram, male. February 10th birthday, 57 years old, Aquarius. Type B, he continues to make soba noodles with a Yamamichi-style commitment for 30 years. He has confidence in his own skills. However, recently he has been worried about becoming complacent, and is considering taking a step forward as a shop owner. He is thinking about creating a mountain hut-style soba noodle shop in the mountains. Minoru Asada, dumpling shop owner, dumpling Daimoto 164 centimeters 65 kilogram, male, May 16th birthday, 50 years old, Taurus. Type O, owner of the dumpling Daimoto shop, and once known as a legendary gambler. In his younger days he felt a strong sense of luck and embarked on a national gambling trip. There he fought fierce battles with individualistic gamblers. and in the meantime he accumulated a large fortune and opened the dumpling shop in Dobuita. Haruo Asano, foreman of warehouse workers, warehouse No. 2 to 4, 184 centimeters, 80 kilogram, male, April 16th birthday, 34 years old, Aries. Type A, works at limited company Net Beach Warehouse. As the foreman of the warehouse work crew, he is meticulous and honest, but lacks flexibility, and though he is a veteran in the company, he is somewhat disliked among the workers because of his overly serious personality. Mark Atsu, opening parenthesis, closing parenthesis. Mark Atsu, a word said when a punk kicks your lunchbox and knocks it down. This page depicts several characters from the game alongside their profiles and schedules. The first character is Setsu Abe, the owner of a candy store named Abe Store located in Dobuita Shopping Street. She is described as a 154 centimeters tall, 48 kilograms, 75-year-old woman born on November 24th, with the zodiac sign Sagittarius and blood type B. The text mentions she lived in Manchuria with her husband, and upon returning after the war, she inherited her parents' store. She now runs the candy store and supports herself. She is a kind grandmother figure in Dobuita, and has been running the store for 40 years, always preparing meals for two, hoping for her husband's return. Her daily schedule starts at 8:30 a.m. with store opening preparations, followed by store opening at 10 a.m. and closing at 8 p.m. She takes a break for cleaning from 8 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., and then goes to bed. Next is Yayoi Arisagawa, an extra character found in New Yokosuka Port. She is 158 centimeters tall, 45 kilograms, 17 years old, born on July 24th, with the zodiac sign Leo and blood type A. She is described as a high school girl living on a hill in Yokosuka, known for her calm demeanor. She attends a missionary girls' high school in Yokohama, making her somewhat worldly and talkative. She is said to be interested in meeting stylish men and recently has become vaguely aware of leather-jacketed men during walks. Her schedule starts at 8:30 a.m. at Sparrow Park, then moves through various locations including Dobuita Main Street, Asia Travel, World Travel, Jean's Water Dragon, Jupitories, and Mary's Phone Card before returning to Sparrow Park at 8 p.m. and going home. Akihito Anzai, another extra character from Dobuita Shopping Street, is 175 centimeters tall, 68 kilograms, 43 years old, born on December 23rd, with the zodiac sign Capricorn and blood type O. He is a former sumo wrestler who quit after junior high school due to being unable to handle the strict training. He drifts through various jobs and eventually ends up in Dobuita. He is described as not particularly strong mentally and somewhat unreliable. His schedule starts at 8:30 a.m. heading to the bus stop, then moves to Asia Travel, World Travel, Jean's Water Dragon, Jupitories, Mary's Phone Card, and back to Asia Travel before going to the bus stop at midnight and heading home. Motohira Anzai, a battle-only extra, also from New Yokosuka Port, is 177 centimeters tall, 63 kilograms, 25 years old, born on December 16th. With the zodiac signs Sagittarius and blood type B, he is described as having dropped out of school and drifted around the port before joining the Mad Angels gang. He has experience in both strength and technique, not being particularly strong but skilled in quick maneuvers. He is best in group fights and advantageous in overwhelming situations. His event trigger is described as often appearing around 7 p.m. for 57-person battles. He uses a Type 2 fighting style, focusing on relentless attacks, so footwork is important to watch out for. His recommended countermeasure is the spin kick, executed by pressing Y button twice in succession. Various punches are effective in combos, but single techniques are easily countered. Reina Izayama, an extra character from Dobuita Shopping Street, is 156 centimeters tall, 48 kilograms, 16 years old, born on February 26th, with the zodiac sign Pisces and blood type A. She is a friend of Nozomi Harasaki and a typical high school girl. She is described as having a slightly gloomy side and often quarrel with Nozomi. Recently, she has been borrowing clothes from Nozomi. Her schedule starts at 8:30 a.m. near Sakuragoka bus stop, moving to Sakuragoka and staying until 8:45 p.m. before going to Sakuragoka bus stop and heading home. Tsukasa Ishigaki, a battle-only extra from New Yokosuka Port, is 172 centimeters tall, 62 kilograms, 24 years old, born on January 12th with the zodiac sign Capricorn and blood type AB. He is a member of the Mad Angels gang, specifically from the Muraserio group. He is described as having a strong desire to rise in the ranks and is fiercely ambitious, but lacks physical strength, always regretting not being number one. His trademark is his sunglasses with prescription lenses. His event trigger is described as often appearing around 7 p.m. for 43-person battles. He uses Type 3 fighting style, focusing on punches. Counterattacks are easy. Recommended countermeasure is various punches, using the Y button for evasion and B button for guarding, which is simple and effective. Be cautious of consecutive punches. Yoshio Ishikawa, a battle-only extra from New Yokosuka Port, is 176 centimeters tall, 71 kilograms, 19 years old, born on March 24th, with the zodiac sign Aries and blood type AB. He is also a member of the Mad Angels gang, from the Netsura group. He is described as a former member of the Netsura reckless driving gang. His trademark is the bandana and sunglasses he always wears. His event trigger is described as often appearing around 7 p.m. for 58-person battles. He uses Type 5 fighting style, characterized by ineffective strikes and meaningless grappling. Recommended countermeasure is to initiate throws and various grappling techniques. Attack when he is launching throws, exploiting openings such as when he performs a knee strike or headbutt, and follow up with strikes after the throw. Akihiro Ishida, an extra character from New Yokosuka Port, is 180 centimeters tall, 122 kilograms, 37 years old, born on February 9th, with the zodiac sign Aquarius and blood type O. He is a salaryman working in the Alpha Trading Import Department. He is described as always rushing around the port delivering documents. His hobby is visiting used bookstores. On holidays, he searches for rare books and valuable first editions in used bookstores all over the city. He recently obtained a first edition of a famous author and keeps it locked away in a safe. His schedule starts at 8 a.m. leaving from the bus stop area, then moving to Alpha Trading Import Department, Warehouse #8 feet, Maritime Security Equipment Corporation, Limited, Yokosuka Maritime Distribution Office, Alpha Trading Import Department, Warehouse #8 feet, Storage Area, Auxiliary Facilities, Alpha Trading Import Department, and finally heading home from the bus stop area. Rumiko Ishiwatari, an extra character from Dobuita Shopping Street, is 155 centimeters tall, 47 kilograms, 46 years old, born on September 7th, with the zodiac sign Virgo and blood type B. At first glance, she seems like an ordinary housewife returning from shopping, but she is actually an information broker well-versed in inside information about Dobuita. Known as Rumiko of Dobuita, she is said to be relied upon by detectives from the Yokosuka Police Department. Recently, she has been interested in the activities of the Yongin Syndicate. Her schedule starts at 8:30 a.m. at Sakuragoka Apartment, moving to Sakuragoka until 8:30 p.m. before going to Sakuragoka Apartment and heading home. On holidays and New Year's Day she does not appear at all. This page showcases a selection of characters you'll encounter in the game, along with their daily routines and some gameplay hints. First, we have Ida Shuichiru, a forklift driver at New Yokosuka Port. He's described as diligent at work but a bit of a grumbler, and known to slack off by smoking while keeping an eye on the foreman. Next is Itoi Bukichi, the owner of a weapon shop named Mary's Merchandise in Dobuita. He's an old man with a strong personality, dedicated to making weapons. He lives alone after his son moved out and is described as lonely but living a cheerful life at 73. Then we meet Itu Kyoko, a young elementary school first grader living in a residential area. She's the younger sister of Itu Naoyuki and Itu Yasuo. She's always chasing after Yasuo but isn't paid much attention. She loves drawing and is described as a kind girl who gets along well with dogs and cats, and might have some hidden talents. Following Kyoko is Itu Naoyuki, a high school student and Kyoko and Yasuo's older brother. He's a classmate of Hiroi and seems like a nice older brother figure. He's good friends with Sakurada and they call each other Naoji and Sakura. He saved up money from part-time work since his first year of high school and finally bought his dream bike. Next is Itu Yasuo, Kyoko's older brother and Naoyuki's younger brother. He is a busy elementary school student, always playing soccer. He dreams of becoming a professional soccer player and representing Japan in the World Cup. We also have two dogs. Shiro, a white dog, and Cha, a brown dog. Shiro, a white Shiba Inu, is raised with love by the Yukawa family in Yokosuka Heights. He's gentle and well-behaved, enjoys walks in the port with Shoji, and is always looking for someone to play with. Cha, a brown dog, roams around the residential streets in Dobuita, searching for food. He seems like a stray, but someone regularly feeds him. He's a bit wary, but if you patiently offer food, he might approach. Lastly, we have two characters categorized as battle-specific extras, Ino Kazuhiro and Imaichi Gichi, both also located in New Yokosuka Port. Ino Kazuhiro is a member of the Mad Angels. He is described as number 2 in the group after Kokubu Akiharu, but feels like a newcomer in Mad Angels. He is proud and has a strong sense of dissatisfaction. Imaichi Gichi works in a small factory in Kawasaki, and is described as having a strong sense of rivalry with his capable older brother. He joined the Mad Angels out of frustration, and is in charge of Pedro's bike maintenance. The page also provides basic behavior patterns and schedules for each character, indicating when and where you might encounter them in the game. For the battle characters, it gives hints on how to fight against them, including their fighting styles and countermeasures you can use. For example, Ino Kazuhiro often uses Type 3 fighting style, and counters are suggested against punches and throws. Imaichi Gichi often uses Type 5 fighting style, making striking attacks ineffective, and suggests various throwing techniques as countermeasures. Titles and text translations. Ida Shuichiru. Forklift driver. New Yokosuka Port. 175 centimeters, 70 kilograms, April 17th born, 36 years old, Ares, B-type, forklift driver. His work attitude is diligent, but he's a bit of a complainer. Born under the unlucky star, he seems to have changed jobs many times before coming to the port. While diligently operating the forklift, he's also slacking off by smoking and keeping an eye on the foreman. Itoi Bukichi. Wappen shop owner. Open corner bracket, close corner bracket, Wappen shop Mary's merchandise. 155 centimeters, 58 kilograms, February 26th born, 73 years old, Pisces, O-type. Wappen shop Mary's merchandise clerk. He's a stubborn old man with a strong personality, rooted in his craftsman spirit, and is particular about making wappens. He used to live with his eldest son's family, but his son got transferred to Kyushu, so at 73 years old, despite being OL, he is living a lonely but cheerful life alone. Itu Kyoko. Extra. Residential area. 112 centimeters, 22 kilograms, October 23rd born, 6 years old, Libra, O-type. Itu Naoyuki and Yasuo's younger sister. Elementary school first grader. She's always chasing after Yasuo, but he doesn't pay much attention to her. She loves to draw and is good at drawing doodles on roads. She's a kind girl who loves animals and is very friendly with dogs and cats, and seems to have a peculiar talent as a child. Itu Naoyuki, Ryo's classmate. Residential area. 177 centimeters, 61 kilograms, May 14th born, 18 years old, Taurus, O-type. Itu Yasuo and Kyoko's older brother. Instead of the often absent parents, he is a reliable older brother figure. He is friendly and gets along well with his classmates. He is classmates with Ryo and good friends with Sakurada, and they call each other Naoji and Sakurada. He started working part-time around his first year of high school, and finally saved enough money to buy his long-desired bike, Itu Yasuo. Extra. Residential area. 118 centimeters, 24 kilograms, February 16th born, 7 years old, Aquarius, O-type. Itu Naoyuki and Kyoko's younger brother. With both parents working and influenced by his older brother, he is absorbed in soccer and spends his days covered in mud. His dream for the future is to become a goalkeeper for the Japanese national team, play a big role in the World Cup, and become famous. Dog white. Extra. New Yokosuka Port. 76 centimeters, 18 kilograms, 5 years old. Yokosuka Heights Yukawa family pet dog. From puppyhood he has been raised with great care and is a very gentle and well-behaved dog. His staple food is dog food, but he sometimes gets table scraps. He is good at enduring and rarely barks. Currently he enjoys spending time with Shoji, taking walks in the port every day. Dog brown. Extra. Residential area, Dobuita Shopping Street. 82 centimeters, 21 kilograms, 6 years old. A dog that wanders and walks around residential streets and Dobuita Shopping Street. He seems to be a stray dog because he doesn't have a collar, but someone regularly feeds him. He is wary of people and doesn't readily approach. If you patiently offer food, he might cautiously approach. Ino Kazuhiro. Battle-specific extra. New Yokosuka Port. 170 centimeters, 60 kilograms, October 19th born, 18 years old, Libra, a type. Mad Angels member. Same group as Kokubu Akiharu. He was number 2 in Mad Angels, but in Mad Angels he is treated as a newcomer, therefore he is weak in the group and has a slight dissatisfaction with that. Imaichi Gichi, Battle-Specific Extra, New Yokosuka Port, 184 centimeters, 82 kilograms, November 3rd, born 21 years old, Scorpio, a type. In reality he is from a small factory town in Kawasaki. At one point he considered inheriting the factory, but he became tired of living a life being compared to his capable older brother, graduated from Industrial University, and stepped into the path of recklessness. He became a member of Mad Angels and is in charge of Pedro's bike maintenance. Basic behavior pattern. Appearance, location, event, countermeasure. Ino Kazuhiro, battle information. 70th person in battle, he often comes to challenge you about 49 people before him. Type 3 battle style, refer to p.89. What he throws out are mostly techniques. Counterattacks are easy. Countermeasure. For punches, use the Y button to parry, and for throws, if you press the B button just before the throw connects, it is very effective. However, be careful of continuous punches. Imaichi Gichi, battle information. 70th person in battle, he often comes to challenge you about 40 people before him. Type 5 battle style, refer to p.89. Therefore striking techniques are ineffective. Gripping and pushing are meaningless. Countermeasure. If striking attacks don't work, use various throwing techniques to attack. When he attacks, he often uses headbutts. If you can predict the timing of the headbutt, counter with a throw. This page depicts character profiles from the new Yokosuka harbor area. First, we have Yukiko Iri, who is a clerk. She is 151 centimeters tall and weighs 42 kilograms. Born on May 15th, she is 23 years old, a Taurus and blood type AB. Yukiko works at the new Yokosuka Harbor Warehouse Management Company. She is described as having a calm personality and is good at listening to others. She is popular among the rough harbor workers because of her open personality and is considered a hidden idol of new Yokosuka Harbor. Her basic action pattern involves moving between Warehouse 14, Warehouse 13, Warehouse 12, the Harbor Cargo Transportation Office, and the forklift loading dock throughout the day, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., with a bus ride at 5 p.m. and forklift loading dock at 5:50 p.m. Next is Kantaro Iwasaki, listed as an extra residing in a residential area. He is 127 centimeters tall and weighs 32 kilograms. Born on February 23rd, he is 8 years old, a Pisces and blood type A. Kantaro is a cheerful elementary school third grader who plays around the houses and drainage ditches. He is described as having a kind face and is good at doing things on his own. He seems lonely at home, but he is a child who adults find easy to talk to and is good at making a quick escape. His basic action pattern on holidays starts at 10 a.m. at his house, then Sakuragoka Park in front of the house, then in front of Abe's store, then near the public telephone box in the vacant lot, and he repeats this until 2:30 p.m. From 2:30 p.m. he moves from the bus stop area towards home, and by 4:30 p.m. he is back home. He spends 20 minutes at home waiting, then goes to Abe's store, Sakuragoka Park, the shrine, and then back home. Then we have Mitsuru Iwata, described as a tipsy guy. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 77 kilograms. Born on July 28th, he is 33 years old, a Leo, and blood type A. Mitsuru is depicted as a nighttime drainage ditch gambler. During the day, he works diligently at a trading company about a 10-minute walk from Dobuita. But he is a pattern manager who only takes the good parts of the job. 3 years ago, he married a hostess he met through passionate love, and now he has a 2-year-old son. He should be happy, but he is always drinking every day because of work stress. His basic action pattern on holidays starts at 2 p.m. at his house, then to Hirata Dry Goods store for 5 minutes of window shopping, then around Dobuita for 3 hours, and then back home. It is also noted that he sometimes does not appear. Following is Takahiro Awami, also listed as an extra and a QTE character. He is 186 centimeters tall and weighs 72 kilograms. Born on March 27th, he is 22 years old and Aries and blood type AB. Takahiro is described as a member of the Mad Angels. Like his parents, he was a member of the former Yokosuka biker gang, Ryume. He doesn't just like bikes, but he enjoys riding recklessly and being in groups. His basic action pattern during the New Year's holiday is that he does not appear. Next we have Wilson Bonet, another extra, working at Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 188 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. Born on June 14th, He is 28 years old, a Gemini, and blood type AB. Wilson is described as a coolie at the U.S. Navy base around Yokosuka. He is a regular at the bar MJQ. Although he is quite selfish and can be easily angered, he is a skilled billiard player and is always invited to bar parties, perhaps because he is one step ahead in fashion. His basic action pattern from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. is primarily at bar MJQ. It's also mentioned that he may not appear at all depending on the weather. Then we have Hiroshi Ueda, a worker. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 99 kilograms. Born on June 16th, he is 27 years old, a Gemini, and blood type B. Hiroshi works for the Amihama Harbor Management. He graduated from a vocational school related to civil engineering. He is a veteran worker in his second year with the company. He started getting used to the work about half a year ago, and now he finds the work interesting, so he and his lover are AYS fighting. His basic action pattern from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. involves going between Warehouse 12 and Warehouse 13, repeating this every 30 minutes. From 12 p.m. to 4 p.m., he goes to Warehouse 12 in front of Warehouse 13, then to the forklift loading dock, and repeats. Next is Tomo Yumoto, a forklift operator at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms. Born on November 10th, he is 29 years old, a Scorpio, and blood type A. Tomo is a forklift operator. He used to work in the sales department of a major company, but he resigned after half a year because he was not suited to the corporate culture. After that, he worked part-time jobs at convenience stores, record shops, and discount stores, and then became a forklift operator. Recently, he thinks this job is his true calling. His basic action pattern from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. involves forklift loading and unloading. It is mentioned that the two forklifts operate alternately every hour. From 4 p.m. to 5 p.m., he moves from the forklift loading dock to outside the screen. Following is Sake Yusuzawa, a security guard. He is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 60 kilograms. Born on February 4th, he is 29 years old, an Aquarius, and blood type A. Sake is a security guard at the harbor. Because of his long face and love for horse racing, his colleagues call him Uma, which means horse in Japanese. He often goes out to Sake Street with his colleague Hozumi, but he seems to be a bit of a grumbler when it comes to karaoke. On his days off, he often goes to the racetrack. His basic action pattern from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. is mainly forklift loading and unloading. At 5:59 p.m., his security duty ends. Finally, we have Osamu Yushio, also a forklift operator at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 176 centimeters tall and weighs 60 kilograms. Born on November 9th, he is 37 years old, a Scorpio, and blood type A. Osamu is a forklift operator working at the harbor. He is quite skilled at his job, but because he is too serious and nervous, his work efficiency is not good. He has been married for 6 years, and has a 2-year-old child who he finally got after wanting one for so long. He is worried about whether it is a good time to consider changing jobs. His basic action pattern from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is forklift loading and unloading. From 8 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. he takes a bus home. It is noted that during the harbor's part-time work period he does not appear. This page depicts character profiles from the game. First is Shoko Usui. She is an extra who can be found in Dobuita Shopping Street. Shoko is 161 centimeters tall and weighs 49 kilograms. She is an 17-year-old, born on August 22nd. A Leo and blood type B, she is a high school girl attending a school in Yokohama. On her way home from school, she often stops by the grassy area, and she seems to frequent second-hand clothes stores and burger shops. However, she doesn't have much pocket money, so she mostly just browses and observes. Next is Kimi Utagawa, a jeans shop clerk at the jeans shop Water Dragon Volume 2. Kimi is 163 centimeters tall and weighs 49 kilograms. She is a 27-year-old. Born on January 29th, an Aquarius and blood type O. She is a college-educated woman who ran away from home and settled in Dobuita. Because she left home wearing jeans, she now wears jeans both as everyday clothes and at work. She talks to the manager of her part-time job, Mr. Akasaka, about her parents, but Akasaka doesn't believe her. Then we have Seiji Yushiro, a forklift driver in New Yokosuka Port. Seiji is 167 centimeters tall and weighs 59 kilograms. He is a 28-year-old, born on October 26th, a Scorpio, and blood type B. He is a forklift driver at the port with a cheerful personality, and is a mood maker. 2 years ago he aimed to become a folk singer, but life caught up with him, and he settled into his current job. Friends he made in Tokyo have already returned to their hometowns, and he doesn't have many connections anymore. Following is Goshi Uchiyama, a battle special extra also in New Yokosuka port. Goshi is 171 centimeters tall and weighs 71 kilograms. He is a 23-year-old. Born on March 20th, a Pisces and blood type A, he is a member of the Mad Angels gang and is from Ito. He was a wild man during his student days. After dropping out of university, he drifted around Yokosuka's entertainment district and joined the Mad Angels. Normally he is taciturn, but when angered, he becomes uncontrollably violent. Next is Tadashi Uwajima, a security guard at the new Yokosuka port entrance. Tadashi is 176 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. He is a 47-year-old, born on March 8th, a Pisces and blood type O. He is a security guard standing at the port entrance. He has tan dark skin and neatly parted hair. He is proud of his mustache, which is his trademark. He receives impressions from Japanese Americans, and in fact his parents immigrated to America, but he returned to Japan after graduating high school in Omishima, and after going around Tokyo and other places, he settled in Yokosuka. He is a friendly and talkative man, contrary to his appearance. Then we see N. Nagase, a factory worker in Dobuita Shopping Street. N is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. He is a 37-year-old, born on October 18th. A Libra and blood type A, he is a factory worker. When he was young, he trained under a Sichuan cuisine chef. He came to Japan invited by his elder cousin, Mr. Lee. Currently, he works diligently at the factory to earn money to build a large house, but his plans are constantly being delayed due to his fondness for alcohol. After that, we have Akio Inoki, described as a troubled high school student who glare at people, in Dobuita Shopping Street. Akio is 172 centimeters tall and weighs 62 kilograms. He is an 18-year-old. Born on June 24th, a Cancer and blood type A, he is a troubled high school student in Dobuita. He is always picking fights and causing trouble, but has never actually won a fight. Despite his appearance, he likes animals and is kind to stray cats in the mountains of Yamanote and the wild dogs in Inahana Canal, whom the residents consider a nuisance. His trademark is his perpetually sullen expression. Next is Fumio Abina, a battle special extra in New Yokosuka port. Fumio is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. He is a 20-year-old, born on November 16th, a Scorpio, and blood type A. He is a member of the Mad Angels gang. At first glance he appears cool, but he is ruthless and violent. He was arrested for murder before, so he is not someone to mess with. He is naturally taciturn and doesn't complain, but he is fiercely loyal and will counterattack if provoked. Terry and Pedro seem to be intimidated by him. Terry seems to be wary of his strong spirit. Finally, we have Shozo Endo, a worker at warehouse number 1. Shozo is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. He is a 28-year-old, born on August 16th, a Leo and blood type A. He is a worker at the limited Yokosuka port warehouse. He is a diligent worker, and because of his earnest personality, he is highly evaluated by the site supervisor and foreman. There are rumors of a promotion to foreman in the near future, and he seems to be happily contemplating marriage at that point. Regarding their action patterns, each character has a schedule depicted in the timetable. For example, Shoko Usui's basic action pattern on weekdays includes being at home until 9 a.m., then moving to Fanny Bear 10 minutes, then to Hondaya Pharmacy 10 minutes, then to the Yokosuka Culture Hall 10 minutes, and then to Komine Bakery 10 minutes. On holidays, she goes from home at 9:30 a.m. to Fanny Bear 10 minutes, then to Hondaya Pharmacy 10 minutes, then to the Old Clothes Water Dragon Shop 10 minutes, then to Fanny Bear 10 minutes, and finally to the Mountainside Apartment 201, home. For combat information of Goshi Uchiyama and Fumio Abina, they are both Type 5 battle-style characters who often appear as enemies in 70-person battles, about 20 people before Ryo encounters them. Their fighting style is described as relying on power, so striking techniques are ineffective. Grappling is also not very effective. The recommended countermeasure is to keep your distance and avoid grappling. When they attack, they often use headbutts and shoulder barges, so it's important to anticipate their attacks and counter with direct strikes. It's also noted to be careful of consecutive punches. For Seiji Yushiro, His schedule shows him stopping his forklift at the port's loading-unloading area at the end of the day. For Akio Inoki on holidays, he is at the bus stop in front of Sakuragaoka from 4 p.m., then at the Sakuragaoka parking lot at 5 p.m., then at the Sakuragaoka stairs at 6 p.m. until around 4 a.m. For Endo Shozo, his schedule includes working at warehouse number 5 and warehouse number 7, with breaks and lunch in between, and finishing work to take the bus home. The text at the bottom right says Diamond Water, Hayo Water, waiting for use, cooling down event at first warehouse. And below that is Shenmue Name Dictionary, 113. This page shows a detailed guide to several characters from the game. Starting with Keizo Ohishi, the shopkeeper of the World Culture Hall antique shop. He is described as the owner of the antique shop World Culture Hall in Sakuragaoka. He is often seen walking around looking for interesting items to purchase all over Japan and frequently keeps an eye on his shop. With over 40 years of experience and a keen eye, he is knowledgeable and wealthy. He mainly deals in Chinese antiques, and there are many items of value in his shop. His schedule indicates that he is at the World Culture Hall from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. during normal periods, and it is mentioned that while Ryo is searching the basement of the Hazuki residence for the Phoenix Mirror, he is not in the shop. Next is Hiromasa Ono, a forklift driver working in New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is a forklift driver working for the Yahata Transport Company and a full-time employee. His work speed is top-notch within the company. He is a famous forklift driver with a record of carrying 170 boxes per day, and his achievements are recognized, becoming a freight forwarding supervisor at the young age of 31. He is thoroughly dedicated to his work. His basic behavior pattern shows he starts work at 8 a.m., repeats forklift loading and unloading at forklift gate 3 between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., waits at the port bus stop at 3:15 p.m., and goes to the forklift gate exit at 4 p.m. It mentions that during Ryo's part-time job period, he will appear and will not be present otherwise. Then we have Sachiko Oke, an extra character located in Dobuita Shopping Arcade. She is described as failing the Fukuoka Prefectural Agriculture High School entrance exam, and now aimlessly wanders around Dobuita. She is dressed plainly and is often seen wandering around Dobuita. She is not particularly fond of talking to people and is not good at responding. Her basic behavior pattern indicates that from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. she walks along Dobuita Main Street, right pointing arrow Dobuita 800 Victory Shopping Street, right pointing arrow Fish Shop 1 round right pointing arrow Main Street, and then repeats this pattern, finishing with a U-turn at the game center. It is noted that she walks around Dobuita Main Street and the bus street. Following is Kenichi Okabayashi, a battle-dedicated extra in New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is described as formerly being a member of a motorcycle gang, but after disbanding, he joined the Mad Angels to vent his frustrations. During his motorcycle gang days, he was known for his special attacks, and his partner was Kazu Kawamura from his team days. His appearance in battles is frequent, often appearing in 70-man battles and before the 66th person. He is described as a Type 2 battle style. Refer to page 89. So continuous attacks are common. It is noted that foot techniques require attention. A countermeasure is suggested: spin kick, 2 consecutive roundhouse kicks, and it is advised to use various grappling techniques as opportunities arise. Conversely, hand techniques are simple so you can counterattack. Next is Minoru Okuyasu, the head of the Mad Angels, located in New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is described as the head of the Mad Angels. He has a quick temper and a strong sense of reason. He is also good at mediating between fellow gang members. He is feared by those outside of the gang, but is also admired by his subordinates. However, he does not show courtesy to those who oppose or betray him. He appears frequently in battles, specifically in construction site free battles, mark sticker free battles, and as one of the thugs in the Mad Angels event in the harbor. It is mentioned that he has a high Zako level, meaning Mook grunt level, but is still strong. It is suggested that you might be defeated if you underestimate him, and that he might be stronger than he appears. Makoto Ogashima, another battle-dedicated extra in New Yokosuka Harbor District, is described as originally from Kameyama in Wakayama Prefecture and a former harbor worker. While looking for work at the harbor, he somehow ended up joining the Mad Angels. Somewhere in his heart, he still thinks he is a decent person, but Terry and his gang members see him as nothing more than a thug. He frequently appears in 70-man battles, and before the 38th person. His battle style is Type 1, refer to page 89, so fighting him does not require special attention. A countermeasure is suggested. Running straight punch 1, 2 straight and 3-step attacks are effective. It is added that throwing techniques can be used for counterattacks, and the Y button usage is also effective. Yoshihiro Oguchi, also a battle-dedicated extra in New Yokosuka Harbor District, is described as a member of the Mad Angels. He is a mischievous, habitual criminal. His technique is unorthodox, using small tricks to create openings. He is good at stealing wallets, and he seems to be committing petty crimes every day. He lacks brute force, and naturally he is not good at kenka street fighting, or anything that requires strength, but he is surprisingly tenacious in fights. He appears often in 70-man battles, and before the 12th person. His battle style is Type 5, refer to page 89, so striking techniques are ineffective. A countermeasure is suggested. Against various types of punches, Y-button shoulder barges and B-button grabs are effective. It is mentioned that grabbing his legs may be easier and more effective. Also, it is noted that 4 consecutive punches should be avoided. Haru Okuno, an extra character, is located in Dobuita Shopping Arcade. She is described as dropping out of high school on her own accord and currently preparing for university entrance qualification exams. She is studying hard at night and does not go out much during the day. Her hobby is listening to the radio while changing stations and strolling around Dobuita. During her high school days, she belonged to the soft tennis club, so she sometimes peeks into clothing sports stores. Her basic behavior pattern shows from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. she goes along Bus Street right-pointing arrow clothing sports, 15 minutes, right-pointing arrow 8th store, 15 minutes, right-pointing arrow fish shop, 15 minutes, right-pointing arrow Mary's shop, 15 minutes, then repeats this pattern, returning to the Bus Street when she has gone around Mary's shop 3 times. Finally, there is Makoto Ojima, a battle-dedicated extra in New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is described as a member of the Mad Angels. His personality is gloomy and he has a strong sense of jealousy. He is aware of his own inferiority complex and meticulously tries to find fault with his opponents to soothe his own pain. On the other hand, he seems to be jealous of stronger people and is often bullied within the Mad Angels. He appears frequently in 70-man battles and before the 6th person. His battle style is Type 1. Refer to page 89, so fighting him does not require special attention. A countermeasure is suggested. Running straight punch 1, 2 straight and 3-step attacks are effective. It is added that throwing techniques can be used for counterattacks, and the Y button usage is also effective. This page depicts profiles of various characters from the game and some locations. We see profiles for Ono Guro, a bike shop owner, Ono Daisuke, a battle specialist extra, Ano Shinya, a bus driver, Orihara Hiroyuki, a snack shop owner, Natsu Takafumi, the daughter of the pottery shop owner, Natsu Kyoko, the pottery shop owner, Kai Hitoshi and part-time security guard, Kaido Jin, a battle specialist extra, and Kaido Rin, also a battle specialist extra. For locations, we see information about the bike shop Knocking, bus interior, snack shop Linda, pottery shop Roshia, and an unspecified location for the part-time security guard, which is Shenmue Yokosuka Port. The page also shows schedules and behavior patterns for some of these characters, indicating when they are at certain locations, and some gameplay tips related to battles with certain characters. Here is the English translation of the text. Bike shop owner, Ono Guro, Ono Goru. Bike shop Knocking, 165 centimeters, 63 kilograms, born November 8, 56 years old, Capricorn, blood type A. He used to be a mechanic man who made a living tuning unique bikes, and now he specializes in machine tuning at the bike shop Knocking after retirement. His experience and technical skills are highly regarded, and he is affectionately known as Oyaji-san among bike enthusiasts. Battle Specialist Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. Ono Daisuke, 172 centimeters, 64 kilograms, born August 27, 17 years old, Virgo, blood type A. His personality is introverted, and he has a weak heart. For some reason he got caught up in Mad Angels and is forced to participate in battles against his will. Though he wants to quit, he is a genuine tough guy but does not have the personality for it, so his fighting poses are also awkward. Bus driver, Ano Shinya, bus interior, 177 centimeters, 68 kilograms, born April 29, 41 years old, Taurus, blood type A. He is a bus driver on the coastal loop line around New Yokosuka Harbor. He has been on this route for 5 years and is quite a veteran. He says that there is always time for safe driving. He is safety conscious and careful in his driving, and is proud of being a driver who never drives recklessly, but he doesn't seem to be very popular. Snack shop owner. Orihara Hiroyuki. Snack Linda. 180 centimeters, 74 kilograms, born March 13, 32 years old, Pisces, blood type AB. He is the owner of the snack shop Linda. He dreamed of living a sophisticated life in the city, but in reality life is tough, and all he can do is save money. In the midst of such a life, he met his wife Kyoko, and as a result of eloping he opened a snack shop in Yokosuka. He seems to be hiding the fact that they are a married couple. Natsu Takafumi. Summer Orange's daughter. 112 centimeters, 22 kilograms, born July 10, 5 years old, Cancer, blood type B. She is the daughter of the owner of the pottery shop Roshia. She is the third generation of the Natsu family. Born and raised in Japan, she has no self-awareness as a foreigner. She is a bit of a crybaby but has a straightforward and gentle personality, and is always saying things like, "I want a younger sister," and being spoiled. Pottery shop owner. Natsu Kayoko. Pottery shop Roshia. 156 centimeters, 48 kilograms, born October 9, 60 years old, Libra, blood type B. She is the owner of the pottery shop Roshia. She is from Hirokojicho, Izumi Ward, Yokohama. When she was a child, she moved to Hong Kong with her father, who was a trading merchant. She studied in England. At the age of 42, her husband and son Bunfumi returned to Japan, and after running an import business in Yokohama, she opened a pottery shop in Yokosuka. Her husband and son are currently in America on business trips. Part-time security guard, New Yokosuka Harbor. Kai Hatoshi. 174 centimeters, 70 kilograms, born May 4, 23 years old, Taurus, blood type A. He is a part-time security guard who patrols around the warehouses in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is still new to being a port guard, so he doesn't yet have a good grasp of the harbor's geography. Therefore, he is happy to be taught the right way if you ask him for directions. He is pure and simple, and his male friends are all part-time workers. Battle Specialist Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. Kaido Jin. 188 centimeters, 76 kilograms, born June 10, 19 years old, Gemini, blood type B. Since he was a middle school student, he has been a bike enthusiast to the point of riding without a license, and before long he became addicted to the exhilarating feeling of riding in groups and causing trouble. Currently, he is under Charlie's command in Mad Angels and repeats reckless driving. He is more of a pure biker than a delinquent, just a lawless person. Battle Specialist Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. Kaido Rin. 188 centimeters, 76 kilograms, born June 10, 19 years old, Gemini, blood type B. He is Kaido Jin's younger twin brother and belongs to Mad Angels. He is intoxicated by the thrill of speeding in a one-on-one bike battle. He is also good at handling bikes like they are his limbs, such as drifting while riding and hitting opponents' bikes with iron pipes. Basic behavior pattern. Onoguro, 8 o'clock 2100 bike shop, 2100 045 closing shop bike shop home. Orihara Hiroyuki, 8 o'clock 2200 in store waiting for customers, 2200 5 o'clock business hours end. Natsu Kayoko, 8 o'clock 2100 storefront, 2100 2400 closing shop home. Kai Hatoshi, 8:30 2250 harbor trading office harbor patrol, 2250 security guard duty end. Gameplay tips. Ono Daisuke. He often appears in 70-person battles and comes to fight you around the 22nd person. He is Type 3 battle style, refer to P.89. So what comes out are mostly punches. Counterattacks are easy. Countermeasures. Against various punches, press the Y button to parry or use a B button throw to easily inflict effective damage. Be careful of 4-hit punches. Ino Shinya. As a bus driver on the coastal loop line, he operates on a fixed schedule. At the Honmachi Wonchome bus stop on weekdays, buses stop every 30 minutes from 7:15 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. And on Saturdays and holidays, buses stop every 30 minutes from 7:15 a.m. to 10:45 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. Incidentally, buses also stop at the Sakuragaoka bus stop at the same time, but you will not encounter him there as a driver. Natsu Kayoko. After the game starts until the free battles at the construction site are over, she will not appear in the store. In Roshia, if you talk to her, you can get an event where she reads your palm in the morning, and she will write a letter for you if you drop by alone. After 7 p.m., she moves to the bakery and antique shop Roshia in the shopping arcade. Kaido Jin and Kaido Rin. Kaido Jin appears in the bike chase QTE that occurs in Disc 3, along with Charlie, the boss of Mad Angels. His appearance scene is a large bike scene full of intimidation and pressure. From the beginning of the QTE battle, screams and roars are heard, and then he falls off his bike. He seems to be easily flustered. Kaido Rin, along with his older brother Kaido Jin, appears in the bike chase QTE in Disc 3. Unlike his older brother who retires as soon as he appears, Kaido Rin is a persistent burning biker who keeps chasing you. Well, in the end he also ends up retiring like his brother. He is not as flashy as his brother. Caption at the bottom, Harrier, it's showtime, a decisive line when cornering. This page depicts a guide to various characters and an animal found in the game Shenmue, primarily set in the new Yokosuka port area and a residential district. First, we are introduced to Takafumi Kagawa, described as a battle-specific extra character from new Yokosuka port. He is a former member of a Bosozoku gang and part of the Mad Angels, known for his reckless driving days. He is 181 centimeters tall, weighs 78 kilograms. Born on March 7, 1979, is a Pisces, and has blood type B. Next is Toshiki Kagawa, a thug associated with Nagai Industries. He is known as a talkative and troublesome figure, often seen near Nagai Industries. He is 172 centimeters tall, weighs 78 kilograms, born on August 9, 1967, is a Leo, and has blood type B. Following is Norihiko Kazuhara, another battle-specific extra from new Yokosuka port. He is a member of the Mad Angels and a former freeter, easily angered and quick to resort to violence. He is 179 centimeters tall, weighs 78 kilograms, born on October 11, 1978, is a Libra, and has blood type A. Then we have Makoto Kanamori, also a battle-specific extra character from new Yokosuka port. He is a Mad Angels member with a violent temper, often causing trouble when drunk, but returns to his senses when sober. He is 177 centimeters tall, weighs 67 kilograms, born on February 13, 1978, is an Aquarius, and has blood type AB. Jin Kano is another battle-specific extra character from new Yokosuka port. He is a Mad Angels member and a former member of the Self-Defense Forces, now working at the PX store. He is described as having a unique role within the Mad Angels due to his background. He is 183 centimeters tall, weighs 78 kilograms, born on March 22, 1977, is an Aries and has blood type AB. Kengo Kamijo is a battle-specific extra from new Yokosuka port. He is a former port worker who joined the Mad Angels due to dissatisfaction with his low wages. He is noted for often taking the lead in fights to show his loyalty. He is 178 centimeters tall, weighs 66 kilograms, born on February 18, 1982, is an Aquarius, and has blood type B. There is also an entry for seagull, kamome, categorized as animal. Seagulls in new Yokosuka port are described as flying in flocks and sometimes landing on the ground to eat. They are often fed by office workers and fishermen, making birdwatching possible. They are 62 centimeters in size. Azusa Kayama is introduced as an office worker from new Yokosuka port. She works at Alpha Trading and enjoys cooking. She is described as a bit clumsy and hopes to find a kind boyfriend, especially as she teaches cooking to girls from a private high school. She is 160 centimeters tall, weighs 52 kilograms, born on December 26, 1971, is a Capricorn, and has blood type B. Finally, Hiroshi Kawamoto is a newspaper deliveryman from a residential area. He is a diligent young man working through a scholarship program at a newspaper company. He works hard delivering newspapers every morning and aims to become a valuable asset to society. Hoping his efforts will be recognized, he is 170 centimeters tall, weighs 65 kilograms, born on July 11, 1976, is a Cancer, and has blood type A. Each character entry on the right side also includes a timetable chart, presumably showing their schedules or routines within the game, marked from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m., and some even extending to 3 a.m. For example, Takafumi Kagawa's timetable shows office area patrol from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., then port area patrol from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m., and finally return home at 10 p.m. These timetables likely indicate when and where players might encounter these characters in the game world. This page depicts character profiles and information from the game. Starting from the top left, we have Shingo Kano, a policeman working in the warehouse district. He is described as being serious and reliable, acting as a field supervisor and liaison office contact. He is a father of a daughter who is of marriageable age and worries about her future. He enjoys reading books and consulting female colleagues to pass the time and alleviate his anxieties. His schedule indicates he starts work around 8 a.m. and finishes around 5 p.m. Next is Hironobu Kikuchi, a battle-specialized extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a member of the Mad Angels with a menacing face. While he appears tough, he is not very strong and is considered low-ranking within the Mad Angels. His glory days were in high school as a baseball player, reaching the prefectural tournament finals. In 70-man battles, he often appears early, around the 26th person. He is described as a Type 3 battle-style character, weak to punches but can be grabbed with the Y button and thrown with the B button. 4-hit punches are recommended as a countermeasure. Moving down, we have Yuriko Kikuchi, an employee at the Smiley Flower Shop, which is also her workplace location. She is described as having moved around due to her father's job, but she stayed in Dobuita when entering her 3rd year of high school to live in an apartment. She is popular with the locals, who trust the flower shop owner, her father, and consider her a local girl. Her schedule shows her working at the flower shop from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., with breaks and errands throughout the day. Then there is Hiroyuki Kiba, another battle-specialized extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is also a member of the Mad Angels, known by his nickname Hanadanko. He used to work at the Yara store in the warehouse district, but quit because he was bad at driving forklifts and was causing trouble. He holds a grudge against Mr. Yara, his former supervisor, and causes problems in the area. In 70-man battles, he appears around the 53rd person, using a Type 5 fighting style. He is described as not relying much on striking techniques, instead focusing on grappling. It's mentioned that simply pushing him away won't work, and it's advised to use throwing techniques when he attacks, especially when he uses moves like shoulder barges and headbutts. Next is Shinichi Kintoki, a fisherman from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a middle-aged Korean-looking man who is always fishing at the harbor. He often fishes with Mr. Murai and Mr. Kudo, but rarely speaks to others. Rumor has it he is a company executive from Korea who is using his vacation time to fish. His schedule shows him appearing at the fishing spot around 8 a.m. and fishing until the evening. Following this, we see Tadatsugu Kimura, another battle-specialized extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a Mad Angel member who wears a black tank top and army pants, possessing a muscular build. He enjoys weight training and is proud of his physique, bench pressing 150 kilogram. However, despite his muscles, he is not very agile and considered weak in fights. In 70-man battles, he appears around the 29th person. His fighting style is described as Muay Thai. He is said to be strong when on the upper side of combat, so it's better not to fight him head-on. He often relies on running punches and 1-2 straight combinations. It is recommended to counter with throwing techniques after blocking his attacks, using the Y button for grabbing and throwing. Then we have Kathy Wilkins, an extra from Dobuita Shopping Arcade. She is described as a cute girl who is actually a member of the 7th Fleet MP military police. She is a sergeant major and often wears plain clothes to patrol the area near Yokosuka Harbor and Dobuita, keeping an eye on sailors who might cause trouble. Her schedule shows her starting work around 11 a.m., patrolling various locations in Dobuita, and finishing around 10 p.m. Lastly, we have Gilbert Flakes, another extra from Dobuita Shopping Arcade. He is described as a crew member from the U.S. military base around Yokosuka. His hobby is billiards, and he often goes to the MJQ bar with his partner Wilson to play billiards. He is known to be a skilled billiards player, having won 12 consecutive games against Wilson. His schedule shows him going to the MJQ bar with Wilson in the evening, typically from 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. the next day. It's mentioned that he enjoys billiards at MJQ, and that his basic routine is centered around the bar. He can only be confirmed at the bar Heartbeats. Playing billiards with him is suggested as a way to get to know the bar and potentially encounter event scenes during billiards games. Finally, at the bottom right is Shozo Kuga, a policeman from New Warehouse Area 8. He is described as the oldest policeman at the New Warehouse police station and is respected by his colleagues, who affectionately call him Oji-san, Grandpa. He is mindful of his physical limitations and does not work night shifts. His schedule shows him starting patrol in front of Warehouse Area 8 around 8 a.m. and finishing his shift around 5 p.m. This page depicts character profiles from the game, detailing their roles, personalities, and daily schedules. First, we have Kusano Eiko, an extra character residing in Dobuita Shopping Street. She is described as a regular student at a part-time high school in Yokohama. Her hobby is strolling, and she is interested in overseas travel. It mentions she sometimes looks at pamphlets and posters of travel agencies. Personality-wise, she is described as very shy, making her seem unapproachable, and she doesn't have many friends. Her birthday is September 25th. She's 16 years old. Her zodiac sign is Libra, and her blood type is A. Her daily schedule involves going to Dobuita after school until 8 p.m., then going home. On holidays, her schedule starts from 4 p.m. and is similar to weekdays. Next is Kusano Yasuo, a forklift driver, located in New Yokosuka Harbor. He works for Yanghai Distribution Company. He is described as a gentle and calm personality, making him a good listener for workplace consultations. He is well respected as a senior in the company. In his free time, he enjoys game centers and aims to master games. His birthday is July 15th. He is 59 years old. His zodiac sign is Cancer, and his blood type is B. His daily schedule shows he starts work at 8 a.m., with forklift operations at Pier Number 8 from 9:45 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., and finishes work at 8 p.m. Following is Kujirai Yasuomi, also a forklift driver in New Yokosuka Harbor. He works at the port as a forklift driver. He is described as having a rough attitude but being quick at his job. He sometimes damages cargo or forklifts. In his teens he aspired to be a boxer, and now he shadow boxes in a nearby park to let off steam. His birthday is August 10th. He is 25 years old. His zodiac sign is Leo, and his blood type is B. His schedule is similar to Kusano Yasuo, starting work at 8 a.m., with forklift operations at Pier Number 8 from 9:40 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., and finishing work at 8 p.m. Then we have Kudo Susumu, a fisherman in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is a university student who enjoys fishing leisurely at the harbor during winter break. He joined the university's fishing club hoping to meet girls, but recently he's become genuinely fascinated by fishing and now chases after fish with seriousness, sometimes talking to himself while fishing. His birthday is August 23rd. He is 21 years old. His zodiac sign is Virgo, and his blood type is B. His daily schedule involves fishing at the fishing point from 9:30 a.m. to 5:35 p.m. Next is Kunida Akamichi, a battle-dedicated extra, also in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a newcomer to the Mad Angels gang. He is a worker's villain type, causing trouble and often getting into fights. He seeks thrilling days with his comrades and aims to become a territory boss. His birthday is July 7th. He is 19 years old. His zodiac sign is Cancer, and his blood type is A. His profile also includes combat information mentioning he is the 70th battle, and often appears in the 45th battle beforehand. He is described as a Type 2 combat style, and his weakness is low kicks, so attention to footwork is needed. His strategy is spin kick, 2 consecutive roundhouse kicks. He starts battling at 6:21 p.m. and is defeated by 6 hours 21 minutes and 3 seconds p.m. This character provides some of the tougher battles in the game. Then there is Kumagai Seiya, an extra character located in Yokosuka. He is described as a boy living in Yokosuka. His parents are dual income, so he is often home alone. He doesn't have many friends his age, so he often strolls around Dobuita with his grandfather, mother's side, Todaka Kugen. He is described as a bit of a know-it-all, and while he talks to people easily, he is secretly critical of others. His birthday is March 26th. He is 9 years old. His zodiac sign is Aries, and his blood type is A. His daily schedule shows he goes to Dobuita after school until 6 p.m., then goes home. On holidays he goes to Hirata Shopping Street after 4 p.m. and then goes home. Next is Kumeda Mitsuru, the owner of the sushi restaurant Treasure Storehouse. He is the owner-chef of the sushi restaurant Treasure Storehouse. He is described as having a Edoite personality, which is straightforward and dislikes bending. He has a short temper and gets angry easily. He values commerce and believes in providing good value to customers, earning him high trust from regular customers. His birthday is February 26th. He is 40 years old. His zodiac sign is Pisces and his blood type is O. His daily schedule shows the shop opens at 11:55 a.m. and closes at 8:05 p.m. Following is Kurata Masahiro, a harbor worker. He is a port messenger. Besides cargo transport work, he also handles various company-level tasks. He is described as a diligent type of worker and dislikes being idle. After returning home, he enjoys bowling or karaoke. He is said to be bound by a strange sense of obligation and is always active, even cutting down on sleep time. His birthday is June 16th. He is 26 years old. His zodiac sign is Gemini, and his blood type is O. His daily schedule includes going to the first warehouse at 8:30 a.m., the Alpha Trading Company at 10:20 a.m., the first warehouse again at 11:20 a.m., lunch break and work resumption at 1:30 p.m., going to the bus stop at 4:30 p.m., and finishing work at 5 p.m. Finally, we have Kurita Shuru, a military shop Kurita clerk. He is a clerk at the military shop Kurita. His parents are wealthy, so he is not concerned about money. He is a military otaku and aimed to join the National Defense Academy, but failed twice. His parents then funded him to start the military shop Kurita. His hobby is collecting, business as an extension of his hobby, so he is particular about goods but not about profit. His birthday is January 25th. He is 25 years old. His zodiac sign is Aquarius, and his blood type is B. His daily schedule shows he goes to Okayama Hat Shop at 9 a.m., opens the shop at 10 a.m., and closes the shop at 8:55 p.m., then returns to Okayama Hat Shop. The page also has a small note at the bottom saying, which translates to, "Charlie, keep quiet about what I told you, or else," leaks information about Landy to Rio. This is a memorable quote and a slightly tricky part of the game where Charlie reveals information about Landy to Rio but warns him to keep it secret. Title translations: Kusano Eiko, *extra, Dobuita Shopping Street, Kusano Yasuo, forklift driver, New Yokosuka Harbor, Kujirai Yasuomi, forklift driver, New Yokosuka Harbor, Kudo Susumu, fisherman, New Yokosuka Harbor, Kunida Akamichi, battle dedicated extra, New Yokosuka Harbor, Kumagai Seiya, extra, Yokosuka, Kumeda Mitsuru, sushi restaurant owner, sushi restaurant treasure storehouse, Kurata Masahiro, harbor worker, New Yokosuka Harbor, Kurita Shuru, military shop clerk, military shop Kurita, basic action pattern, holiday, spin kick 2, countermeasure method spin kick 2 consecutive roundhouse kicks, Xiaomu famous quotes collection. This page details character profiles from Shenmue, showcasing various individuals you encounter in Yokosuka. First, we have Black Suit A, Kurofuku A, who is described as a servant of Landy. He stands at 175 centimeters tall, weighs 70 kilograms, and his birthday is November 12th, making him 29 years old. He's blood type B and belongs to the zodiac sign Scorpio. Within Landy's subordinates he is the most junior, always dressed in a black suit and physically fit. He is a skilled martial artist comparable to military personnel, proficient in Chinese Kenpo. His fighting style is characterized by swiftly subduing opponents without unnecessary words. His true identity, birthplace, and background remain unknown. You'll see him alongside Black Suit B during the opening sequence when Landy confronts a WoW Hazuki. Next is Black Suit B, Kurofuku B, also a servant of Landy. He is 180 centimeters tall, weighs 84 kilograms, and his birthday is February 25th, making him 31 years old. He is blood type O and a Pisces. He is another subordinate of Landy, always by his side. He has trained his fingertips for enhanced strength and grip. He is a master of the hawk-beak fist style, known as Yozoko, and his power is evident in his ability to easily handle anyone who tries to uncover Landy's secrets. Like Black Suit A, he appears in the opening event with Landy at the Hazuki residence. Moving on to Atsushi Kawata, described as a battle-exclusive extra. He is 177 centimeters tall, weighs 64 kilograms, and his birthday is October 27th, making him 19 years old. He is blood type A and a Scorpio. A member of the Mad Angels gang, Atsushi used to be a truck driver but got involved with the harbor and joined the gang. His main role is transportation, leveraging his previous trucking experience. He is described as a man who would do anything for money. In gameplay, you often encounter him in 70-person battles, usually appearing around the 56th opponent. He uses a Type 5 fighting style, which is known for powerful strikes but lacking finesse. The advice given is to not provoke him unnecessarily, and the counter-strategy is to avoid careless attacks, dodge throws, and if he attacks, parry and then counter-attack. Then we have Ken Gori, who works at a construction site. He is 166 centimeters tall, weighs 72 kilograms, and his birthday is January 4th, making him 48 years old. He is blood type B and a Capricorn. In his younger days, Ken was a third-generation triad member working under Ken, the owner of Ken's Chinese restaurant. He was once a close associate of Ken's younger brother but became disillusioned and decided to work at the factory together. He still respects Ken. You can find him in Dobuita Shopping Arcade. His daily schedule is from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. in front of Hirata Trading Company, and from 5 p.m. to 11:55 p.m. at Bar Yokohama. Next is Yutaka Koizumi, another battle-exclusive extra. He is 176 centimeters tall, weighs 61 kilograms, and his birthday is March 28th, making him 21 years old. He is blood type A and an Aries. Yutaka works at Nagai Flowers in Dobuita but is described as a local bully within the office. He uses money and intimidation tactics, making him a nuisance. He joined the Mad Angels, and while he tries to look intimidating, he's essentially just another thug. In gameplay, he is another opponent in the 70-person battles, often appearing around the 27th opponent. He uses a Type 3 fighting style, which mainly relies on punches. He is considered easy to counterattack against. Moving on to Tokumasa Kogu, a policeman. He is 169 centimeters tall, weighs 64 kilograms, and his birthday is June 15th, making him 38 years old. He is blood type A and a Gemini. Tokumasa is a policeman patrolling the port area. He's originally from the countryside, and when he first arrived, his strong accent led to him being bullied by colleagues. He's generally not good at socializing. Even now, he often appears grumpy, which is just his personality. You can find him at New Yokosuka Harbor. His patrol route and schedule are from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. patrolling Shin Yokosuka Harbor around the Genbu Circle, and his patrol ends at 11 p.m. Then we have Mitsuharu Koda, a forklift driver. He is 167 centimeters tall, weighs 75 kilograms, and his birthday is March 18th, making him 39 years old. He is blood type B and a Pisces. Mitsuharu is a forklift driver working at the port. He is well-liked and trusted at work due to his friendly nature, but he has a fiery temper when it comes to money, and his work efficiency isn't great. He often relies on overtime, which angers his wife, who sees him as a burden at home. You can find him at New Yokosuka Harbor. His work schedule is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. working in the old warehouse area, and his work ends at 5 p.m. Next is Wataru Koga, a worker. He is 182 centimeters tall, weighs 77 kilograms, and his birthday is May 10th, making him 26 years old. He is blood type O and a Taurus. Wataru works at a Mihama Marine Products Warehouse, a limited company. He has been with the company for 3 years but working at New Yokosuka Harbor for just 1 year. This makes him feel somewhat detached from other workers. He seems to have a gloomy personality and worries about fitting in. You can find him at Warehouse Number 1. His schedule is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Warehouse Number 1 and from 5 p.m. onwards at the port waiting area. Finally, we have Naomi Koshiba, also a forklift driver. He is 168 centimeters tall, weighs 65 kilograms, and his birthday is April 6th, making him 27 years old. He is blood type O and an Aries. Naomi is a forklift driver working for Shenmue Trading Corporation. He has a cheerful personality and is popular with new acquaintances. He is highly regarded as a veteran of the Satoyama Group, but he tends to be prejudiced against people he dislikes, which often leads to losses in his work. You can find him at Old Warehouse Number 9. His schedule is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Old Warehouse Number 9, and from 5 p.m. onwards at a place where you can't see the sea. This page depicts various characters from Yokosuka. First, we have Kojima Shigeru, a fisherman working at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a salesman for a fishing gear maker. He is very opinionated about fishing tackle, and lives a life devoted to the art of fishing, though his colleagues are curious about where he actually works, as he is always fishing. His schedule involves moving between fishing spots and heading home in the evening. Next is Kasugi Sumio, a part-time security guard, also at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is a 20-year-old part-timer patrolling the harbor area, working with Kai and Baisho. He is familiar with the harbor geography despite being new to Yokosuka. He's a college student working to fund his studies, which is considered rare these days. His schedule shows his security duties throughout the day, finishing in the evening. Then there is a kitten, simply described as an animal residing in the residential area. It is said to be a white and black kitten born in Nagamine Park. Its siblings died in the rain, and after its mother disappeared, it was taken in by a kind person. An event associated with the kitten involves finding it in a cardboard box at Inn Shrine. You can interact with it, and this event lasts for a certain period. Following is Komine Hiromi, the owner of Komine Bakery. He is described as the owner of the Komine Bakery. He used to be a salaryman at a precision equipment manufacturer in Kawasaki but quit 8 years ago to open his bakery. He believes baking is his true calling, and is always enthusiastic about making bread despite having rivals and facing daily struggles. His schedule includes bakery operations during the day and returning home in the evening. Next is Komine Yuka, Komine Hiromi's daughter, associated with Suzume Park. She is Hiromi's 5-year-old daughter, and her mother is a busy editor. She is often alone at home and plays in Suzume Park. She is described as a father-loving and well-behaved girl who loves her father's bread and enjoys taste-testing new creations, though she sometimes eats too much. Her schedule is centered around activities in Suzume Park. Goya Kazuki is introduced as a battle specialist extra, located in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 19 years old and from Okinawa, originally a deep-sea fisherman. He was forced to quit fishing by the captain and ended up in Yokosuka. He is now a member of the Mad Angels gang and boasts that he is unbeatable in a fight. An event related to him is a 70-person battle, often occurring around 34 people defeated. He uses Type 4 fighting style, focusing on throwing techniques and hitting to break guards, with counterattacks as a key strategy. Kondo Fusako is a local acquaintance from Nagamine Heights. She is 50 years old and lives in Nagamine Heights with many other families nearby. She lives alone, and her husband's salary is low. She saves money by cooking at home. Her son Yohei works part-time. Fusako is described as cheerful and enjoys chatting. Her schedule includes being at home, shopping, making phone calls, and visiting Komine Bakery. Kondo Yohei is Ryo's part-time colleague, based at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 19 years old, born and raised in Nagamine Heights, and a childhood friend of Ryo. He doesn't like standing out with flashy clothes and works part-time at a convenience store. He is a college student but rarely attends classes. His schedule shows convenience store work, travel, and going home. Finally, Kondo Yoshinori is another battle specialist extra, also in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 23 years old and a member of the Mad Angels. He is obsessed with his appearance and always wears a custom-made suit, which is rumored to conceal weapons. An event featuring him is a 70-person battle, often occurring around 11 people defeated. He uses Type 3 fighting style, focusing on various punch techniques. Counterattacks are easy and combos are effective, especially a 4-hit punch. Titles: Kojima Shigeru, Fisherman, New Y, Yokosuka Harbor. Kasugi Sumio, Part-time Security Guard, New Yokosuka Harbor. Kitten, Animal, Residential Area. Komine Hiromi, Bakery Owner, Komine Bakery. Komine Yuka, Komine Hiromi's daughter. Suzume Park, Goya Kazuki, Battle Specialist Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. Kondo Fusako, Local Acquaintance, Nagamine Heights. Kondo Yohei, Ryo's part-time colleague, New Yokosuka Harbor. Kondo Yoshinori, Battle Specialist Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. Character descriptions and details. Kojima Shigeru, 179 centimeters, 69 kilograms, born July 16, 34 years old, Cancer, blood type O, fishing rod maker, salesman. He insists on using what he sells himself, and lives the fisherman's life to savor the taste of fishing. Despite that, he is always achieving results in unexpected ways, and is top class. Where is he working? It's a rumor among employees. Kasugi Sumio, 175 centimeters, 71 kilograms, born November 9, 20 years old. Scorpio, blood type O, part-time security guard patrolling around the warehouse area of New Yokosuka Harbor. He works part-time with Kai and Baisho. He is new to Yokosuka Harbor but is familiar with the geography of the port and the location of warehouses. Actually, he is a university student, and the part-time job money is for his tuition. A rare struggling student these days. Kitten. Born in the depths of Nagamine Park. White and black kitten siblings were there, but they died in the long rain, and then the mother cat also disappeared. and for the first time she went outside of Nagamine Park to the residential area on a day with black clouds. After that, she is being cared for in a kind home. Komine Hiromi, 170 centimeters, 75 kilograms, born November 27, 35 years old, Sagittarius, blood type O, owner of Komine Bakery. After working as a salaryman at a precision equipment-related company in Kawasaki, he quit 8 years ago and opened the current store. He seems to be a natural at baking bread. Recently, he has rivals, but he spends busy but fulfilling days. Komine Yuka, 110 centimeters, 22 kilograms, born May 16, 5 years old, Taurus, blood type B, Komine Bakery's only daughter. Her mother is a busy editor who is often away from home. She often plays alone in Suzume Park while waiting for her father to come home from the store. She is a father-loving, well-behaved daughter and says Papa's bread is the best in the world. Every time he creates a new bread, she is asked to taste test, and she seems to eat too much. Goya Kazuki, 176 centimeters, 72 kilograms, born December 10, 19 years old, Sagittarius, blood type O, born in Okinawa and was a crew member of a deep-sea fishing vessel. But due to constant fights with other crew members, he was forcibly discharged by the captain. Having no place to return to his hometown, he drifted to Yokosuka, and while wandering around he was invited by the Mad Angels. He says, "I am called the Face Cutter because I cut the faces of those who fight with me." Kondo Fusako, 165 centimeters, 54 kilograms, born March 20, 50 years old, Pisces, blood type A. She lives in a house with a large garden among the houses of Nagamine Heights residents. She lives alone, and only her family lives in the rented house. She says, "It's hard to make ends meet with my husband's low salary, so I try to save money by eating at home as much as possible." Her son Yohei is working part-time at Bait Sanmi, and Fusako spends her days chatting leisurely. Kondo Yohei, 175 centimeters, 70 kilograms, born July 29, 19 years old, Leo, blood type O, born and raised in Nagamine Heights. He is a childhood friend of Ryo. He doesn't like flashy clothes and is not very interested in trends. Despite his large build, his actions are surprisingly calm, and now he is a university student working part-time at a convenience store. But he hardly goes to school. Kondo Yoshinori, 174 centimeters, 65 kilograms, born September 15, 23 years old, Virgo, blood type E, a member of the Mad Angels. As a Mad Angel, he is extremely conscious of his appearance and is a man who sticks to a tailored suit. He is proud of his arms and boasts of his confidence. There is a rumor that he hides weapons under his suit. Event information. Kitten event. Events that let you know the kitten is being cared for. Up to 30 times of encounters, Disc 3, in the cardboard box placed at the inn shrine on the mountain ridge. If you have a wound, it will heal. You can see its face if you are lucky. Encounters are possible until you say goodbye, and multiple events are prepared over a long period. Goya Kazuki Battle Event. 70-person battle, often appearing when 34 people are defeated. Type 4 battle style, refer to P.89. Therefore, normal throwing techniques are ineffective. Hit to attack. Throwing techniques are effective against defense. Furthermore, hitting techniques will break guards to a considerable extent. If you are sure of your skills, aim for a counterattack. Press the Y button to evade, then press the Y button again to counterattack with certainty. Kondo Yoshinori Battle Event. 70-person battle, often appearing when 11 people are defeated. Type 3 battle style, refer to P.89. Therefore, what comes out are mostly hitting techniques. Counterattacks are easy. Effective methods, various punch techniques, press the Y button for evasion, and B button for forearm strike. A quick forearm strike is simple and effective. However, be careful of 4-hit continuous punches. Schedule details. The schedules are represented in grids from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m., showing locations and activities at different times of the day. For example, Kojima Shigeru's schedule shows him at Fishing Point during the day and returning home in the evening. Komine Hiromi's schedule shows store business during store hours, storefront duties, and store-home transitions. Kondo Fusako's schedule includes times for home, telephone box front, Komine Bakery, Tamura Meat Store, Fish Shop, Honda Drug Store, Yaobai Store, Jean's House, and returning home. It also mentions a route from home starting at 8:30 a.m. walking around the empty lot until 6:30 p.m. towards the shopping street. Kondo Yohei's schedule includes home, convenience store, travel, Sonomaru Heights, Jean's House, Asia, and returning home. It notes that during part-time work, he is working with the same forklift operator colleagues. Starting work at 8:38 a.m. Lunch break at 12 p.m. 12:45 p.m. talk, 2:02 p.m. work ends, and part-time work at Tomato Mart is from 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. on holidays. The schedules provide a glimpse into the daily routines and locations of these characters within the game world. This page depicts profiles of 9 characters from Yokosuka in Shenmue. Each profile includes their name, occupation, location, and personal statistics like height, weight, and birthday. It also gives a short description of their personality and daily routine. Some characters are marked as battle extras and have additional combat information. Kondo Kyoichiro, battle-only extra, New Yokosuka Port. He is 172 centimeters tall and weighs 71 kilograms. Born on August 7, 17 years old, Leo, blood type B, with his droopy eyes and gentle face, he seems approachable, but in high school he was known for his violent temper and violence towards teachers, leading to suspension. He joined the Mad Angels as a way to kill time, so he is only superficially involved and doesn't actively fight in disputes. In 70-man battles, he often appears with 19 other people. His fighting style is Tai Chi Quan Type 1, so he shouldn't be too difficult to fight. His countermeasure is to run away while dodging his wild swings. His special moves are the spinning punch and 1-2 straight punches, which can be countered with throwing techniques after taking damage. Also, using the Y button is effective. Seijo Teruhiko, bartender at Bar Yokosuka. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 85 kilograms. Born on August 27, 42 years old, Virgo, blood type AB. He is the bartender of Bar Yokosuka. He used to be a sailor and traveled the world but got tired of the problems with women on ships and disembarked. He liked this bar when he stumbled upon it, and now works here as a bartender. He is unexpectedly good at making cocktails and continues his research in that area. In 70-man battles, he appears with 17 other people. His fighting style is Tai Chi Quan Type 5, so he attacks with a variety of grappling techniques. It is difficult to deal damage to him. His countermeasure is to not use your hands and focus on foot attacks. If he comes at you with grappling moves, counter with knee strikes to the groin or attack directly with follow-up strikes. Saito Kosuke, battle-only extra, New Yokosuka Port. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 61 kilograms. Born on October 20, 22 years old, Libra, blood type O. Whether Saito is his real name is unknown, and no one in the Mad Angels seems to know. His skin is tanned to the point where he doesn't look Japanese, and there are rumors that his parents are African-American soldiers. He is quiet and doesn't socialize much with his comrades, but his fighting ability is highly valued. In 70-man battles, he often appears with 17 other people. His fighting style is Tai Chi Quan Type 5, so he uses many types of fighting techniques, making him a tricky opponent. His countermeasure is to use various throwing techniques if he doesn't attack. When he attacks, be prepared to counter with a headbutt or other quick moves. Sakamoto Yohei, construction site supervisor, residential area. He is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 77 kilograms. Born on September 15, 37 years old, Virgo, blood type A. He works for a major construction company in Yokohama, Seiko Construction, and is in charge of the Sakura Heights construction site. He is a stickler for detail, and work doesn't progress unless it is done to his satisfaction. He is still being given constantly changing instructions, but Sakamoto, a good-natured person, doesn't complain and continues to push forward with the work. On holidays, he does not appear at all. Sagawa Miho, theater troupe researcher, New Yokosuka Port. She is 162 centimeters tall and weighs 47 kilograms. Born on March 7, 20 years old, Pisces, blood type AB. She is a researcher for a theater company in Yokohama. Her acting skills are not very good, but she is working hard every day to improve her basic physical fitness through running. In the next public performance, A Midsummer Night's Dream, she will play a supporting role. And at 20 years old, she is full of dreams and aspirations. Sakiyama Hiroshi, battle-only extra, New Yokosuka Port. He is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 67 kilograms. Born on October 29, 18 years old. Scorpio, blood type B. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is influenced by B-movies and wears a rider suit to solidify his image. However, he is actually timid and doesn't have much guts. Within the Mad Angels, he is also called Chicken Hiroshi and looked down upon. In 70-man battles, he often appears with 44 other people. His fighting style is Tai Chi Quan Type 3, so he is easy to defeat. His counterattack is weak. His countermeasure is to use Y-button punches against his punches. If you get tired of punching, Grabbing with the B button is also effective. Be careful of his 4-hit combo punches. Sakuragi Natsumi, fortune teller at the fortune-telling house. Fortune teller Lapis. She is 163 centimeters tall and weighs 46 kilograms. Born on February 24, 27 years old. Pisces, blood type A. She is a popular fortune teller who has a serialized column in a women's magazine. Originally, she was the daughter of a general store owner, but when her parents died in a traffic accident, she closed the store and started working as a fortune teller. She is well known in the shopping district for her past and present, but she doesn't talk about it herself. She is highly accurate in her fortune telling and is very popular with various magazines. Her business hours are from 10 a.m. to 12 a.m., and she is always in the fortune-telling house, Lapis. When you enter the store, you cannot see her face because of the curtain. Also, it seems difficult to talk to her in clothes other than her fortune-teller attire. By the way, inside the store, she seems to be doing fortune-telling in a dignified manner. Sakurada Ichiro, Ryo's friend, residential area. He is 177 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. Born on April 12, 18 years old, Aries, blood type A, he is Ryo's childhood friend and classmate. He is one of the few people who know Ryo's mother. He has been friends with Ryo since the 2nd grade of elementary school, so they know each other well. He is introverted and indecisive in nature. He hates green peppers. He is not good at serious conversations and is often tense when talking to girls. On holidays, at 8:30 a.m. he goes from home to the bus stop in the opposite direction. At 1 p.m. to the bus stop towards town, at 4:45 p.m. to Funny Bear, at 5:30 p.m. to Marie's Cream Puffs, at 6:10 p.m. to Jupiter's Kitchen, and at 6:50 p.m. to Game Center U, at 8:25 p.m. to the park in Yamanos, and at 9:20 p.m. to home. Satake Yukio, owner of the tofu shop in Dobuita, residential area. He is 165 centimeters tall and weighs 57 kilograms. Born on January 21, 43 years old, Aquarius, blood type O, he is a mysterious person who appears and disappears at night. In reality, he is the owner of a long-established tofu shop in Dobuita. He noticed that there were no tofu shops on Dobuita Street, searched for a location to set up a storefront, and is currently preparing to open a tofu shop on Dobuita Street. On holidays, he does not appear at all. Small text at the bottom, smoothly move 2 degrees and come to the port, got it. Coolly defeat, say something witty. This page depicts a selection of characters from Yokosuka. First, we have Saddam Daye, a worker from warehouse 12 to 19. Originally from Kuwait, he came to Japan for work. He is described as friendly and gentle, though he dislikes being made to eat pork. Next is Akemi Sato, a bar hostess at Bar Yokosuka. She started working there after high school and is popular with customers, including Fukuhara. She is a little concerned, as he hasn't been around recently since the incident. Then there is Arahiru Sato, an extra who frequents Dobuita Shopping Arcade. He's a sharp social affairs desk editor at the local Yokosuka newspaper, previously a field reporter at a major newspaper. He was transferred due to a dispute over a political scoop. He contemplates returning to his previous role but finds Yokosuka hard to leave. Hajime Sato is a battle-exclusive extra in New Yokosuka Harbor. He may look like a surfer, but it's just for show. He lacks skills and perseverance, being half-hearted in everything since his student days. Even in the Mad Angels, he's seen as an outsider. He appears in the 70-man battle, often attacking around the 24th opponent. His fighting style is mainly hand-based, making counterattacks easy. Y-button parries or B-button arm grabs are effective against his punches, but be wary of his 4-hit combo. Rika Sato is an extra in the residential area, the doll shop owner's daughter. She is a girl worried about Sugame. She loves dolls as presents and enjoys undressing them and displaying them naked, much to her father's dismay, pushing him to near tears and her into a hysterical state. Right after the game starts and around New Year's, she plays in front of the Aoyama residence at 8:30 a.m. and returns home at 6:30 p.m. Atsushi Sayama is a forklift driver at New Yokosuka Harbor. He's a self-centered and stubborn old man who never apologizes for mistakes. Outwardly pleasant but nagging, he is disliked by younger colleagues. He spends his days off with golf and horse racing, estranged from his family, and drinks alone. He works all day at Warehouse 1. Kioi Sawano is the bento shop owner of Hokahoku Bento. She is the mother of Hisaka and Mai Sawano. Widowed 13 years prior, she started the bento shop to overcome her grief. Her cooking, a mother's taste, is popular, especially with young single men, and business is growing with her eldest daughter's help. Hisaka Sawano is a bento shop employee and manager of the port branch of Hokuhoku Bento. Located behind the fourth warehouse in New Yokosuka Harbor, her bento stall is popular with workers who form long queues at lunchtime to see her. A childhood friend of Ryo from Dobuita, she is known as a kind older sister in the neighborhood. She faced many hardships before the business became successful. She only appears on the days Ryo infiltrates the old warehouse district. Finally, Mai Sawano is Sawano Hisaka's younger sister, found in Dobuita Shopping Arcade. She is Kioi Sawano's second daughter and a 16-year-old high school student. Childhood friends with Ryo, they call each other Machen and Ryoni. Since her father's death, she's become rebellious due to feeling neglected by her busy mother and sister at the bento shop. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. This page introduces several characters from the game along with their profiles and basic information, as well as their schedules and event triggers. We see characters like Jake Lambert, a battle extra in New Yokosuka Harbor, Hideo Shigari, a worker also in New Yokosuka Harbor, Akihisa Shigematsu, another battle extra in New Yokosuka Harbor known for his street fighting skills, Satoshi Shinoda, the shop owner of the travel agency World Travel, Nanako Shinohara, the karaoke pub Nana Mama, Takayuki Shibata, a battle extra in New Yokosuka Harbor, Kamio Shibukawa, who is related to the Search for Yamamoto family event in Sakura Heights, Yasushi Shima, a battle extra in New Yokosuka Harbor, and Jimmy Yan, the Asia travel agency manager in Dobuita. Each character profile includes details such as their height, weight, date of birth, age, blood type, occupation, and location, alongside descriptions of their personality and role in the game. The page also outlines their basic action patterns with schedules and specific events associated with them, giving insight into their routines and interactions within the game world. Jake Lambert, Battle Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor, 174 centimeters, 68 kilograms, male, born March 8, 19 years old, Pisces, type O blood. A member of the Mad Angels, from San Jose, California. His father worked in the cargo business. He came to Japan by ship 2 months ago, and is currently in Yokosuka. There is a scar on his nose from being cut with a knife during a fight at the port. * 70-person battle, appears 35 people before you. Battle style is Type 1, refer to P.89, so it should not be too difficult to fight against. * Countermeasure. Run away while shouting, and when you're about to be grabbed, counter with a spinning punch, 12 straight punches and 3 kicks. After eating those you can throw them. In addition, Y button use is effective. Hideo Shigari. Worker, New Yokosuka Harbor. 169 centimeters, 60 kilograms, male, born April 14, 25 years old, Aries, type B blood, Yokosuka New Harbor Freight Warehouse. A warehouse worker in the freight warehouse. He believes that if you ask him, he will even tell you the number of mold spots in the warehouse. He himself is a mysterious figure, but everyone treats him kindly and asks him for advice. * basic action pattern. * 8 a.m. 10 a.m. 30 minutes at a time, checks cargo in warehouse number 10. * 10 a.m. 11 a.m. moves to warehouse number 8 on the right side of warehouse number 10. * 11 a.m. 12 p.m. 45 minutes at a time, checks cargo in warehouse number 11. * 12 p.m. 1 p.m. lunch break in the warehouse. * 1 p.m. 4 p.m. 20 minutes at a time, checks cargo in warehouse number 11. * 4 p.m. 6 p.m. 40 minutes at a time, checks cargo in warehouse number 8 on the right side of warehouse number 10. * 6 p.m. 7 p.m. returns home. After work heads to the port to unwind. Akihisa Shigematsu. Battle Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. 179 centimeters, 64 kilograms. Male, born January 11, 17 years old, Capricorn, type A blood. In the street he is called Stego no Shiga, and he has a reputation for his bare-knuckle fighting skills. Although he is a member of the Mad Angels, he is a helper at heart during fights. Due to his old-looking face, he hates being called Old Man more than anything. * 70-person battle, appears 35 people before you. Type 2 battle style, so stamina will not decrease much and you need to be careful of his foot techniques. * countermeasure. Spin kick, 2 consecutive spinning kicks is effective, but there is a gap after the move. Conversely, hand techniques are simple and easy to deal with, and you can easily move to counterattack. Satoshi Shinoda. Travel agency shop owner, travel agency World Travel. 173 centimeters, 68 kilograms, male, born April 16, 45 years old, Aries, type of blood. The shop owner of the travel agency World Travel. He is a polite, and good-looking man. The company itself is a major travel agency. He used to be an elite employee at the head office, but he took the blame for company regulations, contract violations by himself and was demoted to this branch. However, he continues to work diligently. Basic action pattern. 8 a.m. 9 a.m. Bread shop in front of the bakery greater than World Travel Agency. 9 a.m. 8:30 p.m. Business at World Travel Agency. 8:30 p.m. 10:10 p.m. Go home. Business hours start at 9 a.m. Business closes at 8:30 p.m. and he takes these actions during the middle of the day. Nanako Shinohara. Karaoke pub mama, karaoke pub nana. 160 centimeters, 80 kilograms, female, born September 22, 36 years old. Virgo, type O blood. Mama of karaoke pub Nana. She came to Tokyo aiming to be a singer and started working as a hostess in a bar in Tokyo. Her cheerful personality and good service led her to become a head hostess in a few years, and she met her patron and married him. Now she is the mama of this karaoke pub. It seems she received a considerable amount of alimony in the divorce. Basic action pattern. 8 p.m. 4 a.m. Open for business. Karaoke Nana prepares for opening and closes late at night. Takayuki Shibata. Battle extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. 173 centimeters, 62 kilograms, male, born August 13, 21 years old. Leo, type of blood. A member of the Mad Angels, he has been bad since he was a child and he has a mean streak. He is reckless and behaves in a way that shows no fear of anything. He is not very popular among the Mad Angels. For some reason he is always trying to test his courage in chicken races. He is undefeated in chicken races. 70-person battle, appears 51 people before you. Type 3 battle style, so he will easily release techniques. The techniques he uses are mostly hand techniques. Counterattack is easy. Countermeasure. Various punches are effective. If you can grab his arm with the Y button, it will be easy and effective. However, be careful of 4-hit punches. Kamio Shibukawa. Search for Yamamoto family. Sakura Heights, old woman. 152 centimeters, 42 kilograms, female, born April 28, 78 years old, Taurus, type O blood. An old woman you meet in Sakura Heights. She lives in Chihaya and came to Yokosuka to search for Mr. Yamamoto's house, who is an old friend. It seems it's been a long time since she came to Yokosuka, and she got lost on the way. She speaks quietly and politely, and has a refined demeanor. She knows the owner of the pottery shop Roshia in Dobuita. She also sometimes shows her face at the Dobuita bulletin board. Event, appears in the table setting event immediately after the game starts, Disc 1. She is lost in Sakura Heights. Ryo helps her find Mr. Yamamoto's house. By the way, if you are asked to take her there, it will take about 3 hours, and you won't be able to meet anyone. If you listen carefully, and take her to Roshia Pottery Shop again, she will teach you information about Roshia, Disc 1, Yasushi Shima. Battle Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. 175 centimeters, 63 kilograms, male, born July 13, 20 years old, Cancer, type B blood. A member of the Mad Angels, he used to work at a gas station, and because he was good at fighting, he was scouted by Pedro, a leader in the Mad Angels. He is a self-proclaimed, reasonable person, and is well-liked by his subordinates. He is also aware of fighting, and in fights he always jumps out first. Event. Free battles occur when hope is deceived. The battles around here are naturally meant to hype up the story. He is a so-called villain character, and is also quite strong. If you are careless you will be drawn into a fierce fight. Yasushi Shima is coming out blowing his whistle. What is Shima going to do? Ominous. Jimmy Yan. Travel Agency Manager, Dobuita Shopping Street, Asia Travel Agency. 169 centimeters, 52 kilograms, male, born September 9, 30 years old, Virgo, type B blood, Manager of Asia Travel Agency. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is more of a practical owner than a real manager. He never opens his mouth about management matters and keeps his own salary low. His employees, Etsuko, are rumored to be in love with the owner and are head over heels for him. In such a situation, his only pleasure is gambling. and he spends his days and nights indulging in the scent of money at illegal casinos. Event occurs at Asia Travel Agency, a ticket-related event. A typical starter character who appears in a series of events. He is weak against weak opponents, but strong against strong opponents. His hairstyle reminds you of the spooks in movies. By the way, it seems he is very popular with women, and he says he is troubled by his popularity. Mark, cool, I got some inside information during Byte's break time. This page depicts several characters that can be found in the game, along with their profiles and daily schedules. First is Kenta Shimizu, who is a surveyor. He is 176 centimeters tall and weighs 62 kilograms. He was born on January 18th and is 29 years old. His star sign is Capricorn and his blood type is AB. He is described as spoiled and foul-mouthed, the type who doesn't listen to his seniors. He is rumored to be bullying Hanaroka. He seems to be a middle-aged surveyor who has just started, and because he is slow at his work, Hanaroka is always scolding him. He is said to have a personality that makes you want to teach him a lesson. Next is Tetsu Shimizu, a battle-only extra character, who is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 72 kilograms. He was born on November 16th and is 19 years old. His star sign is Scorpio, and his blood type is A. He is a member of the Mad Angels gang. He is described as having a punch-perm hairstyle and a strong physique. He looks like a tough guy, but he is actually weak in fights. Originally, he was a deep-sea fishing boat crew member, but he couldn't stand the months-long voyages and seasickness. So he ran away and ended up in Yokosuka with no experience. When encountering him in battle, he is often found around the 70-man battle mark, appearing before the 18th person. His fighting style is Type 4 combat. Because of this, normal throws won't work. It is recommended to attack with strikes. His throw technique is a reverse body drop. Furthermore, his striking techniques are quite effective. To reliably win, it's suggested to aim for low strikes or use the Y button to launch a counterattack after guarding. Then there is Jack Nikkinen, also a battle-only extra character. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. He was born on July 25th and is 26 years old. His star sign is Leo and his blood type is AB. His name is difficult to understand from his appearance, and there are few people who know his past. Because he only speaks broken Japanese, he is seen as a suspicious foreigner. He joined the Mad Angels gang because he had nowhere else to go. It seems he gets along with Pedro among the members, and he is under his command in battle. He is also often found around the 70-man battle mark, appearing before the 65th person. His fighting style is Type 3 combat. Because of this, rebounds are easy. As a countermeasure, various types of punches are effective, and it is easy to win by using side steps and B-button throws. Be cautious of his 4-hit punch. Kazushi Shoji is another battle-only extra character, standing at 169 centimeters and weighing 64 kilograms. He was born on August 12th and is 19 years old. His star sign is Leo, and his blood type is O. He is a member of the Mad Angels gang. He is from Yokosuka and was a local merchant's son. After dropping out of high school, he was just hanging around aimlessly. Then he was invited by Watanabe Yoshiharu, a senior member of the Mad Angels, and joined the gang. When battling him, he is often encountered around the 70-man battle mark, appearing before the 9th person. His fighting style is Type 1 combat. Because of this, battling him head-on is particularly difficult. As a countermeasure, it is effective to keep running and throw punches from a distance, or to use 1-2 straight punches and 3-hit combinations. Throws are possible as counterattacks after guarding. The Y-button usage is also effective. Naoki Shoji is a port worker who is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 63 kilograms. He was born on March 6th and is 23 years old. His star sign is Pisces and his blood type is A. He works part-time as a security guard. He is described as having a timid personality and is easily angered. Although he is a security guard, he is said to be unreliable. He is easily swayed by the Mad Angels, and when confronted, he often says ododododo in a stutter. His only hobby is mahjong. During his days off, he often goes to the mahjong parlor. But he is not strong-willed. Daisuke Jujima is a battle-only extra character who is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 81 kilograms. He was born on October 19th and is 16 years old. His star sign is Libra, and his blood type is AB. His parents' factory went bankrupt, and his family was chased by debt collectors, forcing him into a poor life. Because of this, he hated society and became twisted, joining the Mad Angels gang. Because of his gaunt appearance and red-dyed hair, he is called Red Wolf Boy. In battle, he is often encountered around the 70-man battle mark, appearing before the 55th person. His fighting style is Type 2 combat. Because of this, constant dodging is necessary. As a countermeasure, start with a spin kick, 2 consecutive turning kicks, and then various throwing techniques are effective. His hand techniques are simple, so if you can dodge them, you can easily transition to a counterattack. Jones Henders is a sailor who is 183 centimeters tall and weighs 105 kilograms. He was born on June 5th and is 40 years old. His star sign is Gemini and his blood type is B. He is a sailor among the foreign sailors. He is described as having a large build and a gentle personality. He is good at drinking and doesn't hold grudges. His hobby is arm wrestling. He is rumored to be the strongest among the sailors. He once fought Harry in arm wrestling. At that time Harry won, and since then they have become friends and act together. He appears as a boss character in the BEATQTE battle among the 5 foreign sailors. In normal battles, he is surprisingly weak. After that, in the Sailor Revenge Free battle, he appears again as a boss. However, he is still weak and easily defeated. He is just a sailor, so he seems to be at the bottom of the fighting hierarchy, but he might be the strongest in arm wrestling. Finally, there is Sake Shirakura, who is an extra character. She is 155 centimeters tall and weighs 43 kilograms. She was born on September 8th and is 17 years old. Her star sign is Virgo, and her blood type is O. She is a high school girl from the art department who comes to Yokosuka for sketching assignments. She is a bit clumsy and easily gets lost while sketching outside. Because she has to draw outdoor scenery, she often asks people for directions. Recently, a leather jacket-wearing person has been talking to her often, and she feels a bit uncomfortable. Kusaku Shiro, the last character on this page, is a drunkard who is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 78 kilograms. He was born on September 18th and is 49 years old. His star sign is Virgo, and his blood type is A. He is a man who runs an electrical appliance store near Dobuita. At night, he becomes a drunkard in Dobuita's bustling streets. He used to work for a computer manufacturer for 10 years. He used all his retirement money to start an electrical appliance store, but lately, sales have been sluggish. The page also includes daily schedules for some of the characters, showing their locations at different times of the day. For example, Kenta Shimizu's schedule is shown at the top, and Kusaku Shiro's schedule is at the bottom. These schedules detail their movements throughout the day in Yokosuka. This page depicts character profiles from the game Shenmue set in Yokosuka. The page introduces several characters encountered in the game, providing their names, roles, locations, and daily schedules. First, we see Takeshi Yoda, who is an extra character located in Sakuragaoka. He is described as a friendly middle-aged man who runs a lodging house and enjoys fishing in New Yokosuka Harbor. His daily schedule involves starting work at 8:30 a.m. and finishing at 6 p.m. Next is Shozo Sugai, a forklift driver working at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is portrayed as a veteran forklift driver who is gruff but kind-hearted. He enjoys drinking after work and gambling on his days off. His schedule includes forklift operations and breaks, finishing work at 5 p.m. Following Sugai is Hiroshi Sugiyama, also a forklift driver at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a veteran forklift driver who enjoys night fishing. His schedule also revolves around forklift operations and breaks, ending work at 7 p.m. Then we have Izumi Sanaga, an office clerk working at New Yokosuka Harbor. She is a cheerful and popular office worker, friendly with her colleagues. Her daily schedule involves working in the office and taking lunch breaks, finishing work at 6:30 p.m. Smith Bradley, a sailor at Dobuita Shopping Arcade, is introduced next. He is described as a sailor from Colorado, USA, and Tony's partner. He used to be in the Marines but became a sailor after an incident with his superior officer. He enjoys scotch and is often seen with Tony. His schedule is centered around events at the Heartbeats Bar. Kotaro Samiya, an extra character in the residential area, is a 5th grade elementary school student who loves baseball. His father is often away for work, and he is said to resemble his mother. His schedule includes going to the arcade and the department store. Natsuko Samiya, a familiar face in the neighborhood in Sakuragaoka, is a kind older woman who is known as Pretty Auntie. She works for a construction company and is described as a reliable person who is consulted about neighborhood matters. Her schedule includes going to the post office and shopping. Tsuyoshi Seno, a battle extra character in New Yokosuka Harbor, is a former factory worker who quit his job and got into gambling, accumulating debt. He is now associated with Mad Angels. He is described as a typical grunt-type enemy in battles. Battle tips suggest using running tackles and 1-2 straight combos. Finally, we have Kentaro Sekisaka, another battle extra character in New Yokosuka Harbor, described as a leader-like figure within the Mad Angels. He is older than he looks and relies on weapons in fights. Battle tips advise using various punches and counterattacks. Title translation. Character introduction, character profiles, text translation. Takeshi Yoda, Yoda Takeshi Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. 168 centimeters, 58 kilograms, male, September 10th birth date, 38 years old, Virgo, B blood type. A friendly middle-aged man who runs a lodging house. Lately he's not thinking about managing the lodging and he often goes out. His wife came up with the idea and he somehow went along with it. The idea was to serve fish caught in New Yokosuka Harbor as ingredients. It was a bold plan. Shozo Sugai, Sugai Shozo forklift driver, New Yokosuka Harbor. 168 centimeters, 72 kilograms, male, May 22nd birth date, 45 years old, Gemini, O blood type. An Alpha trading employee and veteran forklift driver with the longest tenure. He has a sharp tongue but his heart is kind, and he also has an unexpectedly timid side. He is a heavy drinker, and after work he often straightens up at the bar. He likes to gamble, and on his days off he always asks his acquaintances to buy him horse racing tickets. Hiroshi Sugiyama, Sugiyama Hiroshi forklift driver, New Yokosuka Harbor. 169 centimeters, 80 kilograms, male, August 21st birth date, 40 years old, Leo, B blood type, an Alpha trading employee and forklift driver. A veteran forklift operator who has worked all over the country unloading cargo. His hobby is night fishing. He enjoys fishing during his breaks from work and on his days off. He is not very sociable due to his work being irregular hours. Izumi Sanaga, Sanaga Izumi, office clerk, New Yokosuka Harbor. 163 centimeters, 45 kilograms, female, July 18th birth date, 21 years old, Cancer, B blood type. An Alpha trading female office clerk. She has a cheerful and easygoing personality and is popular among male employees in the harbor. She gets along well with her colleague Yamate Mari, and they often chat during break time. She was in the tennis club with her colleague Michiko Doki in high school, and they are often seen together. Smith Bradley Sailor, Dobuita Shopping Arcade. 192 centimeters, 105 kilograms, male, March 18th birth date, 27 years old, Pisces, AB blood type. A sailor from Colorado, Tony's partner. They have been together for over 5 years. He was originally in the Marines, but after an incident where he beat up his superior officer for rude behavior and was discharged, he became a sailor. He can't beat Tony when it comes to arguing, but he is a heavy drinker and always drinks scotch. Kotaro Samiya, Samiya Kotaro, extra, residential area. 146 centimeters, 42 kilograms, male, April 15th birth date, 11 years old, Aries, B blood type. A 5th grade elementary school student who loves baseball. He plays catchball with his father who only comes home once a month for work, and his mother is always saying, study, study, and is nagging. Also, he is often told by people that he is just like his mother. Natsuko Samiya, Samiya Natsuko, familiar face in the neighborhood, Sakuragoka. 152 centimeters, 52 kilograms, female, December 19th birth date, 39 years old, Sagittarius, O blood type. A kind, pretty auntie that Ryo Hazuki dreams of. She has been working at a construction company for nearly 10 years and is relied upon as madam in the neighborhood. She is consulted by those around her about matters, and at 30 years old, she married a construction elite bureaucrat, Samiya Mikio, and they have a daughter, Natsumi. Tsuyoshi Seno, Seno Tsuyoshi, battle specialist, extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. 179 centimeters, 65 kilograms, male, February 25th birth date, 23 years old, Pisces, a blood type. Originally a lathe worker at a factory, but he hated monotonous work and quit. For a while he lived a gambling life, but he ended up accumulating a lot of debt. Unable to live a decent social life anymore, he threw himself into the world of Mad Angels, appears in 70-man battles and often comes to attack from behind 8 people ahead. Battle style is grunt type, refer to P.89, so it's not a difficult opponent to fight. Countermeasures. Run while being aware of the surroundings. Running tackle 1-2 straight and 3-strike combos are effective for counterattacks. Using the Y button is also effective. Kantaro Sekisaka Kantaro Battle Specialist Extra, New Yokosuka Harbor. 177 centimeters, 65 kilograms, male, July 8 birth date, 28 years old, Cancer, O blood type. A member of the Mad Angels. He looks younger than he is, but he is actually 28 years old. He has a tough physique. He carries around an all-purpose baton, and he seems to be the closest to being the leader among the recent recruits. Rather than brute strength, he is a weapon-oriented type, appears in 70-man battles, and often comes to attack from behind 10 people ahead. Battle style is type 3 feet, refer to p.89. So what comes out is mostly punches, countermeasures. For various punches you can easily win by using shoulder barges with the B button. Be careful of his continuous punches. This page showcases a guide to various characters and locations within Dobuita Shopping Street and other areas. We see profiles of different individuals, including their names, occupations, heights, weights, birth dates, and blood types, along with descriptions of their roles and daily routines in the game. Timetables illustrate their movements throughout the day at different locations. The first character is Atsuko Sekin, a shop assistant at a travel agency. She used to be a model and is now working in an office. Her schedule shows her at the Asia Travel Agency shop during the day until closing time. Next is Takeshi Sara, described as Jimmy Yan's henchman in Dobuita Shopping Street. He is involved with Tony and a group of foreign sailors, and is known to be a cunning man. His schedule shows him wandering around Dobuita Shopping Street from evening until late at night. Kyoko Takai is an extra character, a high school student who works part-time in a commercial area of Yokohama. She likes flowers and often visits the flower shop Smiley in Dobuita. Her schedule indicates she is in Dobuita Shopping Street during the afternoon. Tsukasa Takagi is a worker at the new Yokosuka Harbor. He works at the limited Amihama warehouse and is considered a valuable asset at his company. His schedule shows him working at the warehouse in the harbor throughout the day until late evening. Tsuyoshi Takashima is described as a drunkard in Dobuita Shopping Street. He used to be a movie actor and is now playing minor roles. His schedule shows him in Dobuita Shopping Street from the evening until late at night, going to a bar. Takashi Takashiro is the owner of a tattoo shop in Dobuita. He was influenced by movies in junior high school and became a disciple of Onaik Hori. His schedule shows his tattoo shop opening in the afternoon and staying open until late at night. Kaoru Takahashi is an extra character, an 11-year-old fifth grader living in a residential area. Her hobby is collecting old coins, and she practices karate and Shaolin Kenpo. Her schedule shows her going to the arcade and movie theater in the evening. Yoshikazu Takahashi is also an extra character in Dobuita Shopping Street. He wears a suit and is currently unemployed due to his company's recent bankruptcy. His schedule shows him wandering around Dobuita Shopping Street during the day and going home in the evening. Kazuyuki Tagawa is a truck driver at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is a long-distance driver who travels all over Japan. He owns his truck and recently got scolded by his wife for spending money on car accessories. His schedule shows him working at the harbor during the day until late evening. The title at the top left says, Character Encyclopedia, People of Yokosuka. The title at the top center left says, Travel Agency Shop Assistant. Below that is Travel Agency, Asia Travel Agency. The title at the top right says, Jimmy Yan's Henchman Dobuita Shopping Street. The title for the third character down on the left says, Extra. The title for the fourth character down on the left says, Worker. The title for the fifth character down on the left says, Drunkard. The title for the sixth character down on the left says, Tattoo Shop Owner Tattoo Shop. The title for the seventh character down on the left says, Extra. The title for the eighth character down on the left says, Extra. The title for the ninth character down on the left says, Truck Driver. The text under Atsuko Sekin's profile states she is 160 centimeters tall and 45 kilograms. Her birthday is October 18th. She is 27 years old and her zodiac sign is Libra, blood type B. It mentions she is a shop assistant at Asia Travel Agency. She aimed to be a model but gave up due to men. Her body and soul became tattered, and 5 years ago she experienced a lateral harassment incident. 1 year later, she applied for a job as a shop assistant at Asia Travel Agency and is now busy with office work. The text U. Gender Takeshi Sara's profile states he is 172 centimeters tall and 69 kilograms. His birthday is July 11th. He is 33-year-old. His zodiac sign is Cancer and blood type AB. He is described as Jimmy Yan's henchman. He is the leader of a group of foreign sailors centered around Tony. He is fluent in English and is involved in shady dealings. He is also being watched by the police, and he is a shrewd man who will not easily show his tail. The text under Kyoko Takai's profile states she is 155 centimeters tall and 47 kilograms. Her birthday is May 15th. She is 17 years old. Her zodiac sign is Taurus and blood type AB. She is described as a regular part-time high school student in Yokohama's commercial district. She spends her holidays in Dobuita and often visits her favorite flower shop, Smiley. She is described as sociable like Kusano and has a cold reaction to pushy men. The text under Tsukasa Takagi's profile states he is 178 centimeters tall and 77 kilograms. His birthday is July 1st. He is 24 years old. His zodiac sign is Cancer and blood type O. He works at Limited Amihama Warehouse in Yokosuka Harbor. Within the company, he is treated as a valuable candidate for a managerial position. He is a practical person who values on-site experience, and he is good at negotiation and coordination, but he can sometimes be annoying to people with rigid thinking. The text under Tsuyoshi Takashima's profile states he is 159 centimeters tall and 66 kilograms. His birthday is November 4th. He is 56 years old. His zodiac sign is Scorpio and blood type B. In his youth, he aimed to be a movie actor, but now he plays minor roles in stage plays. However, he is proud of his acting and performs with younger actors. He plays the role of a grumpy old man who complains a lot. He boasts that his acting is the best among the minor roles. The text under Takashi Takashiro's profile states he is 180 centimeters tall and 69 kilograms. His birthday is April 17th. He is 29 years old. His zodiac sign is Aries and blood type AB. He was born in Hiroshima. In junior high school, he was influenced by movies and became a disciple of Onaik Hori, a master tattoo artist. However, he became tired of the difference in thinking and communal living and ran away at the age of 17. After that, he mastered tattooing techniques and opened a shop in Yokohama. The text under Kaoru Takahashi's profile states she is 148 centimeters tall and 40 kilograms. Her birthday is March 16th. She is 11 years old. Her zodiac sign is Pisces and blood type B. She is a 5th grade elementary school student. Her hobby is collecting old coins, which she hears is good for her fortune. Actually, she is attending karate and Shaolin Kenpo classes. She used to participate in ballet school as well, but recently, her hand and foot movements became too martial arts-like, so she quit. The text under Yoshikazu Takahashi's profile states he is 175 centimeters tall and 72 kilograms. His birthday is September 8th. He is 42 years old. His zodiac sign is Virgo and blood type O. He wears a suit, but is currently unemployed because his company went bankrupt recently. He has a wife and children, but he cannot say anything assertive at home. Therefore, now that he is unemployed, he leaves the house at a set time and wanders around Dobuita to kill time. The text under Kazuyuki Tagawa's profile states he is 171 centimeters tall and 70 kilograms. His birthday is July 28th. He is 24 years old. His zodiac sign is Leo and blood type O. He is from the north in Hokkaido and the south in Kyushu, a long-distance home delivery truck driver who goes all over Japan. He owns a truck for work and a separate car for personal use. Recently, he was scolded by his wife for buying too many car accessories and selling off his wife's 10% share of savings, so he is grumbling a bit. This page depicts character profiles from the game, showcasing various individuals and their daily routines in different locations. First, we have Toshito Takai, a battle-exclusive extra working in New Yokosuka Harbor. He's 183 centimeters tall, weighs 75 kilograms, and is 22 years old. He's described as a member of the Mad Angels, originally from Yokosuka, and a former dock worker. He seems to have gotten into trouble, taking bribes, and is now treated as a reserve member. In 70-person battles, he's often found among the first 10 enemies. His fighting style is Type 1, and he's not particularly tough to beat. A good strategy against him is to keep running away and then counter with a lariat, or use 1-2 straight punches followed by a throw. Y-button attacks are also effective. His schedule involves being at the construction site at 8 a.m., then the site and a break at noon, and finally finishing work at 3 p.m. Next is Manabu Takamoto, a house renovator residing in Sakuragaoka. He is 165 centimeters tall, weighs 67 kilograms, and is 36 years old. He is a modern architect and usually works on architectural designs. He is described as being unable to refuse requests from his old high school friend, and is now involved in a big project in Sakuragaoka. He is currently single and works tirelessly. His schedule includes being at the construction site at 8 a.m., then the site and lunch at Ichishou at noon, followed by more work at the site until 5 p.m., then heading home. Then we have Hiroaki Takeuchi, a part-timer at a bathhouse, living in Izumi. He is 171 centimeters tall, weighs 83 kilograms, and is 38 years old. He's described as a 38-year-old with a wife and children. He used to work for a trading company, but when it went bankrupt, he started part-time work as a forklift operator at Alpha Trading. Initially, he struggled with the unfamiliar job, but he seems to have made friends at work and is now enjoying it. He is said to be cheerful and good-natured. His schedule includes starting work at 8 a.m., then working and taking a break at noon, resuming work, and finishing at 6 p.m. He is available during the hours he works at the bathhouse, but otherwise he is not seen. Following is Eri Tajima, an acquaintance from Izumi. She is 157 centimeters tall, weighs 45 kilograms, and is 18 years old. She is a childhood friend of Nozomi Harasaki and Noriko Nakamura. She is called Arapi, and is described as having pure eyes full of hope. She is impressed by Ryo's deep thoughts and continues to support his quest. While she might seem like a selfish daughter, she is actually lonely and has many unexpected sides to her personality. Her schedule includes going to school by bus at 8:30 a.m., arriving at school at 9:10 a.m., and then at 1:10 p.m. She goes to meet Nozomi and Noriko at the bus stop. Then they go to Tom's Hot Dogs, then to the flower shop Anita, then home at 5:55 p.m. Next we have Hideki Tajima, an extra living in a residential area. He is 143 centimeters tall, weighs 42 kilograms, and is 10 years old. He is Eri Tajima's younger brother, but unlike his sister, he is mischievous and disliked. He often teaches Ryo about shortcuts but always runs away halfway. He often teases people and makes them cry, making him a troublesome child. His dream is to become prime minister. His schedule involves going to the arcade at 8:30 a.m., then to the arcade and Aoba Park until 5 p.m., and then going home. Yoshihiko Tashiro is a worker from Warehouse District No. 2 and No. 3. He is 185 centimeters tall, weighs 115 kilograms, and is 23 years old. He works at Limited Amihama Yokosuka Warehouse. He is described as slow at work, so his surroundings evaluate him poorly. He used to do judo in high school, making him quite strong, but he has gained weight due to lack of exercise since starting work. His schedule includes going to Warehouse No. 7 at 8:30 a.m., then being at Warehouse No. 7 until noon for a break, then back to Warehouse No. 7, and finally heading home at 5:30 p.m. Shunsuke Tada is a battle-exclusive extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 181 centimeters tall, weighs 75 kilograms, and he is 20 years old. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is seen as eerie by those around him due to his dark eyes and shaved head. He's knowledgeable about chemicals, fire, and automatic weapons. He often makes cryptic remarks and has few friends. In 70-person battles, he often appears around the 12th person. His fighting style is Type 4, making him a standard opponent to defeat. A good strategy is to use throwing techniques. Furthermore, striking techniques are highly effective. For a reliable counterattack, aim for the lower body or use the Y button. His schedule includes being at Warehouse No. 7 at 8:30 a.m., then at Warehouse No. 7 all day until 5 p.m., and then heading to Warehouse No. 7 bus stop. Ryuji Tatsumi is a clerk at the second-hand clothing store Water Dragon in Dobuita. He is 166 centimeters tall, weighs 68 kilograms, and is 26 years old. He is a clerk at the second-hand clothing store Water Dragon. He has a unique fashion sense and is knowledgeable about vintage clothing. He is popular among the people of Dobuita due to his maniacal tastes. He is rumored to be secretly searching for treasures. His schedule includes arriving at the store at 10 a.m., then being at the store until 8 p.m. with a break at Koko Fujioka 101 inches for lunch, and then heading home at 10:10 p.m. Lastly, Ichiro Tano is a battle-exclusive extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 179 centimeters tall, weighs 65 kilograms, and is 20 years old. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is used by Terry and others as a special operations member. Unbeknownst to him, he is being used as a pawn in their conflicts. He is very assertive in times of conflict. His catchphrase is, "For Terry's sake I'll do anything." In 70-person battles, he often appears around the 62nd person. His fighting style is Type 1, so he's not particularly tough to beat. A good strategy is to keep running away and then counter with a lariat or use 1-2 straight punches followed by 3 kicks. If he grabs you, counter with a throw. Y-button attacks are also effective. His schedule includes being at the harbor area at 8:30 a.m., then at the harbor all day until 6 p.m., and then taking the bus home. The bottom of the page mentions "Hope Come Tomorrow" and "Get Angry Gekiken" are being considered as titles, and a phrase "sobbing while protecting Ryo's body" and Shenmue Complete Edition 127. This page depicts character profiles from Shenmue. First is Hiroko Tabashi, an extra character from Dobuita Shopping Street. She is 163 centimeters tall and weighs 58 kilograms. Born on July 16th, she is 25 years old, a Cancer and blood type A. Her profile mentions she is often seen around Dobuita and is a freeter, which is like a part-time worker in modern terms. It says she is always looking for job openings, but hasn't worked anywhere for more than a week. Her basic action pattern shows her walking along the bus route from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Next is Hiroshi Tamura, the owner of the butcher shop Tamura Meat Shop. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. Born on March 15th, he is 38 years old, a Pisces and blood type O. The profile states that Tamura was the same build as he is now when he was 12 years old. He was a tough guy in his high school days, known for his strength. It also mentions he became gentler after becoming a father, and is now considered well-rounded. He is currently married. His basic action pattern shows him at the shop after opening at 7 a.m. until closing at 6:30 p.m. Then we have Tomoaki Tange, a battle-exclusive extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 181 centimeters tall and weighs 75 kilograms. Born on August 31st, he is 17 years old, a Virgo, and blood type A. He is described as a member of the Mad Angels gang with a confrontational personality who attacks the weak as a group. He is said to be boastful but actually weak and will run away or surrender if he thinks his opponent is strong. His event information describes him as a memorable character who appears in the 70-man battle early in the game. His fighting style is Type 1, and it is mentioned that you will often struggle against him initially. The strategy is to keep running and throw him when he gets close, and that 1-2 straight punches and throws are effective. Using the Y button is also effective. Following is Hirotaka Chiba, a security guard from the old warehouse district. He is 162 centimeters tall and weighs 65 kilograms. Born on May 7th, he is 42 years old, a Taurus and blood type AB. He is described as a security guard in the old warehouse district who is taciturn and unsociable, making him unpopular among his colleagues. He is a big bookworm and mostly stays at home reading when off duty. He is meticulous and keeps a notebook, carefully checking the quantity and condition of cargo. He is also skilled in karate, holding a 2 degree black belt. His basic action pattern shows him patrolling Warehouse Area 4 from 8:30 a.m. to 8:50 p.m., repeating the patrol until 11:50 p.m. Next is Charlie Grant, a member of the Mad Angels gang from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 172 centimeters tall and weighs 63 kilograms. Born on July 29th, he is 44 years old, a Leo, and blood type O. He is described as one of the leaders of the Mad Angels gang. He loves his Harley motorcycle and often leads the gang on night rides. He is prone to violence when drunk and frequently starts fights and sets fires in the harbor area. He is known to steal from security guards' bags. He is impulsive and prone to conspicuous behavior, rarely lowering his head to apologize. His event information mentions that he appears in a QTE event during the initial encounter, and he plays a role in the free battles and child rescuing events. He acts as a leader figure, and is portrayed as a strong character who is somewhat pitiable. It mentions that you might think, can't be helped. He is Charlie Grant, after defeating him. Then we have Chai, a mysterious man of the Kaiju men from an event location. He is 160 centimeters tall and weighs 55 kilograms. His birthday, age, and blood type are listed as question marks and AB type. He is described as a member of the Kaiju men, who is always with Lan-D and initiates actions after Lan-D gives instructions every month. He is a master of unique humanly impossible techniques due to his special physique. He is described as insidious and serpent-like in his schemes, and will use any means to achieve his goals. His event information asks, why on the roof, and mentions tickets, mountain trails, cranes, and being carried. It describes his strange behavior and that he appears in the view mode after the encounter with Guizhong Chen, in Chai Battle in the Game Center, VS Battles in the Harbor, and is the last boss of Chapter 1. Following is Guizhong Chen, the son of Master Chen from the old warehouse number 8. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on February 10th, he is 30 years old, an Aquarius and blood type A. He is described as the son of Yaoan Chen, who learns business management from his father and also serves as a bodyguard. Born in Yokohama, he underwent strict training from a young age under his father's guidance, cultivating a cool and calm demeanor. He has a strong familial bond. His basic action pattern shows him near warehouse number 8, from 8:30 a.m. to 8:59 p.m. Next is Yaoan Chen, a mysterious man running a trading company from the old warehouse number 8. He is 160 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on October 10th, he is 60 years old, a Libra and blood type A. He is described as a powerful figure in the Chinese community who runs a trading business. He has a broad network of contacts worldwide. He is said to be gentle on the surface but unwavering and strict when necessary. He raises his son Guizhong as his successor. His event information says that he is involved in events that occur in Old Warehouse number 8 right before the ending. Events inside Old Warehouse number 8 happen when you first enter the warehouse, Disc 2, when you investigate the Phoenix Mirror, Disc 2, and when you are looking for clues about the Dragon Mirror, Disc 3. Lastly, we have Satoru Tsukagoshi, a forklift driver from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms. Born on December 25th, he is 38 years old, a Capricorn, and blood type B. He is described as a forklift operator working for Yamaki Corporation Yangming. He is not good at socializing and tends to buy vending machine coffee. He prefers to be alone and finds group work stressful. He has a habit of muttering to himself while operating the forklift and is cautioned by other veterans at the Terran worker station. His basic action pattern shows him near warehouse number 9 from 8:55 a.m. to 9:25 a.m. and waiting at the forklift loading area until 4:30 p.m. This page introduces several characters from the game Shenmue, providing details about their roles, personalities, and daily schedules. It gives us a glimpse into the daily life around Yokosuka, New Yokosuka Harbor, and Dobuita Street. First, we have Naomichi Tsukamoto, a battle special extra and event-specific character. He is described as a Yankee-type student who enjoys playing around and skipping school. He seems to get into trouble, often fighting with his classmate Maruyama. Despite his tough appearance, he has a naive side and worries about his future. Next is Yuichi Sukue, also a battle special extra but located in New Yokosuka Harbor. He's a member of the Mad Angels gang and appears to be in trouble due to a violent incident. He is described as living in the harbor to avoid his mother's nagging at home. In battle, he is said to be a 70-man battle type and is the 5th opponent you will encounter. His fighting style is described as typical Yankee brawling, and he is vulnerable to throws. Then we meet Kuchi Suda, a forklift driver working in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is proud of his job and known for his reliability. He's quiet but diligent in his work and deeply trusted by his boss. He is portrayed as a loving family man who enjoys spending his days off with his family in Dobuita. His schedule shows his forklift operations and breaks. Following him is Noriyuki Tsuruoka, the owner of a Sukahan jacket shop called Jupiter's. He is described as having worked in used car sales after high school but quit after 2 years due to disagreements with his boss. He then opened his own Sukahan shop. His schedule shows his shop hours and activities. We are then introduced to Dick Phillip, another battle special extra and event-specific character. He's a foreign sailor who easily gets a red nose when drunk and is known as Red Nose Dick. He's often seen drunk in Dobuita and is described as not being very strong in fights. He's a 12-year veteran sailor and is on the same ship as Harry. Next up is Shuchi Tezuka, a security guard working in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is an older security guard who patrols the harbor. He is described as being friendly and enjoys drinking with fellow elderly guards. He is also said to be strict with younger guards, often lecturing them. His schedule shows his patrol routes around warehouses 7 and 8. Then we have Isao Terashima, another battle special extra in New Yokosuka Harbor, and a member of the Mad Angels. He is described as having tanned skin and bleached hair, using his looks to attract women and money. He seems to frequent arcades when he has free time, but his income is said to be low. He is also a 70-man battle type and is the 39th opponent. His fighting style is described as Type 3, relying mostly on punches, making counterattacks easy. Finally, there is Terry Ryan, the leader of the Mad Angels, also a battle special extra and event-specific character. He is the notorious boss of the Mad Angels with a cold and ruthless personality. He controls the Yokosuka harbor area and is trying to establish a solid financial system. It is mentioned that if you ride a bike and approach him carelessly, you'll be cornered and forced into a direct free battle. Even with QTEs, it's difficult to defeat Terry. He is described as someone who takes things seriously, and it's hard to win against him in a 7-3 split, likely referring to odds or strategy. The page gives us a good overview of some of the colorful characters you will encounter in Shenmue and their daily routines in Yokosuka. Translation of Japanese text, Tsukamoto Naomichi. Battle Special Extra. Event Specific. 170 centimeters. 58 kilograms. Male. June 23 birth. 16-year-old. Cancer sign. Blood type B. Yokosuka Warehouse Group. A Yankee-type student. He enjoys being rebellious and skipping school. Surprisingly, his grades are bad even though he also takes tests. He often gets into fights with his classmate Maruyama and is often seen wandering around Kenka. But, contrary to his appearance, he has a naive side and is currently worried about his future path. Obnoxious Yellow Yankee Grand Slam. Asterisk, Sukue Yuichi. Battle Special Extra. New Yokosuka Harbor. 182 centimeters. 80 kilogram. Male, March 14th birth. 16 years old. Pisces sign. Blood type B. A member of Mad Angels. He is from Yokohama. He caused a violent incident in high school and is currently suspended from school. His family is an average middle-class family, and recently his mother has been nagging him, so he avoids going home and lives in the harbor. Asterisk 70-man battle. He often appears as the 5th opponent. Battle style is Type 1, refer to P.89. So in battle, especially against him, you shouldn't be careless. Asterisk, countermeasure. Running around and throwing punches are effective. A straight punch 1-2 straight of 3 hits will make him flinch in defense. After that, you can follow up with a throw. Also, the Y button is effective. Asterisk Suda Kuchi. Forklift driver. New Yokosuka Harbor. 177 centimeters. 68 kilogram male. May 24th birth, 36 years old. Gemini sign. Blood type A, a popular forklift driver with confidence and pride in his work. He is quiet and steadily does his job. He is trusted by his longtime boss. When he goes home, he becomes a doting my home papa to his wife and daughter, and on holidays he goes out to Dobuita with his family. Tsuruoka Noriyuki, Sukahen jacket shop owner, Jupiter's, 171 centimeters, 66 kilograms, male, April 21st birth, 39 years old, Taurus sign, blood type B. After graduating from high school, he worked for a used car sales company and was doing well in sales, but he couldn't get along with his boss and quit after 2 years. He then searched for a job that he could do on his own and finally opened a Sukahen jacket shop, Jupiter's, Dick Phillip. Battle Special Extra, Event Specific, 185 centimeters, 88 kilograms, male, March 14th birth, 46 years old, Pisces sign, blood type A. When he gets drunk, his nose turns red immediately, hence the nickname Red Nose Dick. He is a foreigner and a sailor. He likes sake, but he is addicted to it. He is often seen drunk and lying on the Dobuita street. He is not very strong in fights. He is a 12-year veteran sailor and is on the same ship as Harry, Tezuka Shuchi. Security guard, New Yokosuka Harbor. 162 centimeters, 63 kilograms, male, March 16th birth, 61 years old, Pisces sign, blood type O, a security guard patrolling the harbor. He is 61 years old and has been a security guard for many years. He patrols the harbor area widely on foot. He is friendly with older colleagues and often goes for a drink with them after work. He is strict with younger guards and often gives them lectures. Terashima Isao. Battle Special Extra. New Yokosuka Harbor, 172 centimeters, 60 kilograms, male, July 27th birth, 20 years old, Leo sign, blood type A, a member of Mad Angels. He uses his tanned skin and bleached hair as weapons to attract women and money. He is always bragging about his fortune. He seems to be spending his free time in arcades, but his income is said to be the lowest among them. Asterisk 70-man battle. He often appears as the 39th opponent. Battle style is Type 3, refer to P.89. Therefore what comes out is almost all punches. Counterattacks are easy *countermeasure. For various punches, use the Y button to parry and then use the B button to throw. That way you can defeat him easily and effectively. However, be careful with 4-hit consecutive punches. Terry Ryan. Mad Angels Leader. Event specific. 185 centimeters. 85 kilograms. Male, March 17th birth. 34 years old. Pisces sign. Blood type AB. The notorious boss of the Mad Angels, but few people know his real name. His personality is cold and merciless. Towards those under his command he is extremely strict. After suppressing the old Yokosuka Harbor Authority, he is currently planning to create a solid financial support system, and is working on it. Event encounter. If you ride a bike and approach him carelessly, you will be cornered to the people underneath. The 70-man battle, and you will be forced into a direct confrontation in free battle. Even in the Terry weapon stealing QTE, Terry will counterattack and take it away. He is a man who takes things seriously, and it seems that you cannot win against him in a 7-3 split. To Takashi. Chinese restaurant owner. Chinese restaurant Ichishou. 165 centimeters. 69 kilograms. Male, March 22nd birth. 50 years old. Aries sign. Blood type B. The owner of the Chinese restaurant Ichishou. He is from Kaohsiung, Taiwan. He came to Japan at the age of 15. In Japan he trained at Baryu Building in Yokohama, Chinatown. At the age of 26 he opened Ichishou in Yokosuka. His wife is from Baryu Building during his training days. This page depicts various characters from Yokosuka. First is Rinka 2, an employee at the Chinese restaurant Mako. She is 160 centimeters tall and weighs 50 kilograms. Born on August 25th, she is 48 years old, a Virgo, and blood type A. She works at the Chinese restaurant Mako in Sakuragaoka, Yokosuka. Born into a family of cooks, her father works at the Yokohama Bairu restaurant. She knows Tukichi Tora, and they seem to get along well. In her youth she was quite a beauty and was known as the Kakalia of Yokosuka. Her basic action pattern at the restaurant includes 7:30 a.m. House Tora Meat Shop, 8:30 a.m. Tora Meat Shop Mako Restaurant, 10 a.m. Restaurant opens, 8 p.m. Restaurant closes, from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Restaurant closes, 10 p.m. Restaurant closes. Next is Masamune Tokuda, a battle-only extra character found in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on January 1st, he is 19 years old, a Capricorn, and blood type A. He has a face that makes him look quite old, earning him the nickname Osan, Old Man. After graduating high school he worked at a port, but quickly quit and became a freeloader at the harbor. He was scouted by the Mad Angels. He is boastful, but his fighting ability is not great, and he tends to run away rather than fight. In 70-person battles, he often appears around the 15th person. His fighting style is Type 1, refer to p.89, so fighting him is not particularly difficult. His weakness is that he gets angry easily and rushes in. Countermeasures include using a straight punch, a 1-2 straight combination, and after taking a hit, he can be countered with a throw. Using the Y button is effective. Then we have Yoshiyuki Tokuchi, another battle-only extra character at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 76 kilograms. Born on February 2nd, he is 20 years old, an Aquarius, and blood type O. He is a member of the Mad Angels, originally from Yokosuka Harbor. After graduating junior high school, he worked for a shipping company, but quit due to his impatient and serious personality. He was scouted by the Mad Angels due to causing trouble at his workplace and office. This became his opportunity to join the Mad Angels. He appears in free battles where you are hoped to be witnessed. Among the Mad Angels members, he is a flashy dresser and stands out. He is a character who seems to be looking for trouble. His catchphrase is "looking for a fight." Following is Masaya Tokumitsu, also a battle-only extra character at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 171 centimeters tall and weighs 76 kilograms. Born on July 29th, he is 16 years old, a Leo, and blood type A. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is short-tempered and has a history of violence, leading to his expulsion from high school. After that, he was involved with biker gangs, but quit, and then was scouted by the Mad Angels. He is good at fighting, and his power-focused attacks are highly regarded even among his peers. In 70-person battles, he often appears around the 30th person. His fighting style is Type 2, refer to p.89, so constant footwork is essential. Pay attention to his foot techniques. Effective countermeasures include spin kick, 2 consecutive spinning roundhouse kicks, and various throwing techniques. Hand techniques are easily telegraphed, so it's easy to counterattack. Next is Genzo Todaka, an extra character found in Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 158 centimeters tall and weighs 49 kilograms. Born on February 25th, he is 77 years old, a Pisces and blood type A. He feels the decline of his physical strength and has retired from being a fisherman for several years. He is originally from the fishing port, and for many years he sailed around the distant Yokosuka harbor. He now spends his days peacefully with his wife, relying on her for support. He often strolls around Dobuita. His basic action pattern at Dobuita includes 8 a.m. Dobuita, 10 a.m. Dobuita, 1 p.m. Dobuita, 3 p.m. Dobuita, 6 p.m. Dobuita, 8 p.m. Dobuita, 10 p.m. Dobuita, 12 p.m. Dobuita, 2 a.m. Dobuita. Then we have Tony Abrams, a sailor. He is 190 centimeters tall and weighs 92 kilograms. Born on November 16th, he is 29 years old, a Scorpio, and blood type B. He is a sailor from San Francisco. He has high pride and always acts condescendingly towards others. He often gets drunk and behaves violently, causing trouble even among his fellow sailors. He is not popular. He is confident in his physical strength and is quick to start fights. Events involving Tony are triggered when you are at the new Yokosuka harbor. Heartbeats, Chestnut, and Sumayer Heights are places where events often occur. Events include bar fights and chasing after him. He often appears at the practice area and gets into fights with Ryo. He is always making mistakes and is truly sexually harassing. Isn't he? No, right? Following is Eiji Tanamura, a battle-only extra character at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 177 centimeters tall and weighs 64 kilograms. Born on March 8th, he is 18 years old, a Pisces and blood type A. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is originally from Yokohama Harbor. He is confident in his fighting ability, but is a seemingly gentle and cutting bad guy. Once he gets angry, his face turns red and he becomes reckless. He is not good at overpowering opponents, so he often relies on weapons like knives. In 70-person battles, he often appears around the second person. His fighting style is Type 3, referred to P.89. So what comes out is mostly hand techniques. Counterattacks are easy. Effective countermeasures include countering various punches with Y-button counters or B-button grabs, which are both simple and effective. Be cautious of his consecutive punches. Next is Tom Johnson, the owner of an American food store at Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. Born on November 23rd, he is 27 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type B. He runs a hot dog stand and is a cheerful American. He is always cheerful and hums while he's at work, moving to the rhythm. The hot dogs he makes to the rhythm of music are truly American style. He is a good friend and understanding person. His basic action pattern at Dobuita includes 8 a.m. Store opens 8:30 p.m. Business hours start at 8:30 a.m. at the port, and after 7:01 p.m. he continues business at Dobuita. At 11:40 p.m. he leaves the Dobuita store by car and returns home. Also, when Ryo borrows a bike from Ito, he is not at the port during the free bike event. Finally, we have Yukito Tominari, a battle-only extra character at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 184 centimeters tall and weighs 77 kilograms. Born on April 21st, he is 17 years old, a Taurus and blood type B. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is accustomed to the Mad Angels' way of doing things, and despite his gentle appearance, he is excessively violent and possesses destructive impulses. He is always looking for an opportunity to unleash his violence. He appears in free battles when Hope is being ridiculed. To make Ryo help the ridiculed, he is portrayed as a seemingly weak enemy. In reality, his strength setting is unclear, but simply being ridiculed by him does not mean that the player will win easily. Thank you for your help. This page details several characters from the game. First is Akira Nagai, the representative of Nagai Enterprises. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 75 kilograms. Born on August 15th, he is 56 years old, a Leo, and blood type O. He is described as a man who relies on a few trusted subordinates. He is based in the Kantoichi circle and keeps a watchful eye on his underlings. He is aware of his own popularity and maintains a simple office. He is known to be fond of old men and often buys hot dogs for Tom, seemingly engaging in conversation with him about work. His basic action pattern is centered around his Yakuza office, which he closes at 5 p.m. Next is Tetsuya Nagashima, a delinquent high school student from Dobuita. He is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 56 kilograms. Born on November 12th, he is 18 years old, a Scorpio, and blood type O. He is described as a typical bad student from Yokosuka High. He puts on a tough front but is actually timid and weak in fights. He is always anxious about being seen as weak, so he hangs around Dobuita, acting tough with other OBs from his high school, trying to show off every day. His basic action pattern includes going to the bus stop in front of Yamashita Road, then loitering around the Dobuita arcade, then going to the Sakuragaoka neighborhood stairs, before finally heading home around 4:30 a.m. On holidays, he loiters around the bus stop until 4 p.m., then goes to the garbage collection area near Wakaba Apartments until 11:55 p.m., and then disappears from the bus stop area. Then we have Satoshi Nagata, a leader of the Mad Angels, exclusively for events. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. Born on April 24th, he is 28 years old, a Taurus, and blood type A. He is one of the leaders of the Mad Angels. He is deeply trusted by Terry. His personality is described as very temperamental, and he will be rude to anyone he dislikes. He is quick to resort to violence. He is ruthless to win and will use weapons if necessary. He is described as the 41st person in the 70-person battle, a mid-boss level character. He appears while swinging a corner timber. His fighting style involves powerful throws and tackles. The suggested counterattack method is to use throws and button Y for counterattacks. When distanced, running attacks are effective. Following is Noboru Nakatani, a worker in warehouse number 3. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 67 kilograms. Born on December 9th, he is 35 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type AB. He works at the Amihama warehouse in Yokosuka Port. He graduated from a commercial high school and holds bookkeeping qualifications. He is serious about his work and is good at sucking up to his superiors, which is noticeable to other workers. After work, his pleasure is raising tropical fish. His basic action pattern involves going to warehouse number 4 at 8:30 a.m., then warehouse number 1, then the harbor lounge for lunch at 12:30 p.m., and finally returning to warehouse number 3. After work at 5 p.m. he heads home via bus. Next is Noriko Nakamura, Ryo's childhood friend from Dobuita Shopping Street. She is 161 centimeters tall and weighs 48 kilograms. Born on June 19th, she is 18 years old, a Gemini and blood type O. She is Ryo's childhood friend and a neighbor of the Hazuki family. She is described as cheerful and lively. She has a strong and sometimes annoying personality. She is surprisingly perceptive and notices things that others don't. She is not good at logic and physical education, but she consistently maintains good grades, ranking within the top 3 in her year. Her future dream is to become a childcare worker, a goal she has had since childhood. Her basic action pattern involves going to her own home at 8:40 a.m., then to the tomato convenience store at 10:20 a.m., then to the Hokuhoku rice shop and Ida florist, then to Yamashita Park and the 8 Blessings Chinese restaurant, before returning home via Sakuragaoka at 7:10 p.m. Then we see Kazuomi Narasaki, a fisherman from New Yokosuka Port. He is 189 centimeters tall and weighs 77 kilograms. Born on October 12th. He is 25 years old, a Libra, and blood type B. He is a salesman at the same company as Kojima. His sales techniques are poor, and he often ends up taking on Kojima's sales work. He looks like he is doing well, but his sales performance is consistently poor. Recently, he has been relying on Kojima, and their friendship is starting to blossom. His basic action pattern is centered around fishing points from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Next is Takeo Narumi, a battle-exclusive extra from New Yokosuka Port. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on December 17th, he is 21 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type O. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He has a visually striking style, but that is just for show. His true nature is that of a visual K-band or rock group enthusiast. He is a buyer who deals in illegal drugs. He often appears as the 46th person in the 70-person battle, usually before the main boss. He uses fighting style type 3, which is mainly hand-to-hand combat. Counterattacks are easy. The recommended counterattack strategy is to use button Y for various punches and button B for parries, which are simple and effective. however, be careful of 4-hit combos. Then there is Tomohito Nizato, a worker supervisor from New Warehouse Number 8. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on July 15th, he is 43 years old, a Cancer and blood type A. He is a foreman at Yokosuka Port. He is a typical old-fashioned foreman who starts work early. He is approachable and well-liked, and his trustworthiness is high. He is a reliable figure among the company's upper management, and no one can oppose his strong leadership in the workplace. His basic action pattern involves going to warehouse number 1 at 8:20 a.m., then to the office at 9:35 a.m., then to warehouse number 1 again at 10:20 a.m., then to the canteen for lunch at 12:20 p.m., and finally to warehouse number 1 again at 2:20 p.m. and 4:20 p.m. From 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. he is in the warehouse area checking cargo. After that, he repeats the following actions: Hokuhoku Rice Shop, Office and Home. Finally, Yoshito Nishi, a regular customer at the Slot House, located in Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms. Born on February 16th, he is 26 years old, an Aquarius, and blood type B. He is addicted to slot machines and spends his days at the Slot House. He seems to be aiming for a quick 1,000 yen profit, but he doesn't really expect to win money at the Slot House. His ambition is fading away in the Slot House, and it seems he doesn't have any friends to advise him against it. His basic action pattern involves going to the bus stop at 8 a.m., then entering the Slot House as soon as it opens at 10 a.m. He takes a break from the Slot House around 3:05 p.m., walks around Dobuita Street, and then returns to the Slot House. He leaves the Slot House for good around 8:05 p.m., heading towards the bus stop and going home. This page provides a detailed look at various characters in the game, including their backgrounds, personalities, and daily routines, giving players a deeper understanding of the world and its inhabitants. This page depicts character profiles from Dobuita in Yokosuka. Starting with Ryoko Nishizawa, she is described as the granddaughter of Keizo Oishi from the antique shop, located in Dobuita Shopping Street. She is 9 years old and is a mischievous child, exclusively available in view mode. She is 126 centimeters tall and weighs 33 kilograms. Her birthday is July 14th, making her a Cancer, and her blood type is A. Ryoko is described as polite for her age, using polite speech. She loves reading, and is often seen reading in the shop. Her action pattern shows she is at the antique shop Culture Hall from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., moving through various locations such as Hirata Drugs, Honmachi Shop, Abe's Store, Shrine, 8 Blessings Fortune Telling, and Mary's Burgers, before returning to the Culture Hall, and then home at 9:50 p.m. 10:10 p.m. She stays at home from 10:10 p.m. onwards. Next is Kaisuke Nishida, a mischievous child available in view mode only. He is 124 centimeters tall and weighs 38 kilograms, born on March 9th, making him a Pisces with blood type A. He is described as a child who threw toy airplanes. He was raised spoiled and doesn't understand politeness. He is a child of a family in Sakuragoka, and plays in Sakuragoka Park and around. He lives in an apartment and his parents are working, so he often eats dinner alone. His event shows him at Sakuragoka Park, where he is the reason for the conflict between Nozomi and Harazaki as he threw toy airplanes. He appears in Disc 1. He is involved in a toy plane battle, loses and cries. And when Nozomi and Harazaki leave, he quickly picks up his toy plane and leaves. Then we have Kiyoshi Nishida, listed as an extra character in Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 167 centimeters tall and weighs 62 kilograms, born on July 8th. Making him a Cancer with blood type O. He is a scout for a model agency. In the industry he is known as Nishi-san of the Hawk, and his name is even used to scare children. It is said that if you talk back, Nishi-san will come. The reason for his nickname Hawk is unknown, and no one in this world knows the real reason. His action pattern shows him taking the bus from 8:45 a.m. to Dobuita, then walking around Dobuita until 5:15 p.m. when he takes the bus to Ehido Taste Hall, before going home at 8:30 p.m. On holidays he is at home until 8:58 a.m., then takes the bus to Dobuita, and at 1 p.m. he takes the bus, gets off and goes to Funny Bear before returning home. Following is Yuji Nito, the Game Center manager of Game Center U. He is 166 centimeters tall and weighs 67 kilograms, born on April 26th, making him a Taurus with blood type O. He is the manager of Game Center U in Yamanos. He opened the Game Center 3 years ago to repay his debts, but he doesn't really like games. He is often seen sighing and complaining about the latest games being imported. Despite his appearance, he is a loving husband, and is satisfied with his quiet life with his wife. His action pattern shows the game center opening at 10 a.m. and closing at 1 a.m. He seems to be called out by Chiyoko, and when he needs to go to the game center, he is seen holding Chiyoko's hand and walking towards the shop counter. Next is Taiki Kimura, a supervisor of workers in New Yokosuka Port. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms, born on February 15th, making him an Aquarius with blood type O. He is described as a cool supervisor of workers in the same workplace as Shinbori. He is good at his job and is trusted by the workers on site. He appears cold but is actually kind. He often talks about his hopes to change jobs to office work after retirement. Recently, he has been going for drinks with Shinbori after work. His action pattern shows him starting work at 8:45 a.m., taking a break at 12 p.m. for lunch and rest, resuming work at 1 p.m., and finishing work at 5:30 p.m. From 8:30 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. he is at warehouse 1217 for cargo check. It mentions that during this time, he can be seen at warehouses 57 and 8. It also describes a route from warehouse 8 to warehouse 5 to warehouse 8 to the starting P. Then Hitoshi Numakubo is Ryo's part-time job friend who works at warehouses 1217. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms, born on March 24th, making him an Aries with blood type A. He is Ryo's part-time job friend. He is studying literature at university and works part-time during the day to live, and writes novels at night. He is described as a literary youth with a gentle demeanor. He is a kind older brother type and seems to be admired by younger workers. His action pattern shows him starting work at 8:45 a.m., taking a break at 12 p.m. for lunch and rest, resuming work at 1 p.m. and finishing work at 4 p.m. It is noted that Numakubo can be seen during Ryo's part-time job hours. Otherwise, he does not appear. Finally, there are 3 cats, Cat Yellow, Cat Black, and Cat White, all listed as extras. Cat Yellow is in New Yokosuka Port. It is 49 centimeters tall and weighs 3 kilograms, estimated to be around 2 years old. Its living area is around the mountains of Yamanos and Sakuragaoka. It used to live with a family in Yamanos but was abandoned when they moved. It meows loudly and is always fighting with black and white cats, often losing. It hides in the shade a lot, so it is rarely seen. Its event shows its living area is the same as the yellow cat, and it leads a similar life. It is often dozing and doesn't stand out much. Usually it is hidden in the grass. Cat Black is in Dobuita Shopping Street. It is 51 centimeters tall and weighs 3 kilograms, estimated to be around 1 year old. It is a stray cat that walks freely around the wide port. It is spoiled by the mother cat and seems to be a child cat from the mountains. It was found in Dobuita and picked up by Tamari from Tomato Mart Port Branch, where she works part-time, and brought it to the store. Its common name is Kuro, Black. Its living area is New Yokosuka Port and Dobuita Shopping Street. It often takes a nap in sunny spots and leads a leisurely life. People find it cute, and it is becoming a mascot of New Yokosuka Port. It doesn't make bold movements and can be easily picked up. It can be lured with cat food. Cat White is in the residential area. It is 53 centimeters tall and weighs 4 kilograms, estimated to be around 3 years old. Its living area is also around the mountains of Yamanos and Sakuragaoka. It is actually a pure white cat covered in fur, but looks slightly blackish. It is said to be spoiled by the mountain shrine cat, and there are rumors that it is a child of the shrine cat, but the truth is unknown. Its living area is the yellow cat's area around the mountains of Yamanos and Sakuragaoka. It fights with the yellow cat and develops a rivalry. It is pure white, but its fur is often dirty, making it appear yellowish and blackish. As a result, it is less noticeable than the yellow cat. Usually it is wandering around roads and gutters. This page depicts character profiles from the game. First is Junichiro Nemoto. He is the owner of the flower shop Smiley. He is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 61 kilograms. Born on May 23, 31 years old, Gemini and blood type AB. He is a self-proclaimed young businessman whose hobbies are savings and interest. While in university, he earned 1 million yen from stock trading and started his own business. He now manages the Smiley Flower Shop in Dobuita and also runs a restaurant in Yokohama. Smiley seems to be chosen as a candidate for the best flower shop in town. His basic action pattern shows his movements throughout the day, starting at 7 a.m. at the shop, then moving to various locations in Dobuita like the Tomato convenience store and Abe store, before returning to the shop and eventually going home after closing at 8 p.m. Next is Kosaku Noda, the battle-dedicated extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 176 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. Born on February 6, 18 years old, Aquarius, and blood type A, he is a member of the Mad Angels. He was known for his fighting prowess even in high school. He is a meathead type who doesn't use weapons but uses any means necessary to defeat his opponent, such as eye gouging and headbutting. His ruthless fighting style makes him feared even among his peers. He appears in 70-man battles and often shows up around the 21st person. His fighting style is based on Thai boxing. A tip for fighting him is to keep running while circling around him, and when he gets cocky and comes close, counter with a rushing punch or a 1-2 straight. Using the Y button for throws can also be effective. His action pattern starts at 7 a.m., and he is often seen around Warehouse No. 1 in New Yokosuka Harbor. Following is Shinichi Noda, the owner of the fish shop Uomaru. He is 168 centimeters tall and 62 kilograms. Born on July 19, 45 years old. Cancer and blood type O. He is a fish shop owner who loves gambling and karaoke. Especially horse racing is his favorite pastime, and he often skips work to indulge in it. He is always looking for a big score. He is divorced. His wife left him 10 years ago, but he seems to be enjoying his gambling life instead. His basic action pattern starts at 3 a.m., going from the bus stop to the market, then to fish shop Uomaru, and finally to the shops at 6 p.m. to call out to customers. He stays at the shop until 9 p.m. and then heads to Karaoke Nana at 9 p.m. before going home at 1 a.m. Then we have Teiko Nomura, Nomura's wife from the residential area. She is 158 centimeters tall and 54 kilograms. Born on October 23, 44 years old. Libra and blood type O. She is a personal taxi driver and Nomura's wife. Even though they are a married couple, they live separately and only meet at home for chores. Their family life is a mess. It seems the reason for their strained relationship is the happiness their only daughter found. She doesn't seem to know the full details of the family situation. Her basic action pattern shows she is at home until 8 a.m., then goes out, returning home around 6 p.m. After 6 p.m., she follows a route through Flower Alley, near the rice paddy, past the Tanamura butcher shop, and then to the Yoshida pharmacy before returning home. The game starts after 11:58 a.m. when she goes from home to the shopping district to stand and talk. At 1 p.m. she returns home, and this is her repeating pattern. Next is Mitsugi Nomura, the taxi driver from the residential area. He is 175 centimeters tall and 70 kilograms. Born on July 9, 45 years old. Cancer and blood type AB. He is a veteran driver with 27 years of experience working for Saito Transportation. He has complex family worries, and his work situation is deteriorating. He often skips lunch, and if he feels sleepy during the day, he pulls over to take a nap. He goes to work grumbling. His wages are also decreasing. The reason for his worries is his only daughter's happiness. His basic action pattern starts at 8 a.m., going from home to Hanmachi, then to the Hanmachi bus stop, and finally to Marie's perfume shop before returning home. From 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., he is driving a taxi, taking breaks at his home. Afterwards, he goes home. On New Year's Day, from 8:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m., he is in front of his house washing his taxi. After that, he moves to his home. Following is Paolo McCoy, a bar customer from Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 182 centimeters tall and 113 kilograms. Born on March 8, 41 years old. Pisces and blood type O. He is one of the foreigners living in Yokosuka. He is a small-scale import-export businessman, but he is associated with the harbor gang, the Mad Angels. He often hangs out at bars, and seems to be a lookout or errand boy, bouncer, for the gang. In free battles and quick-time events in the game, he appears multiple times. In free battles at Pizza Parlor, Salvatore, he is a recurring enemy. He is described as a simple errand boy who can easily be defeated by Ryo, but he might bring backup later. There is a rumor that he might not even be an errand boy at all. Well, no. His action pattern shows he is at Bar Yokosuka from 7 p.m. onwards. He may not appear in the game at certain times. Then we have Koji Hayes, an apprentice at Nagai Industries from Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 180 centimeters tall and 64 kilograms. Born on December 20th, 24 years old. Sagittarius and blood type O. He is an apprentice at Nagai Industries. He is ill-mannered and doesn't know courtesy or etiquette, so Mr. Nagai and Mr. Ito are having a hard time with him. He is positioned as a watchman at the entrance of the office. Currently, Mr. Nagai Industries' son is in charge of educating him, but it doesn't seem to be very effective. His basic action pattern shows he is inside the office from 7 a.m. onwards. During game progression, there are times when he is not in the game. Next is Tuya Hasegawa, an employee at Nagai Industries from Dobuita Shopping Street. He is 183 centimeters tall and 75 kilograms, born on September 10, 42 years old, Virgo, and blood type AB. He is an employee at Nagai Industries and a trusted aide to the owner. In the past, he was a gambler who traveled all over the country. He met Mr. Nagai in Yokosuka by chance and was taken in by Nagai Industries. He is now deeply indebted to Mr. Nagai and repays his kindness through loyalty. He is a bit lacking in persuasive power. His basic action pattern shows he is inside the office from 7 a.m. onwards and the office closes at 11 p.m. Finally, we have Kaisuke Hatanaka, a forklift driver from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 176 centimeters tall and 71 kilograms, born on February 3, 41 years old, Aquarius, and blood type O. He is a forklift driver. He worked for a machinery manufacturing company in the prefecture for about 5 years, before changing jobs to his current position. Currently, he lives with his wife in an apartment in Yokosuka City for 2 people. His wife is pregnant, and he goes to the hospital with his wife every weekend to see the baby's face. He is a loving husband. His basic action pattern shows he is operating a forklift in and out of warehouse number 4 from 8 a.m. onwards, and his work ends at 3 p.m. This page depicts character profiles from the game Shenmue. We see several characters including Hatanaka Yoshihide, a member of the Mad Angels, Hazuki Iwao, who is Ryo's father, Hazuki Ryo as the main character, young Ryo as a child, Hattori Mamoru, the owner of Hattori Sports, Hattori Ryoko, a clerk, Hato the pigeon, Hato Yoshifumi, a bartender, and Hanaoka Yoshiharu, a surveyor technician apprentice. Each character section includes their role, height, weight, birthday, blood type, and a brief description of their personality and role in the game. Some sections also detail specific events or activities related to the characters, as well as their daily schedules. Locations mentioned include Mad Angels Territory, Hazuki Residence, Hattori Sports, New Yokosuka Port, and Heartbeats Bar. Hatanaka Yoshihide, Mad Angels member, 185 centimeters, 107 kilogram, born February 11, 23 years old, Aquarius type O, a member of the Mad Angels. Since his high school days, he has had a bad reputation. He is also involved in petty crime. He was scouted by Oka in town. Once he gets angry, he is uncontrollable, and when he fights, he is thorough and doesn't feel satisfied unless he beats his opponent to a pulp. Hazuki Iwao, Ryo's father, 175 centimeters, 80 kilogram, born May 3, 46 years old, Taurus, type A, Hazuki-style jujutsu master and Ryo's father. He is a man of few words and his motto is substance over style. His hobbies are calligraphy and haiku. He is a natural when it comes to martial arts but is an unassuming and diligent type. Ryo's big goal and target. Hazuki Ryo, protagonist, 176 centimeters, 65 kilogram, born November 29, 18 years old, Sagittarius, type O. He is the protagonist of this game and successor of Hazuki-style jujutsu. He was raised in the Hazuki dojo. His mother died from illness when he was 3 years old. He has been living with his father and live-in housekeeper Fukusan in the Fukuhara family home since then. His personality is stubborn and he hates to lose. He is a noticeable presence around Yokosuka. Hazuki Ryo boyhood. Hazuki Ryo at 7 years old, 130 centimeters, 25 kilogram, born November 29th, 7 years old, Sagittarius, type O. Ryo at the age of 7. He has been learning martial arts in earnest from his father since this year. He is called Igagori Ryachin by the shopkeeper of the Abaya store. He has a precocious way of speaking and often says things that are too grown up for his age. First love also happened around this time, and since then he has become bad at color guessing games. Hattori Mamoru, sports shop, sports goods store, Hattori Sports store owner, 170 centimeters, 60 kilogram, born May 26, 50 years old, Gemini, type AB, the owner of the sports shop Hattori Sports. He is a regular customer of the Hazuki family. He has been close friends with Iwao since they were young. He is a cheerful character and a local busybody who knows everything about the neighborhood. He sometimes acts as a mediator in neighborhood quarrels. Hattori Ryoko, clerk. 162 centimeters, 49 kilograms. Born August 4, 24 years old, Leo, type B. She is a clerk at Hattori Sports, located on Dobuita Street. She works at the warehouse management company in Shenmue Yokosuka Port. She is a local through and through, born and raised in Yokosuka. She is a cheerful and outgoing type and is childhood friends with Imamura Yuki. They get along well and often go out to play even on their days off. Hato, animal. 41 centimeters, unknown. New Yokosuka Port. Pigeons flock to the breakwater of New Yokosuka Port. They are a mixed flock of white and blackish-gray pigeons. They are ordinary pigeons that stand out. Someone is probably giving them food. They are used to people and will not fly away unless you get too close. Among the female office workers, there is said to be someone who gives each pigeon a name and affectionately cares for them. Hato Yoshifumi, bartender. 173 centimeters, 68 kilogram, born July 21, 37 years old, Cancer, type AB, bartender at bar Heartbeats. His past is unknown. He is the man of few words and a calming presence. He has his own sense of bad beauty and judges everything by his own standards. He hates overly serious people, but seems to have a kind of affection for those who are half-baked. Hanaoka Yoshiharu, surveyor technician apprentice, 179 centimeters, 77 kilogram, born April 11, 24 years old, Aries, type B. After graduating from technical college, he joined a surveyor's office and started working as a surveyor technician apprentice. He has acquired the qualifications of a land and house surveyor at school, but is working hard every day as a surveyor's assistant, being told in a stern voice by his senior, Mr. Kiyomizu. He is not in a glamorous job, but he is working hard while saying, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." Event exclusive, * construction site free battle and helping children. * appears in QTE. Charlie and his cronies are quarreling with the kids at the construction site, and Rio intervenes. In reality, Rio is not the type to get angry, but he can't overlook such things. Rio's dog name may have been returned by the reversal. Even now, he still says strong words. The relationship is not bad though, thank you very much. View mode exclusive * opening event, games start immediately after Disc 1 insert. * appears in the opening event, games start immediately after Disc 1 insert. However, he does not appear after that. However, you can see his figure in the recollection scene of that day. All recollection scenes occur in the Hazuki residence, and the content is about the Hazuki family's meal scene at the dining table, the Zelkova tree in front of the dojo, and the Hazuki-style training in the dojo. All * this game's protagonist, player character. Of course, Rio doesn't appear in places like bars. However, you can control him in event-related special situations, excluding 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m., port work time. Bait starts from 7:30 p.m. to 3:30 a.m., and bedtime is around 2:30 a.m. Bedtime is possible at 10 p.m. if you are in your room. Sleep regularly and raise a healthy child. View mode exclusive. * recollection scene from immediately after the game starts. All recollection scenes on Disc 1. * you can only see Igagora head Rio in the recollection scenes. Recollection scenes at mealtimes and under the Zelkova tree are time designated, but the dojo recollection scenes are not time designated. If you fulfill certain conditions, various events will occur. The peaceful figure of Rio can only be seen in the recollection scenes. Basic action pattern * 7:30 store opens right pointing arrow, 8 o'clock store Dobuita Street right pointing arrow, 1750 store military surplus right pointing arrow, 1800 store opens right pointing arrow, 2030 store Wong Barber right pointing arrow, 2100 store Abe store right pointing arrow, 2200 store home, self home. Basic action pattern * 8:30 store Hope store 102 right pointing arrow, 1700 Heartbeats QTE battle event conditions are met until 7:30 p.m. From 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. stand in front of the store, and after 7 p.m. perform actions such as wiping the counter and shaking a shaker alternately. Basic action pattern * 8:30 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 11 o'clock Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 11:30 Port Area Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 12:30 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 13:30 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 14:30 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 15:30 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 16:30 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 1730 Central Square Golden Lotto right pointing arrow, 1830 Eagle Bus Stop right pointing arrow, 1930 Eagle Bus Stop right pointing arrow, 2030 Eagle Bus Stop right pointing arrow, 2130 Eagle Bus Stop right pointing arrow, 2230 Eagle Bus Stop right pointing arrow, 2330 Eagle Bus Stop right pointing arrow, 2400 Eagle Bus Stop. Basic action pattern. * 830 forklift delivery right pointing arrow, 930 forklift delivery, 10 minutes. Right pointing arrow second warehouse right pointing arrow, 940 forklift delivery, 10 minutes. Right pointing arrow third warehouse right pointing arrow, 950 forklift delivery, 10 minutes. Right pointing arrow forklift entry exit area right pointing arrow, 1020 forklift delivery, 30 minutes. Right pointing arrow in order of return to the mouth. Basic action pattern * 1730 after that. Alpha Food Office right pointing arrow port lookout place, 30 minutes. Right pointing arrow forklift entry exit area right pointing arrow Yangming Commerce Office, 30 minutes. Right pointing arrow forklift entry exit area, 20 minutes. Right pointing arrow forklift delivery in order of return to the mouth. Basic action pattern * 2050 forklift entry exit area bus stop. This page depicts a character guide from the Shenmue game, showcasing various individuals one might encounter in Yokosuka. First, we have Takashi Hanazawa, a 54-year-old forklift driver working at the new Yokosuka harbor. He's described as a somewhat grumpy individual, disliked by his colleagues for his attitude and tendency to push work onto others. He seems to cause trouble for those around him, leaving a negative impression. His schedule shows him working at the harbor from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. with breaks at 12 p.m. and 3:30 p.m. Next is Honey Jackson, Tom's girlfriend, who works at Dobuita Street Shopping Arcade. She is 23 years old and described as cheerful and lively. She speaks Japanese better than Tom, who she taught. She's capable of reading and writing to some extent, originating from Connecticut, and a high school graduate who came to Japan for work. She is said to be a bright personality, who supports Tom. Her schedule indicates she is at Dobuita from 8 a.m. until 8:40 p.m. when she takes a bus home. It is noted that she may not appear at times, and that she will appear at the 8:30 port of Yokosuka Point and between 7 p.m. and 11:40 p.m. at the store. Then we see Tadashi Hama, a 25-year-old member of the Mad Angels gang, exclusively for events. He's part of the cool gang members under Okuyasu. He is depicted as stylish, with dyed hair and sunglasses. He is said to be impulsive and prone to violence, often using cigarettes and his companions to solve problems. He is described as someone you wouldn't want to get involved with. His schedule indicates he appears during free battles and helping children at construction sites. He's involved in quick time events, and is easily angered. He is said to be always with his Mad Angels companions, and described as a pain to deal with. Following is Kyoko Hayashi, a 29-year-old hostess at Snack Linda. Her real name is Hayashi Kyoko. She is portrayed as a well-bred woman who was raised as a lady. She is said to be concerned about the social differences between herself and her parents, who are strict. She ran away from home and became a hostess. She is now in a relationship with the bar's manager, and they are keeping it secret. Her schedule shows her at the Snack Linda, from 8 p.m. until around 5 a.m. the next day. Next, we have In Hayata, a 64-year-old helper at the Getsuyaku residence. She is described as quiet and diligent, with an old-fashioned charm. She is gentle but strong-willed, disliking idleness. She is particularly good at Japanese cuisine and has been working at the Getsuyaku residence for 15 years, becoming an indispensable presence with her kind and warm gaze. Her schedule shows her at the Getsuyaku residence from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. It is noted that during events to search for the Phoenix Mirror in the basement, she will be in the basement from 8 p.m. to 11:59 p.m. Then there is Nozomi Harasaki, an 18-year-old, who is described as a classmate from junior high school days, and works at the flower shop Ida. She is depicted as a bright and cheerful girl. Her parents work in Vancouver, and she lives with her grandmother in Yokosuka. She is said to have quickly adapted to the environment when she transferred schools in junior high. She has been in love with Ryo ever since and is waiting for the day she can confess her feelings. Her schedule indicates she is at the flower shop Ida, from 8:30 a.m. to 6:55 p.m. It is noted that she may not be at the store at times, and may be at the store from 7 p.m. to 10:55 p.m. Harry Thompson is introduced as a battle-dedicated extra, for events. He is 31 years old and described as a leader among foreign sailors. He is a former Marine, skilled in street fighting. He is said to have a record of 98 consecutive wins in Texas. He is described as not giving up once he gets serious, and is called Crazy Harry by his peers. His event description mentions a heart-thumping event where Ryo bumps into him and gets dragged into a fight with sailors. He is portrayed as tough with punch rush and elbow drop techniques. It's mentioned that it's impossible to win against him, and to simply endure his attacks, implying a challenging fight. Ju Higuchi is introduced as an extra, 19 years old and working at New Yokosuka Harbor. He is described as a freshman boxer from the University Boxing Club, a year away from his debut. His boxing style is said to be orthodox, but his spirit is weak. He is currently focused on dieting for an upcoming rookie tournament. His schedule indicates he is at the New Yokosuka Harbor area from 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., going between bus stops, parking lots, and Tomato Square. Finally, Hidetoki Himuro, a Mad Angels member, also event dedicated. He is 25 years old and described as a Mad Angels executive candidate who was demoted due to a past incident where he assaulted a police officer at the scene. Currently, he is at the lowest rank, similar to ordinary soldiers, aiming for a comeback. He is said to be old friends with Sho, and they often quarrel but are still close companions. His event description is about a 70-person battle where he often appears as the fourth opponent. His fighting style is described as Thai style, so it's advised to fight defensively. He is known for rushing in while yelling and using running punches, straight punches, and 12 straight combinations. It is mentioned that throwing techniques are effective against him, and the Y button is useful. This page depicts a guide to several characters you'll encounter in Dobuita in Shenmue. First, we have Takeshi Hirai, who is a bartender at Bar MJQ. He is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 63 kilograms. Born on November 27th, he is 32 years old, a Sagittarius, and has blood type B. He used to be a bartender at a first-class hotel in Yokohama, but quit due to the manager being a pain. He returned to Dobuita, his hometown, and opened his own bar, Bar MJQ, where he can do things his way. He enjoys listening to jazz and is always looking for someone to talk to. His schedule shows he opens his bar at 8 p.m., is inside MJQ bar at 9 p.m., and closes at 4 a.m. Next is Haru Hirata, the owner of the tobacco shop Hirata Tobacco Shop. She is 152 centimeters tall and weighs 42 kilograms. Born on August 1st, she is 73 years old, a Leo, and has blood type A. She is an old woman who runs the Hirata Tobacco Shop in Dobuita. Known for being talkative, she is a believer in hachiya and fish kichi. She watches over the neighborhood children like her own grandchildren. Thanks to these two, she is still able to keep her head up even now. In her younger days, she was quite beautiful and was called Dobuita Kamachi. Her schedule indicates she opens her shop at 7 a.m., cleans the shop front at 8:30 a.m., is at the shop counter at 9 a.m., inside the shop at 10 a.m., and closes at 10:30 p.m. before going home at 10:40 p.m. Then we have Suguru Hirano, who is listed as an extra and works at the Dobuita Shopping Arcade. He is 170 centimeters tall and weighs 66 kilograms. Born on January 22nd, he is 40 years old, an Aquarius, and has blood type A. He has been divorced for 10 years. His ex-wife Manako is his most adored daughter, and he spoils her as much as possible. He is always thinking about his daughter even while working diligently at his job. However, since his divorce 10 years ago, his luck with women has been terrible, and he is desperately seeking remarriage but hasn't found anyone yet. His schedule shows he arrives at Dobuita Shopping Arcade at 6:58 a.m., is at the clothing store Ebasuya at 9:55 a.m., at the bus stop at 10:55 a.m., at the sushi restaurant Sushi Taro at 11 a.m., at the bus stop again at 11:30 a.m., and then at the sushi restaurant Sushi Taro at 12 p.m., and back home at 6:30 p.m. On holidays, he takes actions such as 8:30 a.m. home Hattori Sporting Goods 15 minutes, greater than sushi restaurant 20 minutes, greater than home. Following Suguru, we meet Manako Hirano, who works at Tomatito Mart as a store clerk. She is 163 centimeters tall and weighs 47 kilograms. Born on April 16th, she is 20-year-old, an Aries, and has blood type B. She is a college student who fills her head with overseas travel and brand-name goods. She has a cheerful personality and is always eager to try new things. She believes that having a cute face is the best weapon in life and is actually quite cunning. Her current biggest priority is finding a boyfriend. Her schedule starts with work at 8:30 a.m., then she is at work at 9:30 a.m., has a break at 10:59 a.m., back at work at 1:59 p.m., has another break at 3:59 p.m., and finishes work at 11:59 p.m. On holidays, her schedule is 8:30 a.m. home World Travel Agency in front of the station, 9:30 a.m. bus stop, 1:50 p.m. bus stop, 2:30 p.m. flower shop Smiley for 10 minutes for flower browsing, then World Travel Agency, Asia Travel Agency, Honda Drugs, Kyo Pharmacy, Hokuhoku Bento, and then home. Next is Yuji Hirano, a junior at Kohoku High School. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 64 kilograms. Born on April 23rd, he is 16 years old, a Taurus and has blood type B. He lives in Sakuragaoka, and is the younger brother of Minako Hirano. He is always being spoiled by his older sister. He is a typical boy who loves games and manga. He is usually calm at home, but he is a bit of an airhead when it comes to girls, and he doesn't have much expectation for romantic encounters. He secretly consults with his classmate girls about Ryo's situation, but he is tight-lipped about it. His schedule shows he leaves home at 8:35 a.m. arrives at Sakuragaoka Park at 8:37 a.m., sits on a bench in the park at 8:37 a.m., and goes home at 7 p.m. His actions are described as game start directly after 8:37 a.m. Sakuragaoka Park bench, 6:30 p.m. home. It also mentions that, also, only on New Year's Day, 8:30 a.m. Sakuragaoka Park, 9 p.m. home. Then we have Toshimichi Fukui, a worker from the 12th 20th warehouse area. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms. Born on July 18th, he is 27 years old, a Cancer, and has blood type A. He is a foreman worker, and among his colleagues he is called Aladdin's Genie. He is a reliable older brother figure. He was born in Aomori and grew up as the eldest of 5 siblings. He is good at taking care of people, and he is good at handling troublesome matters. He is a bit stubborn and prone to getting angry, which is a weakness. His schedule starts at 8:30 a.m. at Warehouse Area 17, then Warehouse Area 16 front at 9 a.m., Warehouse Area 15 front at 10 a.m., Warehouse Area 12 front at 11 a.m., Warehouse Area 15 front again at 12 p.m., Warehouse Area 16 front again at 1 p.m., Warehouse Area 17 front again at 2 p.m., Warehouse Area 16 side at 2:30 p.m. for a meeting, Warehouse Area 17 again at 3 p.m., and finally Warehouse Area 16 front again at 4 p.m. before going home. His actions are described as, after 4 p.m. Warehouse Area 16 front greater than Warehouse Area 17 front greater than Zon Bridge, forklift loading dock route patrol, then bus commute home. Next is Masayuki Fukuhara, a disciple of the Gekuzan Dojo and a live-in apprentice. He is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. Born on August 6th, he is 26 years old, a Leo, and has blood type O. He has been living in the Gekuzan Dojo for nearly 10 years, and is considered family by a WoW. He is a good listener and counselor. He has a gentle personality and is not suited for weapons. However, he is recognized for his sincere and earnest nature in practicing martial arts, and he is deeply trusted by a WoW. He has a bit of a slow-paced personality. His schedule shows he is training at the dojo from 8:30 a.m., again at 9:30 a.m., 10:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m., 12:30 p.m., 1:30 p.m., 2:30 p.m., 3:30 p.m., and 4:30 p.m. From 5 p.m. he is in the garden, at 6 p.m. in the garden, at 7 p.m. in the garden, at 8 p.m. in the garden, and from 9:30 p.m. he is reading books in a formal sitting position before going to bed. His actions are described as action patterns change considerably depending on events, but the actions above are the usual patterns. Following Masayuki, we have Akira Fujiwara, a battle special extra from New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. Born on September 12th, he is 19 years old, a Virgo, and has blood type AB. He is a member of the Mad Angels. Actually, he and Ryo are from the same Yokosuka Central Junior High School. He is good at fighting and is proud of his leg strength and lower body strength. He is a bit of a show-off and is quite strong. He says things like, "I've heard about you, and I've always wanted to try fighting you. I didn't know who you were, though." His battle style is described as 70-person battle. He appears around the 56th person. Type 2 battle style, P.89 reference. Because he is Type 2, constant guard breaks are necessary. Pay attention to his foot techniques. Countermeasure. Spin kick 2 consecutive kicks is effective. After various flashy techniques there will be openings. Conversely, his hand techniques are simple. so if you can parry them, you can easily transition to a counterattack. Lastly, we have Katsutashi Bujishima, a Mad Angels member, listed for event use. He is 182 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. Born on September 14th, he is 24 years old, a Virgo, and has blood type A. He is as reckless and energetic as an icebreaker, and is a candidate to become a leader in the Mad Angels. He was caught by the police at the scene of a forced collection incident, and was demoted to the lowest rank of soldier, and is being treated as such. He is always wearing sunglasses, which is his trademark. He says things like, "I'm surprised you're still alive." His battle style is described as 70-person battle. He appears around the 7th person. Type 1 battle style, p.89 reference. Because he is type 1, compared to the enemies before him, there will be many enemies appearing at once, so be careful. Countermeasure method. While running away and circling around, use L kicks 1, 2 straights, and 3 kicks to discover openings. If you throw him with a throwing technique, you can counterattack. Also, Y button usage is effective. The bottom of the page has a small text box with a speech bubble. "I'm sorry, but could you quit your job?" Alpha Trading Company, and a Shenmue famous quotes collection title. This page depicts several characters you can encounter in the game Shenmue. First up is Pedro Warren, a member of the Mad Angels gang. He is 205 centimeters tall and weighs 130 kilograms. His birthday is May 12th, making him 30-year-old, a Taurus and blood type A. He's described as one of the Mad Angels leaders, excelling in both strength and agility, acting like Terry's right-hand man. He's said to have a New York slum background and has considerable experience as a foreign sailor, making him a formidable fighter. In 70-man battles, he appears as the last boss. He uses flashy moves like the rolling Sobat and axe bomber, seemingly enjoying professional wrestling techniques. Despite his showy style, his strength is top-notch. The strategy to defeat him is to prepare to throw when he gets close, as he's dangerous when he gets in close. He frequently uses rising attacks and dashing low kicks, making continuous techniques ineffective. Water-based attacks are useless against him. Next is Fumihiko Hote, a battle-specific extra character found in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. His birthday is October 5th, making him 18 years old, a Libra and blood type B. He dropped out of high school and drifted around before being drawn into the Mad Angels. Despite his appearance, he's described as lacking fighting spirit, and often pretends to fight during conflicts, preferring to stay in the back. Naturally, he's considered low in the gang's hierarchy, always being ordered around. In 70-man battles, and sometimes even in 65-man battles, he appears as a lower-ranked opponent. He uses fighting style type 2, so constant footwork is needed to watch out for his attacks. The recommended strategy is to start with a spin kick, 2 consecutive kicks, followed by various kicking techniques. Avoid using punches in single strikes as counterattacks are likely. Hand techniques require caution. Bob Dixon is a bar customer who frequents Dobwita Shopping Street. He is 176 centimeters tall and weighs 81 kilograms. His birthday is May 24th, making him 29 years old, a Gemini and blood type A. He is one of Tony and Smith's associates, acting together with foreign sailors. Originally from the countryside of Idaho, he has a cheerful personality and is good-natured, but he's also aware of his wrongdoings and joins in with bad deeds. He enjoys fishing and billiards and is described as naturally cheerful. He appears in events at the bar, often getting drunk and causing trouble. He is easily provoked and quick to pick fights. Despite his tough talk and imposing figure, his strength is merely average. His weakness is being easily swayed by flattery and praise. Don't expect any favors or apologies from him. Ryosuke Hoya is a security guard working in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 165 centimeters tall and weighs 65 kilograms. His birthday is December 17th, making him 25 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type B. He is a security guard patrolling the port. He's still new to the job and often asks for directions from passers-by. He is quite suitable for patrol duty. He gets along well with his colleague, Mr. Sawaziri, and they often go out drinking together after work. He loves karaoke and won't let go of the microphone once he has it. His work schedule is shown with patrol routes indicated on a grid from 8 a.m. to 2400, with breaks at 12 o'clock and 1800. Yoshihiro Horiuchi is another battle-specific extra character in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 168 centimeters tall and weighs 64 kilograms. His birthday is January 17th, making him 18 years old, a Capricorn and blood type B. He is a member of the Mad Angels and belongs to the Murase Valley group. It is said that he was beaten up badly in Sakuragoka and now holds a grudge. He is described as having a considerable amount of stamina and endurance, and when he caused a ruckus in the warehouse district, he broke his leg. Since then, his movements have become noticeably slower. In 70-man battles, he appears as the 52nd opponent or later. His fighting style is Tai Chi Quan Type 1, as seen on page 89, so he is not a difficult opponent in battle and doesn't cause much trouble. The strategy to defeat him is simply to keep attacking. Kanami Hanjo is a battle-specific extra, also found in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. His birthday is April 2nd, making him 21 years old, and Aries, and blood type O. He's a member of the Mad Angels. He looks Japanese but is said to have a face familiar to foreign sailors, and he's known to hang around the U.S. Navy base. It's rumored that he deals in stolen goods from the U.S. military base, trading various items. He is said to be martial arts trained, but his arms are still underdeveloped. In 70-man battles, he often appears around the 18th opponent. He uses fighting style type 5, so his striking techniques are ineffective. The strategy is not to use hand techniques but to use grappling techniques to throw him. Since his vital points like the solar plexus and crown are exposed early, it's effective to attack directly after dodging his attacks. Tsuchi Honda is the owner of Honmachi Pharmacy located in Honmachi. He is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 69 kilograms. His birthday is August 15th, making him 48 years old, a Leo, and blood type A. He is the owner of Honmachi Pharmacy. He worked as a pharmacist at a large hospital for 16 years. When the hospital closed, he became unemployed and at the same time lost his wife and children, leading a lonely life. He is described as a self-proclaimed free spirit, working diligently at a chain pharmacy. His work schedule is shown with opening preparation at 8:30, opening at 9 o'clock, closing at 2000, and closing procedures until 2100. Tatsuya Honda is a battle-specific extra in New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 175 centimeters tall and weighs 65 kilograms. His birthday is December 14th, making him 18 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type AB. He is a member of the Mad Angels and a native of Kawasaki. He is currently attending night school, but he only shows up about 3 months a year. He is described as having a small build within the Mad Angels, with a weak heart. However, he seems to have a sharp tongue and will likely face harsh consequences if he gets caught. He appears in events where he helps Ryo out in free battles, acting as one of the Mad Angels. He openly states that he'll do anything for money. He falls easily and doesn't seem to have much endurance. He is not evil, but rather just too numerous. Like the many angels who have been defeated by Ryo so far, he seems to be a bit of a visual or visual K type. Finally, Mark Kimberly is a part-timer at the wharf, working in new No. 8 warehouse. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 79 kilograms. His birthday is July 21st, making him 29 years old, a Cancer, and blood type O. He is a work colleague Ryo meets at his part-time job. Despite his looks, he speaks beautiful Japanese and has a gentle personality. He creates a calm atmosphere wherever he goes, like a philosopher. However, he seems to be infiltrating the New Yokosuka Harbor for some purpose. Friendships will be formed while working together. His work schedule is detailed for the 8th warehouse, showing patrol routes from 8 o'clock to 2400 with various checkpoints and breaks at 12:0014:00 for lunch and rest. And if the Mark Bento free battle does not occur, he will continue to patrol until the evening. This page depicts character profiles and their daily schedules within the game. Starting from the top left, we see Ichiro Maeda, the owner of the barber shop Maeda Barber. He is 52 years old and believes that men should be short-haired. He is concerned about the current trend of long hair for men and secretly wants to cut off Tom's long hair, even offering to pay for it, but he can't bring himself to do it directly. His daily schedule shows he opens the shop at 8 a.m. and closes at 5 p.m., with shop cleaning happening in the morning. Next is Miki Maeda, a barber shop employee at Maeda Barber, and Ichiro's daughter. She is 20 years old. She is described as a local girl who went to beauty school in Yokohama, obtained her beautician license, and now helps her father with his work. Her father wants her to take over the shop, but she is secretly planning to remodel it into a beauty salon. Her schedule includes arriving at the shop at 8 a.m., helping at the shop, going to Yama Road Flower Ida Flower Shop, and then returning home at 9:30 p.m., after going to MJQ and the Treasure Hunter Sushi Restaurant. Then there is Santa Mano, the Sandwich Man, at Dobuita Street Shopping District. He is 47 years old. He is a Santa Claus-style sandwich man who advertises various shops in Dobuita Street. He walks around Dobuita Street all day, handing out flyers. It seems he used to be a boxer. He is still strong even after 20 years since retirement. His schedule shows he appears on Dobuita Street at 8:30 a.m. Until 6:59 p.m. he moves in the order of Komacome Bakery, greater than Hirata Tailor, greater than Nozomi Flowers, greater than Hirata Tailor in front of the station. After that, he revisits the 2-week route of Hirata Tailor in front of the station, greater than Music Hall 2nd Avenue. He appears to be a Christmas season novelty. Below Santa is Yuka Mishimo, an office worker at Yokosuka Port Transport. She is 24 years old. She is an office lady, working in the horizontal shipping industry. She has high pride and is career-oriented, so she is currently dissatisfied with her current job. Because of her strong tone and sharp mouth, she gives a somewhat cold impression. In her spare time, she seems to be enjoying a drink alone at a bar in Dobuita. Her schedule shows she is at 12th Warehouse, 13th Warehouse, 8th Warehouse, and Port Authority office in the morning and afternoon. In the evening from 5 p.m. she goes to MJQ Bar after leaving Yokosuka Port Transport bus stop. Next we have Takaru Majima, a battle-exclusive extra at New Yokosuka Port. He is 19 years old and a member of the Mad Angels. He is also a television celebrity and seems to be a laughingstock among comedy groups. He is often mistaken for a delinquent and is often chased for dangerous pranks and malicious mischief during his student days. His schedule indicates he is a battle event participant. Starting from 8 a.m., he patrols around Warehouse Number 12, Warehouse Number 13, and Warehouse Number 8. From 5 p.m. he goes to Warehouse District Canteen. Then there is Karino Matsuyama, a slothouse employee at Slothouse. She is 24 years old. She is described as a mysterious woman who doesn't talk much about herself, and works diligently at the slothouse, substituting for the sick shop manager. No one knows her private life, and no one knows what she is thinking. She has a mysterious atmosphere, and seems to be popular even in Dobuita. Her schedule is quite simple. She goes to the slothouse at 8:30 a.m., then goes around inside the shop, and closes the shop at 8 p.m., going towards the bus stop. Next is Mario Griani, the pizza shop manager of Bob's Pizza. He is 48 years old. He is the manager and head cook of the Yokosuka No. 7 branch of the major pizza chain Bob's Pizza. He is a cheerful Italian from Japan. He is a famous pizza maker in Milan. 5 years ago, he came to Japan with his wife, Momoko, and opened a shop in Dobuita. His schedule shows preparation for opening from 8 a.m. Business starts at 4 p.m. and closing the shop at 4 a.m. next day. Below Mario, we have Takuya Maruyama, a battle-exclusive extra, event-exclusive. He is 16 years old and a member of the Maruken gang. He was a bully in junior high school. He got into Yokosuka High School but soon became a delinquent. He is small in stature but quick-tempered and gets angry easily. He and Tsukamoto are in the same class and often skip school together. His schedule shows he is a battle event participant from 8 a.m. and going home at 10 p.m. Finally, there is Tomi Maruyama, a diner employee at Marutomi Diner, Port Diner. She is 51 years old. She got married at 23 and started Marutomi Diner in front of the station. Her husband died of illness 2 years ago, and now she runs the diner alone. Among the port workers who were regulars at Marutomi Diner since she was young, there are members of the Port Labor Union Committee, and she is entrusted with the management of the Port Diner, which is run by the Port Labor Union. The menu is cheap and has large portions. Her schedule shows opening the shop at 8:30 a.m. and closing the shop at 8 p.m., and going home at 10 p.m. Page title: People of Dobuita, Ichiro Maeda, Maeda Ichiro, Barbershop owner, Barbershop Maeda Barber, 158 centimeters, 52 kilograms, born February 2nd, 52 years old, Aquarius, type O. Men should be neat and short-haired is his motto. He is the owner of an old-fashioned barbershop, Maeda Barber. Maeda Barber is a barbershop that continues to stick to the Maeda Barber style. He is worried about the recent trend of men with long hair, especially Tom's hair. He thinks, I'd pay money to cut it off, but he has been going to the shop since he was a child, so he can't bring himself to say it. Mickey Maeda, Maeda Mickey, barbershop employee, barbershop Maeda Barber, 159 centimeters, 49 kilograms, born April 10th, 20 years old, Aries, type A. She is a barber shop employee at Maeda Barber. She is Ichiro Maeda's only daughter. She is a local girl. After graduating from high school, she went to a vocational school in Yokohama to become a beautician, obtained her license, and now helps her father with his work. Her father wants her to take over the shop, but she is secretly planning to remodel it into a beauty salon. Santa Mano, Santa, Sandwich Man, Dobuita Shopping Street, 180 centimeters, 80 kilograms, born November 7th, 47 years old, Scorpio, type AB. A Santa Claus-style sandwich man who advertises each shop in Dobuita Shopping Street in the Christmas season. He walks around Dobuita Shopping Street all day, handing out flyers in his Santa-style sandwich board. He used to be a boxer. His current job is like a shadow of his former self, but his leg strength is still alive and well, even after more than 20 years since his retirement. It seems to be a Christmas season novelty in Dobuita. Yuka Mishimo Yuka, office worker, Yokosuka Port Transport, 166 centimeters, 51 kilograms, born January 8th, 24 years old, Capricorn, type A. Noel working for Yokosuka Port Transport in horizontal shipping. She has high pride and is career-minded, so she is currently dissatisfied with her current job. Because of her strong tone and sharp mouth, she gives a somewhat cold impression to those around her. In her free time after work, she seems to be enjoying a drink alone at a bar in Dobuita. It seems she often goes to MJQ alone. Takaru Majima Takaru, Battle Exclusive Extra, New Yokosuka Port, 179 centimeters, 69 kilograms, born March 11th, 19 years old, Pisces, type A, a member of the Mad Angels. He is also a TV celebrity, but he is more of a laughingstock in comedy skits. He is often mistaken for a delinquent because of his appearance, and during his student days, he was often chased for dangerous pranks and malicious mischief. He seems to be similar in face to the laughing duo Kombi, but his personality is also similar to a delinquent. He is impulsive and quick-tempered. During his student days, he was often arrested for being speechless or for malicious mischief. Karino Matsuyama Karino, slaughterhouse employee, slaughterhouse, 170 centimeters, 51 kilograms, born January 27th, 24 years old, Aquarius, type AB. She is a mysterious woman who doesn't talk much about herself, and is working diligently at the slaughterhouse, substituting for the sick shop manager. No one knows her private life, and no one knows what she is thinking. She has a mysterious atmosphere, and she seems to be a hidden popular person in Dobuita. Mario Griani, pizza shop manager, pizza shop Bob's Pizza, 182 centimeters, 120 kilograms, born September 5th, 48 years old, Virgo, type O. He is the manager and head cook of the Yokosuka No. 7 branch of the major pizza chain Bob's Pizza. He is a cheerful Italian from Japan. Together with his younger brother and older sister, he is a famous pizza maker in Milan. 5 years ago, he came to Japan with his wife, Momoko, and opened a shop in Dobuita. Takuya Maruyama Takuya, Battle Exclusive Extra Event Exclusive, 167 centimeters, 59 kilograms, born April 11th, 16 years old, Aries, type AB, a junior member of the Maruken gang. He used to be a bully in junior high school. He barely got into Yokosuka High School, but soon became a delinquent. He is small in stature but quick-tempered and gets angry easily. His family crest is a small circle with a dot inside. He and Tsukamoto are in the same class and seem to go to school to skip classes. Tomi Maruyama Tomi, diner employee, diner, Marutomi Diner, Port Diner, 158 centimeters, 70 kilograms, born October 10th, 51 years old, Libra, type O. She got married at 23 and started Marutomi Diner in front of the station. Her husband died of illness 2 years ago, and now she runs the diner alone. Among the port workers who were regulars at Marutomi Diner since she was young, there are members of the Port Labor Union Committee, and she is entrusted with the management of the Port Diner, which is run by the Port Labor Union. The menu is cheap and has large portions. This page depicts character profiles from the game. First is Kiminari Misawa, described as a battle extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 171 centimeters tall and weighs 61 kilograms. Born on August 22nd, he is 16 years old, a Leo, and blood type B. He is described as a member of the Mad Angels, and though he looks foreign, he is purely Japanese. His neat and trimmed eyebrows are his trademark, and it's mentioned that he meticulously grooms them daily. He always wears a jumper, which seems to be his policy. For battle, he is the 70th opponent overall and the 41st opponent encountered in battle. His fighting style is described as straightforward. He is not a particularly strong opponent in battle. As a countermeasure, it's suggested to keep running while throwing punches, or using 1-2 straight punches. It's mentioned that if you get grabbed, you can counterattack with throwing techniques. And the Y button is effective. Next is Fuseo Mishima, a neighborhood acquaintance who lives in the residential area. She is 158 centimeters tall and weighs 48 kilograms. Born on July 22, she is 43 years old, a Cancer, and blood type O. Her husband is a tanker captain and is often away at sea for long periods. She spends most of the year at home. Her income is stable, so she lives comfortably and diligently protects her home. However, she seems to dislike the impromptu well-side meetings in front of her house. Her schedule shows her basic action pattern in the residential area. Then we have Mayumi Mishima, a former cram school classmate from Dobuita Shopping Arcade. She is 163 centimeters tall and weighs 48 kilograms. Born on November 24th, she is 18 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type B. She went to cram school together with the protagonist from kindergarten to junior high school. She is a local person. It is mentioned that if you are friendly with her, she might introduce you to girls from super elite schools in Yokohama. She dreams of becoming a foreign language teacher and is studying Chinese diligently every day. Her daily walk around Dobuita is refreshing. Her schedule shows her basic action pattern around Dobuita and the shopping arcade. Following is Megumi Mishima, Mayumi Mishima's younger sister, also living in the residential area. She is 110 centimeters tall and weighs 28 kilograms. Born on March 25th, she is 5 years old and Aries and blood type B. She is in the last year of kindergarten at Yokosuka Terrace Kindergarten. She is 10 years younger than her sister Mayumi, so she is spoiled. She is described as a bit of a crybaby. She wants to be like Mayumi and carries around a satchel bag that Mayumi used to use, running around everywhere. She loves animals and is looking for a lost kitten at the shrine. Her schedule shows her basic action pattern mainly in the residential area. It's noted that her actions are the same on weekdays and holidays. Next is Shozo Mizuki, an old drifter at the wharf park side. He is 156 centimeters tall and weighs 42 kilograms. Born on April 28th, he is 67 years old, a Taurus and blood type A. He is an old drifter from New Yokosuka Harbor. He has lived in the harbor for over 3 years. He is described as unkempt and dirty and hard to approach, but he is a deep person at heart and surprisingly knowledgeable. He hates being called old man or vagrant. He is also said to be familiar with the Mad Angels and seems to have connections to various harbor figures, making him a mysterious person. His schedule indicates his basic action pattern in the harbor park. It mentions that he often positions himself near the drums and freight near the harbor dining hall. If a technique teaching event occurs involving him, his home position will not change. During that time he seems to be repeating actions like sitting on the ground and lying down. Then there is Shinobu Mita, a worker at warehouse number 2. He is 171 centimeters tall and weighs 65 kilograms. Born on July 16th, he is 26 years old, a Cancer and blood type A. He is a day laborer. He is described as restless and currently staying in New Yokosuka Harbor. He doesn't like staying in the same place. He is considering going to Japan and working in Hong Kong, and it's said he recently applied for a passport. His schedule shows his basic action pattern around warehouse number 5 and outside the warehouse. Following is Takako Michiai, an office worker from New Yokosuka Harbor. She is 153 centimeters tall and weighs 42 kilograms. Born on August 21st, she is 19 years old, a Leo, and blood type AB. She is a female office worker at Alpha Trading. She is described as a fashionable office lady. During her high school days, she was always popular with upperclassmen. In the office, she is often relied upon by her seniors. She is always dressed up. It is said that many male employees in the office are annoyed by her, but she herself is oblivious. Her schedule shows her basic action pattern in the harbor dining hall. Next is Kota Mitsui, a bossy kid from the residential area. He is 131 centimeters tall and weighs 33 kilograms. Born on November 16th, he is 8 years old, a Scorpio, and blood type B. He loves soccer and games, and is a typical energetic kid. He is always dragging his friend Kenji around and talks excitedly about soccer. Kota's future dream is to become an ace striker for the Japanese national team and play in the World Cup. He is not good at studying, especially kanji. His schedule shows his basic action pattern in the residential area. Finally, there is Matsuko Mitsura, an extra from Dobuita. She is 162 centimeters tall and weighs 50 kilograms. Born on February 18th, she is 30 years old, an Aquarius and blood type B. She is a housewife living in Tokyo's Minato ward. She is a big fan of ajiyoshi dumplings and often goes to buy them. Lately, she has become fascinated by Dobuita's townscape, and she often visits, taking the initiative to walk around. Her schedule shows her basic action pattern around Dobuita. This page depicts character profiles and schedules from the game Shenmue. Starting from the top left, we have Takafumi Mitsuzuka, who is the manager of the slot house. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 76 kilograms. He is described as the manager of the slot house. He apparently quit his previous job 3 years prior to take on this role. He spends his days in the shop counter, idly making plastic models. His only hobby is building plastic models, and he dedicates himself to it at home. His basic action pattern includes being at the slot house from 8 a.m. opening until 1:30 a.m. closing, taking the bus to and from the slot house. Next is Tatsuki Matsune, who is a battle-exclusive extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 74 kilograms. He used to be a member of a drafting construction company, but unable to bear the mundane life, he sought a more stimulating lifestyle and joined the Mad Angels. He is in charge of procuring funds, and he is confident in his physical strength. He has no experience in martial arts, but he boasts power that can rival anyone. His action pattern involves being at the 70-person battle, usually appearing around the 25th person. He is described as a Type 4 fighting style user. P.89 is referenced. Likely a page number in the book. Normal fighting methods will always be seen through, so it's recommended to attack with strikes. His countermeasure is described as throwing techniques, in addition to striking techniques. He often counters with throws at a high rate. To reliably avoid this, it's suggested to aim for lower attacks and press the Y button to counterattack for a sure victory. Moving down, we have Yoko Minato, who is a hostess at Bar Yokosuka. She is 159 centimeters tall and weighs 50 kilograms. She is the hostess and owner of Bar Yokosuka, leaving most of the bar's management to the head bartender. She opened the bar about 10 years ago in Dobuita. It's rumored that she and the head bartender are from the same hometown. After an incident, she avoids talking about her hometown, and it remains a mystery what happened between them. Her action pattern includes being at the bar Yokosuka from 9 a.m. to 2 a.m., going out to buy drinks at 6 p.m., and returning to the bar, and then going home by taxi around 3 a.m. Below Yoko is Yumiko Minamino, who is an extra from Dobuita. She is 154 centimeters tall and weighs 48 kilograms. She is described as a well-known Sukaban, delinquent girl high school student in Dobuita. Instead of going to school, she wanders around town with her followers, harassing other schoolgirls and causing small fights. She has been caught numerous times and is a familiar face to the local police. She frequently uses blunt instruments or iron pipes in fights. Her action pattern involves being in various locations in Dobuita from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m., including the shopping street, and around Tsukushi no Ashibumi Park, then moving to Copa Bolero from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., then near the garbage bins behind Copa Bolero from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m., and then continuing to sit in a Yankee-like manner until 12 a.m. It's noted that on holidays, she doesn't appear at all, and on weekdays after 5 p.m., she moves to the bus stop opposite direction to Copa Wahaha garbage bin area, and continues her Yankee sitting until 12 a.m. Next is Kazumi Manoa, who is Jimmy Yan's subordinate from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 182 centimeters tall and weighs 86 kilograms. He is Jimmy's subordinate. Like Yunpei and others, he is a former member of an Asian travel agency. He is a heavy drinker and often gets drunk. His job is to chase away customers who come to cause trouble. He doesn't think much of women. He often brags to his subordinates about how he used to be popular with women. His action pattern includes being at the 5th warehouse area near the port from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., then moving to the bar area from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. for meals, then back to the port from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m., then to the Gantley Crane area from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m., then to the Central Pier area near the Gold Chain from 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., then to the Central Pier in front of the Gold Chain from 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., and finally back to the 5th warehouse area after midnight. Below Kazumi is Guro Mihashi, a thug. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 80 kilograms. He is a thug who speaks with a Chizu cheese slang and dresses like a hoodlum. He is a former high school delinquent leader from the local area. Like Nagashima and others, he used to be the leader of the delinquent group of his generation, but now he dreams of marrying his sweetheart soon and building a happy family. He is described as a romanticist. His action pattern involves being at the Alpha Trading Office area from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., patrolling around the office. It's noted that he doesn't appear at all during some periods. After marriage, he takes a pattern of going to the port bus stop at 10:15 a.m., then to the area where the Alpha Trading Office is, and then back to the bus stop at 8 p.m. Moving to the right side of the page, we have Yasutomo Miyagi, a security guard from the old warehouse district entrance. He is 165 centimeters tall and weighs 60 kilograms. He is a security guard patrolling the entrance of the old warehouse district. He has a gentle personality, but he is strict with his work, carefully checking people entering and exiting the warehouse. At 39 years old, he is eager to learn and is currently mastering Chinese, Beijing, and Cantonese. He seems to have completely mastered it. His action pattern involves being at the old warehouse district entrance from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m., and then finishing his security duty at 12 a.m. It's noted that when there is an event scheduled to enter Warehouse 5, he is not in his usual location. The same applies when searching Warehouse 8 in the old warehouse district. Finally, at the bottom right, we have Michiko Miyoshi, an extra from the residential area. She is 160 centimeters tall and weighs 48 kilograms. She is described as the representative of the family helpers who coordinate housewives in the Dobuita and Sakuragaoka neighborhoods for domestic work. She is a cheerful person and a good homemaker herself, but recently she has been deeply troubled by a shortage of staff, so she is devoting herself to scouting work. Her action pattern involves being outdoors in various locations from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., including outside the antique shop, Fanny Bear, Komine Bakery, and the Hirata dry goods store. It's noted that on holidays, she doesn't appear at all. Her actions are repeated 5 times in the sequence: antique shop greater than Fanny Bear, Komine Bakery, Hirata dry goods store greater than outdoors. Lastly, at the very bottom we have Mitsuyoshi Muta, a security guard from New Warehouse District 1. He is 171 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. He is a security guard patrolling in front of Warehouse District 1. He is a sports enthusiast who trains his body by going to the gym. Although he is a bit overweight, he is a member of the Mad Angels support group. He is a fan of professional baseball, and his greatest pleasure is drinking beer while watching games. His action pattern involves being at the New Warehouse District 1 forklift entrance from 9 a.m. to 12 a.m., then finishing his security duty at 12 a.m. The text at the bottom in smaller print seems to be a quote from the game. It says, 140 Shenmue quotations collection cool sayings. Are you trying to take me down with such a sloppy punch? Receiving a weak blow. This page depicts a character information page from a guidebook detailing various non-player characters and an item appearing in the game. Starting from the top left, we have Muhammad Hassan, who is listed as a worker. He is 174 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on January 7th, he is 27-year-old and his star sign is Capricorn, blood type B. He is from Kuwait and is the son of an oil magnate in Arabia. He is a colleague of Saddam, another worker, and they are cousins. He came to Japan to study but is living a self-indulgent life. Despite this, Fukuhara, who doesn't know his background, uses him harshly even today. His action pattern shows he is mostly moving between Warehouse 13, 14, and 15 throughout the day, starting from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. Next is Mirai Hiroshi, a fisherman. He is 166 centimeters tall and weighs 58 kilograms. Born on March 18th, he is 21 years old and his star sign is Pisces, blood type A. His family runs a fishing tackle shop in Yokohama, and he has been familiar with fishing since he was a child. Once called a fishing prodigy, his fishing experience is already over 15 years. At 21 years old, he teaches fishing to beginners with kindness and is a proper, knowledgeable fisherman. His action pattern is centered around fishing points from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., with changes in fishing points at 12 p.m. and 7 p.m. and finishing fishing around 11 p.m. It mentions he may not appear at certain times depending on the weather and if crates are being used to enter the warehouse. Following is Murakami Tadashi, an extra. He is 165 centimeters tall and weighs 63 kilograms. Born on July 23rd, he is 59 years old and his star sign is Leo, blood type A. He is a salaryman in the General Affairs Department of Alpha Trading, with 40 years of service, and is about to retire. He has worked diligently and earnestly. Although he reached the position of section chief, it seems to be his limit. His children have all graduated from famous universities, but for some reason they are all freeloaders, causing him headaches. His action pattern starts with a bus stop at 8 a.m., then moves to Alpha Trading Office, then to Warehouse Number 8 and the Coast Guard Office, then Yokohama Port and Harbor Bureau, then back to Alpha Trading Office, and finally to the bus stop again around 5 p.m. Then we have Murakami Tsuyoshi, who is described as S bait shop companion. He is 177 centimeters tall and weighs 61 kilograms. Born on October 12th, he is 18 years old and his star sign is Libra, blood type AB. He is S bait shop companion. He and are the same age, and they see each other as rivals in fishing. Born in Sapporo, his family runs a small souvenir shop. His worry is that he can't get a girlfriend. His hobby is watching professional wrestling. His action pattern involves forklift operation from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., then lunch at noon, and then looking for items in the central square from 2 p.m. onwards, and continues forklift operation again from 4 p.m. It is noted that the action pattern above is until the free bike event ends, and he will not appear after that. Next is Murakawa Osamu, an extra again associated with Dobuita. He is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 68 kilograms. Born on May 16th, he is 38 years old and his star sign is Taurus, blood type AB. He is a local police officer who is monitoring the large-scale drug trafficking information that is rumored to be taking place in the Dobuita neighborhood. He is also originally from the Yokosuka Self-Defense Forces, and he is more of a physical type than a brainy one. He is the most feared and detested investigator in the neighborhood. His action pattern starts with patrolling Dobuita from 8 a.m., then moves to Fish Base Right-Pointing Arrow, Honda Drugstore Right-Pointing Arrow, Jeans Water Dragon Right-Pointing Arrow, Military Shop Kurita, and repeats this route. It mentions that he does not appear on holidays. Following is Murasaki Shingo, described as the Mad Angel's boss, event-specific character. He is 180 centimeters tall and weighs 82 kilograms. Born on February 20th, he is 29 years old and his star sign is Pisces, blood type B. He is one of the Mad Angels. Leaders known for his madness. He is an Arma-style fighter. He has a nervous personality, and once angered, he becomes extremely frightening. He is feared even among his own gang members. He often acts with Oka and others. His appearance event is for the 70-person battle, appearing as the 20th opponent. His fighting style is based on bone setting. He has his own original throws. His low kick is something to watch out for. As a countermeasure, if approached, use direct hits with the Y button. If you can manage to press the B button immediately after being grabbed, you can easily counterattack. Various continuous techniques and unexpected hits are also possible. Then we have Murata Ko, a battle specialist extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 171 centimeters tall and weighs 66 kilograms. Born on December 12th, he is 20 years old and his star sign is Sagittarius. Blood type O, he is a member of the Mad Angels. Originally, he was the leader of a group that ran wild in the Yokosuka's entertainment district, but he joined the Mad Angels. He admires the Mad Angels' way of life in the entertainment district, and is devoted to Terry. His appearance event is for the 70-person battle, appearing as the 31st opponent. His fighting style is Thai style, so he uses a lot of kicks, making it difficult to fight in close quarters. As a countermeasure while running, try to get behind him, and use 1-2 straight punches and throws to counterattack. Using the Y button is also effective. Next is Murayama Shigeki, another battle specialist extra from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is 176 centimeters tall and weighs 73 kilograms. Born on April 11th, he is 20 years old and his star sign is Aries, blood type A. He is also a member of the Mad Angels. Originally from Niigata, he was a former sumo wrestler, but he ran away from his stable at the age of 17 and came to Yokosuka, where he got into fights and joined the Mad Angels. He was fascinated by the Mad Angels. He seems to be worried about his mother left in his hometown. His appearance event is for the 70-person battle, appearing as the 28th opponent. His fighting style is Type 4 battle style, similar to 4P.89, so normal throws will always be countered. Try to attack with strikes. His fighting style is Judo. Furthermore, it is better to mix in strikes. If you are confident in your counter skills, aim for lower attacks and counter with the Y button for a sure counterattack. Lastly, we have Mokugen listed as a raffle rare item, and also just as a rare item. His age and birthday are unknown, but he is described as 77 years old in tree years. He is a rare item that can be obtained from the gacha machine. He is one of the rare items. When you say human-shaped items, you think of camphor wood carvings often seen in movies. This item treads on that image and is made very precisely. Wooden people actually exist, but those made into human shapes like this are very rare. His appearance event is as a human-shaped character item. It is an item that is included in the Virtua Fighter series gacha machines, so it does not act or appear in events. Incidentally, the Virtua Fighter series gacha machines are placed in the Abe store in Dobuita. Rare items are very popular among collectors, so try to get one. The bottom of the page contains a caption that reads, "Precious saying. Precious things, yes, so you intend to pawn them?" Previous pages S-lines repeated and returned. This page depicts several characters from the game Shenmue and their daily routines in Yokosuka. We can see a variety of people, from bikers hanging out at the game center, to extras who are involved in fights at the new Yokosuka port, as well as people with jobs in the warehouses, security guards, and residents. First, we have Mochizuki Shingo, a biker often found at Game Center U in Dobuita. He's known for his tuned-up bike and speed, acting as a leader among the biker gang. Next is Morino Yumi, an extra, a high school girl who goes to school in Yokohama. She likes to visit Dobuita on her way home from school, browsing shops but hesitant to buy expensive clothes. Then there's Moriya Terumasa, a battle-exclusive extra at New Yokosuka Port. He's a former boxer known as Mad Angels, but after an accident he's no longer able to fight in his old style. Following him is Yada Yuzo, a foreman at warehouses 5 through 7 and 9 through 11. He's recently been transferred to New Yokosuka Port and lives alone, often returning home on weekends, and his mood improves as the weekend approaches. Yabe Koji is another biker in Dobuita, known for being short-tempered and proud of his customized bike. He seems to be associated with Mochizuki. Yamaoka Tatsuhito, an extra at New Yokosuka Port, is described as a biker youth recovering from an accident. He's focusing on rehabilitation and aiming to participate in a Japan round trip in 3 months. Yamagata Yoshio is a security guard patrolling the old warehouse district. He is described as honest and diligent, with a good sense of smell, often working with Akita Masao, and they are known to share information about the warehouse district. Yamagishi Shigeo is a former military man residing in the residential area. He's skilled in traditional martial arts and worked in military intelligence, now using his knowledge to decipher codes and languages. Lastly, Yamaguchi Shota is a battle-exclusive extra at New Yokosuka Port. He's a member of the Mad Angels, known for his fighting spirit, but is now under Terry's command in the port area, often taking the lead in fights. Looking at the schedules, we can see that Mochizuki Shingo spends his evenings at the game center. Morino Yumi visits Dobuita shops after school. Yada Yuzo works in the warehouses during the day. Yabe Koji seems to frequent the parking lot and Dobuita area. Yamaoka Tatsuhito is often seen walking around Folk Village. Yamagata Yoshio patrols the old warehouse district. Yamagishi Shigeo spends his time around his residence and Higashioka Park. Yamaguchi Shota is involved in fights and events at the new Yokosuka port, often appearing around 7 p.m. It seems like these characters contribute to the vibrant atmosphere of Yokosuka, each with their own routines and stories that Ryo might encounter during his investigation. Translated text. Mochizuki Shingo. Biker. 179 centimeters, 80 kilograms, September 17th birthday, 26 years old, Virgo, type O blood. Dobuita. He frequently appears at Game Center U in Dobuita. His beloved bike is heavily tuned up, and it's said that no one can handle it other than him. He is a speed freak who leads a group of reckless riders. Judging from his intimidating presence and physique, he seems to be trying to pull others into his team. Morino Yumi. Extra. 160 centimeters, 48 kilogram, June 12th birthday, 16 years old, Gemini, type O blood. Dobuita. A high school girl attending a school in Yokohama. On her way home from school, she often stops by Dobuita. Her favorite shop is Jupitori's, a Sukahan jacket store, and there are clothes she wants but she is concerned about the price and hasn't bought anything yet. Moriya Terumasa. Battle Exclusive Extra New Yokosuka Port. 171 centimeters, 64 kilogram, May 12th birthday, 24 years old, Taurus, type O blood. New Yokosuka Port. A member of the Mad Angels, in the past he was a famous fighter known for his boxing skills. However, due to an accident where he broke his bones, he declared that he could no longer fight in his old style, and now he fights in a way that looks like street brawling. His former fighting style is now a distant memory. Yada Yuzo. Foreman, Warehouse Number 57, 911, 168 centimeters, 82 kilogram, May 16th birthday, 51 years old, Taurus, type AB blood. Warehouse Number 57, 911. The Alpha Trading Warehouse foreman is 51 years old. He was recently transferred to New Yokosuka Port, leaving his wife in Shin. Currently he is living alone. He is usually grumpy, but recently he has been looking forward to going home every weekend, and his mood improves as the weekend approaches. Yabe Koji. Biker Dobuita. 178 centimeters, 78 kilogram, April 17th birthday, 24 years old, Aries, type B blood. Dobuita. He is quite short-tempered and quick to get angry. He is proud of his customized bike and he tends to show off his skills. He seems to be acting together with Mochizuki. He also uses polite language only when speaking to mechanics. Himoka Tatsuhito. Extra, New Yokosuka Port. 175 centimeters, 65 kilogram, November 25th birthday, 20-year-old, Sagittarius, type A blood. New Yokosuka Port. An eternal biker youth. He was seriously injured in an accident about 10 months ago and couldn't ride his bike for a while. But the plaster cast has finally been removed, and he is now in the midst of rehabilitation, enjoying riding again. He is working to recover his physical strength for a Japan round trip in 3 months. Yamagata Yoshio. Security guard, Old Warehouse District Patrol. 170 centimeters, 70 kilogram, August 18th birthday, 37 years old, Leo, type O blood. Old Warehouse District Patrol. A security guard from Fukushima Prefecture. He has an affable face and demeanor, but he is actually quite sharp, and holds the 4th Dan rank in Kendo. He often works with Akita Masao, who is his senior colleague. They seem to understand each other's feelings, and often share information about the warehouse district when they are together on patrol. Yamagishi Shigeo. Former military man, residential area. 169 centimeters, 68 kilogram, February 27th birthday, 75 years old, Pisces, type AB blood. Residential area. Since his youth he has been familiar with traditional martial arts and has honed his skills through solitary study. After serving in the military intelligence during the Greater East Asia War, he worked for a company that manufactured Morse code machines. He now uses that knowledge and skills as a technical instructor, sometimes teaching Chinese language and deciphering Russian language codes. Yamaguchi Shota. Battle Exclusive Extra, New Yokosuka Port. 173 centimeters, 71 kilogram, January 2nd birthday, 20 years old, Capricorn, type of blood, New Yokosuka Port. A member of the Mad Angels, he is quite spirited and has a strong gaze. Originally he was a reckless rider who clashed with the Mad Angels in the port area. In a fight he was defeated by Terry and became Terry's subordinate. In battles he always takes the lead. Battle event. 70 people battle, appears around the 33rd person. Type 2 battle style, refer to P.89. It is common to encounter him frequently, requires sure-footedness. Countermeasure. Spin kick, 2 consecutive kicks, and other leg techniques are effective. Techniques that are not grapple-based are generally effective. If you want to increase your chances of hitting, attack from below with the Y button to ensure a counterattack. This page depicts a guide to various characters and locations within Yokosuka, starting with Yamaguchi Yusuke, a worker at warehouse number 4. He is 178 centimeters tall and weighs 72 kilograms. Born on May 10th, he works at Abama Seaside Warehouse. He used to be at Terashima Trading Company, but now works in the warehouse. He believes he made the right choice but seems to have some inner doubts. Next is Yamashita K., a battle-exclusive extra at New Yokosuka Port. He is 173 centimeters tall and weighs 65 kilograms, with a birthday of January 1st. He's part of the Mad Angels gang, and is in the same group as Kunida Akira. He sports a thin beard and while called uncle, he isn't really respected. He's not a bad guy, just lacks patience. In 70-man battles, he often appears around the 30th opponent and uses a Type 4 fighting style. Throwing techniques are not very effective against him, so striking is recommended. You can counter his attacks by pressing the Y button. Then we have Yamashita Shinichi, a post office worker in Dobuita. He is 168 centimeters tall and 56 kilograms, born on October 22nd. He is a dedicated postman who makes deliveries alone in the Dobuita area. He's always liked the color red, and once dreamed of being a firefighter, but ended up as a postman. He finds the postal mark very appealing. Following is Yamashita Mari, a kiosk clerk at the Bayside Rest Area. She is 160 centimeters and 47 kilograms, born on November 18th. She won a children's singing contest in Dobuita when she was in 2nd grade. She's still a good singer but always gets stuck in the preliminary rounds of competitions. Despite this, Mari doesn't give up and practices her singing once a month in the bamboo grove in the park. Next up is Yamada Takichi, another battle-exclusive extra at New Yokosuka Port. He is 172 centimeters and 67 kilograms, born on April 12th. He is also a member of the Mad Angels. He used to be a factory painter but was fired for accidentally painting thinner on his senior's car. He was invited by a friend to join the Mad Angels. He's currently at the bottom rank but aims to become the head of the gang. In 70-man battles, he tends to appear around the 66th opponent and uses a Type 5 fighting style. Striking attacks aren't very effective, so grappling moves are better. When he attacks, he can quickly unleash various throws. Then we have Yamada Yoshio, a worker foreman at New Yokosuka Port. He is 163 centimeters and 69 kilograms, born on October 12th. He works at Abama Seaside Warehouse and is a kind, middle-aged man. He's a reliable foreman, popular with younger workers. Lately, he's been feeling his age and has been doing cargo check work for the past 2 years. Yamatani Shinji is a part-time security guard at New Yokosuka Port. He is 176 centimeters and 66 kilograms, born on November 26th. He comes from Katakamura in Gunma Prefecture and works part-time as a security guard. He is very dedicated to his job, working security late into the night, often doing night shifts. He has been working at the port for 3 years and is accustomed to the work. Yamanaka Kiyoshi is a soba restaurant employee at the Yamaji Soba restaurant. He's 176 centimeters tall and 81 kilograms, born on August 15th. His nickname is Yamachan. He has worked at Yamaji for 10 years since starting there. He is skilled at quick soba delivery. However, the owner's daughter is cold to him. He is seriously considering hiring new part-timers and becoming a chef himself. Finally, Yamamoto Junko is the owner of the Manpukukan Ramen restaurant. She is 165 centimeters and 55 kilograms, born on December 12th. She is the owner of Manpukukan Ramen restaurant. She married the owner she loved. Following her late husband's wishes, she wants to compete with soup flavor for life. Because of her dedication to the taste of her ramen, she has many fans who come from far and wide. This page depicts character profiles and daily schedules within the game. First, we have Yamamoto Tetsuya, a young boy living in the residential area. He is described as a child obsessed with capsule toys, often spending his allowance on them, much to the dismay of his strict, education-focused parents who constantly tell him to study. His daily routine involves being at home and visiting the shopping street. It's mentioned that Shenmue merchandise, including figures in both Happy and Suit versions, can be found at the Abe store. Interestingly, Yukawa is also said to frequent this area. Next is Yukawa Hidekazu, associated with raffle rare items and rare items. He's introduced as a former employee of a major game company, with an entertainer-like personality, known for his numerous television appearances. His private life is shrouded in mystery, and despite being known for being strict at work, rumors circulate about him within the company. His schedule is similar to Yamamoto, spending time at home and the Abe store shopping street. This section notes that Shenmukan goods and real figures of characters are present in town, and also mentions a treasure hunt occurring in Dobuita, with Yukawa's presence confirmed by Dobuita's treasure hunt intelligence. Yoshino Saburo is profiled as a battle special extra character from New Yokosuka Harbor. He is a member of the Mad Angels gang, holding Mr. Nagale in high regard. Described with a typical delinquent appearance, he attended the same school as Ibuki, though they took different paths. The Mad Angels are noted to have a strict hierarchical structure. Yoshino's schedule is solely within the office. Gameplay information mentions a 70-person battle where Yoshino appears as the 61st opponent. His fighting style is Tai, and the strategy against him involves running tackles, 1-2 straight punches, and effective use of the Y button. Yoshino Tota is introduced as an employee of Nagale Industry, under the heading Nagale Industry. He is described as having returned to Nagale Industry after 7 years and 6 months, showing deep respect and gratitude towards the boss, Mr. Nagale. He is portrayed as dedicated to the company and speaks in an intimidating manner. His daily schedule is also office-bound, but he disappears from the office later in the day. Yaneda Masashi, another battle special extra from New Yokosuka Harbor, is also a Mad Angels member. He is characterized by his thick lips and habit of calling Pedro brother. He is focused on maintaining his bike and is shown complaining to Hazuki Iwao about bike maintenance. He's depicted as bloodthirsty and violent. Like Yoshino Tota, his schedule is office-based, with him also disappearing from the office later. In gameplay terms, he is the 64th opponent in the 70-person battle, using a Type 5 battle style where grappling is ineffective, but various throws are useful. Lan Di is presented as the leader of the Guilin Black Society organization, and an executive of Chiamen for view mode only. He is depicted as silently controlling operations from China, having lost his position and now being referred to as a phantom. He is a master of legendary fist techniques, with a cold and ruthless personality, and a deep fateful connection to Hazuki Iwao. He has no daily schedule, but appears during the opening event at the start of the game. Lydia Bennett is an extra character in Dobuita. She is searching for her younger sister who went missing the previous year near Yokosuka Harbor. To earn a living while searching, she works as a fortune teller in Dobuita, portrayed as a kind-hearted woman tirelessly seeking clues about her sister's whereabouts. Her daily schedule is detailed, moving between Snack Linda, the bus stop, the park, Sushi Sugata, and back to Snack Linda before returning home. Ren Chanying is introduced as the accountant at the barber shop and as Mr. Lu's aunt. She is described as the wife of Lu Kiyu, born into a family of chefs in Yokohama Chinatown. Her mother is Japanese, and while she is fluent in Japanese, her Chinese reading and writing skills are limited. She is shown to be concerned about her husband's work. Her daily schedule involves shop preparation, activities after shop hours, and shop operation. Finally, Lu Kiyu is the owner of the barber shop, simply titled Barber Shop. He is the son of the deceased Lu Gungbo with a Japanese mother. He has lived in Japan since childhood and pursued barbering after finishing school, also speaking Chinese. Old Man Maeda is mentioned as a regular customer. Lu Kiyu is known for keeping prices low and has many regular customers. His daily schedule mirrors his wife's with shop preparation, post-shop activities, and shop operation. This page depicts several characters from the game Shenmue along with their profiles and daily schedules. Starting with Liu Zhaogui, also known as Ryu Kuki, who is described as a retired tailor living in Suzume Park. He is 156 centimeters tall and weighs 42 kilograms. Born on March 10th, he is 81 years old and his zodiac sign is Pisces, blood type A. He left Shanghai, China during the Taisho era and moved to Yokohama. He started tailoring in his old age, and it took him 14 years to become independent at the age of 30 thanks to a strict but kind Chinese teacher. His basic action pattern shows him primarily at home and in Suzume Park until 8 p.m., after which he returns home. He is not seen at all at the beginning of the game, and after that in the game, he moves between the bench in front of Suzume Park at 8:35 a.m. and is home. Next is Rinzo Lin, or Rin Susan, who is listed as an extra character found in Dobuita. He is 155 centimeters tall and weighs 47 kilograms. Born on July 30th, he is 77 years old, a Leo, and blood type B. He is an elderly man of unknown origin. He suddenly appears in Dobuita and lives in the park, disappearing for months at a time. Those who know Lin say they've heard him mutter things that sound like Chinese words. His basic action pattern shows him at home until 9:30 a.m. Then he goes to Suzume Park after that. He moves in a loop through Hirata Drugs, the butcher shop, fish shop Yoshi Hattori Sporting Goods, convenience store Mary, the shopping arcade, and then back to Suzume Park. He is in Suzume Park at 6 p.m., and then Snack Linda at 8 p.m. before returning home at midnight. Then we have Nozomi Harasaki, or Rei Shaka, a mysterious girl who appears in dreams. She is 155 centimeters tall, weighs 43 kilograms, and is a female aged 16, born on September 9th. Her zodiac is Virgo and blood type A. She is described as an enigmatic girl raised in nature. Behind her innocent appearance lies a strong will to live and courage. She is currently shrouded in a veil of mystery, but her encounter with the protagonist is said to be deeply intertwined with fate. In this chapter, she appears in Ryo's dreams, and she is an important character throughout the Shenmue story. The dream appears on Disc 2 at the end and Disc 3. She appears in dreams if the game progresses until April 1st, however. This dream is a warning that it's game over if the period is exceeded. Following Nozomi is Taojin Ryo, or Ro Tojin, another extra character found in Dobuita. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on December 19th, he is 35 years old, a Sagittarius, and blood type B. He is always seen in a suit in front of Nagai Industries. His real name is Taojin Ryo. He was once a member of the Yangai Industries and fled to Japan secretly from China, abandoning his hometown and travel expenses. Currently, he seems to be resentful of the Japanese underworld. His basic action pattern shows him appearing at Hirata Drugs at 8:30 a.m. and disappearing at 5:50 p.m. He reappears at 9:30 p.m. until 10:50 p.m. He moves between Military Shop Kurita, Honda Drugs, Funny Bear Burgers, Maison Ishikawa, Hirata Electric Appliances, Nagai Industries Front Utility Pole, and then goes toward the bus street and disappears into the bus stop. Next is Roy Miller, or Roy Mira, a battle-exclusive extra character from New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is 179 centimeters tall and weighs 77 kilograms. Born on October 10th, he is 21 years old, a Libra, and blood type A. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is from Annapolis, Maryland, USA. His father is a soldier stationed at the U.S. Navy Yokosuka Base Headquarters. He hates his overbearing father and hardly goes to school because of his rebellious spirit. For 70-man battles and 60-man battles, he often appears as an enemy. He is a Type 2 battle style, so it is important to keep circling around him to avoid his strong attacks. The recommended strategy is to start with a spin kick, 2 consecutive roundhouse kicks, and then follow up with various grappling techniques. Counter attacks are often single strikes, so it's difficult to launch a counterattack. Then we have Robert Wells, or Roboto Waruzu, who is a battle-exclusive extra character for events. He is 182 centimeters tall and weighs 87 kilograms. Born on July 15th, he is 37 years old, a Cancer and blood type A. He is a sailor from Mexico. He has been on the same ship as Haley and others for over 5 years. He is of Latin blood, cheerful and easygoing, and always maintains a neat hairstyle and beard. He starts working part-time at the harbor to earn drinking money. He is a rowdy type with a flashy face, often seen drinking in the harbor. In the Anglo-Saxon bar, he appears as a battle opponent. Anglo-Saxon sailors get mixed up in it and it becomes a brawl. Well, the fight starts with a brawl, but Robert is just a Zako weak enemy, and not much of a threat. Following Robert is Masato Wada, or Wada Masato, another battle-exclusive extra character from New Yokosuka Harbor District. He is 185 centimeters tall and weighs 78 kilograms. Born on September 5th, he is 24 years old, a Virgo, and blood type AB. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He is a muscular man who always wears a hunting cap even in midwinter. He is good at grappling combat, but because he is always wearing a hat, his weakness is his head. He is often seen as an enemy in 70-man battles and 47-man battles. He is a Type 5 battle style, so striking attacks are ineffective, and grappling is also difficult. If you are grabbed, use various throwing techniques to attack. When you are attacked, counterattack with quick moves that target the head. Next is Takashi Watanabe, or Watanabe Takashi, an extra character from Dobuita. He is 184 centimeters tall and weighs 70 kilograms. Born on October 14th, he is 22 years old, a Libra, and blood type O. He is a member of the Mad Angels. He was originally a member of the Yokosuka biker gang Iryu Kai. He is still riding his bike and involved in fights with the Mad Angels. He is particular about machine tuning, but his arm is only so-so. His basic action pattern shows him patrolling Dobuita all day, stopping by the bicycle parking area. He does not appear during New Year's. Finally, we have Wan Kuki, or O Kuki, who is described as a disciple of Dao Taji and works at the Chinese restaurant Ajichi. He is 168 centimeters tall and weighs 72 kilograms. Born on July 8, he is 19 years old, a Cancer, and blood type O. He is the younger son of the owner of the seafood restaurant Umi Aji in Guangdong Province and Hong Kong. He came to Japan with the hope of becoming a chef, saying, "I want to study Japanese cuisine." Actually, he is just curious. To fulfill his father Dao Taji's wishes, he is introduced to Ichishou. He often goes out to buy juice and is somewhat lazy. His basic action pattern shows him at home until 8:31 a.m., then at Ichishou. At 10:30 a.m. and 4 p.m., he is in the MJQ direction towards Yaohan and Ichishou. At 8:30 p.m. he is at the closed Ichishou, and heads home at 9:30 p.m. He is not seen during certain periods or at the beginning of the game. Also, when the vending machine event conditions are met, he takes action at 8:30 p.m. from Ichishou to Nagai Industries, and at 7 p.m. from the vending machine in front of Ichishou to inside the restaurant. At 9:30 p.m. he heads home. The page also contains a quote, "Bravery, leave it to me," which is said by Wan Kuki during a 70-man battle against thugs. This page depicts a page from a research document about memo books and handwriting analysis to understand personality. Seemingly based on the handwriting of Hazuki Ryo, the protagonist, we can see Ryo's face at the top right looking serious. The page analyzes Ryo's handwriting style and discusses his basic personality traits and characteristics based on certain characters he wrote, like hope. There are also sections introducing Fukuda Yusho Sensei, a fortune teller who provided the handwriting analysis, and character profiles mentioning Landi. The setting is related to the world of Shenmue, likely Yokosuka given the book context. Memo book big research. Can you tell? True personality of Ryo Hazuki from his handwriting memo book. The protagonist Ryo Hazuki himself writes down things in his memo book and increases its contents. In other words, the letters in this memo book are naturally Ryo's handwriting. In short, we tried to see if we could judge personality from the strokes of these letters. We had Mr. Fukuda Yusho, a fortune teller who also runs away with Isis Sakuragi in tow, to judge for us. By the way, Mr. Fukuda does not know anything about the contents of Shenmue. Just in case, basic personality is. First of all, since the typeface is a block style, his basic personality is serious and straightforward. Or, to put it badly, simple. He looks serious at first glance, but he is the type to act impulsively. This four-character idiom moon shadow flower body is written in block style. This is because he has a strong will. Basically, he has a strong will, but it seems that his personality is somewhat shaken by various things. Hope character with features. Only this hope character is slightly different in typeface from other characters. Isn't this a person's name? Apparently the person who wrote this character seems to have special feelings for this hope. For example, he may have given this person a cool name. Well, overall, he is well-balanced, serious, masculine, and has a fairly good feeling. However, he seems to be the kind of man who is often unable to think on his feet or gets sulky, so it seems that he needs to strive towards his goals while getting help from various people. Fukuda Yusho Sensei profile. Basically, he specializes in divination and feng shui, but he is also well-versed in physiognomy, Western astrology, and other fields. Currently, he serves as the vice chairman of the Japan Fortune-Telling Association. Many people may have seen his name in TV programs and magazine fortune-telling corners. He has also written many books related to fortune-telling. First glance, as mentioned in the text, the strong rightward slant expresses strength and masculinity. Actually, the moon character in Hazuki Moon is quite meaningful. When you look at it as a set with the character, you can see that there is momentum in both the sun and moon characters compared to other characters. This indicates a destiny to be active regardless of day or night, considering sun equals day, moon equals night. In addition to the explanation in the text, please pay attention to the king part of the hope character. As you can see, the downward strokes to the right are guarded. This kind of writing indicates that he is a steady type, values the basics, and cherishes what is important. He appears to be seriously engaged in martial arts training, but this is only in regard to the hope character. Simply, he shows a diligent and sincere side only towards hope, or perhaps hope represents the important parts of Ryo. Second glance, east. The stroke of the east character stops at the horizontal line part, which represents self-control and steadiness. At the same time, the way of writing that is different from ordinary writing also shows a high sense of self-esteem. However, the upper part of the character is large, and the lower part is small, indicating an unbalanced shape. This shows that there are also parts where he tends to rush ahead and lose sight of his surroundings due to momentum. And bold and large. The feeling of flatness in the hiragana character is due to the writing momentum from the beginning of writing. The intention to delve deeply into problems and get involved is indicated by the way it is written. However, the straight-line shape also expresses simplicity and purity at the same time. As a player, is the help of others necessary? Yes, it has the same rightward slant as moon, and expresses strength. But a part, red-circled part, is missing. This indicates a personality that sometimes lacks focus. He seems serious and tenacious, but perhaps it is because of this that he ends up getting too caught up in games. Less than phone number greater than, Hazuki residence. Home 0468377424, contact with Chenman 0468615647, Ito Naoko 0468377492, Harazaki Takeshi 0468225508, Landi Emperor, Landi, the man who killed his father. The man with a mole on the back of his neck, the killer of his father in front of his eyes. Tattoo on his chest. That day, what in the world happened at the dojo? Ryo, thank you to Yuan for helping search for Landi in the story. This page depicts a guide to enjoying Shenmue 150% more, revealing secrets. It introduces information about 7 characters who explain the game, focusing on high-end graphics. The page is divided into sections: information, theater, and 7 characters and their explanation items. The information section highlights camera and light source positions, zoom in and out, and subtitle options, all controllable with the controller. The theater section explains that players can re-watch in-game view modes anytime. By selecting play data when starting Passport, all 40 movies can be viewed. It shows a screenshot of the theater menu and explains that memorable scenes can be replayed. Below are listed several preview movie clips with their acquisition conditions. The 7 characters and their explanation items section introduces 7 characters with their respective explanation items, presented with character portraits and names. The characters and their explanation items are: Sha Wa, Prologue, Hazuki Awao, Battle System, Harazaki Nozomi, Minigames, Oishi Keizo, Magic Weather, Mark Kimberly, Money, Hong Shuing, Game System, Chai. QTE. The lower part of the page lists various movie scenes from the game with their acquisition conditions. These scenes include moments with Nozomi, encounters in Dobuita, and QTE events. Some scene titles include Preview Forklift, Theater Trailer Edition, Magic Weather and Time Control, Prologue, What's Yokosuka, Preview Number 1, Memory of Cherry Blossoms Blowing, Back Alley, Anticipation of Returning Home from Preparatory School, Stone's Lone Object, Piggy Bank, Jimmy's Apology, Mark's Muttering, Ito's Bike, Nozomi and Bike, Tom's Treat, Guiding Chapter, Dobuita Travel Standing, Hope vs. Vine, Hope's Confession, North Star 7 Stars, Ship's Ticket, Goro's Part-Time Job Introduction, Goro's Marriage Report, Tattoo Shop and Charlie, Encounter with Chen Dada, Chai's Ambush, Chai's Threat, Goro's Information, Hope's Tears, Port, Phoenix Mirror's Dream, Tom's Technique Transmission, Morning Sun Tears and Guiding Chapter, Hope's Charm, Terry's Deal, Premonition, Goodbye Tom, Farewell, and Ending. The acquisition conditions vary, including talking to specific characters, being at certain locations at specific times, triggering QTE events, and progressing through the game's story. For example, Memory of Cherry Blossoms Blowing requires meeting Charlie at the tattoo shop, and then approaching the cherry tree in Nozomi's garden before meeting him. Piggy Bank involves getting a cheap travel pamphlet from Asia Travel Agency, and then going to Fukuhara's room between 1900 and 2330. Chai's Threat is triggered by receiving a phone call from Jimmy, and entering the game center by 12 o'clock, then waiting until 12 o'clock. The page emphasizes enjoying the high-quality view mode and re-experiencing memorable moments from Shenmue. It also hints at some of the specific events and conditions required to unlock these viewable scenes. This page depicts the music section, which explains how to play the BGM that flows during the game. It mentions that you can create a clear file so you can listen to all the songs in one play by referring to the save data. Music: you can play the BGM that flows during the game. Refer to the saved play data and display the song names that can be listened to. Let's create a clear file so you can listen to all the songs in one play. Operation Panel Explanation, * directional buttons to select items, a button to execute, B button returns to the main menu, temporary stop, pause, play, stop, stop, *SNG 1 song playback, all song playback, *RND, random playback, *rep repeat playback. Here is a list of songs and their usage locations or listing conditions. No, song name, usage location list up conditions. No, song name, usage location list up conditions. 1. Original playable in initial state. 17. After entering Asia Travel Company. 2. Orchestra. 18. After entering Wharf Rest Area. 3. Orchestra. 19. After entering the basement. 4. 20. After 70-person battle play. 5. Harbor Light. 21. After Katsumi's QTE play. 6. 22. After seeing the departure scene. 7. 23. After the apricot tree thought event in the Hazuki residence garden. 8. The spot. 24. After the event where Innocent hides the letter. 9 and 25. After being taught Mountain Path by Yamagishi-san. 10. After entering Soba Noodle Shop in Mountain Path. 26. A working man after Mark's part-time lecture. 11. After entering Fortune Teller's House Lapis. 27. I Wish after the Hope Prep School homecoming event. 12. Bob's Pizza after entering Bob's Pizza. 28. Why after the Shrine's Weeping Alone event. 13. After entering Abe's store. 29. After hearing Innocent's story in the parlor. 14. After entering Slot House. 30. The game time is after December 15th. 15. After entering Tomato Mart. 31. Game time is after December 15th. 16. After entering Sword Hair Salon. 32. Christmas. Game time is after December 15th. The page then introduces the passport section, which is described as the main feature and allows access to 8 menus after connecting to the network. It emphasizes the need for a modular cable connection before selecting this option. The passport menu includes options like Shenmue World, Manual, Message Board of Hope, Community Plaza, Network Ranking, Shenmue.com, Self-Diagnosis, and Emergency Notice. Passport is the main menu item. When you enter it, you can enjoy 8 menus. Please note that network connection is required only for this item. Before selecting, plug the modular cable into the back of the main unit. Passport menu * Shenmue World * Manual * Message Board of Hope * Community Plaza * Network Ranking * Shenmue.com * Self-Diagnosis * Emergency Notice. The next section is Shenmue World, part of the passport menu. It details that this section provides setting information for characters and places encountered in the game. It also mentions that all skill techniques, including their origins and motions, are explained, along with various practical game data. Copyright Shenmue World setting materials for characters and places that appear in the game and were visited during play are released. In addition to explanations of skill techniques and their origins, various practical data such as technique motions and hit rates can be viewed. As expected, the network is vast. Detailed profiles of encountered characters are introduced. Unregistered characters are indicated by, and districts are reference based on the selected play data. Place. Yokosuka, the setting, is introduced by area. Detailed information is displayed for visited places. Visited place checks are referenced by the selected play data. All skill books, mastered techniques, referenced by play data, but some unmastered techniques are initially displayed. Origins and motions are explained. Practical battle data such as proficiency level and hit rate are also displayed. Finally, the page mentions Dreamcast user registration. It states that network connection is impossible if the Dreamcast being used is not user registered, and that registration is easily done by following the on-screen instructions using Dream Passport 2. Dreamcast console user registration. If the Dreamcast you are using is not user registered, you cannot connect to the network. If you are unregistered, use Dream Passport 2 inches to perform user registration. Registration work is easy. Just follow the on-screen instructions for registration. This page depicts network rankings and self-diagnosis features within the game. The network ranking section explains that players can register their scores for 8 minigames on a server and compete with other players. Ranking names can be registered using 4 to 12 alphanumeric characters and are displayed in order from the top 1,000. The self-diagnosis section indicates that your play history will be displayed. It shows that not only the play information of the play data selected before connection, displayed as reference file on the screen, but also information from past plays using the same visual memory, displayed as accumulated data on the screen, can be viewed. The page lists 8 games for ranking collection. Space Harrier, Hang On, Darts 7, Excite QTE 2, QTE Title, Slot Machine, 70-person battle, and forklift truck race. These are categorized into high score attack, coin possession number, and time attack. The display game data section details various data points that can be checked, categorized as follows. Overall data. Total game time, current date and time, current area, current motivation, time spent on quests, current possession amount, number of saves, help usage count, memo usage count, conversation count, search count, lock-on count, movement time, idle time, times hitting walls, and game clear count. QTE data. Challenge count, success count, failure count, success rate, and average QTE input reaction speed. Battle data. Number of enemies defeated, 70-person battle self-best, challenge count, average playtime, and total playtime. Mastered techniques. Daily practice data, daily practice count. Sparring match count. Gameplay data. Total amount of money used at the game center. For 6 minigames, high score, challenge count, average playtime, and total playtime are checked for each game. Slot house data. Total amount of money used, highest number of medals, current number of medals, challenge data, number of plays and time, for each of the 16 slot machines and all 16 machines in total. Forklift truck race data. Number of times ranked in the top 15, best lap, best time, and challenge count. Bike data, best time and total time. Part-time job data, number of days worked part-time at the forklift job. Cat data, number of cat and event encounters. Bus data, total fare and number of bus rides. Telephone data, number of phone calls made. It can be checked for each of the 4 phone numbers. Gacha data, total amount of money used and total number of plays. Challenge counts for each machine at each store can be checked. Raffle data, total amount of money spent on raffles. Results for each store can be checked. Item data, number of items owned. Jukebox data, total amount of money used and number of times played. Play counts for each of the 26 songs can be checked. Shopping data, total amount of money used. Vending machine, total amount of money used and total number of drinks purchased including winning drinks. Antique shop, total amount of money used and number of scrolls purchased. Abe's store, total amount of money used and number of items purchased for each purchased item. Tomato Mart Newport store, total amount of money used and number of items purchased for each purchased item. Tomato Mart Dobwita, total amount of money used and number of items purchased for each purchased item. Collection item data, number of collection items. Ownership status can be checked for all 167 types. This page depicts several features and services within the Shenmue game. Firstly, it introduces the manual. It explains that the in-game manual offers more detailed and easier-to-understand explanations than the instruction booklet, with additional items included. The manual structure is outlined, starting with the Start menu, which branches to Start method and game settings. Then there's the Help function, Memo pad, and System window, which includes all items, settings, resume, and etc. The Quest category contains Search, Movement, Conversation, as, Lock-on, Phone call, Buying, and etc. Save point includes Record, Training, Sleep, Settings, and etc. The Battle section has Practice, Sparring, Skill Transfer, and Free Battle. Event covers QTE, minigames such as darts, Excite QTE2, QTE title, etc. and vehicles including forklift and bike, and finally etc. It notes that etc. will become selectable when new explanation items are prepared. Next is Everyone's Plaza. This is described as a plaza gathering content for players to enjoy. It mentions that the weather forecast and the growth status of the mountain stream cats will differ depending on the date of the chosen save data. Time progresses even if the game isn't played, and the kitten grows bigger as days pass. It highlights the Atsumete Shenmue content playable with visual memory, allowing downloads of program data and character data. The text bubble says, if you get a hit, you can get 1 character data. Character data available includes Hazuki Iwao, Ling Sha Wa Fukusan, and Master Chen. Below are listed obtainable items at the free market, which are Cherry, Pigeon, Willies, Kuro the cat, and Mary the dog, along with other items like Chip, Little Philip, Little Willie, Pop, Pianta, Pochi, Kelly, Tora, Rap, Big Philip, Big Willie, Miniard, Phillips, John, Mini Slot, and Mini Jukebox. The Anime Patterns section shows examples featuring Master Chen. The What's New section indicates that as of March 20, 2000, nothing was planned, but new services were expected to be added, encouraging players to check for themselves online. The note mentions you can always check the growth status here, even if you can no longer see it at the Mountain Stream Shrine, and exchange items to get items that can only be obtained here. Another note says, aim for 1 hit and get 1 character, and please note the capacity of the visual memory. The page then introduces Shenmue.com, the official website for Shenmue. It states that if you have an internet connection environment that can connect to the internet, even with Dreamcast, this is the only item available. It offers game-related information and a BBS, and mentions that you can participate in the Shenmue Triathlon and view rankings from here. Following that is emergency notice. It explains that Shenmue-related announcements will be displayed here, covering various content from event information to software malfunction information. It mentions that network ranking will display game tournament announcements and results and event information. For issues other than malfunctions, related information should be checked here. It emphasizes the importance of checking the right-hand side items in particular. Topics include Everyone's Plaza Total Net Ranking Open, which announced the opening on March 21st, Wednesday, and mentions 2 new contents opened in Everyone's Plaza, What's New, and 2 new contents. Troubleshooting is also mentioned, stating that in the event of trouble that may adversely affect game progress, trouble information will be disclosed, and server-side play data will be checked and resolved. An example of trouble is given. DL1 slot machine network ranking registration may not be possible. It explains that if points are obtained on slot machines in the slot house and errors frequently occur making network ranking registration impossible, data should be cleared and re-entered according to the operation procedure. Then try the slot machine again. A note says online support provides peace of mind, and there are many items with text information. Lastly, the page describes a special service, What a Service, F355 Challenge. It explains that if player data for the racing simulator F355 Challenge exists in the visual memory, the F355 Challenge VM operator menu will be activated instead of the information menu. This allows players to enjoy arcade driving at home by reviewing driving data and replays. It is recommended for enthusiastic researchers. It notes that network connection is for the official homepage only. To view information, you need to remove the visual memory. It also highlights that driving lines are faithfully reproduced in replays. Replays are a must-see too. A small text mentions Chen, my youthful passion will help you move teaching. This page depicts 2 sections from a guide about the game Shenmue. The first section is titled Nozomi's Message Board, which explains that players can get advice and hints from Nozomi Harasaki based on their game progress. The second section is titled Lucky Key, which provides various hints and advice related to different situations and characters in the game. The page seems designed to help players who are stuck or want to explore different aspects of the game, offering guidance through in-game conversations and observations. Information. *advice information **. It seems that you've become acquainted with many people. You even know a Chinese person, right? Gao Wenming is a child of the pottery shop owner, and the pottery shop owners are also Chinese people. Try asking them once, are you looking for warehouse number 8? But there aren't any warehouses around here, and even if there were, just knowing the name warehouse number 8 isn't enough to find it. Isn't there something that could be a hint? Like a major address or a phone number, if you have a phone number, you should be able to find out the detailed address from the phone number. Try looking into it. Are you looking for someone who knows something about that day? If that's the case, ask the residents of Sakuragoka. If you ask Mrs. Sakuragoka, she will tell you everything. She's quite the gossip, and she seems to know everything from when children come home from school with Nozomi until evening. If anything has changed, she'll definitely know. Are you investigating if anything changed that day? If that's the case, ask someone in town who knows the area well. They'll know more than anyone else. Also, try asking the antique shop owner in Yamano's. He seems to know a lot about old things. Are you looking for sailors who seem to be gathering? Ask the people in town. They know more about what's going on in town than anyone else. Sailors tend to gather at bars and pubs in the evening for drinks. Maybe if you listen to the people in town, you'll find out something. Are you searching for a man who smells of Chinese herbs? That's Joe, right? He seems to be at the Manmo Temple. He's always there, so he should be easy to find. Are you looking for sailors who seem to be gathering? Ask the people in town. Sailors tend to gather in bars and pubs in the evening for drinks. Ask the people in town about it. You'll definitely find someone who knows. Are you looking for sailors who seem to be gathering in a certain place? At night, sailors gather in bars and pubs. Ask the people in town. You'll definitely find someone who knows. By the way, sailors are often seen at bars and pubs drinking. Are you searching for a man who smells of Chinese medicine? That's Joe, right? He seems to be at the Manmo Temple. He's always there, so he should be easy to find. Are you looking for sailors who seem to gather in a certain place? Are they at bars or pubs at night? Ask the people in town. You'll find someone who knows. Sailors are often seen drinking at bars and pubs. Are you searching for a suspicious man? He seems to be tall and strong. The keys, he shouted, and people ran away. He might be hiding somewhere dark. It's getting dark now, so it might be easier to find him. Are you looking for part-timers? The scenery is bad, but the harbor is always short of hands. If you go to the harbor in the morning before dawn, everyone will be finishing work. Today seems late. Tomorrow go before dawn and ask the supervisors and managers, and they'll probably talk to you quickly. Good luck. Are you looking for the Mad Angels hangout? Be careful, it's a gathering place for dangerous people. At night it's the port of no return for people. They seem to be doing bad things. Don't approach carelessly. There are rumors that people have disappeared. If it's the Mad Angels, then it's probably okay if it's Nozomi. Believe in her. Are you investigating the sacred treasures? It's related to secret transactions. You probably don't know anyone who knows about that. If you know, please tell me because I want to hear about the sacred treasures of Hong Kong. What kind of sacred treasures are they? Amazing sacred treasures, right? Mad Angels are big and scary, so please cooperate with them. Are you looking for Yamanouchi's house? Have you forgotten? It's near the sweets shop, the blue-tiled roof house. You should be able to find it if you look around. Maybe a nameplate is out. Are you investigating a black car? Actually, I have something to talk to Nozomi about. It would be great if she could come to my shop before it gets dark. Please come to my shop before it gets dark. Are you looking for a Chinese person? If that's the case, ask the master chef of Chinese cuisine. He seems to know a lot about Chinese people. The owner of the pottery shop is also Chinese, and the pottery shop owner seems to be the chairman of the Chinese Association. So, if you ask the pottery shop owner, you might find out something. Are you looking for Chinese people? There are many Chinese people in this town. First of all, try asking the people in town. If you can't find the person you are looking for, ask the most knowledgeable person. If you want to know about Chinese people in general, it's difficult, so look for people in large numbers first. Are you looking for the chef of the Ryori restaurant? Try going to Dobuita. It's near Dobuita Park. It's surprisingly close to Dobuita Park, and it seems to be near Akabono River. The Ryori restaurant is a little further down, so you have to go around the signboard to get there. Are you looking for sailors who gather? Ask the people in town. They'll know more about what's happening in town than anyone else. Sailors tend to gather at bars and pubs in the evening for drinks. Try listening to the people in town. You'll definitely find someone who knows. Are you looking for sailors who gather? Have you seen them? At night, sailors gather at bars and pubs. It's noisy and there are fights. Everyone goes to bars and pubs to drink alcohol. Maybe if you listen to the people in town, you will find out something. Everyone in town knows about it. Are you looking for a way to get to the harbor? I'm sorry, Nozomi, I'm causing you trouble. But by this time, buses and bikes are probably gone. Do you have a motorcycle license? Do you have a bike? If you use a bike, there's no other way, I think. Please, try asking someone. Are you looking for a bike? I'm sorry, Nozomi, it's for my own sake. It's just about the bike, but I'm sure Edison has one. It will take some time, but ask him. It was near the Abe store in Dobuita and Yamanouchi's house. I'm really sorry. It's a bit selfish of Mad Angels, but please lend me one more. Nozomi, please, I'm counting on you. This page depicts various locations and characters found within Dobuita and the new Yokosuka port area in Shenmue. It provides descriptions and insights into the shop's people and their roles in the game's world. Dobuita board. What kind of place is Dobuita? People often ask me that. Well, as the name suggests, it's a board road. It used to be a bridge with planks laid across it. Now it's not really like that anymore, and the English signs create a somewhat American atmosphere. Everyone in Yokosuka comes here, so please stop by. Abe store. This place is always the same, an old-fashioned candy store. When I was little, I often went there with my friends. Mr. Abe is a kind old man who runs the store by himself. If you're lucky, he might give you a little extra, so be sure to stop by. Flower shop Ida, my and my grandmother's shop. My grandmother's name is Ida, so it's Ida Flower Shop. Properly, not at all similar, right? But my grandmother's friends all say, Hopchin looks just like Toki-san when she was young. That's what they say. And somehow I'm starting to resemble my grandmother. Tom's hot dog stand. Tom's always cheerful shop is surprisingly a famous Dobuita landmark. Tom's hot dogs are his pride and joy. And Tom is very friendly. I often eat Tom's hot dogs with ryokan. 3 swords, difficult to pronounce words. Santo, when you read it as Santo, it refers to chefs, cooks, tailors, hairdressers, etc. Yes, cutlery includes knives, scissors, razors. You can make a living with just one blade. There are many people who have come to Japan from China and are doing this job. Fufu, in reality, I'm a potter who makes unglazed pottery, and I've only been taught how to use a trowel. Maeda Barber. This place is a quiet barber shop. The owner is a gentle father. He always reads the newspaper. His daughter Mikison is a playful girl. She is often playing in the shop and she is so mischievous that her parents can't believe she is their child. It's quite a talkative family. Recently, Mikison has been saying she wants to be a beautician when she grows up. What a dream, Capo Barber. This Capo Barber is located on the back street of Dobuita, so not many people know about it. It's run by a Chinese couple. The owner is a skilled barber. I heard that he doesn't talk much in Japanese. That's what they said. He seems like a very serious person. Sailor. Yokosuka has an American naval base, so there are many foreigners. That's why there are many sailors in Dobuita. At night, sailors come to Dobuita to play. Sailors are very big and friendly. They are very kind even if you are a little late at night. Ryokan seems to be good at dealing with them. He's surprisingly popular. I guess he's used to that kind of thing. Bar Heartbeats. Bar Heartbeats. What kind of bar is it? I don't really know. It seems to be a bar for adults. It's located deep in Dobuita. There are many bars in the back alleys of Dobuita, you know. Charlie. Charlie, he talks a lot, that Charlie. So he's probably good at telling lies. I wonder if Ryokan is looking for Charlies and I thought so, but maybe not. He's not a bad person or anything. But what kind of person is he? I'm a little worried. Nagai Industries. Nagai Industries, you know. It seems to be a real estate business. Nagai Industries does various businesses, you know. When I talked to Grandma, she just said, that place is dangerous, so don't go near it. That's all she said. There are always scary-looking people hanging around there, so be careful. Just looking at them makes you feel like you'll get caught up in something. Military Shop Krita. Military Shop Krita. Mr. Krita, the owner, is a very cool old man. Military apparel is popular in America again now, isn't it? Mr. Krita always wears military clothes. Krita-san's daughter, she always wears clothes with the same pattern. She looks very fashionable. I heard from the flower shop's grandmother that she's going on dates with a faux. Rainer, tattoo shop. Tattoo shop, tattoo, you know. Tattoos, it means irizumi, right? Irizumi, you know. Tattooing on your bare skin and then coloring it. Doesn't it hurt? It looks a little scary and intimidating. And the tattoo artists at Dobuita board are scary, you know. Basement. Basement of the Hazuki residence. In the basement of the Hazuki residence, in the old days, old tools and belongings remain. So Ryokan is always searching there. Even though he doesn't know what he's looking for, Ryokan says he's looking for something. Yes, where is it hidden, Ryokan doesn't say, so I don't know either, but I also think there might be a secret underground room in the Hazuki residence. In the old days people put a lot of effort and ingenuity into making things, didn't they? Chen Darren. Chen Darren, it's read as Chin Taijin, you know. Chen is his family name, and Darren is his given name, I think. Actually it's not. Darren is a title like Mr. or Sir. Fathers are called Chin Taigin, and sons are called Chin Taijin. That's what adults say. In the first place, it seems like they came from Hong Kong to raise their children. There seems to be various complicated backgrounds. His son, Chin Taijin, seems to be gentle and kind. I'm sure Ryokan is also very grateful to him. Originally, they are father and son, but they speak in a way that makes you feel like they are speaking in code. It's mysterious. Asia Travel Agency. Asia Travel Agency. My house is nearby, so it's close to my house, but I don't really understand what kind of shop it is, who runs it, and whether it's actually a shop or not is also a mystery. But when customers come and go, Ryokan also asks about travel there. So maybe it's a travel agency after all. But it doesn't seem to be that busy. World Travel Agency, World Travel Agency. Travel is great. I love it too. The people at Dobuita all use this World Travel Agency when they travel. My mother also used this World Travel Agency, I've heard. When I get into college, I want to travel to many different places. When I pass the university entrance exams, that is, at that time, yes. Jimmy, I can imagine a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, you know. But there are foreigners at Dobuita board. Surprisingly, there are many Japanese speakers. Chinese people are also possible, you never know. He's a little bit of a fishmonger's son, I heard. Is he doing well now, suspicious man? Suspicious man, hey you, a suspicious voice called out. His footsteps are long and he wears boots for the cold winter season. He wears a knit cap pulled down low and hides his eyes with sunglasses. Feeling bad, is something wrong? He's suspicious for various reasons, you know. Chai, is that his name? Even so, I don't know anything else about him. I don't intend to get involved. New Yokosuka Port 2. New Yokosuka Port. This place is a wide port where cargo arrives from foreign countries and cargo is shipped to foreign countries. So many people work here. From morning to night, trucks come and go busily. Everyone is very busy at the end of the year. It's a very busy place. There are also many offices here. Goro 2. Goro-san. Goro-san, a tough guy at the port. He's a bit of a bully, and he only says bad things, but recently he's changed his mind and repented. He calls himself Aniki and burns incense to make amends for his past. He seems to be looking for Ryokan. What could it be? Anyway, please be careful. Alpha Trading Office. Alpha Trading Office. At New Yokosuka Port there are shipping companies and trading companies lined up. Alpha Trading Office is one of them. Of course, this place is just an office, so it's not that big, and during the daytime everyone is busy with work, but even so they always seem to be short-handed. They're always looking for part-time workers. Alpha part-time job. Markson. Markson, is he from somewhere overseas? He's a part-time worker. At the port, he seems to be a very friendly older brother. His Japanese is very natural. He's very fluent. But even so, he's a foreigner, so I'm a little curious. Mad Angels work at night. They are active at the New Yokosuka Port at night. It's dark and scary. It's a little bit scary. Suspicious-looking people gather, and it seems like they are doing various bad things. Mad Angels are a group of suspicious-looking people. They seem to be involved in smuggling and clandestine trade, but they are scary people, so don't get too close. Cage tag. They call Mad Angels big business cage tag. In the old days of trading, when confirming a trading partner, they used cage tags. To do that, they split the profit evenly. One cage tag is worth 2 Mad Angels. Mad Angels, they are also a kind of chainmail mafia that has been passed down from the old days. Tony and Smith, these Mad Angels guys, they are always together at Dobuita board, even during the daytime. They are always standing around, and they are scary kids. Be careful. Yokosuka Port 1. Yokosuka Port. Yokosuka Port is called a base town, and it is said to be the base of the town, you know. Yokosuka Port is close to the U.S. Naval Base, and there are many ports around. Beyond the sea, you can see the Boso Peninsula. It's a beautiful view. Yokosuka Port is a very wide port where many cargo ships come and go. It's a very busy port where cargo from all over the country and foreign countries gathers. Goro 1. Goro-san. The port has many boats, and it's very narrow, right? So it's a little bit off-limits, and it's dimly lit. There are many tough guys at the port. Goro-san is one of those guys. He's a bully, he's mean, and he only says bad things. Rumor has it that he's a yakuza. He always ties his hair back with a reagent pompadour. And he always has wrinkles between his eyebrows. He's a scary-looking guy. I don't want to meet someone like that. New Old Warehouse number 8. New Old Warehouse number 8. That's right. New Yokosuka Port. Warehouses number 1 to 10 are lined up in a small port, and it used to be a fishing village called Amihama. It was a town with a fishing port atmosphere. That place was reclaimed and rebuilt, and now it has become the wide New Yokosuka Port. Now warehouses number 1 to 18 have been built, so it's a mixture of new and old warehouses, it seems. Hasaka-san, she's a very kind girl. Since she was little, she always played with my sister. Hasaka-san is a really nice girl, I always thought. Now she's helping out at the Dobuita board, Hoka-Hoku Bento lunchbox shop. She's a very capable girl. Grandma is resting in the back of the shop, and Hasaka-san delivers lunchboxes to the port every day. I should go help her sometime. Machen, Hasaka-san said that Machen is her younger sister, I think. Machen is my younger sister. She's a small girl, about 3 years old, and she plays with my sister the most. Among the 3 sisters, Machen is the youngest and the most playful one. What is she playing? She's always playing with Machen. Moon, help me, please, forgive me, I'm always making Nozomi worry. But now I'm really in trouble. Please help me, I don't even know where this is. I was just taken to the port. I believe in you, Nozomi. You'll definitely come, Nozomi. Terry is the leader of the Mad Angels. He's a suspicious person. He's very careful and deep-minded, and his background is of course unknown. He's a Mad Angels guy, so of course he's a bad person. But the people who have seen his face or know his name are all missing. It's a scary place, scary and bad. Tom is always cheerful. Thompson is going back to America. Somehow Dobuita board will become Dobuita board without Thompson. I'm sure Thompson will be very popular even in America. I'm a little lonely. More than that, I'm worried about Ryokan. Ryokan is very disappointed. But please properly say goodbye when you part ways, but it's awkward, isn't it? Friendship between men. It's something like that. Landy is chasing Ryokan. This Landy person, he's definitely related to the Chinese mafia. Landy is chasing Landy and he's determined to catch this Landy person. I'm worried, but please do your best. Me, always supporting you. Ichishou, Precious Chapter. Such a wound will heal soon. First go worrying about the pain in the heart of the wound. This page depicts a staff questionnaire featuring 57 members involved in the development of Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka. It showcases comments from various staff members about their experiences and thoughts on the game. The questionnaire covers 7 key areas. 1. What are your favorite aspects of Shenmue? 2. Who is your favorite character and why? 3. Which scene in the game is most memorable for you? 4. Is there any hidden trick you incorporated into the game? 5. Are there any interesting episodes from the development process? 6. Please say a word or two. 7. A message to the users. The staff responses are organized by teams, starting with the Sound Team. Sound Team SH Role, General 1. Battles and various events. 2. Ryo. I like how he progresses the story calmly without outwardly showing his emotions. 3. The scene at Chai's Game Center. TN Role, Product Manager 1. The beautiful graphics. 2. Chai, because he seems evil. 3. Chai's events. 5. There are many tough episodes. 6. Uwa 7. The soundtrack is out, so please buy it. YT Role Sound Debugging 1. Minigame Network Rankings. 2. Harazaki. Cute. 3. Ending and Events. 5. I can't recall any particularly difficult times. 7. Please look forward to the next installment. OM Role, Music Voice Recording 1. Being able to freely walk around the large field and talk to townspeople. 2. Guro. Because his personality is cheerful. 3. The opening scene. 4. There weren't any major struggles. 5. Guro and Emperor are voiced by the same voice actor. Ichishou and Hazuki Iwau's father are voiced by the same voice actor. 7. Please enjoy playing slowly. MT Role, Sound Effects Editing 1. The strong individuality of the characters. The high degree of freedom. 2. Ichishou. I was moved by the scene where he shows his rise from being overwhelmed in a suit to becoming formidable. 3. The line, but Guro is strong, you know, when worried about Goro's true strength. I laughed. 6. Everyone, until Guro returns. Please leave the management of the dojo to me. 7. Please look forward to the next installment as well. Design Team TM Role Stage 1. The free locations. 2. Chenguizhang, simple and strong. 3. The opening scene where the parent and child die. 5. My wedding ceremony and the development deadline overlapped, which was very tough. 6. Please buy Shenmue 2. DS Role, Character Modeling, etc. 1. The frustrating aspect of not being able to do various things that seem possible. 2. Yuan and Nagasawa Tsuyoshi, because they are characters I created. 3. I think the opening Landy vs. Hazuki Iwao scene was well done. 5. Nothing particularly interesting or funny. Knob Role, Stage Design 1. The attention to detail and incorporating even small household items into the back alleys. HT Role, Advertising Game Center, Pawnshop, Alfie Toys, Old Warehouse District Stage Design 1. Various places to walk around. 2. Mark Guro Afro Shimashima. 3. The scene where Jimmy gets beaten up at the Asia Travel Agency. 4. I drew the poster with directions to the harbor that is attached to the wall. 5. I found a cockroach when I was taking a nap under my desk. 6. Let's properly dispose of lunchbox waste. 7. Next time will be amazing, definitely. MA Role, Stage Design 1. The game-like places. 2. Ryachin. She is lovely in various senses. 3. The scene in Harazaki's park. Smelly but the best. 4. Halloran is actually available at convenience stores, Tomato Mart. You can't buy it though. Y Role, General Stage, backgrounds for interiors like Pawnshops 1. The pursuit of creating 3D box gardens that are unlike anything seen before without relying on cheap tricks. 2. Chiachin, because her breasts are big. 6. If it's you, you can do it. Tilde, you're not alone. Tilde, this Shenmue is one grain of sand. Tilde. 7. Shenmue is eternally incomplete. SI Role, Tattoo Shop, Harbor Lounge, Trees, etc. 1. The game controls are easy to understand, unlike any game I've experienced before. 2. Ryo, because he is a character that anyone can easily empathize with. 3. Harazaki's Confession. YK Role, Dobuita, Bike Stage, etc. Design 1. The atmosphere of Okukasona. 2. Harazaki, because she is small and cute. 3. The movie scene where you return to Dobuita by bike. 4. Tomato Mart, which appears in Dobuita and also along the bike path, has several other branches. It seems they are expanding to various places. 5. I've been involved in development for 2 years, and it's strangely funny and weird. 6. The real Dobuita is different, various things. Light blue section, Sound Director Interview Mitsuyoshi Takinobu, Role. Sound Director Q. What are your favorite aspects of Shenmue? A. The worldview, because the curved lines are beautifully rendered. Q. Which scene in the game is most memorable for you? A. The staff role. Q. Is there any hidden trick you incorporated into the game? A. Not really. Q. Are there any interesting episodes from the development process? Please tell us. A. Regarding the forklift music, the department manager said it sounds like Daytona's music and took it seriously. I incorporated it into the game, and when I showed it to the department manager, he had a complicated expression and said, Mitsuyoshi, this is Daytona, isn't it? Q. If you have any ideas that didn't make it into the game, please tell us. A. Events, etc. I wanted to make the movements of the pictures more in sync with the music. Also, I thought about expanding the main theme into a song with a motif. At that point, if I did that, it would have deviated significantly from the original concept, so I'm glad I didn't. Q. Please say a word or two. A. Shebang, this is awesome, piggy bank tone. Q. For you, what kind of person is Yu Suzuki? A. He is indeed a creator. What he believes in, he pursues relentlessly, isn't he? And he is still my boss. He has been my boss from the beginning. Q. Any messages for users? A. Right now, US production is underway. It's quite reasonably priced. Please buy the soundtrack as well. This page depicts interviews with various staff members who worked on Shenmue, discussing their favorite aspects of the game. TW in charge, stage design number 1. The place where you can walk around the town that is realistically built in detail, number 2. Fukusan, his slightly foolish side, number 3. The scene where you meet Nozomi in the park at night, number 4. There are many, but the book's Megarare item in the convenience store was made for me by Hollow Circle San, number 5. There are many things I can't write, number 6. It's tough, isn't it, number 7. Please understand the true meaning of genre free. It's not like you can do anything. Omasanori in charge, design director Q. What are your favorite parts of Shenmue? A. Full voice. The interestingness of the realistically depicted background details and various discoveries are like treasures. Q. Who is your favorite character and why? A. Mimi. She's cute. Q. What is the most memorable scene in the game? A. The scene where Nozomi gives Ryo an amulet at the harbor. Q. Are there any secret tricks in the game? A. Mr. Yuasa from Wave is appearing as an extra. Also, some of the developers are appearing as extras. Q. If you have any interesting episodes from development, please tell us. A. During development, there was a character who wasn't assigned any motion yet, and it was assigned the winning motion of Pi from Virtua Fighter, and he was jumping and bouncing around. It was really funny. Q. What kind of ideas that didn't make it into the game do you have? A. Something like wearing stockings on your head when you are sad, and it looks funny. Q. Please give a message to all the users. A. Shenmue 2-inch, please look forward to it. Q. Please give a final word to Mr. Suzuki. U. A. Please take care of yourself more, and give us Shenmue 2-inch quickly. S. In charge, art, stage design of residential area number 1. The fact that they don't release it until they are satisfied. Number 2. Hazuki Residence. It's colorful, so, number 3. The opening where Landy fights a WoW and takes the mirror, number 7. It has become a completely new type of game unlike anything before. Please everyone enjoy it. H.E. In charge, view mode design number 1. I like the detailed stages and realistic characters. Number 2. Chai. His inhuman appearance and movements are cool. Number 3. The scene where Ryo rides behind Nozomi on her bike and goes to Dobuita was moving. Number 4. It's a little hidden, but I appear as a game character. Number 5. When deciding on the character model for the heroine Nozomi, we made a scene using several types of Nozomi models, and that was very interesting after that. The current Nozomi was chosen in an audition outside of Nozomi, and the rejected characters are moving around Dobuita as extras. Number 6. Oyaji tilde, Old Man tilde, number 7. If you look closely at the characters, you may find someone who looks like someone you know, entertainers or something. KY in charge, character modeling number 1. Darts. Number 2, Guijang, cool. Number 3, 70-man battle, darts. Number 5, development is not something to be taken lightly. Number 6, money. I want it. Number 7, darts are fun, let's all play. TI in charge, motion number 1. The place where there is plenty of color in various meanings. Number 2, Fukusan, because he is acting foolish in a good way. Number 3, QTE battle with the Sukuban, the part where you beat up the girls. Number 5, when Mr. Jianji was doing motion capture shooting, the staff was talking passionately about key of martial arts. Number 6. I want to be healthy. Number 7. Shenmue 2 inches also Yoroshiku please take care of me Yagami-san. Number 2. Nishi-san, because he is the model himself. Number 3. The period when all the gacha were completed and Ryo's punch in Hazuki residence. Number 4. Battle up down left right B A with option 4 plus force field. Less than this is a joke. Number 5. During development when it rained in the game, dogs and cats were also walking around Dobuita with umbrellas. Laughs. Number 6. Kanji drill and so on. Number 7. Let's enjoy dynamic games. By making it by hand, the play that is given becomes much more interesting. KM in charge. 2D design, main character design. Number 2. Fukusan. He seems like a slightly foolish soldier. Number 3. When the soccer ball QTE failed and Kodoko, girl child, hit her head with the ball, that moment was funny. Number 6. Oyaji tilde old man tilde. Number 7. Characters. If you look closely, you may find someone who resembles someone unexpected, entertainers or something. YJ in charge, stage design. Number 1. You can zoom in and look at any place. As a person who makes backgrounds, I am grateful that you can see even the small details. Fun just to look at. I think there are few games like that. There are many places that are painful to make though. Number 2. Guijang. He is the coolest in the whole chapter. Number 3. Around April, the place where the cherry blossoms begin to scatter in Hazuki residence. It's beautiful, isn't it? Number 5. During development, when something went well, applause started in one part. Then the people around also start applauding. It spreads widely and the whole floor becomes applause. It's a habit. Most people don't know why they are applauding though. Number 6. I want to be healthy. Number 7. Shenmue 2 inches also Yoroshiku please take care of me. HK in charge. Battle motion. Number 1. The place where you can feel the real thing, natural acting. Number 2. Fukusan. The sticky parts. The parts where he's groveling to Nico. The angular parts. Number 3. Guijang's incomprehensible expression when he gets a high score in the Gessen game is good. Number 4. When you hit a cat on the forehead it sticks its tongue out. Sorry, it's a lie. Number 5. Everything is funny. Number 6. Arrow tilde. Number 7. Even if this game leads to stalking behavior, we are not responsible at all, so please understand. MK in charge, peripheral motion dynamics. Number 1. The interesting thing is that the damage of the trial actions is shown in various places. I like that kind of roughness. Number 2. Innocent. Good, that's the righteousness of Japanese women. Number 3. Cola juice is gulped down, and the sound of gacha, and the sound of money falling are played over and over again. Number 4. Nozomi at Hazuki residence is lovely. Number 5. There were some people who made stones fly in the restroom. Number 6. I want to be healthy, my body won't heal. Number 7. What will you enjoy? DT in charge, peripheral motion, other motions. Number 1. Opening. Number 2. Guijang. Because he is nihilistic. Because the characters stand out because of him. Number 3. The part where Guijang's head is tilted. Number 7. Thank you for playing. Thank you very much. MN in charge. Background. Gacha Sega characters in general. Others. Number 1. Even though his father was just killed, he's gacha every day. HK in charge. Character 3D modeling. Number 1. The place where you won't get tired of playing no matter how many times you play. Number 2. Chai, I made him. Number 3. The scene where Nozomi confesses to Ryo in the park. Many others. Number 4. King, Hara, and Tamura, many others, are the faces of the Shenmue development staff. Number 5. At first we were making it with reference to Rambo 3, but it changed to Princess Mononoke, Hamanoptera, and Jeanne d'Arc. Number 6. Stylish. Number 7. Shenmue 2 inches will be even more interesting. We are working hard every day until late at night. So, TJ in charge, character model production. Number 1. Backgrounds and townscapes, etc. You can see reasons that you couldn't see in games and movies until now. Number 2. Mimi cute. Onamichi Jiro, Sipwai, Gesse thick, Mitsugu Guro greater than funny. Number 3. Conversation between Ryo and Guijang just before the 70-man battle. Number 5. The character team secretly made several models that resemble the people in the development team, and when they were put on the screen everyone burst out laughing and it was very well received. Number 6. I want a more robust body. Number 7. Design everyone's life-threatening passion. Please feel it on the screen. This page shows a page from a book detailing interviews with different members of the Shenmue development team. It covers various aspects of the game's development, favorite characters, and memorable moments. Q. What do you like about Shenmue? A. I like that the minigames are substantial. Q. Who is your favorite character and why? A. Christmas Santa. Simply because his lines are funny. and he's a character only available for a limited time. Q. What was a scary scene in the game for you? A. Chase Jimmy. During the QTE when dodging people, Ryo spins around to avoid them. When I first saw it I thought, wow, cool. Q. If you have any interesting development episodes, please tell us. A. After the warehouse QTE, in the scene where Ryo tightens up Tony's face and the way the light hit it were so occult and scary that I thought it was a mistake, but it was approved as is. Q. If you have any ideas that were scrapped, please tell us. A. There were so many that I've forgotten them. Q. Please shout a word to Yu Suzuki. A. Tired. Q. Please say a word to the users. A. Shenmue is a game whose appeal is difficult to explain, so please just play it and I would be happy if you could convey the fun to others. TS. Number 2. Development code YSKT. Note Takahashi Yoshiaki's thing. Because he was a reliable ally who fought to the end as a bug messenger. Number 3. The event where it doesn't look like Ryo is being scolded even when he is scolded by his father. Number 5. I went home at dawn, and as soon as I put a towel blanket over myself in the futon, I was called back to work due to a bug. Moreover, it takes 1 hour and 30 minutes to get to the company. NS. Number 1. I made a polygon of a townscape that seems to be around there. Number 2. Fukuhara. Disciple of disciples. Number 3. Fukuhara. Is there anything I can do? Ryo, keep guarding. Number 4. 70-man battle, main story and time attack during development. If you press and hold the L and R triggers on the 4P controller, it becomes autopilot. Note, auto-generated records are not ranked. Number 5. There was a person who mass-produced cup noodles and sold them in the department. Number 6. American Comic Style Hope, HS. Number 1. It's a game that doesn't feel like a game. My father, who hates games, was playing Shenmue, and when I saw him I thought, isn't this normal? I realized it was a game. Number 2. Fukuhara. He's a character who is in trouble but he doesn't flutter, and he uses techniques properly. Number 3. Opening event. Shenfa's skirt was quite fluttering. She is a girl who takes a lot of effort. Number 4. Watch mode during the 70-man battle. Details are in another person's questionnaire. Then poison mode. Reference mark poison mode equals battle in the dark. If you defeat enemies in a dark state, your stamina will recover indefinitely. 5 repetitions after 20 minutes of playtime. Even in a state of extreme fatigue, this effect is valid, is ridiculously strong, you know. Less than new Shinjuku Jackie greater than. Number 5. Yes, Reshinkan was Fukuryukan. Somehow I had this feeling of best kid. Number 6. What are you saying? You should have said it. Number 7. Next time, it's currently under enthusiastic production, so please try playing it again. You will surely discover something different. It's okay to understand quickly, but I would be happy if you could find your own way of playing. People who haven't played it yet, please try playing it even if you have to borrow it. MN. Number 1. Space Harrier. Number 2. Hiratoshin MJQ Parton. Cool. Number 3. Doing Gacha Gacha. Number 5. When I changed the motion data, everyone became KIERU. Number 6. Pants are loose. MW. Ideographic, comma. Number 1. Lump of technology. Number 2. Mark. Let's do our best. Number 3. Travel standing up. Number 7. Next time it's in production. Please wait for a while. TT. Number 1. Ending. Number 2. Precious. Somehow. Number 3. Ending. ST. Number 1. Especially. Nothing. Number 2. Fukumasan. When a bug came out, his appearance was often. Number 3. Even though it's Gorichan, right? A scene where he says a word. Number 5. Broken bones. Floor. Hash. 6. Nothing to shout. YJ. Number 1. How to get angry. Number 2. Petro. Because he is a teacher. Number 3. When Fukuhara's wallet is broken, Fukuhara's face expression is Psycho. Number 5. Meeting Mr. Barty, who makes 2 straightforward remarks like Miura of Backle D. Number 6. No fear. Number 7. Please enjoy getting angry. MH. Number 1. A good-natured man who is doing Gacha Gacha all day long. Number 2. It took half a day to debug this guy. Number 3. Sunset scene from the port. Number 5. At the development wrap-up party, I reacted sensitively to words like bug, rain, and snow. Number 6. Chinese food. Number 7. Please take it easy. Number 1. Adventure in everyday life. Number 2. Chai. Strong personality, to leave an impression. S. Number 1. Long development period. Number 2. Mr. Meat Shop Tamura. When I was hospitalized, the person himself came to visit me. Number 3. Cat that was given fried tofu. Number 5. I was hospitalized due to a motorcycle accident. Thanks to that, I was able to take summer vacation. Number 6. Overtime pay and compensatory holiday pay. Hooray tilde. Number 7. Next time it will be even more amazing, probably. various things. SKQTE number 2, midwinter, because he is always energetic even in winter. Number 3, precious moments of praise, Puchat, TM, QTE number 2, Hazuki residence, even when it's destroyed by fire it's still cool. Number 3, Shenfa's uppercut. Number 5, the texture of Landi's face is broken and it looks like he's bleeding from his nose. TJ, number 1, disc is 3 sheets. Number 2, poor quality of Hao Shou, because his face is funny. Number 3, poor quality battle with Hao Shou, HY, ideographic comma. Number 1, the concept of relaxed, plentiful, moist. Number 2, Chen Gui, I like the feeling that he is saying meaningful lines without being conscious of it, and the unexpected human touch. Number 3, in the scene at me and Steve Doring after Terry is defeated, when Rio says thank you, Terry replies, that's my line, and leaves the scene. Number 4, to the person in charge of planning, even though it's the year-end and New Year holidays, except for map work, there's nothing to do, I was told. So at Tomato Mart, Yokosuka store only, 12/24 and 25 1/1 to 1/4, 2/14, 3/14, the probability of winning a prize in the lucky draw is doubled, all discs okay. Number 5, around the time of the development wrap-up party, there was a lucky draw and gotcha checking if all products were winning, if the probability was correct, and while checking in a half-asleep state, I and some staff members who had forgotten the original purpose ended up competing to complete the lucky draw and gotcha. Number 6, lovable friend, female, is wanted, laugh. Number 7, early understanding, story only, please play through. In Shenmue, the interesting part is conveyed enough in the story itself. Don't rush, but please pay attention to your surroundings and try playing. I think you will find something different than before. Shenmue is still only Chapter 1. It will become more and more interesting from now on. Please look forward to it. TG. Number 1, Shenmue-like places. Number 2, trees, men, rocks and ghosts. Number 3, Fukumizen's face is scary in the opening. Number 5, is it interesting, you know, H. This page depicts feedback and comments from the development team of Shenmue categorized by team and role. It includes sections for system team, planning team, debug team, event team, and game management. The page also has a Q&A section with the planning director, Yu Suzuki, discussing aspects of Shenmue's development and enjoyable elements. System team saw, Damdong, system construction. Number 1, Shenhua, she doesn't look like she eats meat. Number 2, Mark Poco scene. Number 3, ideographic, 3F ideographic, ling. Number 3, when busy you end up sleeping in the 3F bedroom, and there was someone who talked in their sleep, often muttering piling chu or rolling iling ue, which was quite bothersome. Number 5, taxes are too high. Please lower the insurance premiums. No need for pension. Number 6, DCPS2. Number 6, if you like games, before worrying about platforms like DC or PS2, you should prioritize sound and image quality. Planning team. KF. Event direction, camera. Conversation camera. Number 1, ideographic, period, Number 1, I enjoyed the physiques of hot guys without guns or strange rays of light. If I write this it sounds weird, so I'll stop. Even without using effects or flying through the sky, martial arts felt really cool. Number 3, ideographic, Number 3, the battle with Jongson in the last chapter, the character direction was also cool. Number 5, tideographic, period, ideographic, Number 5, there was a scene where a character getting mugged bumps into a utility pole and falls when running away from Guro. It was only shown at the edge of the screen, but I liked that. Why was it removed? I like slapstick comedy. Number 6, ideographic, Number 6, it's precisely in serious works that slapstick comedy comes to life. Number 7, please take care of Shenmue 2 as well. MH, event team. Number 1, 60. Number 1, even people in their 60s, like parents who have never played games before, can enjoy it to some extent. Number 2, Kazooie the Vagrant. After all, the bird feather-like. SJ, ideographic, 3. Dojo, main house, basement, port, third map. Number 1, ideographic, Number 1, the concept of time and weather changes. Number 2, 10. Number 2, Ono and Tadashi. Because it's my own character, it's like me 10 years later. Number 3, finding the Phoenix Mirror. Number 4, I know everything but Number 4. Number 4, there's something in the basement that becomes the item White Leaf. Be sure to get it in the previous chapter, 234. 2. From late March to late April, the number of cherry blossoms changes depending on the day. Number 5, ideographic comma dot. Number 5, there were others besides me, but my wedding and the master-up period were quite tough. Number 6, tilde tilde. Number 6, let me go home early tilde, give me money tilde. Number 7. Number 7, to create something good I want you to understand that it takes time. We are fighting day and night somehow so that everyone can quickly empathize with Ryo Hazuki's feelings. Please look forward to it. St. Debug passport. Number 1, free. Number 1, the free aspect. Number 2. Number 2, Fukuhara, sophisticated. Number 3. Number 3, Nozomi's bike. Number 5. Number 5, couldn't sleep. Number 6. Number 6, sleepy. Number 7. Number 7, please participate more in the network ranking. MS, debug management. Number 1, ideographic comma. Number 1, I don't know. If I had to pick, Space Harrier. Number 2. Number 2, Ryachin, his bluntness. Number 3, open corner bracket. Number 3, to the soldiers playing billiards, his opening line, hey you guys sailors, he's too blunt, Ryachin. Number 4. Number 4, I don't know. Number 5. Number 5, can't say. Boss, I have a good idea for an arcade game, please let me make one. Number 7. 2, ideographic comma ideographic period. Number 7. In Shenmue 2, we'll incorporate more and more user-friendly elements into the controls. We'll do our best to make movement more interesting. KY. Game event direction, help with period check supervisor. Number 2. Number 2, Shuying. Older sister types are more appealing. Number 3, ideographic comma dot. Number 3, Guizhong and Ryo's confrontation scene. Number 5. Number 5, when checking the periodic characters, there are enough episodes to publish a book. LM. Event, minigames, forklift, etc. Number 1. Number 1, there are many things that are firsts in game history. Number 2. 70 ideographic period. Number 2, Yamato Murayama, 70 man. Pedal character. Because his last name is Gao. Because he's fat and has a mohawk. Number 3. Number 3, the part in the opening where Fukusan flies in. Number 5. Ideographic comma 100. Number 5. In the early stages of development it was funny when Ryo's forklift started running wild at 100 km per hour, skidding and crashing through walls. Number 6. Number 6, SY. Game management. Number 1. Ideographic period. Number 1. There are many new attempts making it a new type of software. The story progresses even without much effort. Number 2. Number 2. Fukusan. Because he's a passionate person. Number 3. Number 3, meeting Master Chen. Number 5. Ideographic comma ideographic comma ideographic comma. Number 5. In the final stages of development, the boss took us to a ramen shop to reward our daily efforts. But the next day, everyone who ate ramen at that shop, including the boss, got sick. Number 5. Number 5, hey there, Osaka slang. Number 6. Number 6. In the next game, we will incorporate more playfulness. YO. Event team. Number 1. Number 1. We're putting all our effort even into parts unrelated to the main story. Number 2, ideographic period. Number 2, Izumi Takano. A heroine candidate who only appeared in the trial version. The ponytail was nice. Personally. Number 3, ideographic comma. Number 3, it must be the scene where the old man is killed. We retook it many times. In view mode, it's the scene we put the most effort into. Number 4. Linglingling times, opening parenthesis question mark closing parenthesis dot. Number 4, there are various things, but secrets are secrets. If you do XXX with Nozomi will say, what? Or something like that. Really? Number 5, ideographic period RVF. Number 5, during a tough time, I went to play mahjong to change my mood and my bike got stolen. It was the week after a programmer had his car stolen and was laughing about it. I was so frustrated that I bought the exact same bike brand new. It was expensive RVF. Number 6. Tilde. Number 6. I want to eat yakiniku tilde. Number 7. Number 7. There are various things, but anyway, I hope you will watch over us with a warm eye. Question box. Planning Director Eigo Kasahara. Q. A. AQ. What do you like about Shenmue? A. Perhaps the variety of things you can do. Who is your favorite character? A. Xinghua. QTEQ. QA. Perhaps the variety of things you can do. My favorite character is Xinghua. Because her face when tearfully overwhelmed after the QTE battle is the best. Q. What is the most memorable scene in the game? A. Okayama, Tommy's scene. QA. Okayama is the most knowledgeable. Q. AQ. Are there any secret tricks in the game? A. Okabayashi. QA1 ideographic comma, ideographic period Q. If you have any interesting development episodes, please tell us. A. There are so many I can't write them all, but the last part of Chapter 1 was supposed to be a fight with Chai on a ship, cargo ship. QA1 ideographic, 2 ideographic, He turned into a guy who picks fights with children and women. Isn't that a bit pathetic? Q. If you have any ideas that were reversed, please tell us. A. There are so many I can't write them all. But 1. The last part of Chapter 1 was supposed to be a fight with Chai on a ship, cargo ship. 2. The opening was supposed to be the final match of a martial arts tournament, where Ryo would lose by disqualification and receive a silver trophy. These were all scrapped, and now it's the scene where the father dies. QA ideographic period. Q. Please say a word to the users. A. Passport is a new content unlocking area, and Shenmue is still expanding. Please try reconnecting to Passport. Of course, those who haven't connected yet should connect. Heart, 415 Heart. Ryo, father's enemy, I'll avenge you now. Yuwa, defeated by Lan Di on April 15, 159 Shenmue Nagoya Investigation Team 159. This page depicts a promotional image for Shenmue, featuring Ryo Hazuki and Shenhua Ling in the foreground. Ryo is the determined young martial artist seeking to avenge his father's death, and Shenhua is the mysterious and kind girl he encounters on his journey. The page includes details about the book's publication and the staff involved in its creation. Here is the translation of the Japanese text, Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka World Guidance, May 10, 2000, first edition published. Publisher, Editor, Hirokazu Hamamura. Associate Editors, Shigeru Noda, Seiji Tabaradani. Editor-in-Chief, Takeo Sakamoto. Associate Editor-in-Chief, Masanori Shibuya. Staff Composition and Writing, Ryuko Hiyoshi. Weekly Famitsu Editorial Department. Yo Arai, Asagi Taki, Taro Suzuki, M. Husky, Mana Mizuno. Text Design, Masano Oya, Yoshiki Kusama. Toha Ad, Creative Tip. Design Cooperation, Kazu Inaba. Famitsu Bunko Editorial Department. Map Production, Kotake Ojima. Editing in Charge, Kazuki Ezeki. Famitsu Bunko Editorial Department. Editing Cooperation, Yoshitomo Nakano, Tatsuhiro Watanabe, Tomohiro Takabashi, Akari Komabayashi, Miki Matsumura, Hideto Yamaki. Famitsu Bunko Editorial Department. Mini Game Strategy Cooperation, Shinichi Nizato, Kazuichi Yamashita. Famitsu Bunko Editorial Department. House Aspect and Handwriting Judgment, Arahito Fukuda. Printing, Tosho Printing Company Limited. Special Thanks Cooperation, Sega Corporation, Enterbrain Inc., CSK Research Institute AM2. Strategy Data Cooperation, Kojima Osamu. Weekly Famitsu Editorial Department. Rights for this book are protected under copyright law. Regarding a portion or all of this book, including software and programs, reproduction or duplication is prohibited by any method without written permission from Enterbrain, Inc. Dreamcast is a registered trademark of Sega Corporation and Enterbrain, Inc. For inquiries regarding this book, please contact us on weekdays, excluding Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, from Tuesday to Thursday between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. TEL 0354337143 will be accepted. Please understand that we cannot answer any questions regarding game content. Copyright Cree 1999 presented by AM2 of Cree. Copyright 2000, Enterbrain Inc. The price is indicated on the cover. ISBN 4757700237 printed in Japan. This page depicts a character standing on the right side of the page. He is a man with black spiky hair, wearing a brown jacket, white t-shirt, blue jeans and gray sneakers, looking slightly to his left. ISBN 4757700237, C00761500E. Enterbrain. Retail price, main unit 1500 yen plus tax, 9,784,757,700,239, 1,920,076,015,007. Shenmue Chapter 1 Yokosuka World Guidance.